Chapter 121. As long as the compensation is in place, I can lose my memory in place. 3 months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Artolis rushed to the battlefield again after obtaining the sword Broken Steel in the lake and the scabbard called Utopia. Later, the explanation from Merlin came. The magic sword Noata's glory in the hands of Kesva's son, and the broken family crests of the Esselin family and the Lahan family were sent over. And the former it was the death of Kesva, and the latter meant that all the heirs of these two noble families were completely killed and the family inheritance was cut off. This made Gu Shanhai speechless. This was what he had always wanted to do. But Merlin helped him do it. However, it was probably not Merlin who did it. He was the kind of indirect person who made suggestions and commanded. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai also gave up the idea of killing the other party. He was sincere. Besides, this was just an explanation, and there was compensation. A large amount of treasures and wealth were sent to Gu Shanhai's mansion. It seemed that the untouched bits seized from these two families were all given to Gu Shanhai. If he had done it, he would definitely not be able to get these. In addition, there is a blessing from the fairy in the lake. Although the effect is not as buggy as the Utopia scabbard. As long as you hold it, you will not be injured. However, after obtaining this blessing, you can reduce the damage by 10%. Mainly because of this damage. It also includes the lifespan deducted when Gu Shanhai predicts the divination. It is equivalent to a lifespan that originally required 10 days, but now only needs to pay for a lifespan of 9 days. Unfortunately, there is an upper limit. He did not test the specific upper limit. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will become invalid. But it doesn't matter. Gu Shanhai did not use it directly, but kept it for research. He actually has a similar blessing. Yes, it is a proxy tiger. Black Tiger gave it to him. He originally planned to make it into a fear halo, but he forgot about it here. In addition to the blessings from the Lake Fairy, Merlin also gave Gu Shanhai a lot of things, including other knight inheritances, wizard knowledge, and all kinds of strange books. In short, if there were too many gifts, Gu Shanhai would immediately lose his memory on the spot, and he would not investigate the matter of chasing him in the first place. In fact, he is very generous and easy to bribe. According to Merlin's bribery method, he will simply ignore the past grudges. Of course, later Gu Shanhai was promoted and became a staff advisor to cooperate with Kay in handling official affairs. It was probably Artolis who asked him to assist Kay, a minister of state, which was equivalent to directly giving him sufficient rights. Gu Shanhai skipped work the next day. Kai came to him with a blank look and said it was time to go to work. But Gu Shanhai was not willing to go. He lied and said that he wanted to study prophecy. He should specialize in prophecy. It's not about handling government affairs. And then he said earnestly that there are many people who are good at handling government affairs. But the only one who is good at prophecy and divination is Merlin. Wouldn't it be a waste to become a politician? After some deception, Kai felt that what Gu Shanhai said made sense. So he let Gu Shanhai use his name as a person with real power, and asked him to study the prophecy technique. Later, Merlin came back and found that Kai had been silent after being deceived. He also felt that what Gu Shanhai said made sense. Even if Gu Shanhai's divination prediction required Krypton life, it was still better than those half-hearted people. Much more. After learning that Merlin came back, Gu Shanhai also took the initiative to show his goodwill, which meant that we had reconciled. Even though he had picked up a lot of things when he came back, it was really a waste of money. If it wasn't inappropriate, Gu Shanhai would have thought. Continue to pluck wool. In these 3 months, Gu Shanhai also successfully condensed the 3 marks of the sun, moon and star, making all the marks become stronger again. Unfortunately, the first level of fixed attribute enhancement of natural mark is already very few for him. It is more like the icing on the cake rather than a timely help. However, the effect of increasing natural mark is still very good. The 6 natural marks in the first level once again add a basic strengthening effect, which is probably an additional percentage of a fixed value. An additional 50%, which is equivalent to half more attributes. It is of no use. But there is another level. Should be able to evolve once. The second layer of wind, fire, water, and earth adds a third brand new effect. The mark of wind increases spell casting acceleration. The mark of fire, and the attack strength. It belongs to the one that goes all the way to black. The second is the mark of water. The mark is element absorption, which allows the elemental blessing power in his natural mark to recover faster. The last mark is the earth mark to increase his defense power, which is the kind that strengthens the whole body percentage. The third level Yunqiu Leyland didn't have much change. He just copied it again according to the original resistance ratio, which means that the resistance has gone to the black. In addition, Gu Shenhai also obtained a brand new talent called Natural Channel. He is still figuring out the effect. It is an active talent that can open a channel in the body that connects with nature. It involves oneself. This made Gu Shenhai a little hesitant to use it, so he could only leave it alone. At that time, he was perfecting the mana aura through the Paladin and the War Knight. The fifth level, which is the last level of natural marks, has 6. These 6 are called Mark Force Fields. They not only act on oneself, but also have a huge regional effect. Growth, vitality, peace, tranquility, desolation and decay. These are the names of the 6 natural marks. This belongs to a series, and when superimposed, it forms a complete natural cycle. The enemies enveloped by the imprinted force field will be suppressed accordingly. Of course, Gu Shenhai can also gain corresponding strength enhancement. The growth mark will shorten Gu Shenhai's casting time and increase the enemy's casting time. It will also increase Gu Shenhai's strength attribute and suppress the opponent's strength. The vitality mark increases all Gu Shenhai's reactions and speed while reducing the enemy's various reactions and speed. Of course, it will also increase Gu Shenhai's agility attribute and suppress the opponent's agility attribute. The Seal of Peace is special. It will forcefully eliminate the opponent's thinking and bring it into a stagnant state. If the forced elimination fails, the opponent will suffer from various negative effects such as energy disorder, magic elimination, weakness, etc. Negative effects cannot be formed. It will make Gu Shenhai invisible and help him escape. It will also enhance Gu Shenhai's physical attributes and suppress the opponent's physical attributes. The Mark of Tranquility allows Gu Shenhai to increase his recovery ability and reduce the opponent's recovery ability. This type of recovery ability is comprehensive, whether it is physical strength, mana, endurance, etc. And the attributes that are correspondingly increased and suppressed are mental attributes. Mark of Desolation increases and decreases resistance, defense, and saving throws. And the attribute that increases and suppresses is perception. The final mark of Withering is affected by energy, which can enhance Gu Shenhai's energy-related abilities. For example, the Fireball technique becomes a large Fireball technique, and the enemy will lose control of their energy. Not only will the spell not be released, but there will also be backlash. Even if there will also be problems if the release is successful, such as instability, weakening, etc. This impact is not just for spells and divine arts. Gu Shenhai has estimated that any system that uses energy can be affected. For example, martial arts may seem like punches to the flesh, but in fact, they also contain true energy and internal strength, with a kind of blessing. Once it is shrouded by the force field of the Withering Mark, the opponent's martial arts moves will cause problems such as unsatisfactory flow of energy, misaligned energy, etc. Even if it is released, it will have weakening or backlash effects. If it were purely physical power, it would naturally be ineffective. But a system that relies solely on the physical body without any energy is also very rare, and the chance of finding a restraint of the Withering Mark is even smaller. The Mark of Withering does not have attribute suppression. It is probably because the attribute of charm is relatively abstract. It cannot suppress the opponent's appearance and temperament. It seems possible, but it is of no use. It is a pity that Gu Shenhai has not practiced the 5th level of Natural Mark yet, because if he wants to practice, he needs to open the Natural Channel. He still needs further research on the Natural Channel before he dares to do it. Being able to complete these things in 3 months is already very good. This Natural Channel has only just touched the bottom. It is probably similar to connecting the world and obtaining its empowerment. He also tried to trace the source of the natural passage and change its route, such as changing the connecting place to his own mana instead of the world. This was successful. The problem was that he did not have enough mana. These 5 marks are different from the previous ones. The 18 marks belong to the era of low magic and were suppressed, so they require less mana consumption. Gu Shenhai found that these 6 marks actually required a complete consumption of mana. Therefore, in the low magic era, there was no way to rely on himself or the external environment to condense them. If he tried forcefully, Gu Shenhai would only end up with one outcome, and that would be to be absorbed by this natural mark. Adult hack. During this period, he also asked Mafas and others, and their answers were all consistent. They drew enough elemental power as support by opening natural channels. In this regard, Gu Shenhai expressed his helplessness. But soon he thought of a new alternative. The Holy Grail. As an ownerless thing, keeping this thing would be a disaster. He was also worried about fate, or that the unborn owner was not completely dead. So he just got rid of the remaining legacy. There is a massive amount of energy in the Holy Grail. Enough for Gu Shenhai to be able to convert it into enough means to condense the 5th level of natural mark without opening the natural channel. This was just a matter of course. He himself planned to destroy the Holy Grail and restore it to the era of high demons. There's nothing wrong with the plan. But my aura and future force field seem to be a bit wasted on me. Gu Shenhai thought about it for a moment. And if his situation were placed among players or aborigines, he is definitely the core of the Legion. Even if he does nothing, as long as he sticks a stick there and turns on the mana aura, he can increase his own strength several times and weaken the enemy or even directly kill him. I have turned my mana aura into the core of my strategy. Fortunately, no one knows. Otherwise, I would definitely have to go to the battlefield. Gu Shenhai's magic domain ability is still hidden very deep, and no one knows about it at all. Everything in this world, everyone only knew that Gu Shenhai was just a druid, or at most a part-time green knight. On the contrary, we can look for ways to turn grass and trees into soldiers, sow beans into soldiers, drink grass and trees into swords, etc. If the fierce general hadn't been made into a companion blue dragon by me, he might have become a commander, Gu Shenhai thought. Otherwise it would be a bit of a waste of his strategic aura. However, the method of transforming plants and trees into weapons is already a supernatural power. It is not that easy to find one. And it also requires corresponding spiritual plants. Otherwise, ordinary grass and trees cannot be used on the table. But if it really comes to fruition, Gu Shenhai can be regarded as a general hiding in his heart, and a powerful soldier hidden in his belly. Moreover, these kinds of grass and trees can be transformed into Tau soldiers. But he suppressed this idea as soon as it came up. The last person who said that he wanted to be refined into Tau soldiers was called Fierce General. But in the end, Tau soldiers were not taken as such, and they were made into if you lose Qilong. It can be said that the middle path has collapsed. So don't raise your flag casually. Otherwise you will be slapped in the face again. The next step is to stabilize the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th level prophecy spells first. This is a big project. Not only must they be constant, but the spiritual plants must also be improved. And there are still a large number of sacred tree-like spiritual plants that have not stabilized. Gu Shenhai was a little overwhelmed. He will definitely not say that he will set off now. According to the current development, after he has finished stabilizing the spells, improving the spiritual plants, and cultivating new spiritual plants, it will be almost time for Artolis to return to the court. And the follow-up will be the round table, the establishment of the knight, and a series of political affairs, anecdotes and other plots. Of course, it doesn't matter whether there are still Knights of the Round Table. But there shouldn't be much of a problem with the Knights of the Round Table. Gu Shenhai had heard from Merlin before that he had confiscated a huge round table from the Lock Kingdom, and it had magical abilities. So Artolis will establish some kind of title through honor afterwards. It should be the Knights of the Round Table. But it's not certain whether it will still be called the Knights of the Round Table, because this time, there are druids involved. Thankfully I have made up for the last shortcoming of my body. Otherwise, I may not be able to bear it. Today, Gu Shenhai has more than just the Green Knight in his bodybuilding skills. He also has many knight inheritances such as the War Knight, the Blood Knight of the Set Enda family, the Final Knight of the Lahan family, etc., plus the Paladin, and by learning from each other's strengths, Gu Shenhai deduced a set of bodybuilding techniques that were most suitable for him. Speaking of which, I am neither a druid nor a son of the forest. I seem to be able to use metal equipment. Right. Gu Shenhai suddenly realized this and tried it. There is indeed no limit. After all, these two professions, they were all regarded as his qualifications, and became the 4th level Qinglong. But how did Artolis use the sword in the lake and broken steel? He is also a druid and must have corresponding restrictions. Gu Shenhai discovered a blind spot at this time. The sword in the lake and broken steel must be made of metal. The sword has the same properties as the cursed sword gold in his laboratory. Gu Shenhai didn't think of any clues. And then he put the matter behind him without affecting him. Chapter 122, Ring 8. The red dragon will return to its nest. Invisible and floating arcane eyes in the 4th level. Detection to spy on others from a distance. Detection and detection to warn others of eavesdropping. Biolocation to point out the direction of familiar creatures. Dissolve resistance to increase spell resistance. disaster to cause misfortune, understanding analyze weaknesses and resistances, and have a fortune-hunting sense that can detect precious gems and metals. In the 5th level, you can ask questions to entities in other worlds, such as otherworldly detection, floating voyeuristic eyes, and a spiritual connection that allows allies to communicate with each other. The analysis spell in the 6th level reveals the magical situation of the target. The legend of knowing can obtain relevant legends about a person, a place or an object, the true seeing spell to see the true appearance of things, and the scouting of distant locations, the detection position, the thought probe that reads the memory of the subject, the probing thought that reads the memory of the subject, the alien connection that connects the minds of allies across planes, the eye of the oracle that sees the future and predicts it slightly in advance. The upper level abilities of arcane vision in the 7th level are high level arcane vision, high level scrying, and spiritual vision that can obtain more legends than knowing legends and even see related illusions. In the 8th level, you can know the exact location of a creature or object, a moment of foresight that gives powerful insight and sixth sense, and a powerful advanced clairvoyant eye with true seeing. Gu Shanhai looked at the 25 constant prophecy spells on his body. Of course, these names sounded very powerful, but in fact, they were all weakened versions, completely inferior to the power of the High Demon era. It was really if it were the complete version, Gu Shanhai wouldn't be able to maintain it. There are a lot of repetitions here, such as the Peeping Demon Eye and the Advanced Peeping Demon Eye, Scrying and Advanced Scrying, etc. But Gu Shanhai doesn't mind. The two seem to be superimposed. For example, now, his vision has become 4. An invisible and floating arcane eye, and 3 eyeballs, the peeping eye and the greater peeping eye. Among them, the secret eye requires concentration to use it. If you don't concentrate on it, this eye will stop moving until you concentrate again. It is just a dead object. So Gu Shanhai directly hung it on Xiaobai's body. Just treat it as a moving field of view. The peeping eye and the advanced peeping eye can accept certain instructions and move forward, except for the poor operation logic. They are quite good, compared to the mystical eye, which is more similar to the invisible sense. The peeping eye is a real creation the size of an apple, which looks a bit penetrating. It is indeed uncomfortable to have these two things floating around. The 2 magic eyes were currently surrounding Gu Shanhai like satellites. This made Gu Shanhai feel like he was swaying. He quickly held down the 2 eyeballs, and then hung them on Xiaobai's corner together, keeping them for later use. The 3 eyeballs are all fragile. Fortunately, they can be regenerated if broken. They are already fixed, and are passive skills. Other constant spells are actually similar, such as Oracle's Eye, which can only see a limited amount of time, and consumes a lot of money. It's good for predicting the next second. But if you look at the longer-term future, you basically can't see it, and it's not as good as Gu Shanhai's own divination skills. Another example is momentary perception. This thing sounds very powerful, but it has to be the full version after it has grown up. His weakened version can only increase slightly. There are also things like spiritual vision, knowing the legend, etc. Not as good as the full version. However, no matter which spell it is, prophecy and divination are used. Once his strength is enough to support the performance of these complete constant spells, his prophecy system can definitely be called a prophet of uncertainty. There are still 3 spells of level 9 left. I'm afraid it won't be easy to complete. Gu Shanhai knew that it was time to prepare to set off to find the Holy Grail. During this period, he naturally also upgraded the spiritual plant to level 0.3. Yes, he was busy and forgot to change the level of the spiritual plant. Anyway, it was not much different. After he remembered it, he was too lazy to change it. The level itself was just empty. Was made up by Gu Shanhai. In addition, there are other matters such as cultivating novices, improving Qilong, optimizing legal areas, etc. By the time these things are completed, it will have been another 2 years. Xiaobai has also learned the mobility talent of volleying. In addition, he also has many mount skills such as trampling, slamming, etc. His physique has far surpassed that of his father, Qingyuan White Deer King. He is a complete giant beast. The deer's antlers are not as big as those of the Qingyuan White Deer King due to its growth age. Its character is also much more stable, and it is no longer as jumping around from time to time as before. If Xiaobai jumps around now, he will cause a lot of noise. Also thanks to Xiaobai's huge body, Gu Shanhai can not only lie flat on Xiaobai's back, but can even turn over, making many things much easier. Qinglong has also changed tremendously. His body has grown to 5 meters. If he surrounds Gu Shenhai, he can block his whole body. His spiritual intelligence has also improved a lot, although he still doesn't have the ability of a dragon. I don't know how strong the players have become, but based on the difficulty of First Era and my development in my previous life, I guess they won't change too much, and their strength will be around level 30. Gu Shenhai estimated the time. That is, theoretically at the same level as the current Malphas, Merlin and others. Well, it is just theoretical. The attribute panel, temporary burst, talent skills, etc. are probably not comparable. For example, the Green Knight player on Amut Island is still doing tasks with Amut every day to improve the Green Knight's talents, skills, etc. This requires a long time to complete, rather than 2 days a day. It can be done in a day, and it will most likely be an uninterrupted daily routine. It's a bit sad to think about it, but there is a high probability that you will be able to achieve great success after coming out of the mountain and then perform errands to gain talent tasks and skill tasks in a round-trip cycle. It's just that there are very few players in this world. 2 years later, Artolis has conquered the entire world and become the true king of the Red Dragon. The original players have basically evacuated, and the remaining business district is still there. After the surrender, the players directly entrusted production to NPCs. The low magic era can no longer give them enough benefits. The high-level world that follows not only has more professions, equipment and skills, so this world is lonely. This life is not like the previous life when Dragon Vein Druid was promoted by players. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Gu Shenhai, it changed the trajectory of players and aborigines, resulting in this profession not being explored. After rebirth, he did not maintain the various developments in his previous life, but destroyed the original process. Naturally, he would encounter a completely different situation from his previous life. So foresight was not of much use to him. Artolis will be back soon in the next 2 days. I heard Merlin say before that he has conquered from where the sun rises to where it sets. The entire kingdom of Camelot has become a dynasty on which the sun never sets. TSK. The Red Dragon chases the sun and patrols the entire world with his knights. In his previous life, he was not so powerful. In his previous life, Artolis did not destroy all the kingdoms and make them part of the kingdom of Kalam. Gu Shenhai guessed that in the near future, the kingdom of Kalam might have to be renamed. So Gu Shenhai's idea is very simple. To find the Holy Grail, you can't just do it by yourself. You can just ask Artolis to send someone to help. He wanted to go and get it alone. But the problem was that there were risks. So he had to let others bear the risks. It's just that this will delay another 10 days and a half. Gu Shenhai knew that if he went to find Artolis, the other party would definitely agree. But he would not let him set off now. First, according to Gu Shenhai's team selection needs to be made and various logistics prepared. And these tasks must at least wait until Artolis comes back and carries out actions such as rewarding the 3 armies, conferring marquises, and worshipping the Prime Minister. No matter how fast you are, it is unlikely that you can complete these things in 3 days. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. It's just a good time to rest for a few days. Gu Shenhai was in a daze. Unknowingly, it seemed that he had been in this world for almost 4 years. However, in the past 4 years, his strength and progress had almost caught up with Malphas and others who had practiced for most of their lives. Now that all the talents and skills of the Green Knight have been learned, the Mark Druid still has some left. In addition to 6 natural marks and 9 ring prophecy spells, he also has 2 abilities, permanent youth and an ageless body. It's a pity that I didn't learn the ability to transform. Otherwise, I would have had wild transformation, extra wild transformation, 1,000 faces and other related abilities. The main reason is that Gu Shenhai is worried that the transformation will affect him. This change is not just a layer of skin. Gu Shenhai has studied it, but it has changed from beginning to end, and even all aspects of his body structure. He has not even connected a single link. He is so careful with his own natural channels, let alone this kind of transformation ability. I'll wait and see if I can find a transformation type system to reconcile before using it. Otherwise, I really won't dare to stuff it on my body. What's more, wild transformation is actually not of much use to Gu Shenhai. He is not a real druid and does not have so many limitations. Although he doesn't learn, he has all the knowledge he should have. So he can't lose anyway. By then, maybe we can even get a copycat version of the 72 transformations. Shenhai, His Majesty the King will be back in 2 days. Are you ready? Merlin walked in and saw Gu Shanhai, who was just trying to catch fish. He didn't become as furious as Kai Yi. Ever since Kai Yi learned that he had been after Gu Shanhai cheated, he asked Gu Shanhai to come and check in every day. Gu Shanhai checked in the past, but he still went his own way and fished at the center of power of the entire Kalong dynasty. This made Kai helpless. In the past 2 years, Gu Shanhai has also settled down with Merlin. And Gu Shanhai has also obtained a lot of expertise in prophecy and divination from Merlin. Unfortunately, he was almost able to create his own prophecy and divination spell. Have you become stronger again? Merlin noticed something was wrong with Gu Shanhai, so he asked. It's not about getting stronger. It's about taking a step further in the field of prophecy and divination. Gu Shanhai corrected the other party's words seriously. He did not tell lies. The prophecy spells were constantly 1/8 on his body. Isn't it just prophecy and divination? The field of divination has gone one step further. He found that the more prophecy spells he possessed, the better his divination and prophecy would be in all aspects. Okay, but I suggest you cover up your extraordinary aura as soon as possible. It's really eye-catching, Merlin reminded. Forgot about this. I didn't expect it to fail again. I'll take the time to reinforce it later. Every time Gu Shanhai casts a constant spell, the cover on his body will fail. Later, he simply ignored it and waited until when the time came. We dealt with it together, and over time we forgot about it. In addition, he has been in the royal capital, and every day besides his residence is the palace. There is no danger at all, so it doesn't matter. After hearing Merlin's reminder today, I could only upgrade Gu Shanhai's extraordinary concealment, a universal spell, to level 8. Gu Shanhai's extraordinary concealment is a universal spell he created himself. So he named it after him, and combined many reference materials to create a concealment spell that suits him. He actually knows a lot of general spells, such as magic tricks, secret marks, etc., which are similar to tricks and have no use. In other words, the secret marks are somewhat useful and can leave a mark of his, which is used to show off. I have to say, you are really a genius. Your contribution to the kingdom over the years has been indelible. Although you did not go to the battlefield, you provided important help for the victory. His Majesty intends to make you a marquis, Merlin said. Are you so hasty? The leap is a bit big. Gu Shanhai also didn't expect to be directly promoted to marquis. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he has really helped a lot in these years, including the improvement and development of various knight inheritances and modernization. I suggest you wait. Not only did Kai and others not take his credit, they also gave him good words. Wait a minute. Does this mean that in His Majesty's eyes, I will become someone who works hard every day and is good at handling internal and external government affairs? Gu Shanhai suddenly realized this. Otherwise, he would have been given such a whole day. Those who practice fishing and cultivate quietly become marquises. Further up is the Duke, which is about the same as a king with a different surname. Ever since the rebellion of Archduke Snowdonia, the title of Duke has not been conferred anymore. And the only remaining dukes there are only 1 or 2 here and there. And the rest have reduced their titles to marquises in various ways. These 1 or 2 here and there are probably going to follow suit. It is equivalent to giving up the position and waiting for Artolis to return and redistribute it. How can these remnants of the previous generation compare to the ministers of the dragon who live and die together? Because Gu Shanhai had not been on the battlefield and had no military merit, he could only go to the marquis level. He really did not have the entrance ticket to the Duke. Otherwise he would also be a Grand Duke. It seems that this is the impression. If this happens, you will be very busy in the future. Merlin was also stunned for a moment. And then he understood the reason and said with a smile. Chapter 123. When a bastard becomes a marquis and may be granted a marriage. When Gu Shanhai saw Artolis again, it was during the ceremony of sacrifice and enthronement. He was already sitting on the throne. The conquered kings of the kingdom all knelt on the ground and arranged a titular ceremony. The queen was just waiting to be thrown into a bitter cold place. Of course, it was more likely that she would die on the way. Without the divine right of kings, Artolis is the greatest priest and controls everything in the Druid sect. And these kings are nothing more than symbols of legitimacy in his rule. Today's Artolis is no longer the young boy he was before. Even though he is only 20. After experiencing the war of blood and fire, and the conspiracy and political games, he has been blessed with destiny. And he seems to be like a monster of power and political aggregation. with intangible emotions and anger, the imperial power balance and other means. The city has reached its peak. At this time, Gu Shenhai actually doubted that something could really be passed down in the noble bloodline. Sure enough, my hand spawned another monster. The Red Dragon King who broke free from his destiny is really scary. I don't know if the opponent's road of conquest will stop. The answer is definitely no. Artolis will never stop his pace. Although this world has been conquered by him, there is still a world with White Walkers on the opposite side. Maybe there's some L that might be approaching. The three demon gods of fear fight against the Red Dragon King, which is a bit strange when you think about it. At this time, the Red Dragon bloodline in Artolis is already at the level of the Ancient Dragon. As a king and conqueror, it is very simple to increase the concentration of dragon veins in the body, or the level of the dragon veins. Even Kuru's brass may no longer be a match for Artolis. If we meet each other, it's just a matter of half a pound. I have half a pound of scrap metal, but he has 8 ounces of gold. It's very simple. It's true that Gu Shenhai is working hard to become stronger. But how can he be compared to Artolis? Not only is he a genius, but he also has the guidance of a famous teacher, a large accumulation of resources, and various practical experience. Not to mention the equipment. He is better than him, and has more power than him. How can he possibly fight with such a person? If he really dares to attack Artolis, it is not much different from going against the whole world. Thinking about the large number of strong men swarming up, he is definitely no match. In addition to druids and knights, Artolis also subdued wizards, gained the allegiance of barbarians living in the snowfields and mountains, gained the loyalty of female warriors in the island rainforest, etc., and his power expanded to the extreme. Gu Shenhai can hit 10 or 8, and he can still hit 100. The whole process of sacrifice, enthronement, and canonization was very cumbersome. Gu Shenhai almost fell asleep, but he kept his energy up. Finally, after being canonized as a marquis and receiving a very rich territory, he returned to the queue. As a minister of so long, Gu Shenhai is of course a powerful noble with a territory. Unlike those nobles from other countries who later surrendered, it would be good to retain the title of a noble for you. Of course, it is okay to want the territory, but you must have it. Outstanding meritorious service, and the territory given was not the original one and needed to be redivided. This itself is a pie-sharing process that redivides interests. How can it really be done according to the ideas of nobles from other countries? Do you think the sword on Artoris's waist is bad? I guess no one wants to try whether a head iron or a sword is sharp. After the entire ceremony, Artolis summoned Kai, Mariko, Merlin and Gu Shenhai privately without any fanfare. It was probably about asking about political affairs. But Gu Shenhai remained silent. The main reason was that he didn't know anything about it. He had some achievements, but they were definitely not in political affairs. Instead, they were in industry and agriculture, such as increasing grain production and smelting, improvements in technology, etc. Qing Shanhai, don't you have anything to say? Artolis also noticed Gu Shenhai's situation and spoke. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you are saying. Gu Shenhai said with a slight embarrassment. Over the years, I have been responsible for logistics and development, and Minister K has helped me handle all matters governing the country. Kai was speechless. You dare to say this? Artolis was also stunned. He didn't expect this to be the case. Then he thought about the situation reported by Kai E and others. It seemed that it was really like this. So Gu Shenhai was an outlier among the ministers? But he is very satisfied. He does not touch his rights and serves the country and the people, which is very good. Well, let Qing Kai take care of it from now on. Qing Shanhai, you can also be better busy with your affairs. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. Artolis' meaning is very obvious. Quite you took away Gu Shenhai's power, but gave him a privilege similar to that of beheading first and reporting the imperial power later. Of course, this privilege required Artolis' approval. There is really one thing. I predicted something that can make the entire kingdom powerful. Your Majesty needs your help for this matter. Gu Shenhai immediately struck while the iron was hot. If he didn't mention it at this time, it would be a bit awkward to mention it later. It's out of date. Oh! It seems that Shanhaking's prophecy ability is no less than that of Merlin. However, Shanhaking pays for his lifespan. If it is not necessary, use it sparingly. I'll ask my servant to send you some life-extending treasures later. At the mansion, Artolis said this. But what he actually meant was that he should not prophesy useless things, but use them to prophesy things that would be helpful to them. Yes, this is what the prophecy goes like. With a serious look on his face, Gu Shenhai adapted the prophecy of the Holy Grail in his previous life, which made everyone look solemn. So Shan Haiqing is going to find the Holy Grail and needs help. This matter is not a problem. Qing Kai, I will leave it to you to prepare a team as soon as possible that satisfies Qing Shanhai. Artolis knew that it was Gu Shenhai's prophecy and help that led to the current Red Dragon King. So he naturally took Gu Shenhai's very serious prophecy very seriously. If it weren't for the new dynasty's initial decision, he needed to be in charge personally. Otherwise, he would have wanted to lead a team to find the Holy Grail. Naturally, there was no problem with Kai, so it was normal for him to make preparations. Gu Shenhai was a hands-off shopkeeper and didn't care about anything at all. Well, if Minister K is free, you can help me take care of the Marquis territory by the way. I'll give you half of the tax as a reward, and exchange the remaining half for various treasures and inheritances for me. That'll be it. Gu Shenhai said abruptly. As soon as these words came out, Kai did not dare to respond directly and looked directly at Artolis. Artolis was caught off guard by Gu Shenhai's words. This kind of behavior is tantamount to giving up territory. You must know that a Marquis territory is already larger than an ordinary small country. Today's Marquis is not the weak kingdom of Camelot back then. At this time, it was just a small territory of Sosu. Since Shan Haiqing said so, then Kai Yiqing, you can help manage it. But just split the tax in half, and just give it all to Shan Haiqing in exchange for treasures and inheritance. That's fine. In Artolis' eyes, this thing is naturally inferior to power. This is the first time for a Marquis to give up his territory. It might as well be recycled. After all, Gu Shenhai doesn't seem to know how to manage, so he won't be ignored by the people below him. Besides, the entire Kalam Kingdom does not lack such a small amount of tax money, which is used to stabilize Gu Shenhai. Merlin on the side was a little puzzled, but did not speak, while Mariko seemed not to hear anything. It was none of his business. Although everyone was from the Druid camp, there were various factions within. Yes, even if the Druids are now unified into one body by Artoris, small groups are inevitable. What's more, Artolis agreed, so it was hard for him to jump out and refute. Artolis was not a king who could be manipulated at will, but a real king who was shot out with swords and swords on the battlefield. The king of Camelot back then, none of the founding kings could fight like him. The matter was soon settled, and after each meritorious deed had received its own benefits, the real feast of power could truly begin. However, these matters have nothing to do with Gu Shenhai. For him, rights are just part of the resource intake. He cannot stay in this world for long, so he naturally has to cash in his rights as soon as possible. It seems that he has overdrawn the future, but in order to make up for his losses, the royal family will definitely give him more resources that he wants. If they might have been scarce before, now that the prosperous age is beginning to show, there is definitely no shortage of these things. If he wanted to develop in this world for a long time, he would indeed lose money. But he didn't. For him, the only profit point in this world is the Holy Grail. There is not much need to get involved in the quagmire of power and politics. As for if someone uses this matter to suppress or ridicule him, Gu Shenhai will backhand and report it. The unlucky person will definitely be the other party. He seems to have no emotional intelligence, but he is very useful. However, generally speaking, anyone with some brains will not come to tease him, but will only come to win him over. And it is fair and square. A person who has no corresponding real power is very connected, and a person of great status in the eyes of Artolis. Not only does he not have to worry about forming a clique for personal gain and Artolis is afraid of him, but he can also expand his network of contacts. Why not do it? No one wants to have such an enemy, especially when the king is at his peak and the opponent has a very important status. After chatting for a while, the three of them left together. Your Majesty intends to betroth his sister, Morgana, to you. On the way, Kai said. Gu Shenhai was confused. What the L kind of development is this? He had seen it before, at the sacrifice ceremony not long ago. He didn't pay much attention to the appearance. It was just that such a thing suddenly appeared, which caught him a little off guard. She is suitable for someone better. Gu Shenhai refused with a sonorous voice. This is not a good thing. Not to mention that she is from the evil camp. She is also a very playful sea queen. She has an absurd number of lovers, and even has an affair with an elf. Of course, Artolis means a political marriage. And everyone can do their own thing. Morgana didn't attack Artolis in this life. It's not that she didn't dare. Mainly because of Artolis in this life. Leith was so fierce that she didn't even dare to raise the idea. Therefore, it is actually the leader of the wizards under Artoris. Since he is one of his own, he plans to marry him through political means. I will help you advise your majesty. Morgana is indeed not suitable for you. She is a wizard and has a not-so-good personality. Kay also agreed. Morgana was an ambitious and capable strong woman. And he also knew Gu Shenhai's character. He would never sit down if he could lie down. Artoris only meant this matter. And it could be solved as long as Kai opened his mouth. Gu Shenhai had just handed over his real power and territory. So he would not be entangled in this aspect for too long. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Kai, by the way, I've pushed through all the betrothal and marriage arrangements. It doesn't mean much to me. Gu Shan gave another instruction. He had no intention of staying. There is no intention to take root in this world. So why delay others? He can indeed take people away. But taking someone who can't keep up with him is a kind of irresponsibility in itself. Unless he takes Artolis or Merlin. Two particularly outrageous people. It is basically impossible to take someone away. It's not considered. While dragging himself down, he also had to worry about various things. It was a little difficult for him to take care of a novice. And the novice's family was one of his own opportunities. He was the most gifted among the deer. How could anyone else compare with him? The same is true for Morgana. The other party may have abilities, but most of them seem to focus on power. Taking them away would be a problem. What's more, the personality itself is not very good. It's not like Gu Shenhai, a bastard who likes to practice quietly. Can't get along. Did you see something? Merlin asked at the side. Gu Shenhai's situation seemed a bit like he was giving his last words. This made him think of the Holy Grail. Don't say it. Don't say it. There are some things that won't be effective if you say them. Gu Shenhai said, pretending to be mysterious. For him, the aftermath of his departure is a problem. So this is a bit of a sneak peek. Meaning you can make up your own mind about why he disappeared. You can't say that you are a temporary player. It's not good to leave now. Leave a way out in case you need it in the future. Be sure to do things to others. And leave a way out when doing things to yourself. This is Gu Shenhai's consistent routine. Well, I understand. If you need anything, just say it. Merlin didn't ask further. As a wizard who is good at divination and prophecy, he also understands these things. It may be okay if you don't ask and don't do anything. Sometimes, the more you want to avoid it, certain predictions will bring you closer to the outcome of the prediction. Therefore, since Gu Shenhai is confident, let him do it by himself. If even he can't do it, other people's interference will not only not help, but will also be detrimental. Let Kai prepare the team to search for the Holy Grail as soon as possible. This will be the greatest help to me, Gu Shenhai said sincerely. This is the true truth. Chapter 124, The Holy Grail Journey. The Night from the Wilderness. Facts have proved that Gu Shenhai still underestimated the speed of preparation. He thought it could be completed in about 10 days and a half. But it took him a month to complete it. Gu Shenhai's extraordinary concealment has reached level 8. And he can complete it in about 10 days and a half. They finished covering up the aura and extraordinary aura on his body. It's not that there were few people who signed up, but there were a lot of them. After Kay screened them many times, he selected a few knights. In fact, if he had a choice, Gu Shenhai would definitely choose the Knight of the Round Table, who would win the Holy Grail for Artolis in the future. Unfortunately, he was not born yet. Under normal circumstances, the plot of the Holy Grail would have to be at least 10 or 20 years later. Gu Shenhai triggered it in advance. So naturally there was no corresponding candidate. And because of the changes in the plot, whether the other party can be born or not is one thing. Gu Shenhai didn't intend to wait for the other party for more than 10 or 20 years before he could be born. Naturally, the players in the previous life were not as deserted as in this life. After all, relying on the special profession of Dragon Vein Druid, it has been built into a large commercial area like the previous world. Many players buy and sell various types of dragon blood here, which is profitable. There is not even a scrap of business in this life. How can players be willing to settle in? Later, Gu Shenhai took a look at the candidates for the Holy Grail Regiment. There were nearly 3,000 people. Gu Shenhai was numb. Was he going to find the Holy Grail or to destroy the country? There were not so many people when Artolis went out for the expedition. So he cut off 2 zeros without hesitation. 30 people were enough. He only wanted elites. Slaves, chefs, etc. were of no use at all and would hinder his schedule. Kai was a little embarrassed about this. He didn't expect that Gu Shanhai only had 30 people. Fortunately, it was easy to deal with. He chose 15 knights, 10 druids and 5 wizards, all of whom were self-recommended. It's not that Gu Shanhai dislikes the large number of people. It's mainly because it's of no use. The Holy Grail can't be obtained with just a large number of people. And it's quite dangerous along the way. It is not the process that is dangerous, but the bad luck. The young knight who found the Holy Grail in his previous life, the knight who sat on the seat of disaster, was praised as the boy who carried the next round table on his back. Belonging to the second generation of knights of the Round Table, his life was actually very unfortunate. Whether from birth or death, Gu Shanhai suspected that it might be the reason for the Holy Grail. So what if there were too many people and caused a chain avalanche? It would be okay if one person was unlucky. But if a group of people were unlucky, it would be terrible. After getting ready, Gu Shanhai led a group of people and left the royal capital. When they left, Artolis also came out to see them off. This move greatly encouraged the members of the Holy Grail Regiment. Mr. Shanhai, is the legend of the Holy Grail true? Lancer, the armored knight on the side, asked curiously. He is the commander this time, as one of Artolis' capable knights in the process of conquering the world. He after following Gu Shanhai to leave. He was actually not familiar with Gu Shanhai. More importantly, the unborn Holy Grail Knight was his illegitimate son. The reason why Gu Shanhai took him with him was just to see if he could do it for him. But after some observation, it was not possible. So he still had to do it himself. I only predicted it, not actually touched it. If I could confirm the authenticity, I would not have brought 30 of you, but the 3,000 people arranged by Minister Kai. Gu Shanhai said that he did not know, so he needed let's go explore. Lan Sitong nodded. He was very satisfied with Gu Shanhai's explanation and arrangement. 3,000 people was definitely a big expense. Where do we need to go? Is it dangerous along the way? Lancer asked again. Naturally. He didn't know the place and location. The center of the continent is not dangerous. Your Majesty has led you to conquer the entire world. All the countries have disappeared. Everything is crawling under your throne. At most, they are just bandits. With your bravery, you can still protect it. Mine. Gu Shanhai shamelessly put himself in the weak position. Anyway, he had concealed his aura, extraordinary aura, etc. In the eyes of these knights and druids, Gu Shanhai was very ordinary. No one dared to jump out and challenge his authority. Everyone was smart and regarded Gu Shanhai as a druid who was good at divination and prophecy. He was the same type of person as Merlin. The right way to start a relationship was to make friends with him. Method: you can ask the other party for help in the future. I see. Mr. Shanhai needs our help to protect you. Right. Lan Sight immediately thought about Gu Shanhai's thoughts. Not everyone has the same magical bloodline as Merlin. So in the eyes of everyone, Gu Shanhai naturally, he became the type who specialized in divination and prophecy, but had no strength against the enemy. Yes, that's my idea. Gu Shanhai can't say that he plans to let you work as coolies. Oh, it doesn't seem to be much different. In short, it's okay, as long as they do the work. Fortunately, everyone has just come off the battlefield. They still maintain the idea of hardship and simplicity. They have been on the battlefield, especially after this kind of battlefield, which is like a meat grinder, and the whole world is against the enemy. Many of the habits of the original nobles. It's almost worn out, and even if it can be restored, it will take a while to recover. I still have to trouble you on the way, but don't worry about us having a bad time on the road. With our status now, as long as we go to the town, we don't have to worry about being without shelter and food. Our status now is the highest pass. Lancer, I remember your title should be Duke. Is it one level higher than me? Gu Shanhai teased. Mr. Shanhai, you are very polite. Your Majesty has already said that you are the supreme commander this time, and you will also be a duke when you return. Lancer also complimented him. He has never looked down upon the Marquis who gave up his territory. If we want to talk about it, status. The status of the other party in the eyes of Artolis is much higher than that of the Duke, who has been through life and death. In fact, Lan Sight also knew many things and achievements of Gu Shanhai, so he did not have any idea why his title was higher than his, but his status was lower than his. It's up to you, Lancer, to take command. as His Majesty's most capable knight. You are better than me in this aspect. Otherwise, why would His Majesty arrange for you to come here? As long as you don't interfere with my research when we get to the Holy Grail. Okay. Gu Shanhai spoke very straightforwardly. When it fell into Lan Ct's ears, he also nodded secretly. Not only did he not need to compete for the right to speak in power, but the other party was also very cooperative. He naturally liked this kind of colleagues. Mr. Shanhai, what is the use of this Holy Grail? I have heard before that it can make the kingdom of Kalam more powerful. Is this true? Lancer is also an emotionally intelligent person and quickly jumped back to the Holy Grail. For him, the right to command is quite sensitive and embarrassing, and it is not suitable to talk too much. It is enough for everyone to know it in their hearts. Yes, this is indeed what I got from the prophecy. But I don't know the specific situation. I need to see the Holy Grail before I can tell. Gu Shanhai also said vaguely, skipping it tacitly like Lan Cte. Topic. The two chatted for a while, and the sky gradually became dark. Fortunately, everyone also brought tents, dry food, etc., and the cooking process went quickly. After eating and drinking, they sat around and chatted. After experiencing the war, the wizard's social status was actually much higher. At least everyone was once a comrade in arms, and a lot of discrimination disappeared during this process. The druids no longer have some of their original hatred, and the knight's arrogance has also been reduced a lot. Gu Shanhai was reading books in the corner. Before leaving, he received a large amount of resources, most of which were compensation from Artolis for giving up his real power and territory. This can be regarded as a process of Gu Shanhai's realization. Of course, there are also tons of treasures, blessings, and more. He left the treasures in his portable laboratory, and the blessings were all retained, and he kept them for later study, and did not use them immediately. He searched for the origin of the sword in the stone gold. This sword has now become a cursed sword, and its appearance has also undergone tremendous changes. The sword body takes on a spiral shape, like a magic sword. In this regard, no corresponding existence was found in the information from the previous life. After all, the sword in the stone gold in the previous life was broken, not mutated. But when it comes to the spiral magic sword, Gu Shanhai knows one. The Kala de Boga in Celtic mythology means strong thunder and lightning. It is also the prototype of the sword in the stone in the legendary King Arthur's hand. Gu Shanhai didn't know if there was any relationship between the two. Now that this change had occurred, he couldn't help but think about it. After all, even the Cauldron of Dagda could become the Holy Grail, and the sword in the stone turned into a solid thunder and lightning due to the curse. It is not impossible that Kala de Boga is involved. The two are inextricably linked. It is a pity that the spiral magic sword in his hand does not have the power of thunder. On the contrary, after the changes over the years, the curse and bad luck have become stronger and stronger. Thanks to Gu Shanhai's increasingly advanced skills in prophecy and divination over the years, he was still able to easily suppress this magic sword. However, if the era of high demons comes, it will probably be impossible to suppress it. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai has no intention of letting the spiral demon sword come into contact with the era of high demons. In addition, he was also looking for something related to the Stone of Destiny. The Stone of Destiny was indeed broken into the Sand of Destiny, but they were all collected by Gu Shanhai. Even if it lost its power, it might be able to be used as a stone in the future. What a good material. While he was thinking, Gu Shanhai heard movement in the distance. It seemed that something was approaching, but he didn't warn him because the reserved alarm had already sounded. Whether it was a druid or a wizard, they all had corresponding divine arts and spells. They dared to camp and chat in the wilderness. Naturally, they had their own confidence. The knights stood up decisively, took out their spears and swords, and looked at the knight with vigilance, while the druids transformed and summoned. And the wizards also summoned their magic pets, and were ready to cast spells at any time. Oh, dear knights, you are too nervous. A somewhat slovenly middle-aged man dressed as an armored knight came over. I am Wilderness Knight Balin. Maybe you have heard of my name. The other person introduced himself, with a hint of joking in his tone. Gu Shanhai knew this Wilderness Knight Balin. He was also a warrior of Artolis in his previous life. Unfortunately, he didn't have many characteristics when he appeared. He also killed his own brother because of the curse of a sword. A beautiful girl came to Artolis' palace with a sword and said that no one could pull out the sword that had troubled her for a long time. It turned out that this was true. Neither Artolis nor the other knights, only Balin, The ragged knight of the wilderness. Pulled it out. If you want to pull out this sword, you need a knight who has never committed any crime of obscenity, treachery, or rebellion. This is something that every knight has more or less. At that time, Callum had settled down. And the war at that time, it's not like the war in this life, was so huge and tragic. So the knights still have a strong aristocratic spirit. And all of them are good at causing chaos. Only Balin. He pulled out the sword but did not return it to the girl. And said that if he wanted to get it back, he must defeat himself. The girl also predicted that if he holds the sword, Balin will go to destruction, and use this sword kills those close to him. Needless to say, later, the prophecy came true. And Balin, who got the sword, also left Artolas' side, probably because of the poor treatment. In this life, Bahrain did not keep up with Artoris. The changes were too great, so now the other party is still wandering in the wilderness. I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name. Lancer's tone was solemn, and he was prepared. He could also tell that the opponent was quite strong. Tell me about your origin. If it's for coming over to make a fire, we can give you extra wood. We can also give you some water for food. If it's for something else, we'll do our best to help. Gu Shenhai folded his hands casually. After picking up the book, he also stood up and said, This wilderness knight Bahrain is not stable. Although the other party has not committed these 3 crimes. Judging from his subsequent performance, he is also greedy. Okay. I'd like to borrow some wood to make a fire. Of course. Wine would be better. Balin saw everyone's vigilance and murmured in his heart, Could this group of people be from the royal capital? Bar? Gu Shenhai glanced at Lan Si-te, meaning that it was not good to kill someone, so he should give him something to send him away. Seeing this, Lan Si also respected Gu Shenhai's opinion, and then signaled to the knight on the side, who quickly took out some supplies and threw them away. Stay away from our camp. Knight, if we find out that you have any bad intentions, we will cut off your head and hang it on a tree, Lancer warned. The reason is simple. The other party is not a serious knight. He probably did a lot of killing and smuggling on the road. The knight's expenses were not small. The opponent's weapons and armor looked slovenly, but they were well maintained. The opponent didn't look like he was rich. In the wilderness, what matters is the law of the jungle. Balin picked up the supplies, muttered something in a low voice, then turned around and entered the darkness, and left here as the footsteps receded. Chapter 125. If you have the ability to shout. I am the overall situation. Early the next morning, when everyone was packing their things and getting ready to set off, Balin, the wilderness knight, walked over again like a street kid, with empty hands and a kind of joking look on his face. Lan Si-te looked at the other party, and felt a little disdainful when he saw the other party's appearance. As a knight, he has such no manners. You can be poor and slovenly, but the other party's demeanor is something that makes him feel very awkward. What are you doing here again? Lan Si-te asked warily. The other party was quite capable. Although he looked down upon him, he did not look down upon him. Instead, he was very cautious. Don't be so nervous. I just came here to ask. Do you need anyone? My strength is pretty good. You can't find the same knight at the same price, Bahrain said rather frivolously. Xiao Bai on the side raised his head and replied with a strong voice. Yo! Xiao Bai is asking you why you eat clay noodles in a tavern with a kun on the end. Gu Shenhai kindly translated for Bahrain. Times 31. This statement also made Bahrain embarrassed. Who would have thought that just an onomatopoeia would have such a weird translation in the language of a deer? Okay. Our team is not hiring anymore. You can go wherever you want. We are about to set off. Seeing the other party being so embarrassed, Gu Shenhai also took this opportunity to let the other party leave to avoid further complications. Ahem. Then I'm going to challenge your strongest one. Bahrain changed his mind. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai decisively led Xiao Bai back. This scene made Bahrain's head dark. Lan Si-te stood up, with a displeased look on his face. There was indeed a problem. So just kill him. Wait a minute. Isn't he the strongest person in your team? Balin was shocked. Are all druids today so shameless? Gu Shenhai from behind showed a slight smile, nodded and said, Yes, it's me. But I just won't take action. In fact, Gu Shenhai was a little surprised. Bahrain's perception was still very good. The opponent might not be able to detect how strong he was, but he could sense that he was the strongest. You? Lan Si saw Balin pointing at Gu Shenhai and felt a surge of anger rising from his chest. This was simply a provocation. In his eyes, Gu Shenhai was obviously the weakest. But in the end, he still dared to challenge the weakest. Fight the weak ones. Ah, if you want to say that, I will admit defeat. You win. Gu Shenhai spread his hands to show that he was a weakling. But he secretly used his mind connection to tell everyone present that this guy was here. If you are the one who stirs up trouble, don't talk to him about morality. Just swarm him and take him down. Lan Site was a little hesitant. Gu Shenhai's method was not in line with the knight's code. Then Gu Shenhai said that the opponent did not follow the knight's code to challenge him. Who was the weakest? He also confused right and wrong and went straight to the fight. This matter was approved by the wizards. After some thought, the druids thought that what Gu Shenhai said made sense. And the knights finally followed suit. As a result, Bahrain was pushed to the ground and tied up by 30 people with a look of shame on his face. This group of people are going too far with their curse words. Lancet, what are you going to do with Bahrain? Gu Shenhai asked. What he meant was that it would be enough to just chop off the head and bury it in the soil. A plot character? Legendary hero? It's nothing. After death, it's just a handful of dirt. How can you get so many preferential treatment? Lan Site obviously didn't understand what Gu Shenhai meant, but said seriously, when we get to the town ahead, entrust the sheriff to send him to the capital, so that he can serve his majesty. In Lan Site's eyes, the other party was a talented person with some personality problems. But there were many ruthless people in the capital, and there would always be someone who could correct his personality. This group of people conquered the whole world with real swords and guns. They are not ordinary people, and they are serious people. Okay, you don't mind if I take some of the loot? Gu Shenhai felt it was a pity and thought he could just chop one off. But he was not willing to just let the other person go. The tightly tied Balin kept struggling and whimpering, as if he wanted to say something, but no one paid any attention to him. After Gu Shenhai groped for a while, he found nothing of value. Is it so obvious that you are poor? Gu Shenhai was speechless. Wait! I'm sent by Miss Morgana, Balin said hurriedly after finally struggling to free himself from the restraints on his mouth. Gu Shenhai was a little confused, so he asked directly, why are you sent here? She wants to know what the person who rejected her marriage is like. And if possible, she will kidnap you back. Balin confessed honestly at this time. And it was definitely not because Gu Shenhai asked him to touch him randomly. Shudder. Hi, it's so scary. Gu Shenhai took a breath of cold air and almost said that this child must not be kept. Then he thought about it. Morgana is not qualified for this. If it were Artolis. Good. Lancer also narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. This was to cause trouble for him. Even though she knew he was the one in charge of security, Morgana still dared to hit him in the face. I'll write a letter to His Majesty, Merlin and others. Gu Shenhai's idea was simple. He didn't want to play tricks with the other party. He just made a report and dealt a blow to Morgana at the source. Artolis can tolerate Morgana's small actions. But if this small action involves the Kingdom of Camelot, then she does not have much willful capital. The letter was written quickly, and then he glanced at Balin. Untie the rope from his body and let him deliver the message, Gu Shenhai said calmly. Hearing this, Lan Site hesitated to speak, but finally followed Gu Shenhai's order. He was indeed the commander, but Gu Shenhai's behavior was obviously prophetic. Take these letters to the royal capital and give them to His Majesty, Merlin, Kay, Mariko and others. I think you should know their names. Don't even think about intercepting it. I will arrange for someone to send another letter to confirm later. You should know which one is more serious, offending Morgana or offending His Majesty, and all the dukes and marquises. My connections and background in the entire kingdom. This Duke of Lancer can testify, Gu Shenhai said, and handed the letter to the other party. If he dared to do this, he must have predicted it through divination. Otherwise, how could he entrust the other party with it? And if he went to the town ahead and asked others to deliver the letter, he would not be able to deliver it to the royal capital at all. He will be intercepted by Morgana on the way. Only Bahrain's strength can deliver it. Of course, the other party is also appreciated by Artolis for this, which is a blessing in disguise. Balin swallowed and felt like crying for a moment. What kind of hornet's nest was he poking? You are so powerful that you brought out these crooked melons and jujubes? After Gu Shenhai expressed his power, kindly and tactfully, Bahrain could only agree to Gu Shenhai's request. If he didn't agree, he would most likely have to be buried on the spot. After handling this matter, everyone continued their journey. Morgana has gone too far. Lancer said with a deep look. Ah, indeed. If it were someone else, I probably wouldn't handle it this way. The character of Crazy Batch Beauty can still bring out a lot of cuteness in the house, Gu Shanhai complained. It's just that the otakus may not have enough strength to control this crazy beauty, and it is easy for them to lose their own people. However, Morgana probably doesn't like Ajay. The other party has the ability, ambition, and a platform to perform. Naturally, she has to choose a strong alliance or someone like Gu Shanhai who has very strong connections, but doesn't have much desire for power. Easy to control and can be a helper. Otherwise, why come here and pursue him so hard? What the other party is interested in is not him, but his identity and network. Gu Shanhai understood this very well. Mr. Shanhai is right. The other party is not a good person and is not suitable for you. Mr. Shanhai. Lan Site didn't understand the meaning behind it at all, but he also heard the general outline. After all, he was tainted with the word crazy. Huh? So in your next sentence, you won't want to say that you have a younger sister in your family, or that you know someone who is a virtuous lady, and you are ready to introduce it to me. Gu Shanhai continued this sentence in an instant. He had never done this kind of thing in his previous life. He went through a lot at that time. He was a big boss at that time, and countless people wanted to get women around him. At that time, Gu Shanhai said that there was nothing good about women, and there was no need to cultivate pets and followers even if they were good in games. He didn't have enough game coins and skill points, so naturally he couldn't afford them. Lan Site was quite embarrassed when he heard this. He really thought of saying this, but Gu Shanhai took the hint. Ahem. Mr. Shanhai, isn't it good for you to use prophecy in this regard? Lan Site could only reply in spite of his embarrassment. What's wrong? Why don't you try to persuade Merlin, Mariko and others? They don't have it either. Gu Shanhai felt that this was a bit unfair. So why did you just go to him alone? It's not like nothing, Lancer muttered softly. Dot. Gu Shanhai didn't expect that there would actually be nobles who dared to tell these people this. It seemed like it wouldn't work out. Then the two of them skipped this topic and changed the topic with a tacit understanding. Mr. Shanhai, are you sure these letters are useful? Morgana is unlikely to give up, Lancer asked. As one of the most powerful knights in Artolis, he had a very good impression of Morgana. Deep. It's completely crazy and sensible. How could she give up? But there will be people who will help her give up. Gu Shanhai never thought about letting the other party calm down. But the overall situation can stabilize her. When all the nobles in the entire royal capital asked her to put the overall situation first, she had to submit. Otherwise the overall situation would crush her to death. Not everyone can say, I am the overall situation. Most of the time, they are overwhelmed by the overall situation. If Morgana still wants her power, she must give in, or someone will do it for her. In the final analysis, it was an unnecessary disaster. We have only met each other once, and we haven't even said a word. Fortunately, there is a solution now. Otherwise I will go back and kill her right now, and hang her on the city gate. Gu Shanhai thought of it. This makes me very unhappy, and I still feel a little bit at a loss. It's just that the Holy Grail matter is the focus now, and the benefits are so great that Gu Shanhai can ignore this discomfort. So he just uses some connections to make her feel uncomfortable. Morgana always went her own way during the war. Now that she has settled down and His Majesty is here, she is naturally more arrogant. But she is not unreasonably arrogant and knows the bottom line. Lan Site didn't finish his words. But also there is a short saying that it is precisely because she knows the bottom line that she can be arrogant. People who are so arrogant that they don't know the bottom line cannot survive until now. That's why the other party just sent Balan, the Wilderness Knight, to test. Balan had no murderous intentions or malice, and he didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. Maybe. Gu Shanhai felt a little uninterested. In his eyes, fighting for power was just a game, unless they could become power monsters like Artolis. Otherwise their words would be meaningless. He has never limited his vision to this world. Even if he has no memory of his tyranny in his previous life, the habits in his true spirit have allowed his vision to jump out of the original frame. Lan Site also saw that Gu Shanhai didn't want to continue chatting, so he didn't continue. Instead, he chatted some more and then lost his voice, which made the entire team atmosphere a lot duller. Gu Shanhai didn't care about the so-called atmosphere. He was constantly deducing the data of the spiral demonic sword in his mind. This thing was definitely a magic weapon. He wanted to use it even if he put it aside. Through deduction, Gu Shanhai discovered one thing. The spiral magic sword was cursed and caused changes. In fact, it was still the sword of the king. But it was a cursed sword of the king. The effect that affected his luck has completely disappeared. And his transformation is obviously complete. This curse is a bit vicious. Gu Shanhai looked at the data he had deduced and felt a little bit hacked up in his heart. The holder can become a king. But in the process, everyone who has a relationship with him, whether it is friends or family, will encounter misfortune and die, making the holder a real loner. So is the name of this sword called the Household Registration Book only one-page sword? Gu Shanhai complained in his heart that he didn't dare to use it anymore. The process of becoming a king itself was a curse. But it's not like no one is suitable. Gone. Don't create another monster for me. Gu Shanhai was thinking about the next world or finding a suitable world to sell to the protagonist. Maybe he could get some good stuff. It is possible that the whole world will be distorted. Sometimes, one person can change a world. Just like He Lingyun, Artolis and others. They themselves are the leaders of the times. What are the benefits of changing the world? Of course, Gu Shanhai has made a lot of money in these two worlds. And he has made more every time. This is the feedback after hanging out with the protagonist and letting him break away from his original shackles. Chapter 126. The old king on the throne announced his return with a dragon roar. Is this the center of the continent? Lan Si-te looked at the mountains, with a hint of excitement in his expression. They had been on the road for 5 months. The horses had changed several times. And the people were almost numb. After all, marching and fighting are not on the road every day. Fortunately, it is all our own territory now. Otherwise we would not only have to face bandits, but also the enemy. Probably. That's what is recorded in the prophecy anyway. Gu Shanhai didn't know so much. This was what the explorer in the forum had originally said. Gu Shanhai had tried divination and prophecy. But he couldn't get anything out of it. Apparently, the Holy Grail had the ability to block and mislead prophecies. But does the vegetation here look familiar? Gu Shanhai discovered that there were rare weirwood trees planted here. This gave him a bad premonition. The weirwood was not a native species, but came from the other side of the world. So this couldn't be the crack that connected the two worlds back then. Gu Shanhai felt a little bit confused. There really is such a possibility. When Gu Shanhai and AMT were chatting before, he also tried to inquire about the location of the crack. But the other party ignored it in a vague tone. He obviously didn't want to talk about it, and was probably worried that Gu Shanhai would cause trouble. If the speculation comes true, then the truth about the era of high demons may be more than just the return of ancient times. It's unclear how it was successful in the previous life. But it must have something to do with the church's master. But in this life, the master was stillborn. So there was no way to interfere. Just take it one step at a time. This matter is not a big problem. Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and said that after I die, I won't care about the flood. Just take it and run away. Among the mountains, a majestic palace stands here. Horses are not suitable for traveling in the mountains. We need to go up on foot, Lanster said. Gu Shanhai did not express his position on this, but was thinking about what to do next. Because there are not many revelations in this part of the forum. It is probably that Galahad, the Knight of the Holy Grail, smeared the limbs and body of the old king with the holy blood on the spear. And the dead old king recovered his health. And then the Holy Grail was revealed. And then, there was a long analysis. For example, the spear is initially suspected to be the penetrating spear bombardment 5-star. Of course, it may also be the spear of Longinus. This possibility is relatively small. There is no spear of Longinus in this world. But some players cannot protect it. It is possible that it was brought from other worlds. Therefore, the Holy Grail exists in the body of the old king. Everyone soon arrived at the palace and castle and pushed in. The place had been abandoned for a long time. Dust was everywhere, and the entire palace was covered with cobwebs. As soon as I saw it, I saw a huge throne with a giant cross on top of it, and a mummy wearing tattered clothes was nailed to the cross. If the light was darker, it might be impossible to see the corpse clearly. Church stuff? Lanster frowned. He didn't expect to see church stuff here. The church has now completely declined. The priests have lost their ability to cast spells due to the elimination of magic. Although there are still churches and priests. However, because it has no extraordinary power, it has become an ordinary organization, and is no longer exclusive to nobles. So be it. They were keeping it as a backup back then. Gu Shanhai knew that the Holy Grail was one of the church's creations, just like the sword in the stone and gold. It is estimated that the sword in the lake, broken steel, and the sword in Artolis' hands now, the sheath ideal homeland, was all created by the church. After all, the church also inherited the druid's behemoth before. Mr. Shanhai knows? Lan Sai quickly caught some small questions in Gu Shanhai's tone. I know. It's not a big secret. The origins of wizards and priests are druids. But they parted ways a long time ago. This Holy Grail is the treasure in the druids' records. The food is inexhaustible and can satisfy thousands of troops. What happened in the middle became the Holy Grail. I don't know. So you also don't ask me why. Gu Shanhai's words were very straightforward. But he also explained why he knew. I see. I remember that the druid has 4 treasures. The Stone of Destiny, the Cauldron of Dagda, the Penetrating Spear, the 5 Stars of Bombardment, and the Sword of Vengeance. Reply. The Stone of Destiny and the sword stuck on it were stolen 2 years ago. The Cauldron of Dagda is here. Do you know the remaining 2 treasures? Mr. Shanhai? Lancer also gave a brief overview. Since Druid became popular, it has become mainstream. So more people know about it. If I knew, I would have gotten it first. And I didn't need you to remind me. Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes. How could he leave such a good thing to others? It makes sense. It makes sense. Lancer smiled bitterly, as if he would do the same thing. It doesn't matter. If you don't see these, it doesn't matter if you see the Holy Grail. The church is not an ordinary force. I can be sure that the Holy Grail is definitely more magical than these 4 treasures. Gu Shanhai said immediately. It is not so absolute to say that today is not as good as it was in the past. How can a treasure that the church has worked so hard to create to symbolize the Lord be a crude and shoddy thing? The druid's 4 treasures, although magical, are also man-made. But where is the Holy Grail? It can't be in the cross. Seeing this, Lancer didn't know what to say. He also had an idea in his mind. It is estimated that something that can make the kingdom of Camelot stronger should be the Holy Grail. It can't be this corpse or the cross. You guys, don't move around. I'll do some research. Gu Shanhai had neither a spear nor holy blood. Nor was he a Holy Grail knight. So he had to rely on himself. Then let's camp on the spot. Lan Si-te asked after thinking for a while. After arriving at the place, he naturally followed Gu Shanhai's command. On the way, Gu Shanhai interfered with him the same time in Bahrain, but basically didn't say anything afterwards. The other party respected him. So naturally he also respected him. If it's convenient, it's best to build your own wooden house outside the castle so as not to damage the castle. You also know that this is an old antique from I don't know how many years ago. If you encounter something that shouldn't be touched and it fails, you will suffer a big loss. So let's work harder. Gu Shanhai said after thinking for a while. Hearing that a wooden house was to be built, Lancer also understood that he would probably stay there for a short time this time, and began to plan in his mind. The wooden house was necessary, and supplies would be needed later. The nearest town here was not close to here. Plus the funds on him may not be able to support it anymore. So he thought of going back for help. If the druids or wizards were to go back, it wouldn't take 5 months at the fastest speed. It would only take about 2 months. They left for 5 months because there were so many people, and they brought a lot of things with them. If they were individuals, naturally faster. Understood, Mr. Shanhai. You can rest assured to study, and leave the rest to me. Lancer naturally agreed. It's not a big deal. Everyone comes here to be bodyguards, not to be masters. Besides, it's just a house. Wizards and druids can easily solve it. Their spells and divine spells have a series of corresponding guarantees. Then Lan Si left with his people. But he also left some people behind to protect Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai circled around the cross and the throne, and then casually removed them. He discovered something. That is, the mummy that was nailed to the cross was actually not dead, but still alive. It only needed a little help to bring him back to life. Gu Shanhai also guessed that the thing that maintained his survival must be the Holy Grail. He reached out and pressed and groped on the corpse, and soon found a hard object on the chest of the mummy. Not the sternum, but something else. In Gu Shanhai's mind, the first thought was naturally the Holy Grail. He casually took out a sharp scalpel and prepared to cut open the skin of the mummy. However, when he used the knife, he encountered a huge obstacle, as if it was not dry skin but granite. I don't know how strong my body was after being dead for so many years. And I don't know how strong it was when I was alive. Gu Shanhai muttered softly. Since the skin couldn't be cut, Gu Shanhai had no choice but to find another way. He immediately opened the mummy's mouth, inserted his hand directly from his throat, and kept groping inside the mummy. He quickly found the protruding hard object and tried to force it out, but found that he couldn't pull it out. Stuck? This is a bit difficult to handle. Gu Shanhai took his hand back and simply cleaned up the smell. He found that this mummy was really not simple. It was his series of actions that made the people who were standing by to protect him twitch. They had seen outrageous things, but they had never seen anything as outrageous as Gu Shanhai. Everyone was hesitant to say something, but unfortunately no one spoke, and the matter ended in vain. Gu Shanhai naturally discovered the strangeness of these people, but he never paid attention to it. What was wrong with the deviants? As long as he was strong enough or his status was high enough, no one would dare to make nonsense. Wake up. I know you are still alive, and there is a high probability that you are still conscious. If you are willing to communicate with me, just blink or move your fingers, and we can cooperate easily in the future. Gu Shanhai stared at the mummy and said. Unfortunately, the mummy remained motionless. This made Gu Shanhai a little annoyed. It was too troublesome to take out the Holy Grail, and the other party was obviously unable to provide any feedback. He also thought about resurrecting the old king like the Knight of the Holy Grail. The idea was good, but there were some problems in its implementation, not to mention the insufficient conditions. Gu Shanhai did not have the charm of the Knight of the Holy Grail. If such a powerful being came back to life with no matter what he does, he can't beat him. It's true that Gu Shanhai can use his life to leapfrog and kill, but he can't use his life again and again. There is obviously no need to do so this time. Since you can't change the other person, then change what you can. Since the body cannot be destroyed, he chose to attack the Holy Grail. The first thing is to get rid of this old king. The old king was an eyesore, so he had to die. Although the other party did not offend him, he blocked his way, so he could only wrong him. As long as he was shameless enough, he could carry out double standards and moral kidnapping without any feeling. The old king unfortunately became the target of Gu Shanhai's double standards and moral kidnapping. He casually pulled out the long nails nailed to the old king's body, and saw that the old king's body began to rise and fall suddenly, as if he was sucking energy to recover. It just stopped abruptly before taking 2 puffs. What a good thing! Can these two things work together to form some kind of band? Gu Shanhai looked at the spikes and crosses with a hint of joy in his expression, probably similar to the joy of finding something unexpected. As for the restoration of the old king, it is a bit unexpected, but it is not impossible to solve. In the era of high demons, he couldn't suppress the opponent, but in the era of low demons, he couldn't always grasp it. Since you are so unwilling to give me face, I can only force you to give me some face. Gu Shanhai's tone was very unkind. This kid actually wanted to be resurrected. It was too much. Spells such as detect thoughts, thought probes, and detect thoughts that are always on him take effect instantly. Coupled with other abilities, it creates an effect similar to soul searching. Fus Ro Da! From the mouth of the mummy, a deafening roar suddenly came out, accompanied by a powerful impact. The sound did not sound like a human being, but instead sounded like a giant dragon. Gu Shanhai was pushed away several meters, which made him look like WTF. Where did this root-grabbing treasure come from? Of course, he knew what the roar of this thing meant. The roar of the dragon was unbreakable. But why did this guy have this ability? Gone, so there are still dragonborns in the world opposite? Dragon Mother is a dragonborn. So why is she doing so poorly? Gu Shanhai was a little confused now. There were so many hybrids in the world that he couldn't understand the situation for a while. It was outrageous enough that King Arthur's death was continued with Diablo, but it seemed acceptable to directly follow The Elder Scrolls, and then continue Game of Thrones. Yes, they all have dragons. That's normal. In his previous life, he had delved deeply into the worldview and encountered many strange worldviews. But this time it really shocked his worldview. After the old king finished roaring, his body shriveled up again. This was because he roared out all the energy he had just absorbed. Hey, if you have the guts, you can yell again. If you don't, you'll be dead. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he pinned down the mummy and used the same tactics from before. This time, the other party had no power to resist. Gu Shanhai easily probed the other party's thoughts and even penetrated into the other party's memory. The whole process went very smoothly. The old king's body was very strong, but his soul was tortured on the cross and is now extremely fragile. So he was essentially just a paper tiger. If it weren't for his physical body being too strong and Gu Shanhai couldn't do anything, there would be no need to go to such trouble. The main reason is that the spells on his body are low inversions and have not grown to the full version. He needs to take turns using them on the old king. 1 or 2 times out of 10. The opponent will pass. Immunity. Fortunately, the old king will not resist. Chapter 127 The king's body carries the sacred and is immortal. Huh? Messy memories. My brain seems to have been damaged. Gu Shanhai sorted out the memories obtained from the old king's soul. This thing had been destroyed by him. There are all kinds of messy things intertwined in the memory. But one thing is certain. This thing is indeed not a dragonborn. And the body is indeed strong enough. A serious dragonborn has a dragon soul, which is probably stronger than his soul than his body. As for why he would not give up his strength, Gu Shanhai was not sure. After he shouted that voice, his soul was basically too broken to be put back together. And his memory was like a jigsaw puzzle. Gu Shanhai needed to put it back together again. But one thing is certain. That is, the other person is indeed not from this world, but a captured king from the opposite world. It was the other party who brought people to kill him in the first place. The other party came from Valyria Free Castle, and his surname was Targaryen. When Gu Shanhai saw this, he felt like he had seen a ghost. So the Targaryens are the descendants of Grapple. Right? What? Have you modded the Elder Scrolls to play Newman City? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong with this Elder Scroll. Then he checked to see if there was anything related to the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar was the result of the dragon's language combined with the dragon's soul. So if Gu Shanhai found the dragon's language, he might be able to reproduce it. But speaking of dragon language, there are also Dragonvein druids. Isn't it possible that the original Dragonvein druids were born based on the old queen? As for the dragon soul, this thing is not simple. Just find a dragon. There are still dragon eggs in the Stag Plains. It is not impossible to use a few for experiments. So dragon language is the key. But after in-depth research, he found that it might not work. He also obtained a sample of dragon language magic from the Dragonvein druid from Kuru's Brass. It was completely different from the Dragonborn's dragon language. It was obviously a giant dragon language. The dragon changed during the process of adapting to the local environment and lost such an ability. The dragon language magic is most likely the adapted dragon roar. The soul of the dragon has also been extracted into the form of blood, which is equivalent to the southern orange and the northern orange. It has to adapt and evolve in order to survive. Only the old Targaryen king is left hanging here. So this involves another thing. How did the Holy Grail Knight Galahad avoid being hacked to death by this guy in his previous life? Wait a minute. I'm thinking differently. This thing is just a hanging container. It's okay to use it for acting before it's destroyed. No wonder I only heard rumors on forums in my previous life, but not any news about the old king. It was because his ashes were raised after this scene. The reason why I am still alive in this life is because the Lord has not been born and there is not enough time. If I wait for more than 10 years, I will really be dead. Fortunately, he is dead now. Gu Shanhai breathed a sigh of relief. The memory of the other party was of little value, whether it was Dragon Roar or Dragonborn. Unless Gu Shanhai went to the opposite world to pursue this information, it would only be useless chaotic memories and a small part of the truth. More importantly, Gu Shanhai also confirmed one thing. Those mountains were indeed where the rift between the two worlds was. But it has been smoothed over now. The hidden dangers have been eliminated before being used by the church. This is not a druid. Or maybe it was the White Walkers on the opposite side who did it. But the two worlds healed themselves. Through the memory of the old king, Gu Shanhai could know that the two worlds had rubbed against each other when passing by, and their skins had been scratched and connected together. Only then did a short-term crack open, and then the two sides fought. It was an accident. Neither world thought about a head-on confrontation. The Dragonborn on the opposite side had disappeared. The White Walkers emerged from the cold winter and became a major trend. Even the dragons could not compete with them. On the other side, there were the wise king and the prophet, the ancient times when priests ruled the entire world. And both sides suffered great losses in a fight. So after a brief confrontation, they passed each other, and the wounds healed naturally. Those who stayed in the two worlds could not go back and abandon their hometowns and became foreigners until their descendants integrated into this world. And this castle is actually a replica of the free castle of Valia. The old king stayed here and surrendered to the wise kings of ancient times. Later, after the church rose, he joined the church to cause rebellion, because he was a foreigner. In addition, he inherited part of the dragon's soul from the Dragonborn. So he was hung on the cross and used as a container for the Holy Grail. By now, The dragon's soul had long been consumed, leaving only a small part of his own ordinary soul. Otherwise, how could he kill himself with an unrelenting dragon roar? According to Gu Shanhai's inspection. In fact, after hanging on for so many years, the other party's self-awareness has long since dissipated, and the dragon roar is also an instinctive reaction. Otherwise, no one would commit suicide. It's just that Gu Shanhai was misled by the forum revelations in his previous life. Now it seems that the information on the forum cannot be fully trusted and can only be used as a reference. The next step will be even more troublesome. The opponent's body is too strong, and I can't solve it at this stage. What should I do if I can't get the Holy Grail? The corpse is a good thing, but once the corpse falls into his hands, it is not up to him to deal with it. The real difficulty is how to take out the Holy Grail from the opponent's body. The opponent's physical attribute level is at least level 150 of the boss template. Even if he has a lot of life, he can't reach this level of attributes. At present, his limit state of life is estimated to be about level 100, which is not enough for the boss template. Which type? This is already outrageous. After level 30, the difficulty of level up increases exponentially. Think about it. Players have only reached level 34 years ago, although this development speed is already very outrageous in the eyes of the natives. In fact, for players it is indeed very slow for us. Gu Shanhai didn't know what the upper limit of the player level was. Anyway, he was already at level 9,999 before he was reborn in his previous life. It is said that there are already 10,000 level boss players born, if he hadn't been delayed by preparations for rebirth. Otherwise, he would have been at level 9,999 at that time. It's also level 10,000. At that time, his upgrade not only required a lot of experience, but also required various difficult tasks for each upgrade. Gu Shanhai passed the qualification line every time, and the main rewards were relatively small, so he was too lazy to do it. At that time, he has already farmed the world, although he is still very poor. After all, in addition to level, there are also a series of enhancements such as occupations, talents, skills, equipment, etc. to maintain. To upgrade any one of them will require an astronomical number of resources. If it doesn't work, we can only change the natural channels in a targeted manner to see if we can locate and absorb them. This thing can be done, but I have to find the Holy Grail first. The magic resistance attribute of this old king is a bit high, and the spell cannot penetrate it at all. How about trying to activate it with life force? Various ideas appeared in Gu Shanhai's mind, but he quickly cancelled the plan of activating his life force, because it was impossible to activate a level 150 boss with so little life force in him. The flesh and blood technology needs to be transformed, but I have been dead for a few years, and I don't know if it can be done. The flesh and blood technology from the hands of Lord Shoggoth might have miraculous effects. According to Gu Shanhai's comparison, Lord Shoggoth's wisdom is definitely far superior to that of the old king. That is to say, there was an accident when he crossed the line. Gu Shanhai was not good. Compare strength. You can try it. Maybe you can extract something. Just think of it as a way to study the old king's corpse. Speaking of which, what is the key to restoring the era of high demons? Holy Grail? At this time, Gu Shanhai remembered his purpose. In his guess, the Holy Grail was an energy device belonging to the Lord or an interception device, but he could not confirm it. Next, we have to find a way to fool these people. Otherwise it will be difficult to conduct experiments later. Gu Shanhai looked at the people who protected him. They had stopped talking since he was studying the old king's body. If they really took action now, something might happen. Desecration of corpses is still not tolerated by the mainstream. In addition to being evil, wizards are excluded because of desecration of corpses. In the end, I decided to do it in a portable laboratory. Out of sight and out of mind. They wouldn't do anything to me. It's almost time. Mr. Shanhai, please take a break and have something to eat. You guys go and eat first. Lon Site pushed open the door and entered, interrupting what Gu Shanhai wanted to say, and then ordered the bodyguard to leave. The people left quickly, but Lon Site and Gu Shanhai lagged behind. Mr. Shanhai, I know that you are dedicated to the kingdom, but this time it seems a little bit complicated. Please restrain yourself a little. Lon Site actually couldn't stand what Gu Shanhai did to the old king's corpse. After all, it was a mummy. Although it is magical, it does not mean that it should be so havoc. You want to say that what I did was bad? You only saw the evil deeds I did in front of you. But you didn't see the grand scene in the future. The old king is so powerful that even the sharpest sword cannot hurt his skin. Once he is resurrected or masters the power of the Holy Grail, what do you think will happen? Gu Shanhai said in a cold tone. He was quite good at confusing right and wrong. This. Lancer hesitated. If it weren't for the kingdom of Camelot, why do you think I would take you to the distant mountains in such a miserable way? And have to face a stinky mummy? I play in the palace every day and enjoy. Isn't it great that the status of a marquis brings delicious food and wine? Some things have to be done by someone. You are holding the title of Duke of the Kingdom of Camelot. You don't understand this? This series of warnings directly made Lan Sight feel guilty, and he felt that his awareness was still not enough. Yes, this matter is my fault. If the Kingdom of Camelot obtains the Holy Grail and becomes more powerful, these do not come out of thin air and require your efforts. Mr. Shanhai? Lancer apologized decisively. As long as you understand my painstaking efforts. You go to eat first. You won't need to protect me from now on. I will set up a barrier and take out the Holy Grail from the old king's body through some unnecessary means. You will give me the food. Just some dry food and water will be enough. I will go out and get it myself after eating. Gu Shanhai said as he walked down the slope. This is not possible. What if there is any danger? Lancer refused without hesitation. If Mr. Shanhai is worried, I can come and protect you. This means that everyone is eating from the same pot and will not have the same different intentions as that group of people. But Gu Shanhai shook his head. This is inappropriate. And don't worry. I did not foresee my death. You don't have to believe in my power, but you can completely believe in my prophecy and divination abilities. How could Gu Shanhai let the other party stay? Then how would he enter the portable laboratory next? After some persuasion, Lan Sight finally chose to believe in Gu Shanhai, mainly because Gu Shanhai was too persistent and it was difficult for him to refute. I finally persuaded them to leave. It would be great if there were people from the enchantment system. I would directly modify their thinking. Enchantment spells, also known as enchantment and control spells, can be played in the hands of some players with evil intentions, and they are good at manipulation, hypnosis, and other methods. But even if there were, Gu Shanhai would not really study it carefully. Among the 8 major spells, apart from the prophecy system, he also preferred the protection system, mainly because there were more spells that could be turned into passive skills. After getting dry food and water, Gu Shanhai dragged the cross and the old king's corpse into the portable laboratory. The cross and nails were thrown into the small warehouse, and they became neighbors with the cursed sword of the king, while the mummy was on the operating table in the laboratory. The first step is to see if we can remove some body tissue. The requirements are not high. There should be no dandruff and no hair. We can only do it forcefully. Let's take it from the tongue. Gu Shanhai fumbled for a while, and found that there was no way to obtain many of them because they had become mummies. In the end, I can only try to use a softer tongue. If the tongue doesn't work, change the inner wall of the mouth, etc. After a few more attempts, I will find a way. We have to find a way to update the portable laboratory. It seems a bit outdated. Gu Shanhai was a little helpless. All the gold content of this portable laboratory lies in the word portable, and if the internal equipment and devices are used to study the low magic era. Fortunately, things related to the era of high demons are basically unavailable. Find a world with more advanced technology to update? It's not feasible. We don't have that much time to waste. We can only gradually eliminate them and replace them with various magic weapons. Hey, what do I need a magic weapon for? Why don't I just use a spiritual plant? As Gu Shanhai dealt with it, his mind wandered. As long as his spiritual planting ability was diverse enough, he would not need the various equipment in the laboratory to help him. Well, after my Mark Druid career is completed, I can cultivate new spiritual plants. Last time I said I would cultivate them, but in the end, I didn't have time at all. Chapter 128, Forging One's Own Way with the Lord's Legacy. This feeling seems a bit strange. Gu Shanhai used the talent of natural channels to absorb the energy existing in the Holy Grail. He did not directly incorporate it into his body, but retained it in the natural mark, making it a transit station. As for the body of the old king, he had turned it into a solution long ago. Gu Shanhai had studied this thing, but it was of no use. He did not go into corpse refining. Secondly, as a mummy, the various special abilities retained by the descendants of the original dragon were also it does not exist in the body, but in the soul. So it is just a tough corpse. And because it is a mummy, it does not have any nutrition. If it had some nutrition, He could make it into a physical potion or something similar. But the result was nothing. And he had to deal with it in order to take out the Holy Grail. It's not impossible to keep it. But Gu Shanhai is worried about something happening. It was already 7 months after he took out the Holy Grail. The real difficulty was the old king. He couldn't take out the Holy Grail without getting rid of the old king. During these 7 months, the royal capital once again sent people over. This time it was not just a few dozen people making a fuss, but 5,000 people, directly blocking everything around them. There was nothing unusual in the process. Gu Shanhai had been working indifferently. The Holy Grail can indeed help me condense the 5th level of natural mark. Next, I have to find a way to remove the Holy Grail and restore the era of high demons. Gu Shanhai can also confirm that the Holy Grail has indeed intercepted the energy levels that should exist in the world. These energy levels did not disappear, but were all forcibly sealed. The Holy Grail is the core of this seal. He also had to side with emotion. The man with this huge seal is really a genius. Of course, he preferred not to be human, but to the Lord. The unborn Lord. Whoever benefits is the most suspect. It doesn't matter who else he is. Even if the guess is wrong. It doesn't matter. The master is dead anyway. Now that the overall situation has been decided, any plans have come to nothing. Now the spiritual plant on my body should be able to withstand a 9-level prophecy spell. In the past 7 months, Gu Shanhai has not only been studying how to take out the Holy Grail from the old king's body, but also improving his original spiritual plants and cultivating new spiritual plants, which were cultivated from the birch tree that represents self-healing and rebirth. The self-healing tree gave him the ability to recover. The power tree cultivated from the alder tree, which represents strength, resilience, and determination, gave him strength and defense, and the emotion tree cultivated from the willow tree, which repels depression and sadness, gave him adequate emotional protection. The stability tree cultivated from ash wood, which represents stability and enhances concentration, balances his relationship with spiritual plants. The fairy tree cultivated from the hawthorn tree, which represents magic, protection, and fertility, provides him with additional spell amplification and symbolizes struggle protection. It drives him away. Demonic holly was cultivated as a protective tree for protection. The apple tree, which represents youth, beauty, and love, was cultivated into an immortal tree that provided him with life. The vine, which had the power to release indulgence, lies, prophetic power, and reveal the truth, was cultivated into a tree that could mislead and confuse the calculations of heaven. The false talk tree, the gorse that cleans away evil things and welcomes the new year, was cultivated by him into a purification tree used to cleanse all kinds of negativity. The blackthorn with spikes representing attack became a thorn tree with anti-shock rebound. The elder tree, the source of curses, became a curse. Trees provide powerful curse resistance and curse channels. Self-healing tree, power tree, emotion tree, stability tree, fairy tree, protection tree, immortality tree, falsehood tree, purification tree, thorn tree, curse tree. In 7 months, Gu Shanhai cultivated 11 spiritual plants. In other words, Gu Shanhai only dared to do this when he was in a safe place. Otherwise, he might not dare to do it. Even cultivating these spiritual plants affected the development of his spiritual root abilities. Originally, he was only a little bit close to being able to break through to D level. But due to lack of nutrients, it was much slower. That's right. His superpower has not broken through after such a long time. This is considered a normal situation. It has been getting stronger, but not stagnant. It has a high upper limit. There are still 8 types of druid sacred trees that have not been cultivated into spiritual plants. They should be able to complete them before leaving. After Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while, he felt that he still had a chance. The rest is nothing more than condensing natural marks and constant 9-ring prophecy spells. After completing these 2 steps, this world can basically be regarded as worthless. He doesn't plan to participate in the era of high demons. It doesn't mean much to him. Staying may make him stronger, but it will also induce fatal mutations. For example, he has now completely turned the Mark Druid and the Green Knight into resources. But once the High Demon returns, he may be resurrected because of this. Not to mention that he still has a large number of constant spells, which will be lost due to the High Demon era. If the environment changes, his legal domain cannot resist it. If you don't leave, you might really be left behind. And then the gains will outweigh the losses. What's more, he still has a cursed sword of the king here. It was like a fish in water in the era of high demons. But Gu Shanhai couldn't suppress it. So no matter how you look at it, the benefits of leaving are greater than the benefits of staying. Next, let's condense the 6 natural marks as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Gu Shanhai opened the natural channel to work. According to his estimate, the time required to condense this 5th level natural mark is estimated to be quite long, with an average of 10 to 30 days, mainly depending on whether the natural mark is complex. Fortunately, for him, after breaking away from the initial type plan, time is no longer something he needs to consider. Coupled with the success of cultivating the immortal tree, a spiritual plant, now his lifespan is not lacking. That's it. The trees are almost as if they have just sprouted. After all, there is only so much land, and Gu Shanhai has to think about the future, so he can only let them suffer temporarily. For months passed in a flash, and Gu Shanhai had successfully condensed the 6 marks of the 5th level. This allowed him to finally reach the full level of his mark druid, which was really a bit difficult. Basic mark strengthening, primary mark strengthening, intermediate mark strengthening, advanced mark strengthening. Is this too lazy to make up? Gu Shanhai complained. After his 5th level of natural mark was improved, the first 4 levels of natural mark were also improved. There is a brand new effect, but the name is weird. However, the effect is very good, all of which enhance the effect of all marks, including the 5th level of natural mark. Of course, what Gu Shanhai values most is the basic enhancement in the 1st level. In the past, only the fixed value attributes of the 1st level were strengthened, but now they are also strengthened. The percentage attribute is really the biggest gain. After succeeding in the 5th level of natural mark, Gu Shanhai also obtained 2 brand new talents. One is called Accelerated Evolution, and the other is called Legendary Mark Enhancement. Yes, it belongs to a series. Gu Shanhai really couldn't complain about this. However, it has to be said that under this series of natural marks and mark enhancements, he found that he was a little shortchanged, and his vitality almost bottomed out. It's not that he was stolen, but that he became stronger too quickly. He couldn't keep up with nutrition, and had to drain his life force. Getting stronger was originally a step-by-step process. There was no price to pay for becoming stronger instantly. He was not following an idealistic path. There is no way to soar into the sky once you have an epiphany. Thanks to his strong vitality, it was okay. It doesn't matter if his vitality is short. He will recover if he eats more. He is not a normal person, and he will die if he loses his vitality. Even his prophecies directly cost his life. Lifespan and vitality are worthless to Gu Shanhai, compared to his the kind whose mana is not worth much. If I punch now, no one in the whole world can be my opponent. Moreover, if I reach the limit of Krypton life now, the old king's body will have to be torn apart by me. Oh, I can't Krypton now, because I don't have enough vitality. Gu Shanhai was still very confident in himself. After becoming stronger, he felt a little inflated, but he quickly deflated himself. After comparing his previous life, he understood that he was still a weakling and kept a low profile. Host. After briefly moving his body, Gu Shanhai sat down and continued working. This is just the beginning. The spells are not yet stable, and the remaining 8 kinds of druid sacred trees have not yet been cultivated into spiritual plants. Early warning, Eye of Power, and Retrospective Vision. These 3 are extraordinary. There are only 3 9-level prophecy spells. The early warning spell can warn of upcoming dangers through the 6th sense. The Eye of Power is like the invisible arcane eye but can cast spells through it, and the Retrospective Vision can see the past. These 3 spells are quite difficult, especially the early warning spell and Retrospective Vision. Hey, if I had the Eye of the Oracle combined with Retrospective Vision, wouldn't I be able to see the past, future and present? Gu Shanhai suddenly remembered this matter. It seemed that this was really the case. But when he thought about it carefully, there was a ghost here. Use it. With his current strength, he can't even do it for a second. It's still worth seeing. It is more for investing in the future. Therefore, compared to the Oracle Eye and Retrospective Vision, Gu Shanhai should consider how to deal with the floating eyeball now that he has one more. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 to 5 months. During this period, we can cultivate the remaining 10 druid holy trees into spiritual plants. I don't know if there is enough time. If not, it will take time to crack the Holy Grail. After Gu Shanhai muttered something in a low voice, he got back into intensive work. But it turns out that Gu Shanhai still underestimated the difficulty of these 3 prophecy spells, and it took him a full 6 months. During this period, all the remaining druid sacred trees were naturally cultivated into spiritual plants. The silver fir, which symbolizes flexibility, agility, change and is used to aid in transfiguration, became the agility tree to help oneself change. The gorse flower, which represents the journey and starting over, became the stamina tree. The heather, which has healing powers, was cultivated into the regeneration tree. The protective and durable poplar was cultivated as the endurance tree. The most sacred yew tree was made into the spiritual tree to protect Gu Shenhai from spiritual impacts. The aspen tree, a symbol of evil, was made into a tree of faith to resist darkness. The pineapple tree, which represented clear thoughts, became a thinking tree to keep his thoughts at their clearest and peak moments. Transformed into a swallowing tree that can absorb attacks and negative status to a certain extent. At this point, Gu Shenhai has successfully completed all his tasks in this world. As for the unsealing of the Holy Grail, he also had a clue. He did not need to do this. He only needed to hand over the Holy Grail to Artolis. He was a king and a druid king, and he could easily remove the divine authority. A blockade. The reason why Gu Shenhai couldn't unblock him was not because he was incompetent, but because his identity was not enough. Next, just let them take the Holy Grail back. After Gu Shenhai finished speaking, he walked out of the portable laboratory. Since the last time he went in, he has never come out again. Xiaobai went to get dry food, water, etc., but he didn't eat them. They are still piled up in the warehouse. I haven't moved for a while. I'm really not used to it. This is the longest time Gu Shenhai has spent in retreat. Although the last time he was in retreat on the Weirwood Island in Amit. It wasn't every day. They are all so naughty. At least they still chatted and talked nonsense with Amt. This time there is really no entertainment at all. Pushing open the door of the palace, there is no longer an empty wilderness outside. A large number of people are stationed here, almost forming a small town. When Lon Site saw Gu Shenhai coming out, he immediately went to greet him. It's a little late, so I'll keep it short. The Holy Grail is here. You can escort the things to the capital and hand them over to His Majesty. The rest don't know how to find Merlin. Gu Shenhai said and handed the Holy Grail to the other party. This thing was of no use to him. It would be a waste after leaving this world. The majestic energy inside was not in the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail was just a window. So he took it away. It is impossible to take away such a huge amount of energy. That's why Gu Shenhai did not hesitate to do favors. Wait a minute. Mr. Shanhai, what do you mean? Lancer was a little confused after taking the Holy Grail. It's not interesting. It's just that my time is almost up. My mission is completed, and the rest will be left to you. Gu Shenhai sighed and said with a hint of helplessness in his expression. Don't worry. Maybe one day I will come back. I hope. One day. Gu Shenhai finished speaking in a low voice, turned around and returned to the castle. Lon Site wanted to catch up, but was stopped by an invisible force. After he disappeared, he pursued him in. The castle was empty. No one was there. And Gu Shenhai just disappeared. He held the Holy Grail in his arms, with a complicated look on his face, and then decisively issued an order. Search for me. We must find the Marquis. Although I know in my heart that I may not find anything, I still have to search for it anyway. Even if there is a slight trace, at least there must be an explanation. Chapter 129, A Grand Banquet to See Off. Qing Shanhai, you are leaving? Artolis looked at the Holy Grail in the center of the round table, with a dazed look on his face. His thoughts went back to the time when the two of them had just met. They saw the black cup worth 50 gold coins each, bread, and thought of the scene when the two were being chased. It's been 5 years before I know it, Artolis said with emotion. At this moment, he seemed to have briefly turned back into a human being instead of the power monster king of red dragons. Lon Site did not dare to continue. Merlin frowned at the side. He could not find any trace of Gu Shenhai through prophecy and divination. He was not sure whether it was death or something else. Kai sat aside and looked at the Holy Grail. In his eyes, what value did this thing have that would make Gu Shenhai risk his life? Although he said that he might come back one day, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just a word of comfort. The other party obtained the Holy Grail and paid the price. Mr. Merlin, what do you think? Qing Shanhai said you have a way. Artolis restrained his humanity. As a king, he cannot have human emotions. Otherwise he will develop weakness, hesitation, etc. The Holy Grail is a brand new era, unsealed by your majesty. It will restore the splendor of the ancient times, and everyone's power will break free from restrictions. If fate is the invisible guide to our future, then the Holy Grail is the real future that binds us. Shan Hai's disappearance was most likely caused by crushing destiny and then taking the Holy Grail. He probably did not die, but was expelled from the world, Merlin explained in a calm tone, and then revealed his guess. Outside the world. Artolis didn't know what he was thinking, and then said, "It's like the White Walkers that A.M.T. Greenwood once said." Right. At this moment, Artolis became a little excited. Maybe he could continue to explore the outside world. Your Majesty, I want to make it clear that you have only conquered the land, sea and sky. We have not yet been conquered by you. Our current strength is not enough to conquer these two areas, so let alone conquer other worlds, Moriko said. Pour cold water on it. Artolis also calmed down, but the excitement in his tone could not be suppressed. After the Holy Grail is unsealed, we will have enough power. Right. Shanhaking did it all for this. Yes, Your Majesty. What Shan Hai said makes Callum greater is what he meant. He is already far better than me in prophecy and divination. I only knew this after seeing the Holy Grail, Merlin said with lowered eyelids. Tell me how to unblock it. I will welcome the return of Lord Shan Hai at the top of the world, even if he is expelled from this world. Camelot's iron hooves will set foot in all realms. Artolis spoke boldly. When the knights, druids, and wizards sitting around the round table heard these words, this monster was losing its skin of power, returning to the invincible red dragon that led the charge on the battlefield. When there are no enemies, he will use himself as a balance to become a terrifying monster for all forces. When there are external enemies, the Red Dragon King will lead them to victory. Artolis is a born contradiction, but that does not prevent him from becoming a qualified king. Hold a feast. Use the Holy Grail to carry the wine. Let the knights, druids, and wizards celebrate together, signaling the arrival of a new era, Merlin said. This is a ritual, so Gu Shanhai cannot complete it at all. Just like he has no way to become the Mark Druid and the Green Knight through his own channels. Is it that simple? Artolis was a little unbelievable. He had never thought that it would be this way of unblocking. He thought it would require more complicated rituals. Yes, Your Majesty. We just need to tell the world that a new era is coming. This is a special ceremony in itself, Merlin said. He knew that Artolis was a Dragonbane Druid, but he mostly followed the returnees to learn how to govern the country, balance power, and other things a king should learn. So in fact the divination predicted that he would not. There are too many, and even most of the sacrificial rituals and the like are learned now. Fortunately, Artolis has a strong enough learning ability. Not to mention that not long after he ascended the throne, he led troops on an expedition and was always on the front line. So he didn't actually learn much. Kay, I'll leave this matter to you. Artolis looked at his minister of state and sworn brother. Any key and important matters would be handed over to Kay, whom he trusted most. Handle, just as he had asked Kai to prepare Gu Shanhai's Holy Grail expedition. Now the grand banquet to unblock the Holy Grail was naturally arranged for Kai. Yes, my lord, Kai said immediately. After Artoris asked a lot of questions, he announced his departure. Everyone looked at the Holy Grail in the center of the round table, and everyone had various thoughts in their hearts. Merlin, did you say Shan Hai was really expelled from the world? When leaving, Kai asked Merlin, who was walking with him. Merlin was silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know. It's just a guess. I can't predict his whereabouts or any traces. Perhaps he already knew his fate before leaving, so he chose to take only 30 people with him so that you wouldn't worry about his marriage. This is proof. After hearing Merlin's words, Kay also remained silent. Everything seemed to make sense. Is there no chance? Kai asked again. Did His Majesty ask you to ask? Or do you want to know? Merlin asked. All of them. I don't know. The ability to prophesy and divination is also limited. Merlin answered Kai's words honestly. His previous guess was more to appease people. After hearing this, Kai couldn't continue to ask questions. I'm afraid this matter is over here, and there will probably be no follow-up. Artoris might remember him, but he would only recall it late at night when no one was around. His rationality had suppressed his sensibility from the beginning. As a king, you need to give up a lot of things. They cannot have friends and relatives. If you want a kingdom to be strong enough, then he needs to be ruthless enough instead of indecisive. Huh? I'm finally back. It's really difficult to act in this show. But speaking of it, I really made a lot of money this time. There is no need to take stock of what he has harvested. He has cashed it all. Then I took a look at the high-level world. The Holy Federation turned into an iron-blooded utopia, indicating that He Ling Yun finally became a god on Earth. And the kingdoms of the kingdoms also turned into a dynasty on which the sun never sets, indicating that Artolis, the king of the Red Dragon, the birth of a king, everything developed was no longer the same as in the previous life. Then he looked at the high-level world. There were so many that Gu Shanhai was a little dazzled. Fairyland, martial arts, magic, fantasy, urban, weird, etc. Every world type is available. Speaking of which, I seem to have a blank invitation letter in my hand. Gu Shanhai rummaged through the box and found the blank invitation letter that the plain merchant had brought to him. This is an opportunity. We can't use it now. After Gu Shanhai thought for a while, he put it aside. He didn't plan to bring it into the dungeon world. What if he lost it? There would be no problem if he put it in his room. Besides, if you want to use this blank invitation, you have to use it here. It cannot be used in the dungeon world. This blank invitation letter is intended to be used in the future when you encounter bottlenecks or certain difficulties that cannot be overcome. It would be too wasteful to use it now. Now that there is so much in the world, he can actually pick and choose. Calculating time. The world I was originally in must also be unstable. First era. Spent 10 years swallowing up that modern city. Although the proportion of game time was different, it was still progressing. This has resulted in players being able to use some of their abilities in the real world. Of course, if Gu Shanhai goes back, all of his abilities can be used, unlike players who are essentially under the influence of projection. Next, let's choose a martial arts world to hang out in. People with high martial arts skills and high magic skills were easy to get beaten in the past. It's a good time to go there and cultivate yourself. Gu Shanhai felt that he could no longer be so aggressive, as he would easily suffer from mental problems. Although he has the corresponding spiritual plant, high pressure is not a problem. Okay, let's choose this martial arts world that came out with the kingdoms of the past. Gu Shanhai looked at this world called Two Lines of Jianghu. This world is experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy, gradually transforming from a low level of martial arts to a medium level of martial arts. Because there is no interference from Gu Shanhai, there are no such big changes like the kingdoms of the kingdoms. Therefore, the world energy level is actually not high, and the difficulty is not high, and the main plot is simple. It's just a feud between Jianghu and Jianghu, and compared to the kingdoms where a dragon vein druid was born, the two veins rivers and lakes actually did not shine, and it is estimated that they have been eliminated by players long ago. In the beginning, because the energy level of the world was relatively low, the skills, permanent buffs, and one-time props that increased permanent attributes were actually relatively low level. As the new world opened up, players naturally made a fortune and left. Although the world's energy level is improving, players are too lazy to wait. Wouldn't it be better to go to a better world to get better skills and attribute props? It doesn't matter if the skills are low level and have limited power and effects. Permanent buffs and one-time items with permanent attributes also have an upper limit. It is probably valid within 10 points of attributes, or the buff is only applicable within level 10. After level 10, it becomes worse. Before and so on. It is also normal for such restrictions to be abandoned after they appear. Let me take a look at the information. Gu Shanhai has also collected certain information about this world, but he is not as concerned about it as the kingdoms. After all, in his plan, he has already relied on himself to develop again at this time, and there is no need to follow the rules. The protagonist of this world is simply miserable. After reading the information, Gu Shanhai understood the cruelty of the world. The two rivers and lakes refer to the two powerful sects in this world, the Tian sect and the Demon sect. If the protagonist is a member of the Jianghu, then he really deserves to be unlucky. Once he enters the Jianghu, he can't help himself. But he is not. He is just an official of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court can still barely compete with the Tianzong Demon sect. In addition, there are many sects entrenched in various places. In other words, the Imperial Court returns to the Imperial Court, and the rivers and lakes return to the rivers and lakes. Compared to He Ling Yun and Artolis, he is the real monster. Maybe he has gone crazy a long time ago. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. The young champion is parading through the streets. The middle-aged family is happy, and the family is full of descendants who are over half 100 years old. This was the family situation of the other party 10 years ago. a happy old man. Qing Lu, who compiled books in the Hanlin Academy. Until one day, everyone in the family died except him. It was the Jianghu people who did it. It didn't matter whether it was the Tianzong or the demon sect. What was important was that his family was exterminated for a ridiculous reason. It was suspected that he found a book from the Hanlin Academy. The ultimate secret. It's that simple. When the court saw this, the thunder was loud and the rain was small. In the end, the big thing turned into a trivial matter, and there was no movement. However, he has been compiling books and checking errors in the Hanlin. Later, he became the best in the world at the age of 70. In Gu Shanhai's eyes, this was terrifying because the other party did not initiate the killing. Of course, at this time, the other party has not yet become the best in the world. He is still just an insignificant noble Hanlin who has nothing. Whether it is family or fame and fortune, it seems that he has nothing to do with him. Perhaps this kind of monster can make that damn world a little better? Gu Shanhai chuckled. He saw that having fun was not too big a deal. For him, this is a relaxing thing. And it is fun to break everything. Change your fate? I'm best at this. Following the rules will only cost you a few taels of silver. But only by breaking through the sky can you make big profits. As the saying goes, those who steal the hook will be punished. And those who steal the country will be martyred. Gu Shanhai made Healing Yun and Artolis no longer the same as in the previous life. Think about what he had obtained. The third layer of the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality, spiritual root, and the fourth layer Qilong. These two parts alone contain a large amount of resources, including supernatural powers, spiritual plants, imprinted druids, green knights, and many other things that should not be possessed in the first place. His research and growth are inseparable from a large number of resources. Help. Without the power of the Kingdom of Kalam, would Gu Shanhai be able to get whatever he wanted? This time, he had the idea of being the protagonist again. Changed his fate and added a favor. Isn't it good to make a profit? Why compete with the protagonist just to step on him and get the upper hand? Wouldn't it be more profitable to be friends and invest in his future? Of course, this is mainly because Gu Shanhai does not need the chance to be the protagonist. And it may not necessarily be the case for another person. Because in Gu Shanhai's eyes, the protagonist's growth itself is a benefit. And early investment is the return. Very good. Let's go! After Gu Shanhai chose the target, he entered directly. Task. Participate in the Imperial Examination and obtain Jinsher status. Gu Shanhai looked at the mission and was confused. Chapter 130 High-Level World 2 Streams of Rivers and Lakes. In Shunning City, Gu Shanhai recalled this task with an unlucky look. No matter how he wanted him to participate in the Imperial Examination, it was not a good thing. The main reason was that it took too long. Tongsheng. Scholar. Scholar. Tribute Scholar. Jinsher. Even if you pass the exam once, it will take a long time. So he decisively gave up this task. He only had 2 years of life. And he predicted that divination would consume more than this. Although this time has nothing to do with the protagonist, he knows that this is a staged response. It is not the time for the protagonist to appear on the stage yet. He will appear in more than 10 years. Once he appears, he will be the best in the world. I have to go to the capital this time. And there is no road guide yet. I have to find a way to do it. Fortunately, this world does not have high identity requirements. Gu Shanhai complained. There are not many players in this world now, so it seems to be relatively calm. At the beginning, it was indeed a whirlwind. Gu Shanhai's previous hidden cultivator also happened to avoid this period of time to prevent players from meeting him. Cause those unnecessary disputes again. As the game affects reality, it naturally makes various financial groups, forces, etc. in reality become more and more crazy. And they become more careless in doing things. They will restrain themselves if they cannot be resurrected in reality. But in the game, naturally there is no such thing to worry about. Gu Shanhai, such a wasteful maniac, has disappeared for many years. Players have also forgotten about him. And no one cares about him at all. If you want to go to the capital from Shunning City, you have to go north. You don't need a horse. I have Xiaobai here. It's mainly because it's not good to be so conspicuous on the road. Gu Shanhai was a little distressed by this, but he kept a low profile. Xiaobai was too high profile. Not only does Xiaobai look strong, but he is also very big. With his white body and unique antlers, it is hard not to be attractive. Brother, this deer is really extraordinary. Do you want to sell it? A middle-aged man who looked like a gangster came over and said this. To this, Gu Shanhai naturally refused. I won't sell it. If you want it, you can go find it in the wild. That's such a pity. I'm from the Qingsong sect. Sorry, I'm not a prostitute. I'm just an ordinary scholar. Gu Shanhai interrupted the other party's self-introduction. This made the other party a little unhappy. And in the end, he just snorted and left. What is Jianghu? It is about the entanglement of interests and the sophistication of the world. Fighting and killing must be done in private most of the time. Whether it is Tianzong, demon sect or other sects. Although they eat meat and drink blood, they still have to show off. He has the heroic air of a son and daughter of the world. Gu Shanhai is not worried that the other party will come to entangle him. The so-called Qingsong sect is not a big sect at all. He has made predictions and divination. In this world, the effectiveness of divination is not as strong as in the kingdom world. But he can't stand Gu Shanhai. Shanhai has too many boosts, so it can still be used. As for why, he didn't come to pester him. It was naturally because Gu Shanhai conveniently gave him a fortune-reversing and disaster spell, which made the other party suffer bad luck from the moment he left. Reversal of destiny can not only reverse bad luck and bad luck, but also reverse normal fortune. Then he adds the disaster spell, which is bad luck. I always feel that prophecy is a bit awkward. Most of it is used to reveal, and serious prophecies are of little use. Gu Shanhai complained, but it was normal when he thought about it, because his skill was basically visceral divination. Stop! Thief! Gu Shanhai glanced at the source of the sound and saw on the roof not far away. A woman in white clothes and holding a long sword was chasing a man in night clothes on the roof. Judging from his appearance, he should be a male. The two of them were chasing and escaping, just using Qigong to pass by. And they didn't know where they went. What the H.L. is public security? This kind of thing can happen in broad daylight. Why do you have to wear night clothes in broad daylight? Is there something wrong? Gu Shanhai didn't know what to say for a while. But then again, it's really nice to be able to buy martial arts secrets in bookstores. Gu Shanhai sat on Xiao Bai's back and looked at the martial arts secret books he had just bought, including the internal skill, Pei Yuan Gong, the light skill, vertical leap step, the external skill, iron forging, the sword skill, 5 tiger sword, etc. A series of exercises. As long as you can read and buy a book and practice it, you can basically practice it successfully, because it is written in vernacular, and there is no classical Chinese or anything else. Of course, the prerequisite is to be literate. In this world where the literacy rate is less than 0.001%, this alone will block countless people. Besides, you don't need to have secret books to practice. You also need to have money. The words, poor in literature and rich in martial arts, are not empty words. The first thing to practice martial arts is to have enough nutrition. And secondly, to have enough auxiliary materials. And all kinds of supplies are needed. Taking iron bodybuilding as an example, eating well is the most basic thing. It also needs to prepare various medicinal wines to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Take it orally to maintain the body, etc. Therefore, if ordinary people buy a martial arts secret book and go home, they may not be able to achieve any results even if their family is ruined. It's okay. It has some merits. But that's about it. After reading this large pile of martial arts secrets, Gu Shanhai didn't have many thoughts, and said that compared with his knight heritage, it was far inferior. The knight's heritage in him is considered to be the first level of peerless magical skills in this world. Otherwise, how could he catch his eye? It's a pity that the world is about to change. In the information of past lives, there is a very key point in describing this world. The superior ones practice their minds. The mediocre ones practice their skills. And the fools practice their skills. In today's era, it's all about practicing skills and moves until someone appears from nowhere and becomes a supreme master with a single thought. At this point, the martial arts method of burning mountains and boiling seas appears. That's right. This person is the protagonist. At this time, the world was divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and grandmasters who founded sects and became famous widely. As for the supreme grandmaster, there was only one protagonist, and no one could shake the other's status even later. These are not realms of strength. In fact, there is no accurate division. They are all brought about by reputation. There is no saying that I can crush you as a second-rate person because I am first-rate. You will only know your true strength after you have mastered it. Even first-rate masters will be poisoned, and second-rate masters will be stabbed to death because of their beauty. Although these techniques are useless, They are enough for a mediocre person like me. They can be used to make up for the weaknesses and make my chain energy level better. Don't think about Peerless' magical skills. There is no corresponding information in his memory. Only some introductions to the world's general trends. Opportunities are like floating clouds to him. Unless it is his own. Otherwise it is just random. After walking around, I was ready to leave Shunning City. It was a waste of time to stay here. But the city gates seemed to be closed. And I didn't know what the situation was. Gu Shenhai inquired around and found out that it was Tianzong who took action, saying he was chasing the demon sect disciples. That's right. It was the scene Gu Shenhai saw before. Pingwiki prefers Ji a little bit. I understand. It's good. But it's of no use. Gu Shenhai complained. In this world, even if the Tianzong demon sect and all the sects besieged him together, it would probably be just mediocre. Ji is just a little bit more evil. If the protagonist doesn't appear, who can compete with him? Gu Shenhai is so swollen. And the protagonist of this world has no martial arts at all, and is still an old man in his 60s. It will take at least 10 years for him to become a supreme master. After walking around for a long time, no one knew when the city gate would be opened. Gu Shenhai could only say that the imperial court had no face at all. If Tianzong said the city gate was closed, the city gate would be closed. No wonder the protagonist's family was wiped out. It's just that big things have been turned into small things. Judging from the current situation, there should be a cooperative relationship between Tianzong and the imperial court. But this relationship is dominated by Tianzong. After a long circle, all 4 gates of Shunning City were closed, and a large number of police officers came out to help search for the people of the demon sect. This matter has nothing to do with Gu Shenhai. He asked Xiaobai to find a cooler place to stay, while he began to integrate the martial arts system of this world into his Qing Emperor Sutra of Immortality. This martial arts system was not quite he is qualified to open a separate level, but is integrated into the first level. Yunling. Only if he can become a supreme master through mind training like the protagonist can he be qualified. This was a bit difficult for him. The protagonist's experience was too miserable. No less than the ultimate humiliation of a white man. So Gu Shenhai didn't even think about going through it. And more importantly, he might not be able to practice it himself. Although Xiao Bai's understanding is blessed, Xiao Bai's understanding may not be as good as the protagonist's. Not to mention that he only shares part of Xiao Bai's understanding. Not all of it. Fortunately, you can practice martial arts to the point where you can move mountains and seas without having to train your mind. It is just that it will not be as powerful as the Supreme Master. This is a difficult and high-reward training method in itself. The mediocre and the fool actually correspond to the so-called geniuses and ordinary people. Hey, I seem to have some ideas about this technique. Gu Shenhai looked at his Bagua Zhenlei. Shinchi is a special kind of life force that can promote human evolution to a certain extent. In addition, it can also promote recovery, increase immunity, etc. And between cells, Gu Shenhai was deducing in his mind. And so, he deduced a strange thing. Is this really possible? Gu Shenhai looked at the wisps of thunder radiating from his hand, and didn't know what to say for a moment. You still need to wait. This thing is only suitable for me at the moment, and is not suitable for others. If this is done, give it to the protagonist. How about becoming the Supreme Master? Wouldn't it be better to become the strongest guy at the top of the food chain? As expected, people can't think randomly. If they think randomly, something will happen. The magnetic field guy is indeed crazy. But it seems to match the protagonist's experience. He quickly stopped researching in this area, mainly because he was not a magnetic field expert. If he continued to deduce this, what if something went wrong and he became a magnetic field person? Then there would be a big problem. Based on his own chaotic neutral camp analysis, the bottom line will be broken very quickly after getting started. If AP player joins the magnetic field player, he will most likely change his job to a Lord player immediately. What about neutron extinction and canning? Things like meat are just minor issues. It's not that Gu Shenhai doesn't want to give up on this bottom line. It's just that being too chaotic is not a good thing. He prefers reason. His chaos is only about his fun and interests, not really about his code of conduct. Yo! Xiaobai was chatting with someone in front of him. But the person opposite was a little speechless. Mainly because the other person couldn't understand what Xiaobai meant. Brother, I'm from the Tianzong. No, I'm just a scholar. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do. And don't come to me if you have something to do. Gu Shenhai's eyes twitched. And he was still remembered. Xiaobai was too eye-catching. But he never thought about putting away Xiao Bai. It was just like him. Why should he apologize? He can keep a low profile in this world. But it doesn't mean that he is afraid of trouble. The demon thieves are vicious. I know. But I am not from the Jianghu. Nor from the government. I have neither grudges nor law enforcement powers. It is unreasonable, Gu Shanhai said seriously. The woman opposite looked very beautiful from a normal person's perspective. And beauty meant trouble. And this was only beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. For Gu Shanhai, beauty and bones were just a passing cloud. Xiao Bai stood up and left with Gu Shanhai on his back. After following Gu Shanhai for so many years, he could understand some things even without a mental connection or a verbal reminder. The disciple of Tian sect wanted to talk to persuade him to stay, but found that Xiao Bai had disappeared in 3 or 5 steps. Even if he practiced the best Qigong to perfection, he might not be able to be so mysterious. As a result, she saw something on a white deer. What's even more ridiculous is that this white deer is very big, and it looks bulky at first glance. Could it be the master? Tianzong disciples muttered in a low voice, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the end, they could only leave in a hurry to report to the elders in their sect. When it comes to the world's masters, there are only 2 people, the master of the Tianzong and the master of the demon sect. Gu Shanhai on the side also noticed the strangeness of this Tianzong disciple. He didn't take it to heart at all. Xiao Bai had received serious mount training. AMT looked unreliable. But he had been fighting with mounts all his life. When it comes to dealing with people, practice makes perfect. Not to mention that he has lived for such a long time. So the trained novice will still have no problem. What's more, there is also the former boss Gu Shanhai. Xiao Bai is actually very strong. At least with the charge and trample. Even the top masters, who have not fully recovered their spiritual energy, have to avoid it. At most, the current level is about the transition from the 8 parts of the dragon to the legend of 2 dragons of the Tang dynasty. Senior, I am willing to offer the magic of all transformations. And I only ask that Senior protect this junior. The man in black, wearing night clothes, rushed out and knelt down on one knee to stop Xiao Bai. Dot! Gu Shanhai has a black line on his head. Okay, here comes another one. Chapter 131. You have been strengthened. Come on. He didn't know what the Wanhua divine art was, but Gu Shanhai could sense that this kid was deceiving him. The prophecy spells fixed on him reminded him of this. Not to mention the detection thoughts. Thought probes and probing thoughts on his body that directly read what the other party was thinking. The other party gave him a fake secret book. And he had already hidden the real secret book, waiting for him to get out of trouble first, and then come back to pick it up after the limelight had passed. Oh! No need. You can keep it for yourself. Gu Shanhai read the location of the other party's real secret book. So he should keep it until death. Tianzong belongs to the righteous path, while the other party prefers the lawful camp in doing things, and is more concerned about reputation and face. However, the demonic path of the demon sect is different. He is not a bold person with contrast. He is really the kind of person who commits murder, arson, and deception. He is proficient in everything, just like the guy in front of him. If the other party gave him a real secret book, Gu Shanhai would consider sending him out of the city. However, this guy didn't want to give him the real thing and wanted Gu Shanhai's help. But he also wanted to trick him. If he practiced with a fake cheat book, he would easily the person was seriously injured or even died. This malicious intent is not small. Senior, this is the magic skill of all transformations. Dot! Before the other party finished speaking, Xiao Bai walked around the other party at an extremely fast speed and left. Damn it! I didn't fall for it. The other party looked at Gu Shanhai hatefully, with a look of reluctance. But looking at the police officers surrounding him, he could only stand up and leap forward to leave. He had been injured by Tianzong disciples before. If he hadn't left without hope, how could he have taken the risk? He had just jumped onto the roof. And before he had even taken 2 steps, a roaring sound came from the wind. Before he could react, his whole head exploded. Like a smashed watermelon, the headless corpse fell down. And the people below were also in a mess. This kid is really short-sighted and wants to take revenge on me. Gu Shanhai muttered in a low voice. Didn't he know that he was petty? The coins of the 2-ring prophecy spell Spy Master were originally similar to detection sensors. Gu Shanhai had prepared a lot of them, and now they are used as hidden weapons. Gu Shanhai just made a prophecy casually. This guy was resentful after Gu Shanhai was not tricked by him, so he was ready to retaliate against him. Can he make him retaliate? So I sent him on his way decisively. It is true that the other party cannot threaten him. But since Gu Shanhai has discovered this matter, he must resolve it in advance. Otherwise it will be a disaster if he keeps it. The headless corpse was quickly disposed of and reported to the public. And what happened next had nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. I have to say, this kid is really ingenious in hiding things, and he is not afraid of being taken away. Gu Shanhai looked at the plaque on the brothel, and saw that the other party had hidden the real Wanhua divine art on it, and through magic tricks. He didn't know it. He took it off as soon as he felt it. But he didn't do anything. Since having the magic trick, Gu Shanhai has become much more trouble-free in many things. While flipping through the so-called magic power of all transformations, Gu Shanhai initially thought it was some kind of other skill such as disguise and change of appearance. But it turned out that it was not at all. It was similar to the magic power of transformation, which could transform other people's true chi power. That's it? I thought it was something unfashionable. Gu Shanhai casually threw the technique back. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt with a long sword on his waist took over the magic of all transformations with his elegant qigong. I never thought that the magical power of all transformations that everyone in the world is competing for would not be able to catch the eye of you. Senior, I'm from the Tianzong. The middle-aged man collected the divine art of all transformations, and then began to report to his family. Unfortunately, Gu Shanhai used the interruption skill. I'm not a Jianghu person. Don't talk to me about this. Your little girl closed the city gate for this thing. You can open it now. I have something to do, and I have to leave the city. Of course, the Sifang city gate has been opened. Senior, please excuse me. The other party didn't mind Gu Shanhai interrupting him. This middle-aged man should be an elder of Tianzong or something like that. And he is also a first-rate master in the world. Not to mention his strength. But his eyesight is definitely one of the best. I don't know where I'm going. Senior, if we're going the same way, I can help Senior on the road. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Gu Shanhai was not polite at all. It's none of your business. He really couldn't be considered a fool. He got the secret book, the divine art of all transformations, and the pressure will fall on him next. If there is no way to return to Tianzong as soon as possible, he might be intercepted and killed on the way. When the time comes, no one will know who died in the wilderness. Even if Tianzong wanted to avenge him, he would have no goal. So following Gu Shanhai is a very good thing. The middle-aged man was quite embarrassed when he heard Gu Shanhai's words. And he was also a little angry in his heart. But unlike the demon sect man who showed it on his face, it was suppressed in his heart. As a veteran, he knew how to behave. He could only watch Xiao Bai carrying Gu Shanhai away angrily. After Gu Shanhai left, the original smile on his face gradually disappeared and turned serious. He never thought about taking revenge on Gu Shanhai, which would bring trouble to Tianzong. Unlike the demon sect, the people of Tianzong have a strong sense of identity with their own sect. And their three views are much more upright. And they can be the right way. There is a reason. If you have been hypocritically benevolent and righteous for a lifetime, it is still true benevolence and righteousness. After leaving, Gu Shanhai did another fortune-telling and muttered in his heart. Why is this thing so ordinary and so lucky? This shows that it is possible to encounter a useless thing similar to the Wanhua divine art. If it is to be useful to him, it must at least be Shiji. And this mediocre partial auspiciousness actually does not fall into the category of auspiciousness. Take the divine skill of 10,000 transformations. As an example, Gu Shanhai used this little trick to transform himself into a human being. Everything from his flesh and blood to his soul could be used as nourishment. It's just that since he got involved with the protagonist and became a righteous knight, he always uses this method secretly. It is impossible to give up. Such a useful method has a very formal name, called healing. After leaving the city, Xiao Bai memorized the map. As a qualified mount, it is standard to be able to read maps. This is not Gu Shanhai's standard, but Amak Green Forest's standard. His previous mount, Hurricane Wolf, can look at the map and never get lost. But when Gu Shanhai watched AMT Greenland teach Xiao Bai this part of the knowledge, he understood one thing. That is, being a mount of the Green Knight is really miserable. And the knights also require their mounts to be strong and strong. You have to understand the instructions. And it would be better if you have a tacit understanding. As a result, the Green Knight's mount is even more versatile. But it's normal. The mounts of the Green Knights are actually animal companions. Companions who will follow them for life. Unlike for knights, who sometimes just have mounts. Yo! You're being chased so quickly? We haven't even left the city gate for half an hour. Gu Shanhai complained. What Xiao Bai meant was that the two Tianzong people he met just now were chasing them. Should he wait for them? I'll make a fortune. Gu Shanhai expressed that he couldn't make a fortune when something happened. Is it up to them? Then let's wait and see what they offer to buy their lives. It's good. So it's okay for Gu Shanhai to wait. In fact, if it were a player, the mission would have been triggered at this time. From a distance, he saw the middle-aged man and the woman rushing towards Gu Shanhai, followed by a group of men in black wearing night clothes. Ah! It can't be that the standard equipment of Tianzong is white clothes, and the standard equipment of Demon Sect is black clothes. You guys are leaving this for me to put on my uniform. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. He didn't feel much about it before, but now after comparing it, he realized that this thing is really outrageous. They are all uniforms. Senior, before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he stumbled and fell to the ground. His face turned blue, and he was obviously poisoned. But at this time, he couldn't care too much and said quickly, Senior, please send your apprentice back to Tianzong. I am willing to give you Tianqin pill as a reward. After saying this, he looked like he was almost done. The man in black from the back also rushed over and looked at Gu Shanhai with a fearful expression. Senior, you and I are not in conflict with each other. As long as you hand over these two people from Tianzong to us, we will turn around and leave immediately. That's not good. They bid for a Tianqin pill. As for you, as long as the bid is higher than theirs, I will hand over the person to you. Gu Shanhai said. He is a very fair person, and he will help whoever pays more. He didn't know anyone anyway. The leader of the man in black looked cold. I'll give you a shout out to you. Senior, you have offended my demon sect, and there is no place for you in the entire world. Gu Shanhai's face turned dark. Are people so arrogant now? We all deal fairly, and you actually threaten me. Very good. We have reached a deal, but I have to change the content. Gu Shanhai glanced at the middle-aged man who was about to die, picked him up, and used an all-purpose healing technique to restore his health. This scene caused the expressions of the middle-aged people from the demon sect opposite to change, and they felt a little trembling in their hearts. In their eyes, Gu Shanhai used his extremely strong true energy to forcefully expel the poison, and his volleying hand to capture people was enough to show that his strength was unparalleled. The middle-aged man was also confused. Just now, he saw his dead master coming to pick him up, but he came back in the blink of an eye. He also found that he was being held in someone's hand. Very good. You've been strengthened. Send it away quickly. As soon as he heard this voice in his ear, he found himself rising into the air and smashing into the crowd of people in the demon sect. At this moment, his face changed drastically, but the next moment, he felt an inexplicable force pouring out of his body. At this time, he couldn't care too much anymore. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and used a sword move. He saw the true energy bursting out, and flames, frost, etc. all burst out. Boom! The leader of the demon sect was caught off guard and was stabbed to death by one of his moves. Then he felt a warm current flow into his body from the tip of the sword. The refreshing feeling shocked him, and the energy he had just consumed, the anger seemed to be back again. He understood in an instant that this was Gu Shanhai's doing. So he carried the long sword and slashed left and right like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. Sword move? It's not necessary. With his ability now, these people from the demon sect will be scratched and killed. Thief! Stop leaving! He shouted loudly and chased after them, killing them all one by one. Not only did his strength become stronger, but his speed was also ridiculously fast. Even without using Qin Gong, it was faster than when he used all his strength to run Qin Gong. Several times faster. In less than half a cup of tea, all the people from the demon sect who had been chasing him until he had no way to reach heaven or earth were hacked to death by him. In this regard, Gu Shanhai said that as long as there are enough passives and high enough attributes, moves and other moves are just a cloud. Even if you can move 1,000 pounds in 4 or 2, then it will be thousands or 10,000 tons. No matter how much you can move, it will be useless. Sure enough, it's a bit wasteful to use this aura of mine as a passive one. I need to use some armor spells or military magical powers to make up for it. This is originally part of the legal domain, and it is actually quite wasteful to treat it as a simple passive skill. Thank you, Senior. The middle-aged man felt the power disappearing from his body, and felt that he still had unfinished business. Don't thank me. You pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. Now you can send the person back by yourself. Then give me the Tianqing pill. Gu Shanhai thought that the auspicious sign in his divination should be the so-called Tianqing pill. Without hesitation, the other party took out a wooden box from his arms and handed it to Gu Shanhai respectfully. Senior, please check it. After Gu Shanhai took it, he asked casually, what is the use of Tianqing pill? ×2. Both of the people in Tianzong were confused. You actually don't know about Tianqing pill. It improves your eyesight and calms your mind. It can increase your understanding. You can get an epiphany after swallowing it. Our Tianzong only gets 81 pills per batch every year. The middle-aged man could only explain one sentence. After hearing this, Gu Shanhai no longer felt sleepy and suddenly became energetic. Real? It's absolutely true. But each person can only take one pill. The second pill will not have the same effect. What's the reason for limiting the quantity? Medicinal materials? This is a secret of Tianzong. So I can't tell you. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then said awkwardly, okay, let me change the question. Are all Tianqing pills made from medicinal materials? Gu Shanhai asked again. There are also some dew and treasures to accompany it. The other party also answered sincerely. In other words, what can increase understanding is actually using one or more related medicinal materials as medicine. Gu Shanhai thought this was a surprise. Naturally, understanding is too much for him. At this time, he also suddenly remembered some good things in this world, such as Tianshan snow lotus, broken heart grass, western region datura, and other exotic flowers and plants. For players, these things are of no use anymore, and the attribute bonuses are too low. But for Gu Shanhai, they are very good. After cultivating them into spiritual plants and planting them on themselves, they can not only gain magical abilities, but also be produced as medicinal materials. In the future, I can learn to make alchemy by myself, and I can just pick whatever raw materials I want from myself. True self-sufficiency. So, your Tianzong should have these medicinal materials. Gu Shanhai looked slightly excited, as if he had discovered prey. The protagonist is not short of this amount of time. Anyway, he has already suffered. If he hadn't suffered, Gu Shanhai would have rushed to save him. Now let him continue to be decadent. Chapter 132. This Qigong is so good that it hit the antlers directly. After Gu Shanhai did a hexagram. The hexagram showed good fortune, which made him burst into tears. He had been here for a long time and finally met a good fortune. This auspicious sign is naturally the hexagram after going to Tianzong. It is true that you can find a lot of good plants. Gu Shanhai also got to know the two masters and apprentices. The middle-aged man was called Song Cheng, and the girl was called Chen Lu. The former was an elder of the Tianzong, and the latter was naturally a direct disciple. They came out this time to investigating a certain sect extermination incident, and then discovered the traces of the demon sect. The cause was naturally the myriad transformation divine art. In short, although I caught the tail of the demon sect and successfully obtained the myriad transformation divine art, because of Gu Shanhai, the next step was naturally given to me by the people who supported the demon sect. He targeted Song Cheng and poisoned Song Cheng before taking action to avoid any trouble. Unexpectedly, Song Cheng ran away with Chen Lu. And then he met Gu Shanhai, who gave Song Cheng a halo. And he was completely destroyed with his unparalleled power. After hearing the specific story, Gu Shanhai also fell silent. The security in this world is really bad, and it seems that it is common for families to be wiped out at every turn. If the ancestors of the exterminated family had not been disciples of the Tianzong, this matter would have gone unnoticed. I have a little question for you. On the way! Gu Shanhai held it in for a long time, and finally asked, why does your Tian sect wear white clothes, and the demon sect wears black clothes? Is this an agreement? ×2. Song Cheng thought Gu Shanhai was going to ask about something secret, but he ended up asking such an unreliable thing. Maybe it's a coincidence. Song Cheng didn't have a good answer to this. He really didn't know why. Everyone dressed like this, and it was a convention. Oh, then I can understand that you are wearing white clothes. Is there something wrong with the black clothes of Momin, because they are night clothes? Isn't it more conspicuous in broad daylight? Gu Shanhai continued to ask. Let's cover up people's eyes and ears. Song Cheng didn't even know why his Tian sect wore white clothes. So how could he possibly know why his opponent's demon sect wore night clothes? Are you sure? Gu Shanhai asked. This made Song Cheng feel even more guilty. He didn't know. Well, seeing as you're not too sure, You probably don't know, Gu Shanhai said regretfully, and then asked, at our current speed, how many days will it take to get to Tianzong? Gu Shanhai didn't want to go with him for months. He still had to go to the capital for business. With our pace, we can arrive in more than a month at most, Song Chung told Gu Shanhai directly according to his original arrival time. That's acceptable. But then again, I'll take you back to Tianzong. What price are you prepared to pay? Gu Shanhai said directly. The Tianqing pill was a direct reward for saving them. But now it was another matter. Judging from the current situation, the demon sect will never give up. So there will definitely be conflicts with them in the future. Gu Shanhai will definitely not take action. He will only give Song Chung a halo and let him fight by himself. But even in this case, he will still have to pay. When Song Chung heard this, he was quite embarrassed. The most valuable thing in his body was the Tianqing pill. He was originally going to give it to Chen Lu, but it ended up being used to save his life. The martial arts on his body must not be given away. Without Tianzong's permission, he cannot pass it on to others. Otherwise his martial arts will be revoked. As for other things, he felt that Gu Shanhai must be disdainful. So it was difficult to bid. Senior, if you need anything, just tell me. If I can give it to you, I will die without mercy. Song Chung had no choice but to speak like this. Otherwise what else could he do? TSK, you don't have anything good with you. Forget it. Go to Tianzong first. You can ask your Tianzong leader to get it. If he doesn't give it to you, I can get it myself. Gu Shanhai said that the things do not have to be paid in cash, but can also be borrowed. When the time comes, he will charge interest. Anyway, there is no standard. He can try the lion's mouth later. As a righteous knight, the necessary means are to be good at moral kidnapping and standing on the moral high ground and pointing fingers. As for doing chivalry, holding the strong and supporting the weak, there is no need to learn. This is not good. Song Chungren was numb. Why are you so shameless when you are so powerful? What's wrong? You are on a business trip at public expense. The consumption and losses on the road must be reimbursed by your Tianzong. Listen to my advice and tell your sect leader when you get back that Tang Xinden lost money during the execution of the mission. You don't want your disciples to be without Tianqing pill. Gu Shanhai's tone was bewitching. Chen Lu, who was just starting out, was a little wary. But Song Chung, as a veteran, knew that this was a good idea. And if it was gone, it would be gone. If he wanted it, he could only wait until he had made enough achievements this year before giving it to Chen Lu. Senior, you're just joking. If it's gone, it's gone. Song Chung refused without hesitation. TSK, there's a certain bottom line, Gu Shanhai complained. On the way, he and Song Chung chatted all the time. Song Chung was a little tired, but Chen Lu seemed to have opened the door to a new world. After all, Gu Shanhai's weird remarks did seem to be implementable at first glance. Oh, and it can indeed be implemented, as long as she has Gu Shanhai's strength. No matter how bizarre the behavior is, it doesn't matter. I walked like this for more than half a month, and I met a lot of people on the way. However, as long as they were not from the demon sect, Song Chung could basically pass him by relying on his status as the elder of that day's sect. And he even said something on the way. I drank a lot of wine and meat. It has to be said that these two people are indeed vigilant. They only eat these wine and meat after inspection, and they don't dare to eat them as soon as they get started. But today, it was difficult. They were stopped again. Demon sect. Master Tsayu. Song Chung looked at the handsome young man who stopped them not far away. His expression changed drastically. Oh, Song Chung, the Qingsong sword of Tianzong. You are the one who took the Wanhua divine art of my demon sect. So you can stay here today. Young Master Tsayu glanced at Chen Lu frivolously, and did not put Gu Shanhai at all in eyes. Then what? Why do you, a loot thief, have the nerve to call you a jade collector? Gu Shanhai asked very curiously. Just now, Chen Lu explained to Gu Shanhai who this so-called jade collector was. Let's just say, you should come up with a nickname that suits your profession. For example, Wanli Xing alone would be good. The highlight is the word Kuai. Gu Shanhai thinks that loot thieves should not be arty. There is nothing elegant about bad guys being innocent. Young Master Tsayu looked gloomy, thinking that he was also a first-rate master in the world. Although he had heard that this man might be a master. When he met him, he found that he was too young. A master must be at least 50 years old. So in his eyes in this case, Gu Shanhai was just a man seeking fame and reputation. And Song Chung used it as a smoke to confuse others. For a moment, there was malice in his heart. And as he stepped forward, he was heading towards Gu Shanhai like a ray. Huh? Xiao Bai's eyes widened when he looked at the person coming over. This must be too arrogant. Ever since, he raised his head and was pierced by a deer antler. And he was pierced into a bloody gourd while he was still in midair. This is impossible! Feeling the severe pain in his chest, Mr. Tsai was not only confused but also unbelievable. He was actually stabbed to death by a deer. I thought that only a few people could match his qigong in this world. But now, he was easily mastered. Yo Hulu! Xiao Bai shook his head. And the Jade Master was torn in half by Qiao Jin. As a deer mount, AMT Green Forest naturally conducted corresponding combat training on Xiao Bai's horns and hooves. On the battlefield, it is natural to use the greatest advantage. And the deer's advantage is naturally these two. Xiao Bai, can't you be more hygienic? How can I clean you up if your flesh and blood is leaking? Gu Shanhai felt a little bit hacked up. For him, this matter was really a big trouble. You must know that Xiao Bai's horns are not as simple as those of a sika deer or antelope, but are intertwined like a crown, and are still extending backwards. Now, all of a sudden, the gaps are difficult to clean. After Mr. Tsai heard Xiao Bai's name, he couldn't swallow his breath, and was so stunned that he refused to close his eyes. After all, it was a shame to die on the horns of a deer named Xiao Bai. Song Chung and Qin Lu also felt bad for a while. The famous jade collector was gored to death by antlers. No one in the world would believe this. But the fact has already happened, and it is useless to deny it. What's even more ridiculous is that Gu Shanhai actually called such a big deer Xiao Bai. How small is this? Gu Shanhai helplessly cleaned the flesh and blood stains on the little white deer antlers. This thing had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise it would not be so easy to deal with once it dries. I'm telling you! Don't use antlers next time. I'll have to clean you up for half an hour this time. No! Let's use charge or trample instead of piercing. It's too difficult to clean. Gu Shanhai rambled while dealing with it. Xiao Bai also kept saying that this was not its pot. In fact, the other side was too fragile. If it charged or trampled, it would splash all over itself, making it even more troublesome to clean up. Ah! Yes! Yes! You can't control your strength to use so much force? Yo! Song Chung and Qin Lu watched Gu Shanhai and Xiao Bai singing together. But they were still confused and couldn't understand what Xiao Bai was saying. They just saw that Xiao Bai looked a little bit humane. They had seen some intelligent animals, but they had never seen such a smart one who could argue with Gu Shanhai. Okay, I understand. Please be more careful next time. It's really unlucky. Gu Shanhai looked at the corpse on the roadside and cursed a little. You can't scold Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is his own deer, so he must scold outsiders. Senior, you seem to be able to understand what Xiao Bai said? Qin Lu hesitated before asking. Yes. You little girl still lacks experience. You will understand when you have more experience in the future. Gu Shanhai said perfunctorily. With more experience, will I be able to understand animals? No. You can understand that the gap between humans is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Gu Shanhai didn't intend to give her chicken soup, so he made a very bad and unreliable metaphor. Qin Lu also didn't expect that Gu Shanhai would actually say this, and he almost broke his guard. Fortunately, the psychological quality is still there, and there is no gap. Ahem. Senior is a strange person. What's different is that he is young. Who told you that I am young? Your combined age is not even a fraction of my age. Gu Shanhai interrupted the other party. This is true, counting his past life. Even if he has no memory, he has actually experienced it. So he is really old. Senior is really good at keeping good looks, Song Chengqian said with a smile. And he understood in his heart that it was no wonder he was so strong. The co-author was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. He took stock of the strength of his sect master and Gu Shanhai in his mind. Time is also not easy to divide. That's a nice thing to say, but it's a pity that time is not forgiving. Gu Shanhai did not deliberately maintain his appearance. For him, appearance is just a skin. But having said that, are you going to touch the corpse? Although this thief is a bit weak, he is still a top-notch master in the world. There might be something left. Gu Shanhai pointed at the corpse. Seeing this, Song Chum also took action. He still loved his apprentice. After rummaging around, he found some bottles, jars, hidden weapons, broken silver and the like. What are they? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. Some obscene medicines, and some things used in the boudoir are just shameful. Song Chung sighed. He had already been mentally prepared for what he could get out of a prostitute. Let me take a look. Gu Shanhai asked for it, and then smelled it. Not to mention, it was quite refreshing. Hey, these medicines are still good. If used in the right way, they are very good for nourishing the kidneys, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and warming the inside and outside. You just need to use the right amount. They are probably auxiliary medicines for the other party's practice, but they just happen to be used here. There is a way. Gu Shanhai was surprised to find that these were actually good medicines. The effect is a bit wrong. These medicines alone cannot achieve the effect you mentioned. I guess they still need the other party's martial arts to cooperate. These are mutually reinforcing. Taking too many tonics will make you dry at best, and some undesirable effects will not occur. So this effect is actually the effect of the Jade Master's martial arts. This demon sect is worthy of being a demon sect. But this good medicine turned into such evil medicine in their hands. Song Chung did not doubt Gu Shanhai's words, because Gu Shanhai had no need to lie to him. Okay, put the things away. Take them back, and let your Tianzong doctors or alchemists study them. Maybe they can get something good for you. Gu Shanhai threw it back to the other party casually, and then Xiaobai got up and carried him away. Seeing this, Song Chung could only accept it first, although he still felt a little uncomfortable. The three of them set off again. After the death of a first-class master like Mr. Sayu, the demon sect will also disappear a lot. The Wanhua divine art may have value, but its value is definitely not as much as the loss caused by the death of a first-class master. Chapter 133. Who spread this rumor? Tell me how much I can extort from your Tian sect if I use your sect leader as a hostage. Gu Shanhai's mind twitched, and he suddenly thought of a very punishing method. Song Chung was shocked. You can kidnap our sect master if you have nothing to do. But can you not say it here? The Tianzong disciples on the side all took out their swords, suspecting that a Tianzong elder like him had rebelled. Put your sword away. Senior is joking with us. Song Chung said a little tiredly. They had now arrived at Tianzong and were heading to the main hall. When I arrived, I had already arranged for the disciples to report to the sect master, and they would meet Gu Shanhai next. He didn't want anything to go wrong here. During this period of time on the road, he had become more accustomed to Gu Shanhai's idea of jumping from time to time. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai is too busy. If he had been busy perfecting his skills before, he would not have had the time to joke with others, let alone perform any weird operations. The Tianzong disciples were a little hesitant, mainly because what Gu Shanhai said was too shocking. Yes, I'm just joking. If I really want to blackmail you, I don't need to kidnap your sect leader. I'll just say it and say, okay. If you don't give it to me, I'll just kill you from the mountain to the bottom. Gu Shanhai said seriously. Senior, please don't add fuel to the fire. Song Chung smiled bitterly, thinking to stop Gu Shanhai, and then scolded. Put your sword away. Otherwise people will see that my Tianzong's hospitality is so rude. Wouldn't that make people laugh at you? Seeing this, the Tianzong disciples put it away angrily. But having said that, don't you think it's unlucky for you, the Tianzong Yishui, to be white? Gu Shanhai complained again. This time he really saw it. From the outer disciples at the foot of the mountain to the inner disciples on the mountain. They were all wearing white clothes and carrying swords. They looked quite handsome. But when there were more people, they all wore matching clothes and gave it to Gu Shanhai. An illusion of school uniform. Tianzong Vocational and Technical College was hammered. Song Chung knew that Gu Shanhai would definitely ask this question, but he couldn't answer it. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll ask your sect master then. By the way, if you meet your fellow apprentices when you wake up at night, will you be so frightened that you change your pants? Gu Shanhai changed the topic again. The Tianzong disciples on the side couldn't stand it. These were all weird questions, so they could only look at them as if they didn't hear them. The difficult time is always so long. Gu Shanhai has a series of questions, such as whether his hair hangs down and he has to lift it when he poops, whether he feels heavy when he takes out 1,000 taels of silver in his arms, whether he has tried drinking cold water, and whether half-cooked soybeans can speed up Qigong. A series of problems made this group of young heroes, who were still in training, a little unable to support themselves. Fortunately, they finally went up the mountain. Song Chung saw with his own eyes that many of the disciples who had been questioned by Gu Shanhai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they stayed like this for a while, They might be embarrassed and have problems. As long as Gu Shanhai is not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed.
Hey, the aging of your Tianzong is serious enough.
Gu Shanhai looked at the leading old men and said something sarcastic again. The faces of several disciples on the side also darkened.
How dare you speak such arrogant words?
An elder immediately scolded Gu Shanhai with a look on his face.
Song Chung, you saw it. He was the one who attacked me first. If I beat him to death, he would be seeking his own death.
Gu Shanhai felt that he was indeed quite rude. But he couldn't resist his double standards.
Wait, senior, you have something to say. Say it carefully.
Cold sweat broke out on Song Cheng's forehead. He could tell that Gu Shanhai had been trying to find a reason to get angry.
Okay, he apologizes to me first, and I will say it properly. Otherwise, I will take out the knife.
Gu Shanhai said that it was okay. But looking at the other person's fierce temper, there was a high probability that he would not bow his head.
Elder Shi, apologize to this Grandmaster Lu.
The leader of the Tianzong sect spoke.
I'm sorry. I was blind.
He was so fierce just now. But now, he apologizes directly. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai's heart nearly burst out of his throat. This position is a bit high. If the opponent would rather die than bow down, Gu Shanhai would only admire the opponent's toughness and then beat the opponent to death. But the opponent can actually bend and stretch, which shows that the other party is not obviously brainless.
What the H.L. is the title of Grandmaster Deer? I'm not Madoka Shikama.
Gu Shanhai felt that this name was a bit unpleasant.
Ride a deer for 8,000 miles. And there is no one in the world who can defeat you. Your name as the Deer Master is spread all over the world.
The head of the Tianzong said with a smile.
Please come this way. The three of us combined haven't traveled 8,000 miles.
Gu Shanhai couldn't complain anymore.
And since when did my reputation become so big? I think I keep a low profile on the road. Grandmaster Lu is not Loki at all. Young Master Sayu.
Old Man Xie Xing. Old Man Shi. Smiling Buddha and other first-class masters of the demon sect. Not to mention that they have passed a move in your hands. And they have even passed a move under your mount. There are not many people to recruit.
There was a different emotion in the Tianzong leader's tone.
TSK. Who would have thought that the demon sect could be so strong? I thought I could kill them. But I didn't expect them to come one by one. If they surrounded me and beat me, then they wouldn't be able to escape even with one move from me.
Gu Shanhai sighed first. After a moment, he chuckled and then said, when everyone in the Tianzong heard this, they felt that Gu Shanhai was arrogant. He didn't even dare to solve the problem with one move when their Tianzong leader was besieged by so many first-rate masters. How could a person who was so-called praised and killed by the demon sect dare for this news to spread so quickly? It was natural that the demon sect was adding fuel to the flames. What they wanted was to use flattery to get Gu Shanhai to be hunted down. But he didn't expect that Gu Shanhai was so capable. One of them would die, and two of them would die. This made his reputation even greater. As for the strength, it's not bad. Barely the same as Set and Esalen and Lahan Duer. If the original Gu Shanhai was really embarrassed. But now Gu Shanhai has spent a lot of time and consumption, with a large amount of resources developed. Beating them is easier than beating children. After all, children have to consider adults. But no one dares to beep at these people even if they are dead. After following the Tianzong sect master into the main hall, Gu Shanhai slowly got off Xiao Bai's back and sat on the second seat. Of course, the main seat was occupied by the Tianzong sect master. How could anyone take the lead seat when visiting other people's homes? Master Lu came to visit our Tianzong. He is not planning to come to play. The Tianzong master said this humorously. No, I don't like fighting. It's best to resolve the fight. Gu Shanhai said a famous quote from his father. That's good. We are already famous in the world. So it's not good to act randomly. In this regard, the head of Tianzong also followed suit and said, so this is the bill. Will any of you reimburse it? Gu Shanhai said, taking out a list from his pocket. This made the Tianzong leader a little confused. Mainly because Gu Shanhai's thinking was too fast, which caught him off guard. Then he motioned to an elder to take it over and see what it was. I wonder what the bill is. The Tianzong leader asked. Since he was here, of course he asked directly. It's the cost for me to protect the elders and disciples of your sect back. From the initial personal safety fee to the later management fee, car fare, water fee, etc., as well as the resulting late fees. Don't worry. We are so familiar. I will arrive, I'll give you a 90% discount. Can I still trick you? Gu Shenhai very kindly explained the general situation of the bill to the head of Tianzong, and also picked out a few cases as evidence. The leader of Tianzong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. After living for so many years, he never thought that there would be someone with such a clever name. The elders on the side were also embarrassed after reading it. The main reason was that the things Gu Shenhai mentioned were just a drop in the bucket in the eyes of their Tianzong. The main reason was that they were troublesome and rare. For example, Millennium Ginseng needs to be unprocessed and alive. So where can they find it? If they just want Millennium Ginseng, giving it to them is not a problem. Another example is the Central Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Let alone others. The Snow Lotus simply cannot live that long. Of course, the year is usually not a problem. The problem is that Gu Shenhai wants to live. These plants are processed into medicinal materials, not only dead but also dried. Therefore, he had no choice but to hand such a strange list to the head of Tianzong. The head of the Tianzong frowned after reading this. Ahem. Grandmaster Lu. Our Tianzong is not short of the things on the bill. But we can't give them. The Tianzong leader put the bill on the table. The first thought in his mind was that this so-called bill was just for the other party's use. To deceive others. What they really want must be something else. I know. What I want are plants. You have all become medicinal materials. It doesn't matter. I can wait. You can collect them and send them to the capital for me. That's it. Gu Shenhai said that it doesn't matter. Just as the head of Tianzong said, I think it's just that I'm not trying to hide it from others. But I'm just trying to advance while retreating. And let them help me collect it. He doesn't want much. Just one plant of each kind. The value is not expensive. And even the year difference doesn't matter. In that case, I will leave this bill with my Tianzong. When I collect it the next day, I will send it to Grandmaster Lu. The head of Tianzong agreed. And then asked, I wonder what Grandmaster Lu is doing in the capital. Could it be that you are visiting a friend? It's just a visit to relatives. Gu Shenhai said in a very calm tone. As soon as these words came out, the Tianzong leader's expression became fierce, as if he wanted to read something from Gu Shenhai's ancient and calm face. Could it be that Grandmaster Lu is still from the royal family? The head of Tianzong took a sip of tea and asked tentatively, How can I have such a blessing to reach the status of a human being and a royal family? My nephew became the #1 scholar on the gold medal list last year. Later, there was no news. I don't know whether he is dead or alive or just for the sake of wealth and honor. He forgot about my poor relative. Just an old man. When Gu Shenhai said this like a young man, something seemed wrong. Oh, I have an impression of the people who have been named on the gold list in recent years. I don't know which one Grandmaster Lu is talking about. I may be able to get some details. The head of the Tianzong asked curiously, which kind of person could actually be like Gu Shenhai? It's related. I forgot. It's been a long time. At least 30 years. Gu Shenhai said with emotion. Well, even if he is the proud man of heaven, he is already an old man now. And he is probably no younger than him. The head of Tianzong. This made him look for someone, thinking it was someone from recent years. This is really a long time ago. The head of the Tianzong responded. Otherwise, what else could he do? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Get the items on the bill for me first. I've already come. Don't let me leave empty-handed. Gu Shenhai changed the subject and changed the topic directly. Tone. Since Grandmaster Lu said so, it's not a valuable thing. Let's go take a look at it in the warehouse and collect as much as we can. At this moment, the head of Tianzong suddenly felt that Gu Shenhai's structure seemed a bit small. That's it. It was actually worth him coming in person to order something. However, he didn't show any contempt or disdain. When he reached his position, he was often more out of touch with the world because his position was too high. If it weren't for Gu Shenhai, only the master of the demon sect would be on an equal footing with him in the world. And he wouldn't even look down on the current emperor. The control of power often makes him unable to control himself, even if he is known as a master in the world. The sect master is so generous. I originally thought that if you didn't agree, I would blackmail you by going all out. Gu Shenhai also said in a novel way. He doesn't have a favorable impression of Jianghu sections. As for being short-handed when it comes to taking advantage of others, as long as he doesn't feel upright and is strong, he won't have any psychological burden. Just saying that. Don't you want me to claim the title of someone who has ridden a deer for 8,000 miles and is unrivaled in the world? Gu Shenhai asked with a hint of curiosity. We've weighed in. I'm no match for you. The head of the Tianzong didn't hide anything. As soon as these words came out,
All the Tianzong elders and disciples present went crazy. For them, the Tianzong leader is the number one. Now that he personally admits that he is not as good as Gu Shanhai. This is equivalent to directly confirming this demon sect legend. Rumors.
You are very good. You can reach a higher level in the future.
Gu Shanhai lowered his eyelids. His tone was like an elder giving guidance to the younger generation. Losing is not terrible. What is really terrible is that you still refuse to admit defeat, and do not learn from the experience of failure. The opponent's courage alone shows that he will still be the leader of the righteous path in the future era of spiritual energy recovery. And he is not just in vain or just. He understands power. And his opponent is also a master of martial arts.
I practiced a new skill on the road. If I don't lend a hand, it might be of some help to you and me,
Gu Shanhai said abruptly. The Tianzong leader's expression did not change. But he said,
I don't know what I asked for. I wonder how long Master Lu has been thinking about this move. 8,000 miles.
Gu Shanhai teased, using the magic sect's praise for him.
This is really true.
The leader of the Tianzong didn't know what to say about this. Can you usually really have such confidence? Ordinary people practice moves day and night. And only in the constant cold and heat can they improve. Let alone this new move.
Why? You think my move is too short? It's quite long. But I'm afraid Tianzong like you can't bear it.
Gu Shanhai looked at the other party's appearance and joked. Chapter 134 The three-color lotus gives birth to the seven treasures heavenly flower.
The attributes are too low. I would have suppressed him if I had known.
Gu Shanhai rode Xiaobai down to Tianzong at this time. The main reason is that he accidentally broke the head of the Tianzong leader before. His new move is indeed very new. The butterfly-piercing flower hand formed by combining the martial arts of this world is actually okay in close combat. The main reason is that his attributes are high and with many bonuses. The talent formed by the combat skills of the Green Knight and the Mark Druid, coupled with the constant blessings of critical strike, sure strike, bloody rage, etc. from the prophecy system. His melee damage is also outrageous. Not only did he break the man's bones with one move, but he also broke the table. The scene was quite embarrassing. So Gu Shanhai could only quickly grab his things and leave.
Speaking of which, is this the only thing I picked up along the way?
Gu Shanhai looked at the things he had collected. Ginseng, deer antlers, Ganoderma lucidum, and Polygonum multiflorum were all processed medicinal materials that could not be grown.
Wait a minute. I seem to have misunderstood good fortune. Maybe this good fortune does not mean that I can harvest exotic flowers and rare plants, but that I can become famous?
Gu Shanhai suddenly reacted and felt a little bit hacked in his heart. Under normal circumstances, Gu Shanhai's divination prophecy will only make in-depth predictions for bad things, while he will let things go as they wish. Divination itself is a kind of prediction after his own choice. So he will only conduct in-depth divination if he wants to make changes. If he knows that it is auspicious and then conducts further exploration, it will affect his judgment and lead to final changes. Hexagram image. But the evil is different. If he wants to change his life, he has to change his choice. So he needs to know the answer in advance. It turned out that this time it was good. He got something he didn't really need at all. In the world of martial arts, reputation is indeed a hard currency. Even the classification of Jianghu people is mainly based on reputation. What is first-rate or second-rate strength is secondary. You have to have enough reputation to count. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, and you are not famous, you will only be of a lower level.
The reputation of being the best in the world is indeed worthy of the opportunity of auspicious hexagrams.
Gu Shanhai was a little dumbfounded. What a big deal this was. As for why it only counts when he reaches Tianzong, he must be certified by the head of Tianzong.
I don't know what kind of medicine the leader of the Tianzong is selling in the gourd today, but he actually tricked me so easily.
Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes, and he could actually tell that the other party seemed to be using him to transfer the world. Attention. Although the other party really lost, the loss was worthwhile. In about 10 days at most, his reputation will spread all over the country. The Tianzong demon sect worked together to help him promote his reputation, which was definitely not low. Everyone in the demon sect was probably confused as to how Gu Shanhai could really become the best in the world.
Then why should I keep a low profile now? I can't really pretend to be the protagonist's uncle,
Gu Shanhai complained. He thought. But the style of the painting didn't match it. The protagonist is already 60 years old, and his appearance has been stagnant for many years, which is really outrageous. And doing so will also cause a lot of trouble. This is the ability to stay young forever, rejuvenate, etc. Because once he acquiesces, it means that his martial arts has such a powerful ability. All the princes will come in droves. These people don't need to practice martial arts. But if they were facing longevity, anyone else would be crazy. They would not believe that Gu Shanhai could develop such strength in just a few years, and would rather believe that Gu Shanhai was an old monster with good looks.
It's just that. It seems that I really have the ability to live forever.
Whether it is the plant symbiosis of the Green Knight or the eternal youth and immortal body of the Mark Druid, this situation can be achieved to a certain extent. Even more outrageous, Gu Shanhai was able to gain immortality by relying on the vitality in his body.
Forget it. Let's talk about this later. I'll go to the capital and see if I can pick up some exotic flowers and herbs on the way.
Gu Shanhai's thought of being the #1 in the world might be useful, but he might not be able to keep a low profile in the future.
Maybe I can also brush my face.
Tisk. Gu Shanhai is optimistic. Otherwise, what else can he do? For him, this is also a kind of intangible capital. If something happens in the future, you can still come up and give me some face. Maybe someone with the face fruit ability can do it.
First of all, let's do some divination to see if there are any unknown exotic flowers and plants along my way.
Gu Shanhai directly made a divination calculation. This is actually the first time he has conducted such directional predictions. In the past, he always calculated good and bad luck because the two people had relatively few lives. It was like actively seeking something that suited him and further exploring the lifespan consumed. Big. Checking one's own good or bad fortune is a necessity in one's life. And the opportunity to take something that does not belong to one is a price that must be paid in life without forcing it. After paying for his lifespan, he forced it to have a fate with him. The higher the value of the chance, the more lifespan will be deducted. In the last world, Gu Shanhai had no shortage of opportunities. In the end, he overturned the table. So it didn't matter. Now he just wants to get some exotic flowers and plants. Gotta spend. Of course, this is still ownerless. If you want to get it, such is the protagonist's destiny, you not only need to pay for your life, but also need help to survive the disaster. Otherwise, if you take it directly, you will be dragged into filling the hole. It is precisely because of this that Gu Shanhai rarely intercepts opportunities through prophecy and divination. I remember when he took Artolis' sword in the stone gold. He didn't see that in order to escape and run away, he directly killed the unborn master. This was a situation where he could kill the creditor. But he couldn't kill the creditor. He is probably still working under Artolis to pay off his debts. Therefore, when Gu Shanhai takes things, he pays for his life if he can. And if he can buy it with money, he buys it with money. If he can't, he can just barter. Free things are always the most expensive. It is best to have a sufficient reason. And it must be a defensible one. The bill to Tianzong may seem cumbersome, but in fact it is not worth much. Those expenses and values have also been calculated by Gu Shanhai. He actually wanted to play prostitute with nothing but a white wolf. But unfortunately his strength didn't allow it. And when his strength allowed it, he actually didn't like this trick anymore.
Found it. From here to the capital. Is there the only one that meets my requirements?
Gu Shanhai quickly calculated a result. This shocked him a little. Was it because his conditions were too high?
Forget it. Now I don't need ordinary spiritual plants, but spiritual plants that meet my needs.
These types of plants are classified as natural and earthly treasures. Naturally, they are not that easy to appear. This world is not a world of high martial arts. So it is impossible for them to be all such natural and earthly treasures. Of course, in the world of high martial arts, they can be enlarged in the same proportion. If so, it also belongs to the highest level of natural materials and earthly treasures.
It's just a little far away,
Gu Shanhai muttered quietly.
Fortunately, it's a lotus seed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to harvest such a big lotus.
On the edge of a wilderness quagmire, Gu Shanhai waited for time quietly. He had previously calculated that the exotic flowers and plants that met his requirements were the lotus seeds of the tricolor lotus in front of him. They were in the seed stage where small plants could be obtained in the near future. And it has sufficient potential, medicinal power and nutrition. For medicinal materials, sometimes potential can be equated with medicinal power and nutrition. Of course, the most important thing is that it is an ownerless thing. And since no one is fighting for it, and it is far away from the busy city, this is not a problem.
What I need is just one of the lotus seeds, not the whole lotus. I have to find a way to speed it up. Otherwise, I will have to wait for 3 days and 3 nights.
Gu Shanhai complained. Naturally, everything cannot be like him. You can get what you want as soon as you come. But 3 days is actually considered a short term. After further investigation of this tricolor lotus, the corresponding plant nutrients were quickly prepared.
This lotus seed should be a rare flower belonging to the new generation. It seems to be the Qibao Tianhua.
Gu Shenhai quickly found the corresponding information from this clue. This is the information native to this world. He looked at it on the way past. This world is a place where spiritual energy has been revived. So it naturally has some of its original inheritance. But a lot of it has been dissipated due to the decline of spiritual energy.
Because the spiritual energy concentration gradually matches, it is evolving back.
Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in this world is different from the spiritual energy he used for cultivation. Although the names are the same. At most they are different people with the same name. There are so many people called Reiki, but they can't all be destined to him.
The medicinal value of Qibao Tianhua is extremely high, and it is a top-notch treasure even in the era of high martial arts. No wonder it meets my conditions. This thing can be used as the main ingredient of the elixir. Speaking of which, do you want to learn some alchemy and medicine? After planting it on me, it will be like a leek. It will replenish the vitality of the spiritual plants and increase their lifespan. It just so happens that I will take the medicine to grow directly.
Gu Shenhai thought of the drug-taking branch of a Krypton gold stream in his previous life. He really had a golden elixir in his belly. And his fate was determined by fate. As for things like relying on elixirs to increase strength, which will lead to inflated strength and unstable foundations, they simply don't exist. People call it Krypton money flow. For players, there is nothing that can't be solved if money is thrown out. The money dispersed by the Krypton gold flow is not the currency of the modern world, but the real game currency in
the first era,
which belongs to the hard currency of all worlds. Gu Shenhai also tried to go through the Krypton money flow back then, but later he ran out of money. But his strength actually became stronger. Just like riding a rocket. He didn't have the conditions before, so he didn't think about this idea now. Now that the conditions have matured a lot, coupled with the previous situation of Tianqin pill, this idea came up. He didn't get the formula of Tianqin Dan, but he did find out some clues, such as what the main ingredient is. Yes, it's the old-fashioned Tianshan snow lotus, which is probably 100 years old. It's not the Tianshan snow lotus that has lived for 100 years. Because when the martial arts is low, this thing can't live that long. The 100 years of Tianshan snow lotus refers to 100 years after it has been used as a medicinal material. Gu Shenhai even doubted how much nutrition this thing would have left. There is also the 1,000-year-old ginseng, which is probably a bit watery. Not to mention whether this thing can survive for such a long time. Even if it can survive, it is probably already woody. Whether it can be used as medicine is one thing. Then he thought about the elders in Tianzong showing off to him the 10,000-year black iron, the 100-year cold iron, and so on. If he hadn't been of good quality at that time, he would have laughed out loud on the spot. What are these things? When he goes to the mine and digs up any stone, the age is longer than those of theirs that are 10,000 years or 100 years old. As long as there is no year added, Gu Shenhai will be shocked. But he had to add a year, which made him unable to complain. Of course, these materials should be good things. But they don't know, so they added the year. It's mainly because they don't understand these that they have fun. Obviously the players have not had much impact on this world. Probably because the benefits are too small.
It's done!
Gu Shenhai watched as he injected nutrient solution and used a trace of the talent of accelerated evolution given to him by the 5th level of the natural mark, compressing the time that originally took 3 days and 3 nights to 3 minutes. From the lotus pod, he took out a 7 treasures lotus seed.
Very good. Here we are. Cause and effect are clear. I will protect your life. You give me this lotus seed.
Gu Shenhai said to this 3-color lotus. The 3-color lotus itself is a kind of exotic flower and grass. But it has produced the 7 treasures heavenly flower. If Gu Shenhai hadn't taken the lotus seed away, it would have been sucked dry by it, and turned into the warm nurturing 7 treasures heavenly flower. Nutrients for China's growth. Although the 3-color lotus had no consciousness or consent. It was okay when both parties reached an agreement. What's more, Gu Shenhai also compensated a bottle of plant nutrient solution, which not only restored its vitality, but also rejuvenated it. If Gu Shenhai had chosen this 3-color lotus, he wouldn't have had to go to such trouble. He could just plant it on himself. Even the flowers were his, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Unfortunately, they were too big. Gu Shenhai's my body is limited, and I cannot grow so many plants. So I have to pick and choose. After taking it away, Gu Shanhai directly planted it in his body. In just a moment, the Qibao Tianhua was cultivated into a spiritual plant and fused in his body.
Is it the 7 treasures body protecting aura? It turns out to be the exotic flowers and herbs of Buddhism.
Gu Shanhai looked at the 7 treasures aura that diffused around his body. It can make people healthy and long live, calm their mind, and probably increase their health limit, lifespan, and added a passive sage state. It can be passively applied to oneself, and it can also be actively applied to others. However, if it is applied to others, it only has the effect of calming the mind and calming the energy. It is quite easy to use, and it just fits into the realm of law. However, now is not the time. At least, this Qibao Tianhua must be raised to the same level as other spiritual plants. This will take a while.
Now that I have the things, I can go to the capital with peace of mind, and then find a way to get the protagonist out of the mountain in advance. I will follow him to get some exotic flowers and herbs or natural treasures.
Gu Shanhai decided that the protagonist could not be so decadent and had to stand up. Just fine. Now that he has come, he has to collect a set of medicinal spiritual plants for himself before leaving. The main reason is that if he relies on his own calculations, the lifespan consumed is a bit too much. Even for him now, the lifespan consumed by each calculation may be only a drop in the bucket. It's also a big expense when you add up to it. Chapter 135, Are You Really My Uncle? Huang Yanshan returned home with a tired look on his face. The emperor was so happy that he ordered the Hanlin Academy to compile the Daodian. He did not participate in the compilation work. He was responsible for engraving the book. In order to avoid mistakes, he proofread and read it word by word, in case if he made a mistake. But it's a capital crime. He was not afraid of the death penalty. But he was unwilling to die like this. Writing books is not an easy job. It is hard work. Not to mention that he is still an old man in his 60s. Naturally, he is too tired to work every day. This is because he is excluded. He raised his head and glanced at the dim home. There was no life in it, and it looked lifeless.
Before you know it, it's been 10 years.
Huang Yanshan's tone was weak. 10 years ago, his whole family was massacred, and he was the only one left to survive. The reason for his survival was also very strange. His heart was different from ordinary people. Not on the left side, but on the right side, which allowed him to escape. Entering the house, I was planning to light a lamp, but suddenly I saw a person sitting in the house, and there seemed to be a huge, unclear appearance standing in the darkness, staring at him.
I'm back. Let's have a bowl of noodles, or you'll be bloated later,
a voice said. At this moment, Huang Yanshan became nervous, and then the room became brighter. At the moment when the light bloomed, he was a little dazed. Soon, he came back to his senses and saw a young man sitting aside, reaching out and pushing a bowl of Yanshan noodles on the table in his direction.
You only have so much at home. It would be great if I could get you a bowl of Yanshan noodles,
Gu Shanhai said seriously.
Who are you?
Huang Yanshan sat down opposite Gu Shanhai and glanced at Xiao Bai behind Gu Shanhai. He was wondering how this big thing got into the house. The door of his house was not as big as that of a deer.
According to seniority, you should call me uncle.
Gu Shanhai climbed up to his relative seriously.
Dot!
Huang Yanshan's expression froze. Are all young people today so unqualified? He took advantage of this old man right from the start.
Your Excellency, please don't say it's a joke. My father is an only son. So where can I find an uncle?
Huang Yanshan shook his head, picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the Yanshan noodles. When he took the first bite, his eyes lit up. The taste was real. Well, better than the royal chef in the palace. And this is just an ordinary bowl of Yanshan noodles.
No kidding. He is indeed your uncle according to seniority. But he isn't Gu's uncle,
Gu Shanhai said directly. Ingu is Huang Yanshan's wife. After the other party became the #1 scholar in high school, he did not play out the drama of Qin Shimi abandoning his wife and children. Instead, he became a poor wife who refused to leave the court. Huang Yanshan stopped eating noodles, put down the bowl, and then said,
Is there any evidence?
Theoretically, this is possible, and there is no need for the other party to lie to himself. Firstly, he is poor, and secondly, he has no power. As for saying that he is interested in his own house, it is even less reliable. The other party is definitely not lacking in what he wears. This is my own house. As for the rest, there is nothing that can be taken away from him for the other party to covet.
No!
Gu Shanhai spread his hands and continued.
Everyone in the family is dead, and I am the only one left. But if you can trust me, I will recite Gu Ying's family tree to you.
After saying that, Gu Shanhai started to recite. Don't ask where this information came from. It took him nearly 3 years of his life to obtain part of the information.
I believe it, although I don't know much. I know a little bit.
After listening to a few words, Huang Yanshan understood that what the other party said was true.
So I am uncling you, which is also your uncle. Right.
Gu Shanhai started to use logic and tried to deceive the other party.
Yes, you are my uncle,
Huang Yanshan said calmly.
Don't resist. Your tactics are not right. I haven't even started to persuade you yet. So why are you shouting?
Gu Shanhai's breath was stuck in his neck, and he couldn't move up or down. This made his subsequent actions difficult. All these words can only be swallowed.
The evidence is conclusive, and there is really nothing on me that you can covet. Uncle, is this house? The brocade clothes on my uncle's body are even more expensive than this,
Huang Yanshan said seriously. Seniority and other things were actually like this in ancient times. It was not uncommon for a 3-year-old to be an uncle to a 90-year-old.
Okay. By the way, didn't I remember that you became the #1 scholar? How did you become such a virtuous person? There are also Aunt Ying and the others. I remember when you wrote back that there were Brother Zhong and Brother Sheng. This house is desolate. It's time for me to serve you a bowl of noodles,
Gu Shanhai asked deliberately. These words made Huang Yanshan's expression darken. And then he whispered softly,
They are dead. They are all dead. Contracted by the epidemic? Have you never heard of this happening in the capital?
Gu Shanhai asked again.
No. He was killed by Jianghu people.
Huang Yanshan gritted his teeth and said, the hatred rushing towards him. Gu Shanhai also fell silent. And then he said,
Is there no reaction from the court? You are also the #1 scholar after all. My uncle also saw it. If the imperial court was willing to help me, it would not be the same as it is now.
Huang Yanshan put away his hatred and returned to his calm appearance.
So, do you know who did it?
Gu Shanhai asked again. He knew that Huang Yanshan seemed calm. But in fact, he was probably crazy. No one could have imagined that the future Wu Fuzi, who would be the best in the world, was not a normal person from the beginning. The immortal Wu Fuzi was divided by a stick from the heavens. And the hero in the world died in 3 steps. There are indeed immortals and gods in this world. But they are not regular mortals, but martial arts masters. They just exist in another space, and claim to be self-proclaimed as the spiritual energy disappears. It is a pity that even in later generations, these land immortals, they are no match for Huang Yanshan's bamboo stick. And the people who have not reached the land of gods are even weaker. Even if Huang Yanshan doesn't take action, he will be crushed to death by his martial arts power within 3 steps.
So, what kind of mind is he practicing? Gu Shanhai was in a daze. It was ridiculous for a lunatic to become the best in the world and the most powerful martial artist.
I don't know. I've investigated a lot over the years. But the people from the imperial court are stopping me. And I can't find out anything about it. It seems like this is an extremely secretive matter. I don't think I have a few years left. Uncle, can you help me?
Huang Yanshan looked at Gu Shanhai expectantly, as if a hope arose.
Yes. Now there are only you and me left in our family. If I don't help you, who will help you?
Gu Shanhai gritted his teeth and said,
Okay. Great,
Huang Yanshan said tremblingly. In fact, he was about to give up. If Gu Shanhai hadn't appeared, he didn't know how long he could hold on.
Have you ever practiced martial arts?
Gu Shanhai asked abruptly.
No. Even if you want to practice, it's too late.
Huang Yanshan shook his head and said,
If you want to take revenge, you must practice martial arts. Whether it is the court or the Jianghu, they are all our enemies. Now I also understand why all the folks in the village died. Perhaps they were implicated by you. If you don't practice martial arts, not only will you not see the day when we get revenge, but you will also become a drag.
Gu Shanhai looked into Huang Yanshan's eyes and said,
But can this be done?
Huang Yanshan hesitated.
What can't be done? If I want to harm you, I can just kill you. Why bother talking to a defenseless person like you?
Gu Shanhai said and took out a secret book.
This book of
Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique
is the best magical technique in the world. If it is mastered, the demon sect of Tianzong will be able to destroy it with just one hand.
Looking at the book of exercises in front of him, Huang Yanshan didn't know what to say. Refuse or agree. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said,
I dare not say goodbye to this gift given by the elders.
The moment the other party accepted it, Gu Shanhai seemed to have seen a crazy existence standing at the top of all things officially enter this world.
Take a look. If you have any questions, you can ask directly.
Gu Shanhai said,
This, Zixuan Thunder Technique,
is not an ordinary technique. It combines the flesh and blood technique with the power of Bagua and Thunder, and is also mixed with the power of the Green Knight and the Mark Druid, as well as the local martial arts system. This terrifying skill was formed from the superpowers of beasts, electric current promotion to magnetic field rotation. It is also equipped with moves, talents, magical powers, etc. such as 7 strikes of Purple Thunder, Immortal Destruction Body, Purple Thunder Electric Body, etc. The magnetic field maniac paired with the Legend of the Emperor is guaranteed to be crazy enough.
Starting with the Purple Thunder power, you can have the power of Eagle Eyes, Bat Ears, and Snake Eyes. It has the advantages of hundreds of beasts and the power of casting all spirits.
Huang Yanshan looked at the content. His expression was a little confused at first. And then from shallow to deep, he became confused. It started to get serious. It's not like he has never seen martial arts secrets before. Whether in the Hanlin Academy or at home, there are actually martial arts secret books, and he reads them in his spare time. But when comparing those superficial skills with Gu Shanhai's
Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique,
the gap is really huge, like the difference between a sparrow and a phoenix. Huang Yanshan read carefully. Most of the night passed before he knew it, and he had finished flipping through the books in his hands.
Is there really a technique in the world that can rejuvenate one's youth and lead to immortality?
Huang Yanshan murmured softly.
Guess why I am your uncle.
Gu Shanhai teased.
Uncle, is it possible for you to master the
Zixuan Thunder Technique? Huang Yanshan subconsciously exclaimed when he heard this. I'm not just fooling you,
Gu Shanhai said silently in his heart. But he definitely didn't mean it with his mouth.
Absolutely.
This Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique
focuses on the character of mind first, and the required mentality may be very suitable for you. I hope that one day, you can be better than others,
and practice Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique
to a level better than mine. The creator is still strong,
Gu Shanhai said expectantly.
Xian Xing?
Huang Yanshan was a little confused. And then he thought that the so-called Xian Xing might not be those peaceful and far-reaching things, but deep hatred. The mind has never been more than caring about the world or being indifferent to fame and wealth. Is it possible that these people are the only ones who can be regarded as human beings in all aspects of life?
So, does it mean that you need to train your mind? Huang Yanshan vaguely seemed to have caught something, but he was looking at flowers in the fog and could only see an outline.
I know, and I will not let down my uncle's good intentions.
Seeing this, Huang Yanshan no longer had any doubts about Gu Shanhai. If it weren't for his own family, who would be willing to give away such magical secrets?
It's midnight. It's time to rest. You have to be on duty tomorrow,
Gu Shanhai said, got up and left with Xiao Bai. Hearing this, Huang Yanshan also came to his senses, and it was past midnight before he knew it. He carefully placed the secret book in his arms, washed himself again, and then went to bed. Gu Shanhai was thinking about one thing as he left.
I seem to have messed up things again.
A smile appeared on Gu Shanhai's lips. How much can be gained by following the rules? As the saying goes, there is a gold belt for murder and arson, but there are no corpses for repairing bridges and roads. The world itself is not a good world, and being a good person will not end well.
If I can speed up the recovery of spiritual energy and speed up the process of the 2 rivers and the kingdoms to become a dynasty on which the sun never sets, then the harvest will definitely be greater.
There are true immortals of martial arts in this world, and naturally there are all kinds of mysterious things. How can the world of high martial arts be such an inconvenience? Everyone is here. Why not play a big one? Sooner or later, he will enter those high-intensity worlds. If he doesn't lay a solid foundation now and make enough growth progress, he will be severely beaten when he enters in the future. Gu Shanhai only wanted to play a smooth game and a crushing game, but he did not want to play a headwind game or a desperate game. So I can only choose to accumulate and make progress, and wait until one day to fly into the sky.
Next, you have to learn how to make elixirs and medicines. Gone. It seems that you also have to learn medical skills.
Gu Shanhai began to look through the knowledge he brought back from the world of the Sun Never Sets dynasty. There was a lot of relevant medical knowledge in it, but it was more like a ritual. After all, it belonged to the extraordinary world. A treatment technique and removing toxins are far more effective than using herbs. Quick! Herbal medicines and medicinal materials are more of an auxiliary to the ritual, rather than the main body. Unlike in this martial arts world, because the level of aura is low, it is still orthodox, and healing and detoxification are just formal things, even if there are pills that are unscientific at first glance, such as Tianjin pill. They are still not as magical as divine arts and spells. Of course, it is not that there are no similar techniques or treasures of heaven and earth. The main reason is that they have not yet made a fortune. The world of the two rivers and lakes is not just about the revival of spiritual energy. There seems to be a certain inheritance gap. Gu Shenhai actually didn't know the specific reason, but it wasn't important to him. No matter how powerful the martial arts true immortal is, he is still no match for the protagonist. Today's Huang Yanshan is no longer the Huang Yanshan of his previous life. His skills are no longer limited to this world, but are multi-complex types. The power may not be as powerful as those of the martial arts true immortals. He has the inheritance of an immortal, but his potential, coupled with Huang Yanshan's superior mental training, will definitely far exceed that of his previous life. You must know that Gu Shenhai has the ability to easily know other people's thoughts. When Huang Yanshan came up with the idea of training his mind, he already knew it. This means that the other party has already started, and the number one in the world may be coming years in advance. Studying medicine can't save a druid. Gu Shenhai reviewed the information in his mind and felt a little ironic. Being an official could not save Huang Yanshan's family, just like the druids, who remained indifferent to the world. Chapter 136. Why do the immortals in heaven want to kill people on earth? The next morning, when Huang Yanshan got up and washed up, he saw Gu Shenhai sitting on Xiao Bai's back reading a book in the yard. Seeing this, he naturally said hello and was about to go to the Hanlin Academy for duty. He went there at this time every day. For breakfast, he could just eat something casually on the street, but that was not possible now. Gu Shenhai was here. As his elder and guest, he must take care of this aspect. Uncle, what do you want to eat? Huang Yanshan asked. No, I've already been engaged. You'd better go on duty to avoid being late. Gu Shenhai shook his head and refused. Huang Yanshan was surprised when he heard this. But when he thought of Zishu and Thunder Kung Fu, he felt relieved. So he left on his own. He wanted to stay and practice this technique, but unfortunately he didn't have time. So he had to take the time. Now that everyone is gone, don't stick to the wall anymore. After Huang Yanshan left, Gu Shenhai spoke slowly. Master Lu is worthy of being the best in the world. But I didn't expect that the marriage you visited really came as a surprise to our family. A eunuch wearing a yellow robe walked in, to say that his strength is that of a top-notch expert. But his reputation is definitely not as good as it is. As an eunuch in the palace, he will definitely not be famous in the world. Gu Shenhai also knew that his whereabouts would definitely not be hidden from the Tianzong demon sect and the imperial court. A person from the court was staring at him yesterday, but he didn't come to disturb him. Today, if Gu Shenhai hadn't opened his mouth to point it out, this person wouldn't have come. Grandmaster Lu, the best in the world, are just lies. Do you all believe this? Gu Shenhai chuckled, with a joking tone in his tone. One more thing. When we meet, I remember to introduce myself first, instead of being overbearing when I first arrive. The eunuch narrowed his eyes. Although he was not as good as the two masters of the Tianzong demon sect, he could not be underestimated. He sensed the danger of Gu Shenhai at the first moment. Compared with the knights and druids in the world of the Sun Never Sets dynasty, the people of the Jianghu world of the two rivers and lakes have a large number of passive, permanent buffs and various talents. The most basic one is the standard configuration of the cicada's vision before the autumn wind moves, for there is a keener sense of danger, malice, etc. Hu Jiuwen, the eunuch of the chief of ceremony, has met Master Lu. Hu Jiuwen understood that Gu Shenhai, who seemed to be full of flaws, was a first-class master. If he took action, he would definitely die. Eunuch of the chief of ceremony? This is not a nobody. The internal minister of the palace doesn't expect to come to an ordinary person like me. As soon as Gu Shenhai finished writing, he got off Xiao Bai's back and sat on the stone pavilion beside him. On the stool, he motioned for the other party to sit down. In all internal cases, the ceremonial supervisor holds the seal and has the same power as the chief assistant of the external court. This person is probably one of the trump card masters of the Imperial Court. But there should be no one in the Imperial Court who can compete with the master of the Tianzong and the master of the demon sect. Otherwise, the Imperial Court would not be in a weak position now. The fact that Grandmaster Lu defeated the leader of the Tianzong with one move is now known to the whole world. If a person like this enters the capital, we naturally have to come and see him. Hu Jiuwen didn't hesitate and sat in Gu Shanhai's bed opposite. Gu Shanhai started to cut the tea. Since there was a guest coming, it was natural to make tea. The other party didn't have any ill intentions. What kind of person am I? I don't hang out in the world. And I don't join the court. I just come to visit my relatives and support myself in old age. Gu Shanhai treated the other party with careless eyes. Then why did Grandmaster Lu teach Huang Xiuzhuan the technique? Hu Jiuwen asked, taking a sip of tea. Is Hu Zhongyin asking a public question or a private question? Gu Shanhai asked in return, taking a sip of tea. What's public? What's private? To be honest, it has been 40 years since Yan Shan won the first prize. But now, he is just a 6th grade compilation. From this, it seems that the Imperial Court has not thought about reusing Yan Shan. So he has to make some plans for it. Personally speaking, this thief wiped out his whole family, and the court remained indifferent for more than 10 years. What's wrong with spreading his martial arts skills to let him take revenge? From the 6th rank compilation, it is an official position. As long as you are the #1 scholar, you will be in this position as soon as you enter the Hanlin Academy. It is cultivated as a talent reserve, which is equivalent to just a transition. Today, Huang Yanshan is still in this position. It can only be said that it was refrigerated. The Imperial Court was afraid, so it would rather give up Huang Yanshan than offend the people who destroyed his entire family. Being able to keep him alive without letting him commit suicide secretly was already a great gift in the eyes of the Gongnan princes in the court and even the emperor. It's a pity that no one expected that this Huang Yanshan would have an uncle who was the best in the world. This matter would be messed up. If the old score was settled, I don't know how many people would be ruined and how many people would have to move their heads. This Hu Zhongyin came here to check on Gu Shanhai Kafeng. He came last night and saw Gu Shanhai teach Huang Yanshan's skills. He didn't dare to eavesdrop. Gu Shanhai had warned him that if he dared to come within a certain range last night, the hair on his back would stand on end. His forehead would be covered in cold sweat, and he would be surrounded by murderous intent if he dared to take a step forward without knowing what he was doing. At that time, I am afraid that everyone's head will fall to the ground in an instant. I wonder if Hu Pompren has anything to add. Gu Shang asked slowly again. Hu Jiuwen also fell silent. This matter was indeed done unjustly by the Imperial Court. He was just a champion, not a prince of the dynasty. In addition, the person who did it was brutal and quick, so he turned a blind eye. Even the police officers who originally investigated the case were perfunctory, and the files now placed in Dali Temple are extremely vague. No. What does Grandmaster Lu want? Hu Jiuwen asked clearly. Hu Zhongyin ignored what he said. It was obviously you who did this, and you came here by yourself. Instead, you asked me what I wanted. Gu Shanhai's tone became more and more joking. As Hu Jiuwen, who was involved in intrigues in the palace, he naturally understood what Gu Shanhai meant. It was nothing more than a lion's mouth. It's not that he wants to compromise, but that he really can't beat him. With such power, I'm afraid it really fulfills the rumors about the old monster who has rejuvenated himself. The Tianzong leader couldn't catch a move, and he was under great pressure even sitting in front of the opponent. Do you want to do it? It's impossible. If you think of it, you will die next. The siege of soldiers and volleys of bows and crossbows could not even stop the two masters of the Tianzong demon sect, let alone the mysterious and unpredictable Master Lu. I will convey the words of Grandmaster Lu to His Majesty. Hu Jiuwen knew that the next matter was not something he could get involved in. It makes no sense. I just want to ask, did the Imperial Court know about the Huang family's destruction? Convey? Isn't this nonsense? Let's ask something practical. He suspected that it was not the two lions of the Tianzong demon sect that took action back then, but a certain unborn true martial arts immortal. Otherwise, in his previous life, Huang Yanshan became a martial arts master. How could he still allow these two lions to exist, and instead target those in the sky? A true martial arts immortal. Gu Shanhai also tried to deduce this matter, but he only scratched the surface and did not dare to go into depth. The main reason was that it consumed too much. He had to live for 1,000 years at the beginning. If he continued to go deeper,
He was afraid that his lifespan would not be enough to fill it in. In other words, this matter is just like when Gu Shenhai faced the Stone of Destiny, and the Holy Grail that could bring about a turning point in the world of the Sun Never Sets dynasty. The ins and outs of these two things were impossible for Gu Shenhai to predict. And secondly, even if he could succeed, it would take a lot of life.
I know a thing or two. This matter was not done by the Tianzong demon sect or other sections.
Hu Jiuwen said bravely.
Is martial arts really immortal?
Gu Shanhai lowered his eyelids and took a breath. The tea in the teacup rippled. At this moment, Hu Jiuwen's scalp went numb. He didn't expect that Gu Shanhai actually knew these secrets.
Yes.
After saying this word, Hu Jiuwen felt as if his energy had been drained away.
They are also worthy of being called true immortals.
Gu Shanhai put down his teacup with disdain in his tone. These people really can't be called true immortals. In their previous life, they were stopped by Huang Yanshan from descending to the earth. If you have the ability, you can fight with this martial artist, instead of not daring to take a step beyond. This world is not a world of martial arts, but a world of human nature. Naturally, this true immortal is not a true immortal from martial arts, but a true immortal constructed from human feelings and sophistication. They are more like a group of ordinary people who know how to advance and retreat, compromise, and even give in. Otherwise, how could they possibly instruct the imperial court to massacre ordinary people? The three parties of Tianzong demon sect and the imperial court were supported by the martial arts true immortals. But the imperial court was relatively weak and was later abandoned. The main reason was that the imperial court's ideas did not match those of the martial arts true immortals.
In the previous life, the Tianzong demon sect survived, but the imperial court was defeated by Wu Fuzi, and the martial arts immortal was imprisoned in the sky. This shows that it was actually the imperial court that took action.
Gu Shanhai sighed. There are only two forces in the world, the sect and the imperial court. Either the sect did it, or the imperial court did it. At this time, the true immortals of martial arts cannot descend to the mortal world, and their spiritual energy is not enough to support their existence. If they really come out, they will either abandon their martial arts or wait for death.
Master Lu, be careful what you say.
Hearing Gu Shanhai's comment, Hu Jiuwen was also excited and said hurriedly,
Okay. Last question. Why do you want to kill Huang Yanshan's entire family?
Gu Shanhai asked the key question. As soon as these words came out, the pupils in Hu Jiuwen's eyes shrank, and he was sweating profusely in an instant. He kept muttering in his heart.
How dare he ask directly? The attack was extremely obscure, and all clues and traces and the perpetrators have been dealt with. Even if he is a palm eunuch, he only knows a few scale claws. After all, he did not have the status he is now at that time, and he will not know much after he reaches the position.
I don't know.
Hu Jiuwen gritted his teeth and said these two words. He really didn't know. Gu Shanhai was also a little regretful about this. He didn't know it, which would give him a big headache. If that doesn't work, I can only ask Huang Yanshan if he knows. As for asking the martial arts true immortal, he wanted to go, but he couldn't get through. Otherwise, he would kill the true immortal directly. With his current strength, Gu Shanhai is still confident that he is just a martial arts true immortal at his limit. It is equivalent to skipping the process and looking at the answers. It is a way of skipping class. Unfortunately, there is no way.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Do you have any more questions?
Gu Shanhai didn't ask who knew about this. He calculated that no one knew about it, and those who knew were silenced. Both the emperor and the palace servants have been replaced, and the original ones are naturally dead. There may be omissions, but it doesn't matter, because I don't know much. At most, I only know about the massacre. The one who really knows is the late emperor. But the grass on the grave of the late emperor is now 3 feet high, and Gu Shanhai can't summon spirits, even if he can summon spirits.
There is no corresponding mechanism in this world, and it is impossible to attract souls at all. So as long as you know that it is the imperial court that takes action, the next step will be easy to solve. As long as all the martial arts immortals related to the imperial court are killed. Wouldn't it be revenge? It doesn't matter whether the martial arts immortals who were accidentally killed are innocent or not. Is it possible that Huang Yanshan still has to follow their rules?
No more. No more.
Hu Jiuwen shrank his neck. This time today was really exciting. His intrigues in the palace were not so exciting. If he was not careful, his life would be lost here. That is to say, Hu Jiu asked this person who didn't understand Gu Shanhai. What did it mean to lose his life accidentally? If he did it, He wouldn't even leave his body, but would directly use healing techniques to help him get rid of him. He would also guarantee a one-stop funeral service. All free.
Then go back and report. Of course, if you think there is still room for change, then show sincerity instead of sending people to spy on you secretly.
Gu Shanhai hinted at giving benefits. Of course, it was just a hint. When the time came, he would turn against the person means that he didn't take anything. If you are not flexible about things like the bottom line, you will lose a lot. Gu Shanhai didn't claim to be a good person or a gentleman. The camp was chaotic and neutral, so it was normal for him to do as he pleased. Hu Jiuwen was also in a state of uncertainty. Gu Shanhai was so capricious that he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he could only say goodbye solemnly. He couldn't really agree to it. If the court turned against him, he would be in trouble. Outsiders are not people. He could still run away if he offended the imperial court. But he might not be able to run away if he offended Gu Shanhai. After the people left, Gu Shanhai lay lazily and read a book, while thinking in his mind that this matter was indeed very outrageous. After all, the forums in the previous life had a lot of shortcomings. Even if the general trend was collected, many things could not be solved by the general trend, and corresponding details were needed. As long as there is a slight difference, the resulting information gap will become a fatal loophole.
It's a good thing that I'm not a wise man who can grasp the overall situation or a commander in power. Otherwise, I might have been led into a ditch. From the very beginning, Gu Shanhai's approach was to deceive others into traps and use force to overcome cleverness. As long as he could defeat him, he would be okay by being reckless. If he couldn't defeat him, of course, he should keep a low profile and be quiet.
Why did this martial arts true immortal want to destroy Huang Yanshan's whole family, but he still couldn't do it?
What's the motivation? There is no intersection between the two sides. And why can Huang Yanshan survive and rely on the halo of the protagonist?
Chapter 137 Your uncle will always be your uncle.
Uncle, I'm back.
When Huang Yanshan returned home, the sky had darkened just like yesterday. It's just that compared to yesterday's fatigue, I seem a little energetic today, as if I'm mentally excited.
So excited? Are you getting started with Zilei Jin?
Gu Shanhai asked.
I've already started. Just a little bit. But I want to resign and come back to practice martial arts.
Huang Yanshan opened his mouth to express his thoughts. In the Hanlin Academy, he was dispensable. Over the years, he has also seen his own due to the situation. He didn't want to go further, so staying in the Hanlin Academy was just a waste of time. He planned to abandon literature and join martial arts.
Have you thought about it? The Imperial Court still needs you to engrave the book and match the edition. This matter is not over yet. If someone does something secretly, you may be implicated.
Gu Shanhai said slowly.
I have never had anything to do with this in the court. Who would touch me?
Huang Yanshan was a little confused.
The Imperial Court. Who else could it be? I found out something today. I don't know if you can stand it after hearing it. The main reason is that it's too exciting. I'm afraid that your small body can't bear it. So I don't mind if you listen. But then, I think it might be a motivation for you to move forward. I want to see what you say.
Gu Shanhai looked at Huang Yanshan. This incident was indeed very irritating to him. After all, the Imperial Court had wiped out his entire family, and he was still serving the Imperial Court. It was really a murderous act. Huang Yanshan was silent at first, and then said,
Did the Imperial Court do it? Did you guess it?
Gu Shanhai was extremely curious. He didn't expect Huang Yanshan to be so responsive and think of all this in an instant.
Yes. I also know a little about the forces in the world. The Tianzong is mainly based on conspiracy, and they will kill openly and openly. The demon sect is ruthless and vicious. It is impossible for people to kill at the feet of the emperor. More, what he did was use poison. And how could he let me go when he knew I was still alive? Therefore, only the Imperial Court has this ability. They can do it unscrupulously and erase all traces. It's just that I'm more curious about why I survived.
Huang Yanshan has found nothing over the years. He has still noticed some clues, but he cannot confirm them without direct evidence.
I see. It seems that you have not been in vain all these years. But if you want to resign, then go ahead.
Gu Shanhai did not interfere with Huang Yanshan's thoughts. He just provides a platform. And it is impossible to say that everything has been arranged for him. In fact, his plan was gone at this point, and the rest was all up to Huang Yanshan himself.
Uncle, why are you so fast? You have found out so many truths in less than a day. Is it possible that you have also been a detective?
Huang Yanshan asked.
Detective.
You don't need to guess. This is some kind of influence brought by the player. And then he said,
No. It was just given by someone. The eunuch is the eunuch in charge of the ceremony. The gift given by the other party is very heavy. This is really a big shot. But why did he come to see you? Uncle?
Huang Yanshan became more and more confused. It was unlikely that the two sides would meet.
Because I am #1 in the world. I live in the capital at the foot of the emperor. And I have something to do with you. Everyone in this palace has trouble eating and sleeping. So I am not allowed to come and take a look.
Gu Shanhai said seriously. Talking nonsense. Huang Yanshan was stunned. #1 in the world? This seems a bit awesome. Isn't Gu Shanhai afraid that the demon sect of Tianzong will cause trouble for him when he says this?
Uncle, let's keep a low profile. Don't say that you are the best in the world. As the saying goes, if a tree is beautiful in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind.
Huang Yanshan advised. It is true that there is no one who is the best in literature, and no two in martial arts.
Oh, it's too late. The publicity has already gone out. It's really too late.
Gu Shanhai sighed. He also wanted to keep a low profile. But he didn't have the ability to silence others yet.
Dot!
For a moment, Huang Yanshan was a little confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in all his years.
The master of the demon sect wants to flatter me and kill me. And the master of the Tianzong doesn't know what he is planning behind his back. Anyway, I just walked away and somehow became the #1 in the world. Fortunately, my title has been recognized by the demon sect of the Tianzong. Double certification is quite valuable, and the imperial court may have to certify it for me soon.
Gu Shanhai recalled what he did to the palm print eunuch this morning. When the three parties verify it, the #1 position in the world will really be confirmed. One party's certification may be false, and both parties' certifications will be screwed up. But if there is a three-party certification, then no matter how competitive and aggressive the people are, they will have to shut up.
So, Uncle, you are really the best in the world?
Huang Yanshan was a little unbelievable.
Yes, #1 in the world.
Gu Shanhai emphasized the word world because there really is a heaven. And Huang Yanshan also heard some clues. Is it possible that there is something in the sky?
Yes, there is also heaven. I heard it from the mouth of the palm seal eunuch.
Gu Shanhai told Huang Yanshan what happened today, and then asked,
So, do you know why a true martial arts immortal targeted your family?
Huang Yanshan was also caught off guard at this time. He never thought that the destruction of his family would lead to such a big conspiracy.
I have been cautious in my words and deeds in my life. I have never offended anyone, let alone a true martial arts immortal.
Huang Yanshan thought he would be angry, but in fact he was very calm. Even calmer than last night.
Yes, this is what I am most confused about. How can a true martial arts immortal live in the sky and have an intersection with you? And you and I are both born in poverty for generations. There are no magic secrets or magic tricks that can make a true martial arts immortal a treasure of heaven and earth that everyone covets. But it's impossible for the other party to target you for no reason and even destroy the village where we grew up. So there must be some ulterior secret in it.
Gu Shanhai said sonorously and forcefully.
Uncle, do you have any way to find out? After all, you are the best in the world.
Huang Yanshan was not polite to Gu Shanhai at this time.
I can only confine myself to the world. I can't beat the sky. They are true immortals in martial arts. They can destroy the world with just one move. They have also cut off martial arts. Today's martial arts secrets are not as powerful as the other parties. My book, Purple Shin Thunder Technique, is only my own creation, not the true immortal martial arts. Gu Shanhai said that he couldn't beat it.
But it's not impossible. I once saw a saying, the best trains the heart, the mediocre trains the skills, and the fool trains the moves. It may be helpful to you.
These words were originally spoken by Huang Yanshan himself. They might just be empty words to Gu Shanhai, but when they fell into Huang Yanshan's ears, they might be a wake-up call.
Space is too big, too general, and meaningless.
Huang Yanshan shook his head after hearing this. Gu Shanhai felt a little bit confused. Didn't you say this yourself? Why are you saying this to me now? Oh, Huang Yanshan said it 10 years later. Then it's okay.
Just to give you a reference, you can find time to learn Zilei Jin in one day, which shows that your qualifications are extremely high, maybe higher than mine.
Gu Shanhai's words were not a lie. Putting aside the other party's psychological problems, in terms of qualifications, Gu Shanhai really couldn't keep up with him. Xiao Bai, the genius deer, may not be as talented as Huang Yanshan. Is this true? Huang Yanshan didn't expect that he was already highly talented.
The best ones can get in 3 days. The middle ones can get in 3 months. And the low ones can get in without getting in. What do you think?
Gu Shanhai said angrily. He originally thought that no matter how exaggerated Huang Yanshan was, it would only take 3 days. But he got started when he had time to fish at work. It was indeed outrageous. You must know that his technique is not a normal technique.
Then if I had practiced martial arts instead of studying literature, wouldn't it be possible to avoid it?
Huang Yanshan suddenly fell into low pressure.
You have a beautiful idea. If you were practicing martial arts in the first place, without my
purple mystic thunder technique,
no matter how strong you are, you will only be a grandmaster in the world. You can have some achievements. Secondly, if the world is rolling around and you can't help it, then even without the court taking action, all the grievances and hatreds in the world can wipe out your whole family.
Gu Shanhai sneered at first, and then explained to him, there are so many ifs in life. And he still thought about what if
the first era
had not appeared. Regarding Gu Shanhai's words, Huang Yanshan agreed. He didn't know much about things in the world. For him, whether it was the court or the world, they were just 2 lines that did not intersect with him.
Speaking of which, Uncle, how far have you mastered the
purple mystic thunder kung fu?
2?
Huang Yanshan changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about such a heavy topic.
You said this. I practiced
Tiangang Boi Gong,
and it has been perfected.
Huang Yanshan looked like you were kidding me. You don't practice this magical secret, but you actually practice the Tiangang Boi Kung Fu. Moreover, this name always seems to have an inexplicable sense of deja vu.
So,
Tiangang Boi Kung Fu
is the follow-up to
Purple Shin Thunder Kung Fu. Huang Yanshan felt that the two did not match at all.
No. The main reason is that you are not a boy and cannot practice the
Tiangang Boi Kung Fu.
So you can only practice the
Zixuan Thunder Kung Fu,
which I have practiced before.
Gu Shanhai said that he was not a magnetic field maniac. Woolen cloth.
As for Tiangang Boi Kung Fu,
it is his latest developed martial arts technique. It is a brand new improvement technique based on the Golden Bell cover, Iron Claw shirt, and Tong Zi Kung combined with various local martial arts and his night training technique. It is only suitable for him to use. If others use it, it will continue to be weakened by 30% to 90% depending on the situation. His body structure is different from that of ordinary people.
Of course, if you want to practice, I can pass it on to you. But if something happens to you while practicing, I won't be responsible for saving you.
Gu Shanhai added, looking at Huang Yanshan's hesitant expression. Huang Yanshan didn't covet Gu Shanhai's
Tiangang Boi Kung Fu.
He just wanted to say that this technique seemed to reveal something about Gu Shanhai, such as why he could practice it.
Forget it. Forget it. At my age, I definitely can't practice cultivation. But uncle, at your age, you haven't gotten married yet. Didn't anyone urge you in the first place? No. They are all dead. Who would urge me to do this?
Gu Shanhai said with such confidence.
Besides, I am the best in the world. Who dares to do this to me?
These words were so arrogant that Huang Yanshan was speechless. He wanted to speak, but when he thought that the other person was older than him, he finally shut up. It was true that he couldn't say these words.
Uncle, you are right.
Otherwise, what else could he do? Huang Yanshan really couldn't speak.
I am the number 1 in the world, and I will definitely not fool you.
Gu Shanhai said that you have some foresight. Even if he relies on marketing to become the number 1 in the world, he doesn't have to worry about whether he has these things or not. At this time, Huang Yanshan understood one thing. That is, the reason why Gu Shanhai was not beaten to death was simply that he was too strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand in front of him and talk nonsense to him now.
The Purple Thunder power has been opened. The next step is to give birth to the power of hundreds of beasts in the body. And then, you can enter the realm of electric current promotion. It's just that the 7 strikes of Purple Thunder are a bit awkward to use. Uncle, do you have any clues?
Huang Yanshan asked a topic.
What did you use to practice the 7 strikes of Purple Thunder?
Gu Shanhai asked back.
Sword.
As he said that, the other party patted the sword on his waist. It is normal for literati to carry swords. The so-called literati are not powerless. As a martial arts world, literati are quite capable of fighting. Many literati have also studied martial arts.
But this thing is a sword technique. Of course, it would be awkward for you to use a sword to perform it.
Gu Shanhai originally programmed it as a sword technique. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to compile this thing into a sword technique?
Hey, why didn't it say that in the book? I forgot to write it down.
Gu Shanhai said that he was only thinking about the settings at the time, and it was normal for him to miss something.
Uncle, have you forgotten anything here?
Huang Yanshan felt more and more that Gu Shanhai seemed to be a bit cheated. I didn't feel anything at all yesterday, mainly because I just met him. But after being in contact with him for a long time, I felt that this uncle was an uncle everywhere. If he wasn't an uncle, he would have been beaten long ago.
No, the cheat book is only useful in the early stage. When you master the electric current push, you can use your will to rub the cells of your body at high speed to generate electric current. You can throw away the cheat book.
Gu Shanhai wondered whether it was the 7 strikes of purple thunder or the destruction of mortal body are themselves derived from the power of electricity. Even without the secret book, he can develop something similar.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Huang Yanshan didn't ask why. He was just getting started, and there was no benefit in being too ambitious.
Get some rest now. You have to resign tomorrow. You'll be very busy next time.
Gu Shanhai glanced at the sky. It was getting late now, but he could bear it. Huang Yanshan didn't have any martial arts strength. He is getting older, and staying up late can easily send him away. Huang Yanshan didn't have any objections. He felt that what Gu Shanhai said was reasonable. After all,
after working hard for a day, he still had some idea that he could live to this age. After the person left, Gu Shanhai opened the book and continued reading. He already had some clues about the elixir, and he only needed to plant some medicinal materials to start construction. It's just that he doesn't like ordinary medicinal materials. At least they have to be exotic flowers and herbs or natural treasures. Chapter 138. I couldn't bear it anymore and decided to become a human at the top of the food chain. The news that Grandmaster Lu possesses the magic power of rejuvenation and eternal youth soon spread out. It is certain that some people are adding fuel to the flames. But this thing is indeed true. After Huang Yanshan perfected the power of hundreds of beasts for 10 days and entered the electric current to push 100 volts, his white hair turned black again. After 1000 volts, his original old appearance was also disappearing, and he gradually returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man. Now he has 10,000 volts and has returned to his original physiological peak. Of course, Gu Shanhai's
Purple Mystic Thunder technique
is not a serious magnetic field rotation system. It is a version of the same name. Whether the combat power can be as outrageous as the original version depends on Huang Yanshan himself. The matter of rejuvenation cannot be concealed. These days, Huang Yanshan has been in the process of resigning. It is impossible for him to just say he quits and leave. He has to go through the process. He is not one of those celebrities. Or celebrities have privileges such as ceiling and gold ceiling. What's more important is that the court has not allowed Huang Yanshan to leave, intending to tie up Gu Shanhai. It is also true that Huang Yanshan's youth cannot be concealed every time he makes progress, and he has never thought about concealing the situation. In the past few days, he has inquired about Gu Shanhai's situation. Gu Shanhai's name in the world made him unbelievable. He thought that being the best in the world was a joke, but now it seemed like it was true.
Electricity propelled by spring thunder.
Huang Yanshan used the long sword in his hand to make a simple slash with Zi Lei Jin. It was practical but not flashy, and it consumed less energy. Zila. Electricity burst out from his body, turning into a lightning slash and shooting out across it.
The purple thunder power at the current-driven level is still a little lacking. But even so, the fierce and domineering electric power is still unbearable by ordinary weapons. This is only 10,000 volts. If it were 100,000 volts, there wouldn't be many weapons in the world that could withstand the purple thunder's 7 strikes.
Looking at the long knife full of cracks in his hand, it wasn't that he didn't want to use the wooden knife to simulate training. It was just that he couldn't bear it. And this is only the first move of the 7 strikes of purple thunder. There are 6 more moves. And according to Gu Shanhai, there seem to be 2 more secret moves that will be passed on to him once he has mastered the 7 strikes of purple thunder. He put away the long knife in his hand and said with a stern look,
"Come out. You won't be afraid of me slashing you with my sword if you hide your head and tail. I have seen Huang Xiuzhuan, but I never thought that Huang Xiuzhuan's internal energy is so strong, and his true energy is as strong as thunder. It's amazing."
A middle-aged man wearing luxurious black clothes looked at Huang Yanshan with greed in his eyes.
"Are you also here for my uncle's
purple mysterious thunder technique?" A trace of electricity appeared on Huang Yanshan's body.
Rejuvenation, eternal youth, and even immortality. Who wouldn't want this kind of peerless magical power?
The other party admitted it straightforwardly, but then said,
Grandmaster Keilu's martial arts is so great that I am no match for him. So you are eyeing me, or the person behind you is here to test it out. It would be best if you can get it from me.
Huang Yanshan followed the other person's words.
Yes, as long as Huang Xiuzhan hands over your skills. I can give you glory, wealth, a wife, a concubine, even power.
The other party is also reasonable. If he really wants to kill Huang Yanshan, not only it's not worth it to fetch water from a bamboo basket and get in trouble with the dear master. If the various forces had not seen Grandmaster Lu leaving the capital for a month, he would not have dared to come.
My uncle said that the
Purple Mystic Thunder technique
can be passed on, but there are conditions. It doesn't matter whether you are rich, wealthy, or a beautiful wife. I just need the power behind you to help find out why our Huang Mansion and Muyu Village were destroyed. The whole house is full, and I will offer this book with both hands. Even if you want my uncle's
Tiangang Boy Gong,
you can also give it to me,
Huang Yanshan said in a calm tone. Of course, these were what Gu Shanhai told him. Gu Shanhai had never valued these two martial arts. It was the people who were stronger, not the martial arts. It didn't matter if it was leaked. He didn't think anyone's talent and understanding were as good as Huang Yanshan's. He didn't believe that anyone could be more in tune with the technique he created for himself than him. As for trying to find his weakness by relying on his skills, I can only say that it is too naive.
Tiangang Boy Kung Fu
is just a part of the first layer of Yunling in his
Qingdi Sutra of Immortality.
Use a part to hit him as a whole. If he could beat this, Gu Shanhai would cheat.
This is true.
There was a hint of excitement in this man's tone.
Why are you lying to me? My uncle is the best in the world. So of course he is telling the truth. If anyone finds out why our whole family was wiped out, I will give it to you.
Huang Yanshan's words were very powerful. He knew that this was actually a single-handed drive. Gobble the tiger. Regardless of whether it is Tian sect, demon sect, or other sects. As long as they have the ability, or even trace something, they will point to the true immortal of martial arts. There is a big problem in his condition, which is to find out why the martial arts true immortal wants to destroy all their families instead of who the murderer is. These two are not of the same level of difficulty. Of course, there is a high probability that if they really track down something, they will probably stop halfway. The truth may not be so easy to get. In addition to driving away wolves and devouring tigers, what he did was also to delay him. As long as he reached the state of electric current pushing of 500,000 volts, and coupled with the 7 strikes of purple thunder, he would be sure to fight against the Grandmaster. If it weren't for the fact that his opponent was an incredibly powerful martial arts immortal, perhaps he would have been complacent at this time.
Okay, whatever Huang Xiuzhan needs, I will deliver it to you tomorrow at the latest.
The other party's tone was confident. He relied on his worldly connections. This is just a trivial matter. You can find out after asking someone to inquire.
In that case, I'm waiting for your good news.
Huang Yanshan did not attack his confidence because he needed the other party's ignorance.
It seems that the Tianzong demon sect is not aware of this matter of annihilation, and it is also classified as top secret in the imperial court.
The possibility of asking about it is very slim, and people who ask may cause a backlash. And then the world and the court will be lively. It's not just the Jianghu forces that covet his
Purple Mystic Thunder skill.
The Gongdan princes in the court are also very greedy. If they can watch for a long time, how can those old people give up? Gao Engmingjing's sad white hair looks like blue hair in the morning and turns into snow in the evening. Among the carnivores, who can become one of the princes, none of them looks young. If you want to be promoted, you need not only ability and political performance, but also sufficient qualifications. There are some who are promoted exceptionally, but the number is pitifully small. Not everyone can obtain this honor, and most of them are wasted like Huang Yanshan. Lifetime. And he spread the news through the other party's mouth, making the original water even more muddy. The person from an unknown force left in a hurry, along with many people who were peeping in the dark. Naturally, they also heard this. These people are still very measured, and they don't dare to get too close. It's not that they have never thought of stealing from their master. This behavior is indeed shameful in the world. But for the sake of longevity, what's the use of face? It's a pity that they all failed. They couldn't figure out how Huang Yanshan practiced. They didn't have any clue about the so-called
Zixuan Thunder technique. And they were even more confused about the so-called power of beasts and electric current. They couldn't even see the so-called 7 strikes of purple thunder, taking this spring thunder burst as an example. In their eyes, it was just a simple strike, and it could have been done by another woodcutter. But it happened to have such great power. It is indeed outrageous. What's more important is that the other party seems to exude a frightening aura, as if he is facing a terrifying predator. This kind of temperament seems to be the special change brought about by Zixuan Thunder Kung Fu. But Huang Yanshan has not been able to further develop this terrifying aura. After seeing the person leave, Huang Yanshan smiled lowly. If greed and delusion cover your eyes, even if you have magical skills in hand, you can still gain some true knowledge. In his eyes, there are magnetic fields that are constantly intertwining in the entire world. What he is practicing is not his skills, but his heart. Moves and chi are just tools in his hands. During this period, he was constantly adjusting and perfecting the Zixuan Thunder technique. As a Hanlon editor, he has been sitting on the bench for these years and has read all the books in his collection. From martial arts techniques to miscellaneous theories, he is not proficient, but he has memorized them by heart. Therefore, as he practiced, he also discovered a lot of problems, mainly because it was not suitable for him, and he happened to have experience, so he ran into it. In his eyes, this technique focused too much on form and momentum, but lacked spirit. No wonder Gu Shanhai asked him to train his mind to supplement his spirit. It's just that this method is too strong and domineering, and it's not suitable for me. Huang Yanshan sighed inwardly. He didn't realize that Gu Shanhai had such a temper. He also thought about modifying this feature, but he hesitated. I have endured it for more than 10 years. Do I really want to continue to endure it? Every time he wanted to change, one thing would come to mind. His more than 60 years were full of divisions. His life was happy and perfect at the beginning, but later he became desperate and resentful. It was precisely because of this separation that he hesitated, because he felt that Gu Shanhai didn't want him to endure it anymore. Just like the unknown Gu Shanhai couldn't tolerate it anymore. If you endure it for a long time, you will get used to it. Huang Yanshan let out the tightness in his chest and understood one thing in his heart. He couldn't bear it anymore. Whether he is domineering or crazy, if he continues to endure it, he will not have a chance to take revenge even if he dies. And his whole life will pass like this. When he understood the idea, he felt as if some kind of shackles were being released from his body, and the whole world became wider in his eyes. The electric current that was originally in the realm of 10,000 volts moved towards 100,000 volts at this moment. Electricity propulsion thunder blade celestial whirling thunder. The next moment, the electric current in his hand turned into a domineering thunder knife. The electric light overflowed, and he swung the rotating knife, creating a whirlwind with air and thunder, with the courtyard where he was located as the center. It spread towards the surroundings, and the thunder light was raging. The expressions of all the people who were peeping from a distance changed, and one by one immediately jumped out of the darkness, crazy away from this thunderous rotation. Those who ran fast were lucky, but those who moved slowly were affected. If they had horizontal training or people with strong jinchi, they could still save their lives. But anyone who was a little worse would be swallowed up by the thunder. Seeing this, everyone was frightened. Even the master of the Tian sect and the master of the demon sect were unable to release their true energy on such a large scale. However, Huang Yanshan, who had just practiced martial arts for more than a month, actually had such ability. It was enough to see that this on top of the mystery of the Purple Shin Thunder technique. There is the Tian Gang Boy technique, practiced by Grandmaster Lu. This technique may be even more powerful and domineering. Young people hiding their heads and showing their tails. Huh? Huang Yanshan looked disdainful. He allowed it before because he was tolerant. But now, he can't bear it anymore. Why should he pay attention to such people? It's just that after pretending to be cool, I feel a little unable to resist and consume a lot of energy. In particular, this move of Heavenly Spin and Thunder Spin is not the version of the Purple Thunder 7 strikes that Gu Shanhai gave him, but a brand new move that was blessed by the Thunder Knife after his epiphany just now. Both in terms of power and range, it is far better than before. As long as he pushes the current to 500,000 volts, he can easily use this move, and even continue to increase its power. At this time, he was also thinking about how to complete the Thunder Knife version of Spring Thunder Burst. It's a pity this yard. Forget it. We won't repair it. He just thought about taking action, but forgot about it. But now, he doesn't care much about it, so he just lets it go. You are young, And your mentality is also young. This martial arts true immortal is not impossible to kill.
Huang Yanshan had never had such an idea before. But now he had it. In other words, it means that it has expanded. And it has expanded greatly.
The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is revived. Simply raising the level of current push is of little use. Even the current push of 500,000 volts cannot compare to the rotation of the magnetic field of the first layer of the sky. For my uncle, he can use his will to accelerate self-friction to form true energy and generate magnetic field rotation. But for me, I don't practice martial arts or moves. What I need is to practice my mind. So, as long as I sharpen the thunder knife, my skill will emerge and my moves will become apparent.
To sharpen the knife is to sharpen the heart.
So, I need a sufficient whetstone.
A slightly ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What could be more suitable to be his whetstone than this world? He swung the thunder knife in his hand and hung it on his waist. When he walked out of the Huang family's house, he had only one thought in his mind, and that was to hack his forbearance. He wanted to become the most terrifying predator at the top of the food chain. The originally bustling long street fell silent in an instant, and everyone seemed to have seen a beast intent on eating people awaken. The trembling feeling rushed from the soles of my feet to my forehead, and the fear in my heart spread out. After reacting, the entire long street was in chaos. Everyone fled in fear. Even some people in the world couldn't bear the aura.
Human?
Huang Yanshan looked at this chaos calmly, because it did not belong to him. Just like the despair and resentment he felt when his family was exterminated did not belong to them. Chapter 139, Destined to Find Fate. Lose 3,000 years of life in exchange for 3 tails.
Wow! This thing can actually run. And it can run so fast.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. A month ago, he left the capital and went to Mabe. The main reason was that he had deduced a treasure of heaven and earth. It was not his chance, but he forced it. Ginseng is one of the 9 immortal grasses, and it is not just any ordinary ginseng. It is the king of 3 or 2 herbs. It has the ability of cicadas to wake up before the autumn wind moves. It has been playing hide and seek with Gu Shanhai. The main reason is that this thing can travel through the soil, which is so outrageous that Gu Shanhai almost doubts his life. I have seen ginseng turn into ginseng dolls, earth spirits, and other things that can escape from the earth and escape the mountains and seas. I also ate a lot of them in my previous life. But these all happened in the world of fairy tales and fantasy. So the emergence of such a thing in a world of Zhongwu level really challenged his 3 views. If he hadn't deduced that he didn't become a master, he was just gifted, so he would feel free to catch it.
Xiao Bai, do you have any ideas?
Gu Shanhai looked at Xiao Bai. He didn't know where he had gone at this time, and his senses couldn't detect it. However, in Mabe, his sense of treasure hunting found many precious gems and metals. But unfortunately, they were of no use to him. It's important to catch ginseng. This king of herbs is definitely in its infancy. The current spiritual energy cannot support its growth. As long as you catch it, you will definitely make a profit. The value of this king of herbs is still higher than that of his 7 treasures Tianhua lotus. As long as he gathers together the 9 immortal grasses, Dendrobium nobile, Tianshan snow lotus, triple ginseng, 120-year-old showu, and Poria cocos. See you in Rome. At least there will be no shortage of the main medicine in the future. Why are there only 6 of the 9 immortals? Because the other 3 are Millennium Ganoderma lucidum, Undersea Pearl and Cordyceps sinensis. I won't mention Undersea Pearl. These things cannot be grown. Millennium Ganoderma lucidum and Cordyceps sinensis are fungi, not plants. No, he didn't think about the whole fungal symbiosis on his body in the past. Plant fusion was enough for him to use. It doesn't mean that if it looks like a plant, you really have to plant it inside yourself. Hey, Xiao Bai said what it can do. That thing can not only make holes, but also drift. It can't keep up.
Then there's no other way. We can only waste our lives.
It's not that there's no other way. It's either money or life. Don't think about money. He can't make money, so he can only waste his life.
You have to spend a lot of money to make it work. Otherwise you may not be able to catch it.
Gu Shanhai was going to use the visceral divination technique, which was pretty easy to use. As for whose internal organs he was looking at, it was of course up to him.
Thanks to my constant magic eye, mystical eye and power eye. Otherwise it would be a bit troublesome for me to see my own internal organs.
After Gu Shanhai positioned his eyeballs, he easily tore open his chest and most of his abdomen.
Hiss, it still hurts to do something to yourself.
Gu Shanhai gasped in pain. But at this time, He didn't care about the pain. Through the vision of his eyeballs, Gu Shanhai used the visceral divination technique. On one side, he controlled his life force to suppress the wound and continued to tear it through the spiritual blade. On the other hand, he used his two hands to fiddle with his own internal organs for divination. Along with the divination, a large number of pictures and predictions continued to pour into his mind, giving him the illusion of being connected to the entire world. This was definitely an illusion. But there were too many complicated images, which made him feel a little confused. As time passed by, severe pain suppressed Gu Shanhai's nerves, and his internal organs exposed to the air continued to squirm. The sky gradually darkened, and Gu Shanhai finally woke up.
It's done. Now all I have to do is ask you to enter the urn.
Gu Shanhai casually sutured the huge injuries on his chest and abdomen, and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's both harmful to the body and life. Visceral divination is useful, but it's not very friendly to me.
Gu Shanhai didn't just do divination once. This king of herbs didn't belong to his chance. And he wasn't a virtuous person. So naturally he couldn't take it casually. Unlike the 7 treasures Tianhua Lotus, which belongs to the ownerless, his insistence does not mean to intercept it with violence. It can indeed be obtained. To unlock the limit state, this king of herbs can't be faster than him. So there is no need to go to such trouble. Also do visceral divination. So if you want to get it legally, naturally you have to have this king of herbs delivered to your door. It is equivalent to exchanging lifespan for this opportunity.
Let's go. We should wait for this thing to be delivered to our door.
Gu Shanhai did not continue to pursue this king of herbs, but asked Xiao Bai to leave the area. To seize opportunity, you have to pay attention to the method. The best way to do it is to keep the leaves from your body, instead of stepping on the protagonist and grabbing the heroine. If it is so easy for you to get it, then it is not called opportunity. It is called delivery. The reason why Gu Shanhai is so skilled is because he finished the Krypton gold stream in his previous life and really had no money. In the end, he had no choice but to intercept opportunities to support his family. At that time, he started playing the Tianji stream. So he knew how to use opportunities, how to deal with the aftermath, or how to run away, and how to kill the creditor without running away. As long as he couldn't afford the repayment, Gu Shanhai would not take any risk and kill the creditor. At most, he would just transfer the debt to others. At present, his relevant system does not have the knowledge of debt transfer. Otherwise he would transfer the debt in the previous world. If he wants to learn, he has to find a special world. Tianji flow is not too high-end. It is more like using your lifespan to get answers in advance and doing certain bartering to get what you need. Running away when the car overturns, letting others take over, and Gu Shanhai finally hacking the creditor to death. It is equivalent to trading directly with the world. Something illusory but real. In this process, it is actually not about intercepting opportunities, but about buying them. Those who overturn are usually the wrong ones, and those who play the right way are unlikely to overturn. For example, before, Gu Shanhai used evil means to get opportunities. He could get $100 goods for only $1 by plucking wool. Whoever loses is unlucky. As for who the original opportunity belonged to, what does it have to do with Tianji Flow players? Let them go to the world. Tianji Flow players buy opportunities from the world, and they are not robbing the owners of the opportunities. You haven't even gotten it. So how can you say you are wrong? This time, for the king of herbs, Gu Shanhai paid the equivalent of his life to buy this opportunity. However, this opportunity was not delivered to his door, and he needed to pick it up. If he did not pick it up within the time limit, it would cause problems with the opportunity and the world. Irresponsible. So now Gu Shanhai is going to pick up the goods. After paying the money, he naturally has to pick it up.
Just a thing like this cost me 3,000 years of life. No wonder everyone in the Tianji style is an evil gambling dog.
Gu Shanhai complained.
Oh, I seem to be very good at luck when it comes to opportunities.
After Gu Shanhai came to his senses, he realized that if he scolded him like this, he would be scolded as well. Divination, predicting good or bad luck, is only the most basic use of Tianji Flow. Most of the players are like locusts, and Tianji Flow is even more so, because in their eyes, life is just a price, and they have various ways to extend life. It costs a lot of life. His foundation has not yet been developed. Although Gu Shanhai is based on Lingji, he is based on Tianji Flow in terms of actions.
When I get the king of herbs, I will trick Huan Yanshan into coming out to pick up things with me when I get back. He should be strong enough by then. The reason why Gu Shenhai is close to the protagonist is a way of seizing opportunities in TNG style. The protagonist's favor is obtained through the protagonist's help, and then transferred to oneself. This process will definitely consume lifespan, because it is necessary to locate opportunities, search for opportunities, etc. These need to be carried out in detail. But compared with Gu Shenhai, who has a lifespan of 3,000 years, he estimates that if he takes Huang Yanshan with him, it will be, okay, in at most 30 years. It's just that Huang Yanshan is still just a weakling. If he is brought out, it will delay his becoming strong. As a qualified TNG flow, you should not regard the protagonist as a treasure hunting tool, but as a true friend, except for those wolf-hearted or dark flow protagonists. Because as long as you hang around the protagonist, you will be surrounded by people who are good enough. Under the premise of sensitivity, if you really have various secrets to backfire or are hunted down, the protagonist will step forward to help you. They will even find you various life-extending exercises, skills, and even one-time items. Therefore, in addition to being good at prophecy and divination, TNG Ryu players must also ensure that they treat others with sincerity. They can see the word, giving up, very clearly. For some players, who have talents such as hints, insights, or simulators, their talents are actually divination talents, similar to compound talents formed through divination and prophecy such as cause and effect and luck. So Gu Shenhai doesn't envy these talents at all. He can do it himself. The only flaw is that it takes a long time. But in terms of flexibility, he is much better than these talents. In his previous life, Gu Shenhai would have lived for 3,000 years without blinking an eye. Now he only has a little pain in his body. Not even a lot of unwillingness, let alone a broken muscle or bone. Like a TNG Ryu player, a movable bone refers to the kind whose lifespan is less than 10 days. This is the place. Xiao Bai carried Gu Shenhai on his back for more than half an hour. After determining the location according to the predicted conditions, Gu Shenhai relaxed after repeated calculations. Then he got off the deer and dug a hole at the predetermined location. A large amount of dew gathered and poured into the hole continuously. The water is continuously absorbed, making the soil gradually moist. He just waited quietly until the small pit was filled with mud and water. Then he stopped. Next, just wait and it will be okay. There is no need to do some extraneous things. The most taboo thing about TNG style is to be smart and do something that is not planned, especially when there is an opportunity. See the jade rabbit sinking to the west and the golden crow rising to the east. A small bud tip suddenly emerged from the small puddle, holding a small fiery red fruit. This 3-2 layer ginseng, the king of herbs, has already arrived. But Gu Shenhai knows that this is not the time to take action. He cannot let out the slightest breath, nor can he take action immediately. The king of herbs is absorbing water to replenish itself. For plants, the importance of water is naturally self-evident. Because it has absorbed enough water, the tips of the buds also look a little bloated, and even the fruits look fatter. As the water in the pit was absorbed, the bud tip and the fruit retracted back into the ground. Gu Shenhai also smiled when he saw this. It was done. This king of herbs did not leave, but grew on the spot. It will not leave unless it encounters danger or something else next time. I saw a ray of morning sun falling in the distance and covering the puddle. In an instant, Gu Shenhai took action. The huge force penetrated the soil directly. He reached out and pinched a twisting ginseng in his hand. With a flick of his hand, all the dirt fell away. After the soil was gone, the king of herbs, which was still able to move, instantly fell silent, as if it were a robot whose power had been cut off. Sure enough, I didn't become a sperm. It's a pity. Gu Shenhai felt a little regretful. It would be better if he became a sperm. After checking it, he planted it into his body and refined and cultivated it into a spiritual plant. With a powerful vitality, this weight has directly replenished my 3,000 years of life. And I have also made a lot of money. Next, I will continue to let the king of spiritual plants increase the level of spiritual plants. And I will give back even more. The name of the king of herbs seems a bit powerful. It can improve the medicinal effects of other spiritual plants and enhance my absorption efficiency. It can also provide me with extra vitality at critical moments, even if I am seriously injured or dying. He is indeed known as the king of herbs among the 9 immortal herbs. In fact, Gu Shenhai was more curious about Dendrobium nobile, the number 1 among the 9 immortal grasses. The king of herbs can be used as medicine, but it cannot be destroyed as a whole. You can borrow some ginseng roots to use. Anyway, It can regenerate.
It's not that the whole plant cannot be used as medicine, but regeneration may be a little troublesome. And at this stage, the level 3 king of herbs does not have enough auxiliary medicine to match it. Ginseng will be enough. Gu Shenhai will be refining elixirs in the future. After further advancement, there will be room for use.
Come here. Not only did you not lose money, but you also made money. TSK. It's unbelievable.
Gu Shenhai actually thought that he might lose a fortune in life before, but he never expected that he is worthy of being the top talent in the world. Dibao. Compared with this king of herbs ginseng, the previous 7 treasures Tianhua Lotus is too different. It only provided him with a 7 treasures body protecting aura. Although it will be cultivated in the future, it is estimated that more people can only follow the king of herbs. Wang took medicine together.
Next, should I go to the snowy mountains to find Tianshan Snow Lotus or go back and trick Huang Yanshan into coming to get it together?
For the former, it can be obtained in 3 to 5 days at most, but it is estimated to consume a lifespan. While if you go back, it will take at least 2 months to go back and forth. One is life-consuming, and the other is time-consuming. In the end, Gu Shenhai chose the former. His lifespan could be increased, but it would not be so easy to go back in time. Chapter 140 Lotus on the Snowy Summit. The word Tianshan in Tianshan Snow Lotus does not mean that this thing only grows in a place called Tianshan, but refers to a mountain that towers into the clouds and reaches the sky, commonly known as high altitude. Yo Xiaobai was so cold that he even trembled.
Don't be afraid. We just take this opportunity to do some training related to cold resistance. When we go down, you will have more high-level cold resistance.
Gu Shenhai did not intentionally abuse Xiaobai, mainly because of the geographical environment here. It is indeed very suitable for corresponding training. Xiaobai knew the truth, but the main reason was that he was really cold. Gu Shenhai didn't enjoy it alone, mainly because of his strong strength and the resistance provided by the natural mark. He didn't mind the low temperature at all.
Hey!
Xiaobai could only admit it honestly. It also knew that he would probably be fine and get stronger. But the cold was really unbearable.
I remember there seems to be a Tianshan sect or Snow Mountain sect nearby. When the time comes, I'll go over and take a rest, and use my reputation as the best in the world to show off my face.
Gu Shenhai joked, which was regarded as a favor to Xiaobai. The goal is to look for plum blossoms to quench thirst. But then again, who would build a sect in this place with low temperatures, constant wind and snow, and high altitude? Just transporting the materials up there is a big problem. The world of middle martial arts is not the world of high martial arts. There is no need to eat and drink, even if you are a master of martial arts. Living at such a high altitude has many inconveniences. Gu Shenhai really wanted to complain that there was something wrong with this thing, but because they actually lived there, his desire to complain was suppressed in the end. Soon, Gu Shenhai realized that he really didn't lack the money. No matter what sect he was, he needed the Tianshan Snow Lotus, which was abundant in them. This thing was born in this environment. If you just flip it and sell it, you will make money. If you have money, why worry about all the messy things? Money may not be everything, but having no money is absolutely impossible. In other words, this sect is essentially the monopoly of Tianshan Snow Lotus, and its customers are the Tianzong Demon Sect and the Imperial Court. So there is no shortage of channels. As for the possibility that these 3 major forces may seize it, it is unlikely. First of all, it is the breeding method. Secondly, this is a bitter cold place. Who wants to come here? Let the exiles or prisoners come. They also dare. What if they destroy the ecology out of spite? What's more, the cost is also very high. It is better to buy it than to grow it yourself. Large-scale planting also requires costs, rather than just occupying the space and growing it continuously. And it is not oil. That's why this sect has a place to live. As Gu Shenhai and Xiaobai went up, they could feel the wind and snow getting stronger. They didn't have altitude sickness. Each of them and the deer were strong and had various resistances. They were quite good at this.
Hey! The spiritual energy concentration seems to be about 10% higher than on the ground. What's the principle behind this?
Gu Shenhai was a little curious.
In that case, the overall strength should be, oh, not very good. There are not many people here.
Gu Shenhai originally wanted to say which sect above has the strongest overall strength. But then he thought about it. Whether they can gather 500 disciples is a problem. They say they are disciples, but maybe they are all lotus pickers. This kind of thing is normal. If it were not a sect but a chamber of commerce, it would only be absorbed by the big forces.
But then again, why does this thing have to grow on a cliff? The one I like is standing on the top of a snow mountain.
Gu Shanhai complained. This planting method still needs to be improved. Can't they be planted and harvested uniformly? These must be sorted out.
Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area of the snow mountain?
A shout came out in the wind and snow. I saw 2 men and 1 woman wrapped up tightly. Even their eyes were covered with a black gauze to avoid snow blindness. From a distance, they looked like fat penguins.
Elder, you are not mistaken. Are you? There is no one there in such a heavy snowstorm.
Another male voice came, with some hesitation in his tone.
But I just saw a huge black shadow carrying someone through the wind and snow.
The elder hesitated for a moment. The 2 disciples were speechless. The huge black shadow was still carrying someone. Do you know that you are so brave? No matter whether that thing is a human or not. Normal logic should not make a sound. It's okay if it is a human. Maybe it can communicate. But if it is not a human, then they are finished. There have always been many strange legends on the snowy mountains, but I have never encountered them.
Forget it. It must be my misunderstanding. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible. The Tianshan snow lotus on the top of the mountain is about to mature and must be picked in time. This flower is extraordinary and may have caused some strange phenomenon in the world.
The elder said the same tone. It quickly became firm. Their mission up the mountain this time was naturally for the extraordinary snow lotus on the top of the mountain. The more the 2 disciples heard, the more unsure they became. If the elder was talking about an individual, they could bravely follow him. But now it's better. What kind of strange phenomenon is happening in the world? The road up the mountain was very calm, and there were no shortcomings except that it was cold, freezing, windy and snowy. The road was difficult to walk, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. As they climbed to the top of the mountain, they saw the huge figure the elders mentioned. Yo! The roaring sound like a deer, and the absurd giant horns, accompanied by the wind and snow, made them feel numb.
You are from the Snow Mountain sect, right?
Gu Shanhai asked in the wind and snow. This brought the 3 people's thoughts back, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It's a human being. So that's good?
Exactly. I wonder who you are.
The leader of the Snow Mountain sect elder raised his hand and asked. However, when he saw Gu Shanhai, his pupil shrank, and he thought to himself, what a strong true energy. In such a wind and snow, wearing only a robe but moving freely, he should not be underestimated.
Oh, I was watching the sky at night and saw a snow lotus here that was destined for me. So I rushed thousands of miles to get it.
As soon as Gu Shanhai came up, he took the Tianshan snow lotus as his own.
The
elders of the Snow Mountain sect were also speechless. How come they are destined to be with you? They noticed it 3 months ago, and arranged for people to come and see it from time to time. They also predicted that it would be ripe today. So they came here to pick it. And the result was good. A cut-off guy. If you want it, just say it. But to shirk the predestined relationship is nonsense.
To tell you the truth, I am really destined to be with you. For this reason, I have lost 3 years of my life.
Gu Shanhai also noticed that the other party was speechless. Gu Shanhai really didn't lie when it came to shortening his lifespan. But the time unit was not years. Well, he just spent 3 days of his lifespan during the divination prediction. Mainly because you said losing your lifespan by 3 years and losing your life by 3 days have different shocks.
Ahem. You don't know something. This Tianshan snow lotus does not belong to me, but was left by the head of the Tianzong. It's really hard to leave it to you.
The elders of the Snow Mountain sect could only pull the tiger's skin at this time. Good goods must be kept at the bottom of the box, and will not be handed over easily.
Come on! Look at what's on my neck!
Gu Shanhai pointed to his head and said,
This is called a head. It contains brains, not water. Don't say that the master of the Tianzong is here today, even if there is another master of the demon sect. If he dares to stop me, I will beat him to death.
It took him 3 days of his life to get the opportunity. Why should he give it up if you bring someone out? This made the Snow Mountain sect elder's expression change. Where did this stupid young man come from? Why didn't he know how to give face at all? The world is not about fighting and killing, but about worldliness.
Your Majesty is so arrogant. Are you not afraid of me? The Snow Mountain sect?
The Snow Mountain sect elder said with a pinched neck.
You mean if I don't give it to you, you will have to hunt me down?
Gu Shanhai was also speechless.
We, the Snow Mountain sect, are a well-known and upright sect. It is unethical for you to take things by force like this.
The elder of the Snow Mountain sect is not stupid. How could he dare to say that? The other party is very powerful. If we kill him here and bury him conveniently, the murderer would certainly not be found. So he gave up and only dared to verbally condemn.
Then do you know who I am?
Gu Shanhai said with a smile, showing his big white teeth. The three people from the Snow Mountain sect were also silent. Yes, they didn't know who the person in front of them was. And there was nothing they could do if they took it and left. The prerequisite for condemning or forcing the other party to submit through public opinion is to know who the other party is. Even if you know the identity of the other party, there is another issue involved. That is, if someone with such deep chi offends, will it happen? Will his Snow Mountain sect be destroyed just because he kept it secret? When he thought of this, the elder of the Snow Mountain sect was also excited and said quickly,
I don't know. Then I suggest you go to the Jianghu to inquire. People like me should be easy to inquire about.
Gu Shanhai's tone was very kind. Looking at the other party's appearance, it is obvious that he does not know the recent events in the world. Otherwise, how could someone as popular as him not know about it? This is actually a relatively normal thing. The Snow Mountain sect is located in a remote and dangerous place, and the frequency of communication with Jianghu is relatively limited. Delays between messages are also normal. Gu Shanhai has only been famous for only 2 months at most, and there is no response. They don't even know about the communication system.
How can such a person be so difficult to inquire about? It's just...
The Snow Mountain sect was struggling in his heart. He knew that this unique Tianshan Snow Lotus could not be saved. If he goes back like this, he will inevitably take the blame. It is impossible for the Shueshan sect to have trouble with Gu Shanhai because of this matter. He is really strong, so it will definitely fall on him.
Okay, I won't embarrass you. After all, you have been here for a long time. So just consider this as compensation,
Gu Shanhai said, casually taking out an elixir and throwing it away. Past.
The Qibao Lingshan pill can increase your power for 30 years after taking it. It can also be used to kill people and heal injuries.
The other party hurriedly took it, with a look of surprise on his face. He had never heard of the Qibao Lingshan pill, but the medicinal fragrance from this pill made him feel refreshed and his energy appeared. Judging from the slight growth, it is definitely a treasure. Not to mention that it can be used to heal injuries, which is much more practical than the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Their Snow Mountain sect only knows that this Snow Lotus is extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary it is, it cannot compare to 30 years of skill.
Your Excellency, are you a pharmacist?
The Snow Mountain sect elder asked cautiously after putting away the elixir.
Well, that's right,
Gu Shanhai answered vaguely. At present, he is a farmer and a fortune teller at Tianxiao. He is actually still learning to be a pharmacist. As for the Qibao Lingshan pill, he used the ginseng of the king of herbs and the Qibao Tianhua. The lotus seeds are fried and kneaded into balls, mixed with some medicinal alchemy for use. Yes, it is actually similar to dishes such as braised lion head and sushi meatballs. It is a medicinal diet rather than an elixir.
I see. It was me who was rude. I wonder if you, Your Excellency, have accepted this Snow Lotus. If you have time, you can go to our Snow Mountain sect to see the scenery of this Snow Mountain.
The elder of the Snow Mountain sect was also excited. Is he the scapegoat? It can't cover his head anymore. This Qibao Lingshan pill alone is enough. It would be better if another pharmacist is invited back. It's not that their Snow Mountain sect doesn't have pharmacists. It's just that they don't have such a high-level pharmacist. It would be a great benefit if they could gain some connections or give some advice to their pharmacists.
TSK, your arrogance is a little serious. I still like your unruly look just now,
Gu Shanhai teased. The other party really has the worldly sophistication and tact to the level of a Jianghu person. And he is extremely thick-skinned. Just like just now, it's like nothing happened.
Joking. It's just human nature.
The other person said that as long as he is not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed.
Yo!
Before Gu Shanhai could express his position, Xiaobai said he wanted to go. He felt that he was frozen for this generation, and he was about to be frozen into a grandson before his eyes.
Okay, I understand. Let's go over there and get warm.
Gu Shanhai was speechless when he heard Xiaobai's words. Why did this deer talk more and more? And he didn't know who taught him. How come he froze into a grandson? He also froze into a Confucius.
Then please wait a moment. After I pick the Snow Lotus, we can set off together.
Gu Shanhai turned around and said to the three of them. Naturally, The three people from the Snow Mountain sect had no objections. As the snow lotus slowly bloomed, and finally the pure white flowers bloomed, they were uprooted by Gu Shanhai, shaken off the slush, and put into his arms. Of course, he couldn't directly implant it in his body in front of the three people from the Snow Mountain sect. Instead, he stuffed it into his arms, and then implanted it. It is then refined and cultivated into spiritual plants. It calms the mind, nourishes the mind, calms the mind, nourishes the soul, and also provides sufficient cold resistance and related affinity, coupled with its own medicinal value. It is good. This Tianshan Snow Lotus is a little inferior to the King of Herbs, but it is also a top spiritual plant. Just the three effects of calming the mind, nourishing the mind and calming thoughts can make him fearless of being possessed and affected by various inner demons and external factors. Not to mention the soul-nourishing effect of level 1 Tianshan Snow Lotus is twice as powerful as the soul baptism effect of level 3 General Worship Platform. It can passively nourish without absorbing other people's souls, spirits, and other nutrients. Of course, nourishing souls in the soul baptism of the General Worship Platform is only part of the function. Unlike Tianshan Snow Lotus, which is the main business, it is really not good to challenge the profession with hobbies. Chapter 141. The Snow Mountain sect was deceived and became lame. In the Snow Mountain sect, Gu Shanhai was warmly welcomed by the head of the Snow Mountain sect, especially after seeing the 7 treasure spirit pill handed over by his elder. He almost smiled from ear to ear. Tianshan Snow Lotus may be rare in other places, but here they are everywhere, and even his disciples can usually get a lot of them. No matter how much you eat, you can't increase your skill level by 30 years, let alone lose your life. I never thought that there could be such beautiful scenery on this snow-capped mountain. Gu Shanhai also talked about people and ghosts. At this time, he seemed to have no emotional intelligence to undermine him. It's a pity that the cold is so strong. Otherwise it would be a good place to live in seclusion. Miao Shan, the head of the Snow Mountain sect on the side, also sighed with emotion. I wonder if young hero Gu still needs Snow Lotus. Although young hero got this Mountain Lotus, it is only one after all. If you want to refine medicine into a pill, you have to have more. If young hero doesn't give up, our Snow Mountain sect is willing to give you hundreds of them. The best Snow Lotus plant is in Shaoxia. Make friends with sincerity. Miao Shan added. If you are a good friend, you must give a gift. Although these hundreds of high-quality Snow Lotuses may sound bluffing, in fact they are just a drop in the bucket for the Snow Mountain sect. But it is indeed very generous. On the market, this plant would cost 100 taels of silver, which is equivalent to giving him 10,000 taels of silver. This one of mine is enough. I just want to refine a furnace of 9 grass pills. It's useless to make more. Gu Shanhai shook his head. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Miao Shan's eyes. He naturally knew what the 9 grasses were. He didn't expect Gu Shanhai to have such a big appetite. Even if you say you don't know what the elixir is used for, the fact that these 9 kinds of celestial herbs that the other party needs are not ordinary varieties is enough to prove that the elixir is extraordinary. Young hero, I have something to ask of you. At this time, Miao Shan couldn't care about anything else and said hurriedly. You also want a 9 grass pill? Gu Shanhai asked back. Also? When Miao Shan heard this word, he figured out the cause and effect in his mind. He could be sure that the spiritual ginseng and the Qibao spiritual ginseng pill in his hand was definitely the king of herbs, and it should have been a gift from others. Gu Shanhai's, and then asked for a 9 grass pill. Exactly. If you have any needs, young hero, just ask, and everyone in our Snow Mountain sect will do our best. Miao Shan quickly expressed his position. He couldn't get the king of herbs, not even one of the 9 immortal herbs of the corresponding level. He might have had it before, but it became the 7 treasure spiritual ginseng pill. He has no regrets about this. The other party is so powerful. How could the Tianshan Snow Lotus fall into their hands? You are very sincere, and there is no problem in leading you one. It's just that I have nothing to ask for now. Otherwise, how else can I owe you this favor first? Gu Shanhai said. Before, he thought that the Snow Mountain sect was just a small sect with about 1,000 people. But the actual situation was very outrageous. They had at least 30,000 people, and occupied a very large area. The overall strength can rank among the top 10 sects in the world. The Snow Mountain School not only sells Snow Lotus, but also sells a series of rare products such as snow clams and snow ginseng. The rich and powerful people are a very good help. Even though Miao Shan, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, was like a licking dog by Gu Shanhai's side. His skills were top-notch in the world. Not to mention the presence of Taishang Elder and others, who should not be underestimated at all. It was just that he usually hid deeply, and had few disciples, who were born and traveled. So he gave Gu Shanhai such an impression. This kind of medicinal materials, no matter which sect they belong to, needs to be bought in large quantities. So they are really rich. Miao Shan also saw Gu Shanhai's ability. So he made a big bet. Of course, he could tell his ability with the 7 treasure spirit pill. But when he heard that favors were needed, Miao Shan hesitated. He could grit his teeth if he wanted money or things. But favors were the hardest thing to return. Jianghu is about human relations. And human relations come first. He can break the appointment. But this will lead to endless troubles. What's more important is that the better and stronger the effect of the 9 grass pill is, the greater the favor will be.
I wonder what this 9 grass pill does.
At this time, Miao Shan did not dare to agree. So he could only inquire about it first.
Thousands of years of skill. 1,000 years of life. Rejuvenation. And eternal youth.
Gu Shanhai only said 16 words. But as soon as these 16 words came out, Miao Shan's breathing became heavier.
Young hero, you are joking. There is no such absurd thing in the world.
Miao Shan was moved. But he was also very sensible.
Whether it's ridiculous or not, you'll know when the elixir is completed. The medicinal materials I use are all treasures from heaven and earth.
Gu Shanhai's words are true. The effect is a bit watery. Not as outrageous as 1,000 years. However, he values the first 2 effects more. He is ready to need the elixir, which must be mass-produced. As for the last 2 effects, they are actually just incidental.
If you don't believe me, Master Miao, you can go to the rivers and lakes to find out how old I am.
Gu Shangyo said with a joking tone in his tone.
Young hero, you are really good at joking. You are no more than 10 years old. How can you?
Miao Shan did not react at first. But as he spoke, he thought of Gu Shanhai's outrageous energy. How could a 20-year-old boy be so full of energy? Even if it is soaked in a medicine jar and fed. It is impossible. His son is so tall. And it is not so outrageous. So the truth is that this young man who looks like a young boy is actually an old monster who has lived for a long time. And the reason why he wants to practice the 9 grass pill again is definitely to increase his lifespan by 1,000 years.
Yes. How many more can there be? Master Miao might as well take a guess.
Gu Shanhai naturally read the other party's thoughts. So he followed what the other party said. At this time, Miao Shan did not dare to speak casually. If it was true, then did the other party really only live for 1,000 years? After all, this 9 grass pill can't be refined only once. Those heavenly beings came to mind. The true immortal of martial arts. No wonder. No wonder.
When his mind was filled with thoughts, Gu Shanhai also interrupted the other party.
It's almost time. It's time for me to go down the mountain. If Master Miao changes his mind, he can send someone down the mountain to look for me. I'm easier to find out.
Gu Shanhai didn't wait for the other party to come back to his senses, but spoke directly. He is indeed going down the mountain. The original intention was actually to give Xiaobai a break. It probably already had medium cold resistance. If it were advanced, he wasn't sure whether he could develop this talent before going down the mountain. If it can't be developed, then Gu Shanhai will use Tianshan Snow Lotus as the main ingredient to refine a corresponding elixir. Gu Shanhai didn't need it. He already had the corresponding resistance talent. Unlike Xiao Bai, he had never experienced such extreme environments. Miao Shaman wanted to speak, but he had already seen Xiao Bai carrying Gu Shanhai gradually disappearing away, leaving only a long string of deer hoof prints on the snow. It's so hacking exciting to just show off and run away. It wasn't that Gu Shanhai wanted to stay, but that he could no longer keep his secrets. And his secret might be revealed if he went any further. So he ran away quickly. It's just a lie in itself, and let the other party think about it. He doesn't want to refine any 9 grass pills at all. These things are not compatible with each other. Only people like Miao Shan who don't understand will believe it. Mainly because it sounds high-end. That's why he is like this fooling. Of course, it is true that they can refine elixirs that can increase longevity and power. But they will not refine them according to their ideas. The other party's idea was also unexpected by Gu Shanhai. The Snow Mountain party might be a help to him. But it was just a possibility. Whether it could succeed or not was another matter. This sect spends most of its time on the snowy mountains, and is more like a well-established rich man. If they really asked their disciples to go down the mountain to help, I'm afraid it won't be of much help. The disciple here, Gu Shanhai, has seen it, and although he also practices martial arts, but more often than not, they are like company employees, and they probably don't see much blood. Fortunately, every drink and peck has its own consequences. Gu Shanhai has gained something by being kind to others. Currently, he is transitioning towards the TNT flow and the Krypton gold flow. Even if he doesn't need to, he has to make arrangements in advance, just in case he becomes a secret. The things I want are gone in this area. Let's go find Huang Yanshan next. His electric current should be driven by 100,000 volts. Gu Shanhai made a simple estimate, but did not make a divination prediction, mainly because there was no necessary. Then my mind moved and I noticed something interesting. I didn't expect that the Snow Mountain sect would actually have a good discussion with me. It seems that they were really fooled by me. Gu Shanhai also sensed something with his sixth sense, which shows that his Tianji style has gone a step further. Probably since the last time I used myself as a material for visceral divination. My perception has been greatly improved. And it is not the five senses that have been improved, but the sixth sense, intuition and the like. Unfortunately, these methods are limited, and there is no way to improve through constant suicide attempts. What improved his perception was not the visceral divination, but the small improvement that Gu Shanhai obtained after spending a lot of his life to perform in-depth divination. Therefore, it was actually a gift from the Kryptonian life rather than just the divination. The kind that has great destiny. And if you want to get promotion next time, you won't be able to live with 3,000 years of Krypton. You have to have more than 3,000 years. And the more Krypton you have, the more promotion you will get. Gu Shanhai didn't pay much attention to the follow-up of the Snow Mountain sect. If he wanted to pay attention, he could spend some of his life to watch the live broadcast. But it didn't make much sense. On the way down the mountain, Xiaobai's pace was much more cheerful. Coupled with his talent for flying in the air, he was bounding all the way down. In the past, we used to go up the mountain by waiting. But of course, it is more cost-effective to go down the mountain by using Takhong. As the altitude gradually decreased, the original temperature, air pressure, etc. also gradually recovered. The wind and snow naturally stopped and then gradually dissipated. The flora and fauna also began to flourish. And Gu Shanhai even saw a few scattered families. Probably herdsmen or others. Hey, Xiaobai reminded Gu Shanhai, saying that there seemed to be a few Jianghu people preparing to go up the mountain. Gu Shanhai stuck his head out and took a look. Because Xiaobai's antlers were too big, he had been relying on his secret eyes and magic eyes to observe the front. But the field of vision of these two things was really not as good as his. There were 3 men and 2 women in total. And the clothes were quite thick. This was not the point. The point was that there seemed to be a weak woman inside. She looked like the woman who had rewarded herself for not dying 60 times, and not sleeping for 3 days. Kind. They should be planning to go to the Shueshan sect for medicine. There are many such people. The main reason is that most of the medicinal materials circulating on the market are of ordinary quality. The best batches are either kept for their own use and packed in boxes, or sold to the gods. Zhongyamo sect as a special offering. Therefore, if you want to obtain such good medicinal materials, you have to go to the place of origin. My whole family is from the Jianghu community, so no wonder we would encounter something like this. Gu Shanhai could tell at a glance that the woman suffered internal injuries, which were obviously caused by a fight. So he was thinking about not meddling in other people's business and forming a good relationship. As soon as the thought came up, he threw it away. It was none of his business. Just mind yourself and... That's fine. Oh! The main reason is that he just made a prediction and divination, and came up with unhelpful results. The purpose of forming a good relationship is to obtain good results. But if there are no good results, why would he lick his face and pass by? This world does not pay attention to the cycle of cause and effect. Even if Gu Shanhai directly grabs the opportunity, nothing will happen. It's just that he has always been cautious. Things that can be solved in a lifetime are basically no problems. Why leave some loopholes for himself in order to save this lifespan? Most TNG Flow players are evil gamblers. But what they bet on is lifespan, not life. There is a difference between the two. If lifespan is gone, it can still increase. But if life is gone, there is a high probability that life is gone. When the two sides passed each other, the 5 people also looked at Gu Shanhai in surprise. Riding such a big deer was indeed more eye-catching. As for whether they noticed Gu Shanhai's identity, Gu Shanhai also didn't explore it. When they were crossing each other,
Gu Shanhai also glanced at the seriously injured woman. The injury was temporarily stable, and would not continue to worsen in the near future. However, if she could not get corresponding treatment, that might be the case.
Dad, he seems to be the world's best deer master. Rumored in the world.
After Gu Shanhai walked away, one of the teenagers hesitated and spoke.
It's him. He came down from the Snow Mountain sect and only wore a single coat. I'm afraid he's the only one with such true energy.
A middle-aged man sighed and said,
Then why don't we ask him to save my sister? He is so powerful that he will definitely be able to heal my sister's internal injuries.
The young man asked again.
What do we have that deserves his action? Just because he is the best in the world? Jianghu has never been about love and romance.
The middle-aged man said calmly. Even if they open their mouths, it is impossible for the other party to help a stranger and an unknown person. If they are really that good, they will go to Tianzong to ask for the master of Tianzong. But in fact, they can't even go to Tianzong, let alone see Tianzong, the Lord. Even if he went to the Snow Mountain sect to ask for medicine, he had no idea. He was only a second-rate expert in the martial arts world and had no reputation at all.
It's better to ask for help than to ask for help yourself. Wouldn't it be better if you asked for medicine from the Snow Mountain sect?
The middle-aged man said again. The so-called asking for medicine does not mean asking the other party to give it to you, but asking them to sell it to you at an easy price. Chapter 142. Let the waters of the world be a little muddier.
What the H.L. is Thunderblade Huang Yanshan? I've been away for 2 months. Not 2 years.
Gu Shanhai was a little doubtful about life. He hasn't returned to the capital yet. It's not that he won't go, but that Huang Yanshan is not in the capital.
I heard the storyteller snap and say, This thunder sword is worthy of being passed down by the world's best deer master. It has 7 purple thunder strikes. Even the top masters in the world dare not take the first 4 moves. That day, you rue at the Jade Tower. That Winter Thunderbolt move defeated 12 masters of the demon sect in a row.
Gu Shanhai knew that the Winter Thunderbolt was an enhanced version of the Spring Thunderburst. It was probably similar to the multiple purple thunder swords that slashed randomly, emitting multiple electric powers to encircle and suppress the opponent. The purple thunder energy dispersed to pursue and surround the opponent. Its original intention was to chop blindly. But in his mind, how could this move reach this point? He really thought that the original purple thunder sword technique was not effective. Moreover, according to this storyteller, Huang Yanshan left the capital and defeated all the heroes in the world with a thunder sword. He was invincible and invincible. Now the blade of the sword is pointed directly at the magic door. The general idea is that Gu Shanhai once went to the Tianzong and defeated the leader of the Tianzong with one move. And now he has to go to the demon sect to be the master of the demon sect.
This is too crooked.
Wu Fuzi seemed to be gone. After asking around, Gu Shanhai found that Huang Yanshan was no longer the same as in his previous life. Instead, he was unruly and extremely domineering. It felt to him like he had been holding it in for a long time and bottomed out, although he had held it back in his previous life. Because there was no interference from Gu Shanhai. Not only did he not rebound, but he was very rational.
You can't really become a magnet maniac.
Probably not. The more Gu Shanhai thought about it, the more uncertain he became. If he hadn't been here for 2 months, who knew what Huang Yanshan would have experienced during that period? Therefore, we can only inquire about the specific situation through experience. According to his inquiries, it seemed that the other party had become a different person since he left the capital.
In his situation, if he really kills the demon sect, he won't be the ultimate insult to the master of the demon sect.
Gu Shanhai muttered softly. Not to mention, it's really possible that in his previous life, Huang Yanshan's madness was a suppressed and hidden kind of coldness. But after it broke out this time, the madness was domineering and extreme.
May I ask this brother, what is the ultimate insult?
The man who looked like a rich young man was drinking tea, eating melon seeds, and listening to a book. He also heard Gu Shanhai's muttering. So he asked curiously,
You're a kid. How can you ask about such a thing?
Gu Shanhai glanced at the other person, and then said seriously,
Waiter, give this brother a nice pot of tea, and then put your 13 sweet cakes on the table.
The young master heard Gu Shanhai's words and immediately shouted. Obviously this person is also a regular customer. And the waiter at the side quickly put on a posture.
Ahem. You are too polite. The ultimate insult is to capture the other party and arrange for 4 people with Longyang's love and the habit of cutting sleeves to have in-death exchanges for 3 months. And then,
Gu Shanhai felt that this kid is on the road. Don't talk to him about exciting things. After Gu Shanhai explained the ultimate humiliation in a simple and profound way, the rich young master turned a little pale. He did not expect that there was such a terrifying method of torture in the world. This is not only physical torture, but also mental torture. If word spreads, the demon sect may collapse.
Ahem. Brother, your joke is quite humorous.
The other party's outlook was obviously a little shocked, and his words were a little bumpy, mainly because the details Gu Shanhai told were very real.
Yeah, even I find it humorous.
Gu Shanhai also smiled. What he told was indeed a joke. No matter how crazy Huang Yinshan is, he can't be so crazy. After all, the way of being crazy is different.
TSK. I never thought that Grandmaster Lu would be so cunning. I thought that the person who could become a Grandmaster must be someone who has the world in mind.
Came the voice of a middle-aged man. The rich young man on the side looked puzzled. Grandmaster Lu seemed to be even more shattered by his virtue.
Ah, I'm really sorry that I don't have chest muscles.
Gu Shanhai said that he didn't exercise, and then said,
You have yourself to blame for this. If you didn't eavesdrop, I wouldn't have to arrange it for you.
On the second floor, a middle-aged man wearing a black coat strolled down.
Wu Moming, the master of the demon sect.
The expression of the rich young man on the side suddenly changed. If the person sitting next to him is really the world's best dear master, then this middle-aged man in black robe is not the master of the demon sect. Otherwise, how could he say this? Program him. As soon as these words came out, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly solidified. No one dared to act rashly for fear of offending the two of them.
I've long heard that Grandmaster Lu doesn't stick to trivial matters, and it turned out to be true when I saw him today.
After Wu Moming came down, he sat next to Gu Shanhai. I mean informal in a nice way. But to put it another way, it means that this is too out of the ordinary. A dignified master-like figure squatting in a tea house to arrange others.
Hey, who did you listen to? I remember that I seemed to be quite serious.
Gu Shanhai also heard the voiceover. Compared to a good-faced person like Wu Moming, Gu Shanhai never valued face very much.
Listen to what the Snow Mountain sect guy said.
Wu Moming poured himself some tea and said,
Oh, that must be a rumor. I have always liked rules the most. Any informality is fake.
Gu Shanhai said that he is a good person.
If you can think of the ultimate insult, this rule is probably not a good one.
Wu Moming said after taking a sip of tea.
What? You want to give it a try?
Gu Shanhai raised his eyebrows. Although he was not a magnetic field maniac, he didn't mind playing a cameo, as long as he dared to respond. Gu Shanhai would dare to do it. At that moment, Wu Moming's heart tightened. Endless malice surrounded him, and he swallowed the words he originally wanted to test.
I heard that Grandmaster Lu wants to practice a furnace of 9 grass pills. I wonder if my demon sect can help Grandmaster Lu.
Wu Moming skipped this topic very wisely. He didn't want to experience the ultimate insult.
Oh, you want it too. You should have told me earlier.
Gu Shanhai was not surprised. It is not a big deal for the demon sect to plant some spies in the Snow Mountain sect. In fact, each sect has inserted many spies into each other.
Master Lu, are you willing to give me one?
Wu Moming was a little curious.
You have a pretty good idea, but you want to get it for free, in exchange for a favor from the demon sect. The Snow Mountain sect will only give you a favor. You, the demon sect, are not even willing to give this favor.
Gu Shanhai thought about Rondu. Come here. Just fool around. Everyone pricked up their ears to hear what kind of pill this 9-grass pill was. And even the master of the demon sect came to ask for it in person. It was hard to predict that there would be another turmoil in the world.
A favor from the demon sect? The price is too high.
Wu Moming's favor and the favor of the demon sect are not on the same level. If Gu Shanhai came to ask for help, then the entire demon sect would have to come out to help. It was precisely because of this that the Snow Mountain sect hesitated. What Gu Shanhai wanted was the entire force, not an individual.
For this price, if you want it, I can leave a place for you. If you don't want it, then of course someone else will want it.
Gu Shanhai's tone was not polite at all. This was a seller's market for him. So he had to agree or get out. Although he did not have the real 9-grass pill, it did not affect Gu Shanhai's arrogance at all.
Then please ask Grandmaster Lu to leave one for me. I will pick it up when the furnace is open tomorrow.
Wu Moming finally agreed. Whether it was 1,000 years of skill or 1,000 years of life, it was extremely tempting to him. After Wu Moming finished speaking, he stood up and left. After achieving the goal, it is natural to leave. What are you going to do if you stay? Help Gu Shanhai.
How is this possible? If the other party has really taken a 9-grass pill, then the other party has at least 1,000 years of skill. If he really wants to take action, it is tantamount to humiliating himself. An old monster who has lived for 1,000 years is still moody and shameless. It is very difficult to play such a character anywhere. Then what? Grandmaster Lu, what is the 9-grass pill you just mentioned? The rich young man on the side cautiously inquired after seeing Wumoming leaving. Oh, it's a ball made of 9 kinds of medicinal materials mixed together and boiled in running water. It's probably similar to Shishi balls. Gu Shanhai told the truth. Times in. Everyone present was speechless. This was too perfunctory. Who made the elixir like this? Others don't know that this is how Gu Shanhai actually cooks. He hasn't learned much about refining alchemy yet. But his cooking skills are definitely top-notch. And he will definitely use whichever one is more useful. Then Grandmaster Lu, what is the effect of this 9-grass pill? Why did even the master of the demon sect come here in person? I don't know who it was, but shouted from a distance. Oh, it prolongs life, nourishes yin and nourishes kidneys. You also know that when people get older, they will not be hard where they should be, and they will be hard where they shouldn't be. Right. Gu Shanhai talks a lot about it, as long as it is aphrodisiac. With 2 words, many things will become reasonable. Hearing this, there was a lot of laughter in the tea house. Judging from Gu Shanhai's answer, he didn't seem to be someone who clings to the past. For ordinary people, this is indeed an interesting thing. Or is it that the arrogant number 1 in the world is talking nonsense to them? As for the 9-grass pill's true effect, no one believes it. If it really only has this effect, how could Wumoming, the master of the demon sect, come here in person? You must know that Grandmaster Lu's nephew Thunder Knife is fighting against the demon sect. When it comes to fighting, there is already a conflict between the 2 parties. If it weren't for the incredible effect of the 9-grass pill, how could Wumoming put aside this conflict and come to see Gu Shanhai? The people present were not fools. Gu Shanhai kept talking nonsense to them, indicating that he was giving them face. If it were someone else, these things would not happen. No one dares to ask questions. Not even the masters of the demon sect. Let alone them. Even the imperial court has not abided by the law. So they still want to ask the Jianghu people to abide by it? After some more nonsense, Gu Shanhai left the tea house, and his expression gradually calmed down. The waters in the rivers and lakes are getting muddier. Gu Shanhai's pretense was naturally not for fun, but for profit. Plants such as natural treasures and earthly treasures are very useful to him. But after all, they are only small profits. What he wants is big profits. So where does this great profit come from? You don't have to think about it. You are the protagonist. Is there anything that can be more profitable than investing in the protagonist? What's more, he's a protagonist with full favorability. Both He Lingyun and Artolis gave him the most generous benefits at this stage. What's more, he is now officially in Tianji style. If you want to talk about what is most beneficial to the protagonist, it is naturally luck. It's just that this luck is not taken by force. If you dare to do this, you will basically suffer backlash. Only in the process of long-term flow, you can absorb the luck that the protagonist exudes when you get the fate, which is the right way. It's probably equivalent to hanging around the protagonist. In the process, you can improve your luck and luck. With just a little bit of accumulation, you can have a chance to be with you in any world. Even in his previous life, Gu Shanhai was treated the same as the protagonist without having to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Because Gu Shanhai had already completed the corresponding responsibilities when he obtained his luck. This time it's just a walk again. Otherwise, why would Gu Shanhai be hanging out with the protagonist every time? Who wouldn't want to do something beneficial? Not only that, the stronger the protagonist, the more helpful it is for Tianji Flow players. Especially some Tianji Flow players, who also work part-time in the summoning flow. When in trouble, just come over, and a group of hundreds of protagonists pour in. Each of them is very powerful. They are good at exploding seeds, killing enemies by leapfrogging, getting braver as they fight, and even have strong luck. Who can stop this? That is to say, Gu Shanhai has no way to sway people. Otherwise, he would not be alone at this time. He came with the iron-blooded utopia, and the sun never sets dynasty. The true immortals of martial arts are nothing. The whole world combined is not enough for these 2 forces. Call taxi. This is the advantage of belonging to the Tianji style. But there are also many disadvantages. The lifespan is generally uneven, and gambling on dogs can lead to sudden death. Another one is that when it comes to Tianji Ryunao, Gu Shanhai is the only one.
This is a sect of the future. Even if it sprouts, it will be hundreds of years later. Players nowadays still play
The First Age
as a game. In-depth research is also a game routine. No one has thought of this aspect. There are only a few people who are even exposed to the main line. In some worlds, the main line has not yet appeared. Like in 2 Lines of Jianghu. Under normal circumstances, Huang Yanshan was still a developing protagonist at this time, but was forcibly changed by Gu Shenhai, and players could not trigger the world's main quest. Main quests are generally inseparable from the protagonist.
I don't know if Huang Yanshan's change is good or bad. Gu Shenhai actually had no idea. In his previous life, he had already become a big boss through the Krypton Gold Flow when he was playing Tianji Flow. So many variables were not a problem. But now he is not a big boss. He can only be regarded as a top player at this stage.
Compared to the Fuse Peer Healing Yun and the Power Monster Artolis, Huang Yanshan has psychological problems and may be crazy. But he still values family relationships very much. At least you don't have to worry about my car flipping over. Gu Shenhai compared it, and found that his identity as his natal uncle was still very useful. And it was worth the time he spent to create it. Chapter 143, Crazy. But not completely crazy.
Weak. Too weak. Don't you have anyone stronger? Except for my uncle. Is there no one in the world who can defeat me?
The arrogant voice came. And Gu Shenhai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What happened to Huang Yanshan? His personality has changed too much. And even if he is arrogant, why bring him along? Boom. There was a loud noise. And bursts of thunder were heard accompanied by collapsed buildings. It was obvious that the other party had done something. Then, Gu Shenhai felt a predator-like aura spreading out. A sense of superiority that regarded everything as prey.
Uncle? Who did I think he was? No wonder he was able to avoid my perception. If the magnetic field hadn't sensed someone, I would have thought it was a master coming.
The electromagnetic light on Huang Yanshan's body calmed down after seeing Gu Shenhai.
Dot!
Gu Shenhai was also confused. Is this definitely Wu Fuzi and not Wu Madman?
What did you eat that allowed you to grow again?
Gu Shenhai looked at the other party's slender and muscular figure. His muscles were almost as sharp as an axe and a chisel. He was even taller. Almost 2.5 meters tall. He completely lost his original bookishness, and instead looked like a beast king who hunted at will.
After I broke through the magnetic field and rotated 1 level, I reshaped myself to a certain extent. According to my calculations, this body shape can best exert my strength.
Huang Yanshan and Gu Shenhai explained. Gu Shenhai was numb at this moment. The difference between humans was indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. Only after meeting a true genius did Gu Shenhai understand how outrageous he was. Although the opponent does not understand electromagnetic force or science, the martial arts system makes up for this shortcoming. Gu Shenhai's copycat version of the magnetic field was turned into this. During the time when Gu Shenhai was looking for Huang Yanshan, he was no longer called the Thunder Knife, but the Beast King. A beast-like existence.
The efficiency is really fast. I thought you could only push an electromagnetic force of 100,000 volts at most. But it didn't take long before the magnetic field has already rotated a whole day.
Gu Shenhai said in a somewhat complicated manner. He had no idea that Huang Yanshan would be so outrageous.
It's just one heaven. In my uncle's imagination, the rotation of this magnetic field has 100 heavens. As long as I continue to perfect it, then I will be invincible.
Huang Yanshan looked a little crazy.
Pure belief. Extreme emotions. This is really crazy.
Gu Shenhai began to feel sick in his heart. The martial arts' infuriating energy combined with the rotation of the fake magnetic field, and finally the other party's mind training, was used as a balance to form such a situation that was completely inconsistent with common sense. The existence of terror. The energy in the opponent's body is filled with electromagnetism. And there is some kind of terrifying power in every move and every move. If they really wanted to fight, the opponent would actually have a 10% chance of winning. This is already very scary. You have to know how many years Gu Shenhai has been practicing and invested a lot of resources in himself. And how long has Huang Yanshan been practicing? It only takes 3 months to fully calculate. Top-notch masters are no match for him. And even the 2 world-famous masters probably can't do a few tricks.
Let's just say, are you really so arrogant? Do you really think that after defeating these so-called first-class masters, you are truly invincible?
Gu Shenhai narrowed his eyes. The invincible power contained in the opponent's aura was indeed true. A symbol of expansion. It is true that he is the protagonist and takes the path of invincibility.
But he is not truly invincible. There are also martial arts immortals above their heads. Each of those existences is like a walking nuclear bomb, blowing up wherever they go. Especially the martial arts immortals, who have malicious intentions towards them. How is that possible? Uncle, you are not here, Huang Yanshan said cowardly with an invincible look on his face. And his style seemed very inconsistent. Hey, why didn't you say something like this? I don't believe it. Gu Shanhai felt that something was wrong. I believe. I can feel the pin-up power in your body. Uncle, once it is released, even 10 of me will not be enough to defeat you. Perhaps I need to reach the 10th level of magnetic field rotation before I can fight you, Uncle, without being beaten. Huang Yanshan looked at Gu Shanhai and said in a very serious tone. So you are planning to wait until you have the strength to trick me, right? Gu Shanhai complained. This is too filial. No. I will challenge you openly and honestly, Uncle. Huang Yanshan said that he would not be mean to others. Well said. I will admit defeat openly when the time comes. Gu Shanhai said that he would not fight. Huh? Huang Yanshan was a little shaken by Gu Shanhai's words. He shouldn't have fought openly and openly. So why did he just admit defeat? Oh, his uncle is not very serious. Maybe he has been alive for a long time and has seen too much. It's because it's open. Stop. I have something I need your help with. Gu Shanhai was a little tired. A good martial arts master turned into a martial arts lunatic. In his last life, the true martial arts immortal was blocked from the sky at most. I'm afraid he won't have to be carried out this time. It was an ultimate insult, especially for a martial arts true immortal who had wiped out Huang Yanshan's entire family. He might not be satisfied even in 3 months, but at least 3 years. Uncle, you said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Huang Yanshan immediately agreed. His uncle's business is his business. I need you to help me get these things. The approximate location is here. Gu Shanhai said, took out a map, then pointed to the markings and said, they are Dendrobium nobile, 120-year-old Showu. Would you remember the Poria cocos and cyclic coriander? These medicinal materials are not ordinary, and you need to bring them back alive to me. Huang Yanshan looked at the map and listened to Gu Shanhai's words, silently remembering them all in his heart. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he asked, this should be one of the raw materials for the 9-grass pill that Uncle is going to refine according to the rumors in the world. The matter of Grandmaster Lu refining the 9-grass pill was naturally spread in the world, and everyone had different opinions, and it had all kinds of effects. That's right. Gu Shanhai did not directly deny it. What is the effect of the elixir refined from so many treasures of heaven and earth? Huang Yanshan asked curiously. It's of no use to you. It's mainly used to muddy the waters. Gu Shanhai didn't say clearly, but Huang Yanshan became solemn for a moment. The purpose of muddying the waters was to fish in troubled waters. They were not opponents of the true martial arts immortals, so they had to find another way. Even though Huang Yanshan was very arrogant, he was not so arrogant. I will get it as soon as possible. Uncle, please be careful. Huang Yanshan didn't ask too much. He had never interfered with Gu Shanhai's thoughts. In his eyes, Gu Shanhai had no need to harm himself. This idea worked before, so there was no need to teach him the Zishuan Thunder technique. Then I suddenly thought of something. It seemed that the 7 strikes of Purple Thunder had 2 secret moves. So naturally, I asked Gu Shanhai for it without hesitation. I'm going to say that I haven't developed the secrets of these 2 moves yet. Do you believe it? Gu Shanhai said with a slight embarrassment. You have grown up too fast. You have just written a small part of your experience. You can develop it yourself slowly. This is true. Gu Shanhai never expected that Huang Yanshan would reach the point where the magnetic field rotates 1 level in 3 months. Therefore, the 2 subsequent moves of the Purple Thunder Sword technique, including the Heavenly Thunder to slay the true dragon and the Divine Thunder Demon to shock the Heavenly Punishment, were just nothing. It's empty. It's not like the first 7 tricks have been implemented. So, Uncle, you are instructing me to practice and make up the exercises at the same time. You are even more outrageous than me. Huang Yanshan originally thought that he was already outrageous as he stepped towards the top of the food chain. However, Gu Shanhai made up the exercises now. The method was given to him to practice. And what was even more strange was that it was actually a genuine method. If Gu Shanhai was not outrageous, who was not? Don't be poor. Go quickly. Be careful on the road. Don't be tricked by others. If our matter is so big,
The person who destroyed the family will definitely take action again.
Gu Shanhai also warned. Of course, he doesn't plan to follow Huang Yanshan to get these medicinal materials. Huang Yanshan is enough for this matter. As the protagonist, he will definitely be able to get it. If according to his previous plan, Huang Yanshan's electric current can push the level of 100,000 volts, he will definitely be together he went. And now his strength far exceeded Gu Shanhai's imagination. Naturally, it was enough for him to go alone. Soon, I guess I will have to give up my title of #1 in the world to him.
By the way, you can keep this thing to chew as jelly beans.
As he said that, Gu Shanhai took out a large handful of pills from his arms.
9 grass pills? No. Uncle, how did you take out so many things from your arms?
Huang Yanshan discovered a blind spot.
Yes. It's a low-end version of Jukeo Dan. You can eat it as you like. Don't ask me why I took this thing out of my pocket. I haven't even mentioned it in the book. What people in the world can take out of their arms includes, but is not limited to what's wrong with me taking out a handful of elixirs. Silver coins, gold sword medicine, hidden weapons, secret books, etc.
Gu Shanhai can't say that he took it out of his portable laboratory. It's really inappropriate. Huang Yanshan pinched one and threw it into his mouth, chewing it, and then his eyes widened.
This braised lion's head?
Others were shocked. They thought it would taste herbal or bitter, but it turned out to taste like this. He always felt that things were developing more and more strangely. After chewing it for several times, I managed to taste it, and finally realized that it was indeed an elixir. After entering my stomach, a warm current surged out and turned into strength.
This braised lion's head is so powerful that it is worth my month of hard training.
Huang Yanshan couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this hard training is a normal improvement, not a cheating improvement due to his mind training. What's more important is that it doesn't need to be refined. One pill lasts for a month and can be eaten directly.
The in-house special version will definitely not taste as good outside.
For Gu Shanhai, the potency is secondary. The real need is the taste.
Are they all braised lion's head flavor?
Huang Yanshan asked curiously. He saw that these meatballs also came in different colors.
No. Look. This is roasted duck. This is roasted chicken. This is Buddha jumping over the wall. This is fish-flavored shredded pork. There are also stir-fried vegetables, egg custard and white porridge, etc. They are all available. The specific colors correspond to what flavors they are. I forgot about it. So just treat it as a blind box.
Gu Shanhai picked out some elixirs and explained the colors and tastes. At this time, Huang Yanshan was a little speechless. He still recognized Gu Shanhai's cooking skills. According to his opinion, his martial arts might not be the best in the world, but his cooking skills were definitely the best in the world.
Well, I know. It should be enough.
Huang Yanshan doesn't plan to take it as a pill. He plans to use it as dry food. What I usually eat outside is really tasteless, and it's not as good as Gu Shanhai's cooking skills. After packing the elixir, Huang Yanshan left with the development diary of the last 2 forms of the Purple Thunder Sword technique given to him by Gu Shanhai. The 2 of them had nothing to reminisce about. Everyone was busy getting stronger, and there were enough threats. It's not too late to talk again after the matter is resolved. Now,
we should look for the source of the spiritual energy recovery.
Gu Shanhai also has something to do, and the protagonist is left to search for it. Of course, he has to find the source of the spiritual energy in this world. Everything has a cause and effect. Spiritual energy cannot appear and disappear out of thin air. It must have a corresponding source. He is also very coveted for the true immortals of martial arts. As an individual who has evolved through the special system of martial arts, the mysteries contained in his body make him very excited. In another world, he might not be able to capture such individuals under the same circumstances. Killing them and catching them alive are 2 completely different levels of difficulty.
As long as he is captured alive and studied, Gu Shanhai can use the obtained data as a reference for his own improvement. Not to mention other things. The powerful physical fitness of the martial arts true immortal is a great asset to him. When he is not in the ultimate state, his physical fitness is simply not as good as the martial arts true immortal. And the greatly improved physical fitness in the extreme state is just a forced overdraft. Not truly powerful. It is a temporary experience card. And after the experience, it is still the kind that has a period of weakness. Therefore, it is an extremely unwise approach to confront the true martial arts immortals head-on. Gu Shanhai's approach is very simple. He directly removes the fuel from the bottom of the cauldron. Without spiritual energy, the true martial arts immortals will lose their foundation. As for Huang Yanshan, if we really want to talk about it, the
Purple Mystic Thunder technique
he possesses is not actually a martial arts technique. Coupled with his own continuous modification and adaptation, it now has little resemblance to the current martial arts techniques. Let alone, for example, Gu Shanhai's superpower is the kind of superpower that can be cultivated and grown. Gu Shanhai originally had an idea of the specific upper limit, but now he has no way of determining it. Therefore, even if there is no spiritual energy, it will have no impact on Huang Yanshan. It is a special skill formed by multiple systems and evolved with his own talent.
It's just that this will consume a lot of lifespan. It's too long.
Gu Shanhai sighed and wanted to explore this general trend. The lifespan consumed by divination is indispensable.
I hope I can earn more. Gu Shanhai thought silently in his heart that it was impossible to save capital. He always did things for the greater benefit. So he got involved with Huang Yanshan just to save capital. Chapter 144 I'm going to turn you into a girl. Gu Shanhai's face was a little pale. And he was a little overdraft.
This thing is too cheap. It only lasted my lifespan of 10,000 years.
Gu Shanhai complained. 10,000 years seems like a lot. But Gu Shanhai actually thought it was 100,000 years. But when he thought about it carefully, the 3 Liang King of Herbs he bought originally only lasted 3,000 years. In comparison, it looks very cheap. The reason for the overdraft is also very simple. If you take away 10% of your lifespan, everyone will be wasted. Lifespan still contains vitality. Gu Shanhai has strong vitality, but he cannot withstand such a draw.
Hey.
Xiao Bai was a little worried about Gu Shanhai's condition.
It's a small problem. It's just that I smoked a little too much this time. Just replenish it, and it'll be fine.
Gu Shanhai said, taking out a large handful of elixirs and stuffing them into his mouth. Swallow. As the elixir entered his stomach, his complexion gradually recovered.
Speaking of which, what I refined should not be classified as an elixir, but a medicinal diet.
Gu Shanhai pondered for a moment whether an object that looked like an elixir and had the same effect as an elixir could be considered an elixir.
Otherwise, why not go to a gourmet world for further training in the next world?
Gu Shanhai thought, as if cooking could be combined with alchemy and medicine. There is no need to roll up at this stage in this life. But if he can roll up in advance, wouldn't he be able to roll up other players to death? Gu Shanhai thought, since he was going to take the exam, he had to take it to the end. After he learned alchemy, he would definitely have to keep up with the following weapon refining, formations, talismans, and the like. Therefore, the top priority is not to find a food world for further study, but to find a cultivation world to learn these 4 techniques and then develop them. Although there is alchemy in this world, the skills are actually very rough and immature in all aspects. There is a high probability that it is due to technical faults. Those martial arts immortals may have more perfect alchemy techniques in their hands.
The next thing is,
just as Gu Shanhai was about to send Xiao Bai to his destination, he saw clouds rolling in the sky. In his perception, something was about to come out. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully, only to see a black spot gradually enlarging in his field of vision. A person from heaven?
Gu Shanhai naturally didn't think he was a true martial arts immortal. If a true martial arts immortal had this kind of virtue, he would laugh out loud.
Xiao Bai, let's go. Don't block others from going down to earth.
Gu Shanhai didn't intend to touch the other party. With this little strength, he was just a slave in the eyes of the martial arts true immortal. What could he know? Of course, given the current concentration of spiritual energy, the opponent's strength is also considered to be the 2 masters who can crush the Tianzong demon sect. Speaking of which, these 2 people are really miserable. Before Gu Shanhai came, they were the only 2 strong men in the world. But since Gu Shanhai came, the 2 of them have become a unit.
Are you coming for me? This is interesting. But how did the other party locate me?
Gu Shanhai looked a little curious. With the ability of a martial arts true immortal, he can only intervene indirectly, such as asking the court or Jianghu people to take action, or arranging for people to come down.
Ordinary people can go to heaven, but true immortals cannot come down to earth. So, there is a huge force hidden in the sky, because of the isolation of spiritual energy and the strong confidentiality. I didn't notice it. No, it's not one force, but multiple forces. There is more than one true martial arts immortal.
Gu Shanhai quickly came to his senses and understood one thing. It was no wonder that the imperial court and the world had been in decline over the years. Aura was partly the reason. And partly the reason was that they had all been recruited from the sky.
I really thought you were Emperor Shi Tian and formed the Tianmen.
Gu Shanhai complained. Boom. Not far away. The person finally landed. And there was a lot of movement.
Ah. When I landed, I was wrapped in some kind of power. So I didn't turn into a scumbag. Is it the power of a true martial arts immortal? It seems that their skills in descending to Earth are already very mature.
Gu Shanhai swept away the scattered smoke and dust with a wave of his hand, only to see a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression walking out.
Oh! The mortal world has become more and more miserable in recent years. Even a young man like you can become the best in the world.
The other party looked at Gu Shanhai with disdain in his expression.
I rely on my reputation to position myself?
Gu Shanhai was a little confused. Gu Shanhai's appearance is indeed youthful. Besides, it's not his fault for becoming the best in the world. It was obviously promoted by others.
I'm also confused about this. Maybe it's because the people of the previous generation were too self-conscious and monopolized all the good techniques.
Gu Shanhai said jokingly. He could tell at a glance that the martial arts practiced by the other party were much more mysterious than those practiced by Jianghu people now. And they also absorbed spiritual energy. How could they not be better than ordinary people? The other party also heard Gu Shanhai's sarcasm, and his expression showed displeasure.
You're just exercising, but you still dare to ridicule me. Today I'm going to teach you what the difference between superiority and inferiority is.
How could the middle-aged man endure these sarcastic words? He never regarded himself as a mortal, but as a celestial being. How could it be possible to be high above the 9 heavens if it were not a heavenly being? Coupled with practicing powerful techniques and assimilating to the surrounding environment, it is natural that a psychological change has occurred. And I no longer regard myself as a human being.
Sure enough. Talent, aptitude, and energy cannot be equated. He is just a mediocre practitioner.
Gu Shanhai shook his head and reached out to grab the opponent's killing move. This move is very straightforward, but it only goes so far. The technique is too profound and mysterious, causing the opponent to lose his progress in the shadow of his predecessors for the rest of his life. Similarly, as long as he practices step by step, his talent and qualifications can lead him to success. So there is no need to find his own path. Each realm has its corresponding exercises. Naturally, there is no need to worry so much. In the end, what he practices is just of the fighting machine stitched together by various techniques, has no place that belongs to it. Although Gu Shanhai also knows how to sew. He learns from the strengths and weaknesses of these systems, and uses these systems as his foundation. And then develops his own path and a technique that fully suits him, instead of copying everything from the original.
This is impossible!
The other party's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Gu Shanhai could take his move easily.
If there is something impossible, tell me what you are doing down here.
Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand, and the force seeped into the other person's body. In an instant, severe pain filled the other person's body.
Ah!
Wails came out from the other party's mouth simultaneously in an instant. The other party was in pain with tears, and snot dripping down his nose, which made Gu Shanhai a little confused. Isn't he using too much force? He shouldn't be. He was very measured in his actions. The pain is really painful, but it doesn't hurt like this. The bones of people in the world are not that soft. Right? Similar to a giant baby. Fortunately, he also helped to suppress the pain. He saw the other party raised his head and looked at Gu Shanhai with resentful eyes.
You dare to hurt me! Do you know who my master is?
There was a cry in his tone, which didn't go well with the viciousness at all.
Should I know?
Gu Shanhai hesitated. Isn't it now more popular to fight for father than for master?
Come back with me to plead guilty and die, and I can leave you a whole body. Otherwise, when my master comes to Earth, you will be cut into thousands of pieces.
The other party said immediately.
Is this your first time coming down to Earth?
Gu Shanhai finally asked. Otherwise he would be so stupid. Gu Shanhai could understand that the other party was arrogant and domineering. After all, he had a good master. But he arrogantly said something to plead guilty to death and leave his body intact. This was true when the other party was hung up and beaten by him, and no one could save him. Heaven regards itself as the supreme being and despises all mortal beings. The strength is kept up, but the experience and sophistication of the world are completely unknown. Therefore, Gu Shanhai guessed that the environment the other party was in was probably a place similar to an ivory tower, and everyone in the area was regarded as a slave to the mortal world. He did not know whether it was inflated or deliberately guided.
So what? Okay, I understand. Next is torture time. I will ask you questions and answer them. If you answer wrong, I will give you the ultimate insult.
Gu Shanhai was not interested in saying so much to this person who came down to earth to be gilded.
You dare. I am.
Before the other party finished speaking, Gu Shanhai reached out and took out the rope and tied him up.
I didn't ask. But you can't say that you must follow the rules of the game. It's punishment time.
Gu Shanhai showed a ferocious smile, and then took out a bottle of potion from his arms.
This thing is called estrogen. Don't ask me where I extracted it from. It means nothing to you. Just understand one thing. If a man injects too much, it will gradually lead to feminization. The one I have is an enhanced version. As long as you get more than 3 injections, you will irreversibly become a woman. Now, it's the first shot.
As Gu Shanhai spoke, he started injecting him. The other person looked frightened and kept struggling to break free during the injection process. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free until the injection was completed.
Okay, now it's still a question and answer game. If you lie or answer questions you don't understand, you will continue to be punished. Don't even think about saying that after 3 injections, your sex change will be over. Then there will be more tricks to play, such as making you very beautiful and then sending you to be a prostitute, and then playing with you until you almost collapse and then send you back to the sky, so that how your master, senior brothers, or your lover's children see you. I can even attach a picture of you serving and being served as a reference.
When these words fell in the other party's ears, the fear almost overflowed.
Now, let me ask again. What are you doing here?
Gu Shanhai took out the second needle very kindly, and then asked,
Kill a remnant named Huang Yanshan.
The other party said his purpose in horror, fearing that Gu Shanhai would hit him again.
Why kill him?
Gu Shanhai was also a little curious. He actually worked so hard just to kill Huang Yanshan?
I don't know. It was an order issued by Wu Ge, and it was signed by Wu Xian himself.
The other party said quickly, just as Gu Shanhai had guessed before. In the eyes of the martial arts true immortal, this guy is just a slave and knows nothing.
Which martial immortal signed it?
Gu Shanhai continued to ask.
I don't know. The martial immortals are so high up there that I have no right to know. How many martial immortals are there in the martial arts pavilion? Is the imperial court supported by martial arts immortals? I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know that. What's the use of you?
Gu Shanhai's expression immediately became gloomy, and it seemed that he couldn't ask anything. Although the other party is extremely arrogant and has a self-centered look, he is probably just like a high-level heir in heaven. His master may know the information about the true immortal of martial arts, but he does not have such qualifications. And it's not the group of geniuses who were recruited to heaven in the first place. It's just the second generation of Wu who came down to be gilded. No wonder it's so bad.
It's useful. I'm useful.
The Jiuji Tianshan Gong.
I practices the first-class martial arts in the martial arts pavilion. I can tell you, if you let me go back, I still have many treasures of heaven and earth that are not available in the mortal world. And I can give them to you.
The other party also panicked when he saw Gu Shanhai like this. But after saying these words, Gu Shanhai laughed.
Look at what you said. It's like farting.
The so-called first-class martial arts opponent can fake it. And the natural materials and treasures are even more nonsense. If you let him go back and get it, can he come back?
I won't tell you this. I won't tell you that. I can only cripple you first and then turn you into a woman to let you taste the pain. Then you should be able to answer.
Gu Shanhai immediately injected him with the remaining malice. 2 stitches. Feeling the cold liquid flowing into his body. At that moment, the other party felt cold all over, and the feeling of powerlessness spread.
How dare you?
The desperate tone left Gu Shanhai speechless. But at this time, Gu Shanhai didn't worry too much. He took advantage of the moment when the other party lost his mind and directly read the memory and thoughts. In the opponent's situation, the immunity is quite high. So if you want to search for the soul, you have to waste a lot of energy. But if you scare the opponent first and lose his mind, then it will be much easier to do it. As for the effeminate estrogen, he doesn't have that technology. What he was injected with just now was glucose. However, if he was operated on, with Gu Shanhai's current abilities, there was still a 70% chance that he would actually become a girl. But how could Gu Shanhai waste such a long time on him? When the time comes, he can just crush him to death after getting the information he wants.
Wait, what do you want to do? You?
The other party also noticed Gu Shanhai's behavior and was about to resist. But he saw Gu Shenhai casually take out a rag and stuff it into the other party's mouth.
Of course. I want to change your perception. So that you know that you are a boy but you have to succumb to your girl body. How can physical torture make you surrender? Of course. It takes mental torture to make you crazy and collapsed.
Gu Shenhai rambled casually. Based on Gu Shenhai's behavior, the other party believed him and became even more frightened. In this way, Gu Shenhai's actions became smoother.
Sure enough. It's easy to fool such inexperienced people.
Chapter 145. What kind of Matryoshka doll life strategy is this?
The martial arts immortals actually built a city in the sky?
Gu Shenhai casually squeezed the middle-aged man named Bifan to death. He obtained a lot of information about the city called Tianqing from the other man's memory. The celestial city is ruled by a martial arts pavilion formed by the true immortals of martial arts. It has a large population. At least hundreds of thousands of people. In addition, Gu Shenhai actually thought wrong. This Bifan was not a second-generation Wu. He was an N-generation Wu. And he called himself a heavenly being. Which meant that they were no longer mortals. Because there is still thin spiritual energy escaping in the celestial city. They can practice some powerful martial arts from ancient times. Which gives them the capital to look down on the mortal world. In the aura environment, the offspring that are reproduced have better talents. So they are more arrogant. In fact, the successful construction of Tianqing can be traced back to thousands of years ago. At that time, the first batch of people recruited into Tianqing were the geniuses of their era. As for how they successfully ascended to heaven, Bifan didn't know. Tianqing was naturally responsible for the severance of the mortal inheritance. He used his own spiritual energy, which allowed him to practice stronger martial arts, as a killer weapon to constantly plunder and destroy the mortal inheritance. This was the origin of the inheritance rupture. After that, he supported the Tianzong demon sect and the imperial court, and continued to indirectly destroy and inhibit the development of martial arts. Take the previous
Wanhua divine art
as an example, which itself is a powerful heretical martial arts book from ancient times. One of the martial arts that could not be contained back then. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Tianzong, it will be completely cut off in the future when the lower realms of heaven and humans in Tianqing are collected.
This is a celestial dragon. This must be a celestial dragon.
Gu Shenhai complained. From Bifan's memory, he could see the arrogance. Probably, breathing with mortals is a gift to mortals. And you will feel nauseated. The celestial city was filled with contempt for mortals, and the view of being slaves. If the martial arts pavilion had not prohibited them from going out, they would have been ready to descend to earth and become masters.
It doesn't matter where the culture comes from. There are differences in physiological structure between the people in the heavenly city and the mortals on the ground. The evolution and development of artificial interference have different directions. And more importantly, the peculiar thinking structure, the flattery of superiors, and the attitude towards mortals form a sharp contrast. And a society similar to theocracy has even been formed. That's outrageous. What's more important is that they seem to be gradually being eliminated by evolution.
Gu Shenhai dissected Bifan's body, and soon discovered a very serious problem with the heavenly beings. Their physiological structure was highly adapted to a low spiritual environment. In a non-spiritual environment, there would be symptoms of high energy loss, which is equivalent to being exhausted all the time. It's consuming mana. But it's okay now, because the mortal world itself has a low aura structure. But the problem is that the concentration of spiritual energy will be further increased in the future. Now is the era of spiritual energy recovery. Once the spiritual energy exceeds a certain threshold, the gods will have an overflow of energy. This is an intolerable situation. Then the spiritual energy will continue to increase. Then they will face a situation like drowning. And this kind of energy drowning cannot be stopped. The whole world is filled with water. How can they hide? It is impossible for the martial arts immortals to forcibly create a low spiritual energy environment for them. If it really comes to that point, the martial arts immortals can just change a group of people and
it will be fine.
On the contrary, mortal people have stronger tolerance to spiritual energy. And whether they have spiritual energy or not, it has no effect on them.
The main cause is martial arts?
Gu Shenhai quickly discovered that there was something wrong with the traces on Bifan's body, and opened the
9 extremes of heavenly Qin Kung
from the other person's memory for comparison. This technique has many problems. It is not a castrated version, but it has been carefully selected and modified to adapt to the low aura environment. The ones who took action were obviously the martial arts immortals. What they needed was not fellow practitioners, but a group of subordinates to do things for them. Therefore, This technique can only operate in a low spiritual energy environment and has higher effectiveness. And the limitations are also obvious. With the continuous interference of many generations of heavenly beings, it finally formed what it is today.
There is nothing wrong with forcibly changing the upper limit. Instead, it is because of multiple generations of adaptive evolution that the heavenly beings have tricked themselves. Death is inevitable.
But it seems that the heavenly beings have not noticed this at all. Well, if you can find this, it will be a ghost. All heavenly beings practice step by step. Due to the fault of inheritance in the mortal world, there are still many middle and low-level martial arts that have been developed and researched. However, Tianqing is completely dominated by martial arts. The real immortals have restricted it.
As for why no advanced martial arts was born, it is because the development process was interrupted. The birth of Tianzong Demon Sect spewed out a large number of skills. Fortunately, these skills were monopolized, and due to the mortal environment, there was no unbridled outflow. Of course, even if you want to develop advanced martial arts now, there is no way because the environment does not allow it.
This world is far more helpless than imagined.
At this time, Gu Shanhai also understood more and more what Huang Yanshan thought in his previous life. The situation of the martial arts true immortal was too special, and he really had no way to solve it in a targeted way.
Speaking of which, there is a door in the sky. Why didn't I find it?
Gu Shanhai looked up at the sky. Bifeng came down from the door. Tianmen serves as a communication bridge between the celestial city and the mortal world. Under normal circumstances, strict review is required for entry and exit. At least, like Bifeng, one must have the approval of a true martial arts immortal before entering.
Celestial beings may not only be the slaves of martial arts immortals, but they must also have other uses, such as supplies.
Gu Shanhai quickly made a comparison, and he found that the cost of raising this group of heavenly beings and their rule far exceeded the benefits themselves. And it was almost like doing charity. If this group of martial arts immortals knew how to do charity, they wouldn't have formed Tianqing. Therefore, in Gu Shanhai's eyes, their behavior felt like raising chickens and ducks. The cost for rural people to raise chickens and ducks at home is far more than the amount of money to buy chickens and ducks in the market. But why do they raise them? On the one hand, they can lay eggs, and on the other hand, they taste more delicious and safer. Gu Shanhai also farmed the world, and he didn't bring back the relevant memories, but some thoughts were still left behind.
This will be interesting. It seems that I can cut off more things.
Gu Shanhai thought about grabbing food from the tiger's mouth. If the other party raised chickens and ducks, Gu Shanhai would just take them all away and eat them. So he would make a profit.
That's what I said. But the problem seems to be bigger. The martial arts true immortal has reacted and has started to hunt Huang Yanshan. What's more important is that the goal is very clear. This is a bit strange. Huang Yanshan is indeed arrogant and domineering in his work. But there are many such people in every era. It seems like the other party has already locked onto him and knows a lot about him. With this kind of prophetic feeling, he couldn't be a reborn person. That wouldn't be right. If he is a reborn person, he most likely knows what Huang Yanshan did. How could there be any future troubles? A bit contradictory. Wait a minute. What if the protagonist is changed?
Gu Shanhai suddenly realized something at this time. What if the person, who was suspected to be a reborn true martial arts immortal, was not actually targeting Huang Yanshan, but his grandson? If Huang Yanshan's family had not been exterminated, even without Gu Shanhai's intervention, he would not have become a martial arts master. His character, Gu Shanhai once calculated a character model, belongs to the kind of person who is safe even if he is a little rich. I have 2 hectares of fields in Luoyang and can wear the seal of the 6 kingdoms. The Huang family was wiped out shortly after his grandson was 1 month old.
This way, it can be explained.
Gu Shanhai's expression finally became clear. In terms of time, Huang Yanshan's grandson also emerged at this time. In a genius way, when the spiritual energy is fully recovered and the other party grows up step by step, he will also be a martial arts true immortal, and even endanger this martial arts true immortal. The affairs of Tianqing, Wuge, and even the destruction of the Huang family were actually planned by this martial arts true immortal in this life. He may have been severely beaten in his previous life, and he had foresight to form the current situation. He was just a reborn person. Gu Shanhai had seen a lot in his previous life, including himself, so this was not a strange thing. Otherwise, he would not have thought about rebirth in his previous life. He would only take action after seeing enough things, and it was feasible. What the H? Is this Matryoshka life?
Gu Shanhai sighed. The other party must not have thought that Huang Yanshan would rise.
The next step is to verify my guess. I have to deduct my life again. I haven't made up for my overdraft yet.
Gu Shanhai's face fell. As he is good at divination and prediction, he must use the method of heaven to verify it. He can't do it. He should go to Tiancheng to find the true martial arts immortal to confirm. This difficulty is not as easy as if he conquered the entire Tiancheng. When it comes to martial arts true immortals, Gu Shanhai has to use visceral divination if he wants to do it. Yes, he should disembowel himself. Otherwise he may not be able to get the answer he wants. In fact, Gu Shanhai didn't expect that he would actually make a lot of money this time. Originally he just came here to have some fun. But now, he is the source of spiritual energy recovery, and a gift from heaven and man. Maybe he can get some martial arts knowledge by then. Immortal is drinking wine. He found a safe place, and quickly started the visceral divination. The process was still quite painful. But with his previous experience, he adapted a lot. It was impossible to reduce the pain unless he changed to another divination technique. Xianwei sect's secret spells are far inferior to visceral divination in this area, because they have moved in the direction of modern thermal weapons and magic weapons. And the secret spells are almost obsolete. In addition, the one Gu Shanhai took is still an obsolete version, and the effect is far inferior to visceral divination. As time passed, Gu Shanhai suddenly opened his eyes and began to suture the wound, his expression becoming paler.
Although the lifespan of 50,000 years has verified my guess, it consumes too much. It is more than the general information. I have to detect the recovery of spiritual energy.
Gu Shanhai felt that he was even weaker. Fortunately, he just gave him the medicine before suturing the wound. A large amount of pills were stuffed into his stomach, and they were now taking effect, allowing him to gradually recover.
But it's worth the money. Do I need to add a treasure that can reborn the martial arts immortal or something else?
Gu Shanhai's eyes showed greed. With this thing, he can be greedy. If not, then the question is, why should he live for 50,000 years? It is expensive for a reason. Therefore, he can be sure that the thing that can make the other party reborn must be in that martial arts true immortal. He may be able to achieve such an achievement without the help of this thing. If it were Gu Shanhai, who was in the other party's position and met the protagonist, his first thought would definitely not be to eradicate the problem, but to become a friend to help him. The consequences of killing the protagonist have now emerged. Huang Yanshan's grandson will grow up in a happy family, and will definitely become a righteous knight, while Huang Yanshan, whose family was exterminated, is a gloomy lunatic. The latter's madness created a figure like Wu Fuzi. Not only did the martial arts immortals fail to return successfully, but they were also blocked from the sky. At that time, all the heavenly beings were probably dead.
It's a bit arrogant. You actually dared to plot against someone I need to use my extreme state to kill.
Gu Shanhai stuffed a lot of pills into his mouth, and couldn't help but joke to himself. Even if this thing may become invalid after leaving this world, it is related to time. If you can get it, you must get it. In the future, it must be involved in the field of time. If you can get it in advance, you will save money in the future. Save time and effort. Will robbing people's things leave consequences? This world doesn't pay attention to these things. Even if it does, Gu Shanhai still has a very good solution. That is, just kill his whole family. Moreover, he also plans to promote the recovery of spiritual energy. How can the other party retaliate against him? It would be okay if looks could kill, but the other party obviously didn't have the ability to kill him.
Ahem. Xiao Bai. It's time to set off. It's not a good thing to delay it any longer.
Gu Shanhai said something to Xiao Bai, and then made another prediction. Fierce. He smiled, and was very satisfied with the hexagram.
It's been a long time since I've seen a bad hexagram. It seems like I'm really on the right track this time.
What Gu Shanhai wants to do is to go against the will of heaven. If it's nothing special or a good hexagram, then there's a problem. He could be scared. As long as he didn't target the spiritual energy recovery, the hexagrams on his body would return to mediocre or even Xiaoji. Unfortunately, this was not what he thought. Risks and benefits are equal. What benefits can compare with the spiritual energy recovery itself? To be honest, it was unexpected that there was no serious disaster. He thought that going this way was definitely a sign of disaster. The specific danger will have to wait until Gu Shanhai recovers, and then continue to predict. Now his lifespan has been shortened a bit too much. The main reason is that he can't bear it, and needs to slow down. The combat power also has some influence, but not much. He also has the trump card of Qilong. From the time he entered this world until now, the companion creature Qinglong has never appeared. Chapter 146, I planted myself into the ground.
It seems Tianqing hasn't found out that Bifan is dead yet.
Gu Shenhai found that the world was still calm, and there was no movement at all. According to the results he obtained before, the people in Tianqing in the lower realm use some kind of technology to locate the person who is the best in the world, and use this as the anchor point coordinates. It is not clear what the specific technology is, but it is probably certain that it is some kind of skill. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to have the means to monitor the vital signs of people who have descended to Earth. Otherwise, they would have sent another wave of people to him now. It's been almost a month, and the lack of movement is enough to explain it.
I don't know if they will come here one after another to die just like they beat the young ones and the old ones.
Gu Shenhai actually hopes that this will happen. When the time comes, he will beat his grandson and grandpa and have a family meal. Maybe a lot of good stuff can be extracted from their brains.
It's just that it's unlikely that they'll come here so soon. It's only been a little over a month, and they can't really give them that little time.
Although Bifan has no time limit for this mission in his memory, it's impossible to say how long can it really last. If there is no response for a long time, Tianqing will definitely send someone down to investigate again. This is a task signed by the martial arts true immortal personally, and Tianqing's top management must pay attention to it.
Forget it. Forget about these guys. The source of spiritual energy predicted by divination is in this area. We have to take action.
Gu Shenhai stretched his muscles. He has been on Xiaobai's steer's back these days. Except for cultivation is cultivation, and you don't have to do many activities. His training basically consisted of transforming the tiger power given by the black tiger into a fear aura, improving the cursed spore of Slivergirion obtained from the Fiona Knight's camp into a cursed aura, and Adelie, the fairy blessings, elf blessings, etc. that she sent him turned into a halo of blessings. Anyway, it's just superimposing aura on death, and the effect is pretty good. The fear aura combined with the attribute value of Gu Shenhai's natural mark is very effective. And the curse effect in the curse aura is also okay. Although not as good as the original Slivergillion's cursed wild boar is so rule-defying, yet powerful enough. In addition to these three types of auras, Gu Shenhai has also been thinking about the number of auras. He is thinking of trying to unify them, such as increasing one's own side and weakening the enemies. However, the things involved are too complicated. For example, the flame aura can inflict fire damage when attacking, increase fire resistance, and provide a fire shield. It can also cause burning, explosion, and other damage to the enemy. Therefore, it is actually difficult to define whether the halo is an enhancement of one's own side or a weakening of the enemies. The main reason is that Gu Shenhai develops various derivatives of a halo and ponders the situation from time to time. Therefore, if someone obtains all the increases in Gu Shenhai's mana halo, his strength will be increased to an unimaginable level. It seems that Gu Shenhai has a very complex knowledge, but in fact, he has two abilities in total: the legal domain and the
Qing Emperor Immortality Sutra.
The former is similar to talent, and the latter is a system. Whether it is Qinglong or the so-called
Tiangang Boy's skill are all part of the
Qingdi Sutra of Immortality.
Due to the definition of mana halo in the legal domain, Gu Shenhai cancelled the classification. He could only be indifferent to the number of halo. Instead, he prepared to fix it once and for all. That is, to improve the halo determination process. As long as the enemy and his own people are correctly identified, the halo can be takes effect directly and saves you so much trouble. Unfortunately, this is destined to be a more difficult bottleneck.
Then again, why do people like to dig underground buildings?
Gu Shenhai complained. He walked around in a big circle and soon found his destination, an underground palace. Not to mention, it was buried quite deep. If his sense of smell for hunting for money hadn't been triggered, he might not have been able to sense it. And the feeling is still very vague, indicating that the burial is really very deep.
So, how should I go down next?
Gu Shenhai's face dropped. There was no problem in digging, but he didn't know how long it would take. Secondly, although this place is in the wilderness, there are still people living not far away. From time to time, woodcutter hunters will pass by. If he is discovered by digging like this, there will be rumors that the neighborhood is haunted the next day. This is not bad. Okay, I'm afraid it's rumored that there is a treasure, which would really cause trouble. As for the evil hexagrams not showing up along the way, that's normal. The danger should be in this underground palace. It's probably because something is still alive. Apart from some blind robbers, there were no special encounters along the way. If these robbers could bring danger to Gu Shanhai, this world would no longer be a Chinese martial arts world, but a world of immortal martial arts. How about I try to plant myself? Gu Shanhai's mind twitched, and he suddenly thought of a good solution. He has a large number of spiritual plants planted on his body, which means that he is a spiritual plant. As a plant, spiritual plants have an instinct to take root in the soil. So it means that he can also take root in the soil. Then if you go down smoothly on your own, it will be okay. In this way, not only do you not need to dig a hole, but you can also replenish some nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Hi, it can be done. Why didn't I think of such a good recovery method before? Wait a minute. Nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium can be replenished. If I grow some leaves on my body, can I also follow photosynthesis? For a moment, Gu Shanhai was silent. He always felt that he had missed a lot during this period. Go to the grave first, then go to the underground palace, and then we can develop it after I solve the problem of spiritual energy. Gu Shanhai also knew that he had been busy before and had too much research on his hands, so he really couldn't spare the time to do these things. Just the two professions of Seal Druid and Green Knight were so busy that he was dizzy. Not to mention that he also had to perfect the Blue Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. It was only after he came to this world that he had some leisure time. But I was not idle on the road either, constantly perfecting the Tiangang Boy Kung Fu. Xiao Bai. If you put it in your demon pet's pocket first, you won't be able to plant it in the ground. As a normal deer, Xiao Bai definitely doesn't have this function, so he can only put it away temporarily and wait until it learns Earth Escape. Or he can wait until Gu Shanhai learns Earth Escape. This special magic pet spell can temporarily inject this ability into Xiao Bai's body. Xiao Bai didn't have any objections to Gu Shanhai's words. It saved him trouble, and he just took it as a rest. After putting Xiao Bai away, Gu Shanhai dug a hole and buried himself in it. It's a good thing that I can live without breathing. Otherwise, I would have died due to lack of oxygen in the first step of becoming a vegetative state. Gu Shanhai felt that he was quite scientific. At least, plants could still take root and sprout in the soil. Mutations occur in magma. On the surface of the skin, a large number of plant roots were pierced out, with different shapes and appearances, because they came from different spiritual plants. At this moment, Gu Shanhai became like a tentacle monster. The plant rhizomes take root in the soil, continuously absorb the nutrients from the soil, and then feed it back to Gu Shanhai. This feeling is a bit like taking a hot spring bath. Your whole body is warm. I use the rhizomes of spiritual plants to absorb nutrients from the soil to replenish myself. So if I use the rhizomes to suck people, oh, I can suck people without the rhizomes of plants. The healing technique will do. Gu Shanhai always felt that his development was a bit strange. The rhizomes continued to grow downwards and grew very fast. After all, Gu Shanhai was in control. Soon, his tentacles' rhizomes reached the underground palace area. In the process, a huge network of roots was formed, which made Gu Shanhai speechless, because his development cannot really just go downwards, but spreads like a network. I'll cut all these roots and stew them into pills later, and leave them to Huang Yanshan to eat. He won't know what they are after they're chopped into pieces. Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and quickly figured out how to deal with these roots. After all, they are spiritual plants. Their medicinal value is much greater than ordinary medicinal materials. And they are also mixed with roots such as the king of herbs, Tianshan snow lotus, etc. I can use it to plant myself into the soil to regenerate spiritual plants at high speed. But it is easy to destroy the land. Otherwise, I can find an opportunity to adjust the balance of the soybean spiritual plants. In the future, I may be able to make a cameo to spread the beans into an army. Gu Shanhai was keenly aware that the surrounding land had been forcibly absorbed a large amount of nutrients by the spiritual plants on his body, which caused the land's fertility to drop significantly. And he didn't know how long it would take to recover. Spiritual plants are spiritual plants. For ordinary land, the effect is still very overbearing, although it is usually consumed by Gu Shanhai's support and the spiritual energy in the legal domain. When facing these ordinary lands, it naturally shows a ferocious side emerged. It should be almost done. Gu Shanhai felt the passage opened up by the huge root network, and tried to let the root network pull Gu Shanhai down. Needless to say, the effect was still very good. Gu Shanhai's body planted in the ground was gradually pulled and sank little by little. It's a bit crowded, but there's really not much movement. As Gu Shanhai was pulled down, the original gap was filled with soil again. As he went deeper and deeper, there wasn't much movement on the surface. There might be, but it wouldn't raise any suspicion. This was enough. Next time, I must find a spiritual plant that can be used as clothing. The robe I am wearing is still lacking a lot. After choosing the soybean spiritual plant, Gu Shanhai thought about giving himself an entire armor type of spiritual plant. The sinking process lasted for nearly half an hour. On the one hand, the distance was relatively long. And on the other hand, Gu Shanhai relied on the spiritual roots to pull instead of doing it himself. So the time required was naturally longer. And this was just the beginning. He had just come into contact with this underground palace. If he wanted to enter, he had to find the door. The soil is so thick that even the secret door cannot be penetrated. I can only use prophecy and divination to find it. I don't know if I can find it accurately. Gu Shanhai was also quite helpless about this. There was nothing he could do underground. He used visceral divination, so he didn't know whether it was successful or not. But there shouldn't be a big problem. It's just the entrance to the divination prophecy. Everyone else has arrived, and they are not the kind who don't know anything. Now they can enter at most Krypton point lifespan. No entrance? What kind of operation is this? After Gu Shanhai made a prediction, he came to a result that made him quite sad. It's an underground palace without an entrance. So how should I get in? Can I blast it in at a fixed point? Gu Shanhai wondered if he would let me go back to my old business. Although he is very skilled in the business of murder and arson, this environment is not suitable now. His hair is everywhere. And if it explodes, he will also feel it. It's a strange thing. It seems that it can only be forced in by force. Gu Shanhai sighed. Explosions were no longer allowed. Whether he was punished or not was another matter. The main thing was that he would be blown up. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the underground palace under his feet. It felt like some kind of metal. Or a precious metal. Otherwise, how could his sense of smell for hunting for money be detected? In short, it was valuable. It's hard. I can't bear it when digging with my bare hands. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand and tried to dig hard, but found that he couldn't dig at all. After reaching his limit, he managed to pull out a small piece. It's surprisingly hard, and I don't know if there are any weak points. Gu Shanhai further conducted divination predictions, and he found the weak point right under his feet. Okay, since I dug this small area, it becomes a weak point. Let's just say that this underground palace is not really made of copper and iron. Gu Shanhai casually stuffed the unknown metal into his arms. This thing must be a good thing. So he couldn't throw it away. Forget it. Let's dig. It's just a matter of consuming some life force. It's a trivial matter. Gu Shanhai didn't care much about this. A large number of spiritual roots on his body penetrated into the soil, frantically absorbing various nutrients and feeding them back to him. A cycle is formed between the process and the limit state. It is not Gu Shanhai who pays the price, but this land. If it is extracted in this crazy way, the years it will take for the land to recover its fertility will become longer and longer, and it may even be directly abandoned. But Gu Shanhai couldn't care about so many things at this time. He kept digging at the metal poured on the surface of the underground palace, which made him feel like he was picking up money. Moreover, his sense of danger, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, whim, and other types of perceptions are also constantly beating. Opportunity! Damn! I actually have a chance! Gu Shanhai was so excited. Of course, in addition to opportunities, there are dangers. But compared to dangers, opportunities make him more excited. He had known the danger a long time ago. Otherwise something bad would come out. But he really didn't expect the opportunity. In a world of Chinese martial arts, an opportunity that can be used by people outside his standard is definitely not an ordinary thing. It may be some kind of peerless magic. Oh, this may be of no use. It could be replaced by some kind of heavenly talent. The treasure might be of some use. It could be used as medicine and refined into elixirs to increase strength. Chapter 147 Inheritance 10 days before the tribute examination. Finally, I dug it through. My hand almost broke when I dug it. Gu Shanhai looked at his hand and couldn't stop shaking. This thing was too hard. Even if he dug it to the limit, it was difficult. This thing is definitely not he entered according to his method, but through some kind of teleportation technology. Otherwise, with such hardness, a martial arts immortal would have to shake his hands just like him if he wanted to dig it open. Is it similar to the special space in the secret realm of the barrier in Dynasty, where the sun never sets? Interesting. Under this layer of unknown metal,
there is a layer of something like a barrier. This layer of barrier radiated strong spiritual energy, giving Gu Shenhai the illusion that he was facing some kind of vast ocean.
In other words, this should be the source of spiritual energy in the world of Jianghu. Such a strong spiritual energy is not found in Tianqing.
Gu Shanhai compared the data. If Bai Fen were here, he would immediately because the concentration of spiritual energy is too high. The spiritual energy will not cause fainting. If he does not stay away in time, death will be waiting for him next.
It's just why no one dug it out in the previous life. I'm being stupid again. At this time in the previous life, all the players were running away, and there were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left. If this thing is really going to be born, it will have to wait until more than 10 years. Even a player is in full swing.
Gu Shenhai also realized that because the timing was wrong, many things lost their enthusiasm.
Next. Jump in? Gu Shenhai thought for a while, and he should jump in directly now. But he didn't know what was inside. He only knew that there was danger, and he couldn't find it out through prophecy and divination. Maybe it was the natural nature here. It may be due to other reasons such as Tianji shielding.
It's here.
Gu Shanhai gritted his teeth and immediately recovered all his roots. These are all good things. After recycling, they are all cut up and kept to be stewed into elixirs. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enter such a large battle. The recycling process took him more than half an hour, mainly because the network of roots was indeed huge, and Gu Shanhai had to deal with it. This thing had to be concocted as a medicinal material. Otherwise it would break if left unattended.
The quantity is a bit beyond my expectation. There will be too much left over to stew into elixirs.
After thinking about it for 10 seconds, he threw most of it into the demon pet's pocket and treated it as feed for Xiao Bai. It was better for him to eat it than to spoil it. Xiao Bai was also a little confused looking at the large number of plant roots and rhizomes. The smell was a bit familiar, as if it was the smell of Gu Shanhai.
Yo!
Then it understood in an instant that these plant roots and rhizomes were definitely cut by Gu Shanhai from his body. This made it a little scared. Is it really okay to feed it the spiritual plants cut out from the body? Oh, there seems to be no problem. Gu Shanhai also ate it himself, cooked it into small balls, and even shared them with others. It also tasted a lot of small balls. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai's psychological burden became heavier and heavier. He had eaten it before, but it was just not as fresh as now. Gu Shanhai didn't know what Xiao Bai was thinking. He had already jumped in.
Hallucination?
Gu Shanhai looked at the bustling street, which made him a little confused for a moment. When he came in, he didn't see any wonderful scene or the terrifying appearance of the avenue being wiped out. Instead, his appearance changed as soon as he entered, and he seemed to be forced into someone's perspective. Inherited? Gu Shanhai moved his body, and he found that all his strength had disappeared, and his physical condition had become that of an ordinary person. This kind of situation is more common in powerful inheritances such as fairy tales and fantasy. It is probably that you have passed the level after completing certain plots. During this period, you must not only examine your character, and other things. However, if you encounter the inheritance of evil or demonic ways, there is a high probability that the body will be taken away from you rather than actually given to you for inheritance.
Why is there something in a martial arts world that only exists in fairy tales and fantasy?
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. He now suspected that the source of spiritual energy in the world of Jianghu was caused by a certain big boss who died here. Even the so-called unknown metal may be a bone of the big boss. It was only because it lost its power over time that it was dug up by Gu Shanhai. Thinking of this, Gu Shanhai felt a little unlucky. I thought I was digging dumplings from a grave, but I didn't expect that they were bones of a dead person. As for how the big boss came or how he died, it doesn't matter anymore. It's normal for the time traveler not to be able to cross all the time. Not all time travelers come with all their beards and tails when crossing the world.
Brother Gu is in a good mood today. Instead of going to study, he is here to see the bustling market.
A male voice came over. When Gu Shanhai saw the other person for the first time, a rough outline of the other person appeared in his mind. Deng Shida, a fellow student from the same hometown, came with him to participate in the tribute examination 10 days later. Gu Shanhai was cursing in his heart. This was too outrageous. They actually asked him to skip the previous level and let him participate in the spring festival. What's more important is that he hasn't been given the memory yet to let him play. How could it be possible to succeed in 10 days? If he had used his original body, it would have been okay. But now his body was just that of an ordinary person. Even if it took 10 days, there was no way to truly complete the tutoring from scratch. It's just a look at this bustling city. If you fail the test this time, your body won't collapse. Gu Shanhai responded. Without memory, what else could he do? Moreover, there was no clue about this inheritance. Gu Shanhai didn't know what to do at all. And he didn't even have the means to escape. This is where the danger of the evil hexagram begins to show its power. Otherwise, it is just like playing a house. How can it be called the evil word? So that's it. I thought Brother Gu was confident. But unexpectedly he was also worried. Deng Zhida joked, seemingly a little surprised. Judging from these words, Gu Shanhai knew that the person he replaced was originally a scholar. As for who he was, Gu Shanhai didn't know who he was, because he was a substitute for the inheritance. He used his real name, and it's not the name of the original boss. This tribute exam gathers scholars from all over the world. I am just an ordinary person. How can I be so confident? Gu Shanhai said in a low-key manner that we should not be proud. After the two chatted for a few more words, Deng Zhida said that he would go back and continue reading. Gu Shanhai also breathed a sigh of relief. If the conversation continued, the secret might be exposed. This world is definitely not the world where Jianghu and Jianghu exist. Just now, he made some insinuations and indirectly learned that this world does not exist in Jianghu. So it is not a world of martial arts. The characteristic of the martial arts world is the existence of rivers and lakes. During this period, I also inquired a lot, but found nothing. There were no immortals flying into the sky and escaping to the earth. Nor were there any strange rumors. It may be because there is some kind of gap between mortals and practitioners. Or it may be because this inheritance is not enough to evolve these things. Turning around and returning to the inn, when he thought he had to worry about his accommodation, the location of his room appeared in his mind. Arriving at a designated location or performing some special behavior will trigger relevant prompts. So when I take part in the tribute examination, will the corresponding prompts appear? After Gu Shanhai returned to his room, he thought about this matter. After finally trying it again, he found that the possibility was very low, because such prompts were limited and simply not enough to surface a large article for him. So you have to rely on yourself. I picked up the books and looked through them. They were all books similar to the 4 books and 5 classics. Judging from the articles, they were also 8-part articles. They needed to break the topic, carry the topic, start the topic, enter the topic, start the strand, middle strand, last strand, and end the strand. He had a headache when he thought of this. There was no way he could memorize these books in 10 days and become proficient in 8-legged essays at the same time. He also had to find time to practice good calligraphy. Each of them took a lot of time, especially since his current body was just that of an ordinary person. Many things are inconvenient. I also tried breathing to see if I could relearn the Qing Emperor Sutra of Immortality. But unfortunately, there was no response at all. It was 90% likely because there was no energy environment. I also tried martial arts. And it was even worse. It was similar to exercising. But it didn't work. The method generates qi. So don't think about getting stronger quickly. You can only train slowly. I guess I have to pass the Gongshu test to unlock the next stage. If I fail the test, I might be in danger. Well, it might be dangerous if you pass the exam. If you want to pass the exam step by step, you might as well let me directly transform into a magnetic field maniac to destroy this inherited power. So I can only find a way to do some very punishing operations. What Gu Shanhai said was a very cruel operation. Of course, he just got the test questions. Once he had the test questions, Gu Shanhai would find a way to get some reference points from other students and scholars, plus learn some key points himself. It was basically no problem. And then just if you need to focus on practicing calligraphy, it will be okay. In the Imperial examination system, test scores are very important. If you hold a handful of dog-crawling characters, no matter how good the content is, you will be eliminated at the first sight. Gu Shanhai is okay. But he is just okay. It is not that easy to stand out. Let's wait until dark before taking action. It's just a good time to get used to this body. The ups and downs make me a little uncomfortable. Of course, Gu Shanhai couldn't act in broad daylight. First of all, you have to find out the location of the Ministry of Rites. The examination is in the Ministry of Rites. The place where the test questions are stored should also be in the Ministry of Rites. The place with the most soldiers will be there. The test itself is an important weapon of the country. so it is naturally heavily guarded, although it is possible to put the test questions in other places. It is just that the spring tribute examination is approaching, and there is a high probability that it has been transferred. If you guess wrong, forget it. You can go to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel in the middle of the night to look around again. Anyway, there are only so many places. Where else can I go? If it doesn't work out, I'll find a way to find out when the time comes.
Xuezi-gu,
Are you busy? There was a knock on the door first, and then he asked. Gu Shenhai had the impression that this voice was that of the innkeeper, who had triggered the prompt when he entered the inn.
strange. What do you want from me? Gu Shenhai was quite confused. There shouldn't be much interaction between the two.
Yes. What can I do? Shopkeeper?
Gu Shenhai responded, stood up and opened the door.
It's like this. The East Palace sent someone to deliver an oral message, saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will entertain all the students at the Yuju Pavilion tonight. He specifically asked me to inform you that all students must be present.
The shopkeeper did not hide it either. Said directly, Yuju Pavilion is a place used by the prince to recruit talents. Gu Shenhai once again triggered the keyword. It seemed that the idea of visiting the Ministry of Rites at night was going to come to nothing. It could be used as a cover for his absence. The prince's idea is also very normal. Those who can come to participate in the spring tribute examination are all candidates. Even if they fail the test this time, they are still candidates. They have talent, and they will be candidates for county magistrate in the future. If you can win over them, you can win over them. Although the main purpose is those who can pass the exam. But before that, the other party will not favor one over the other.
I see. I'd like to thank the shopkeeper for informing me.
Gu Shenhai replied very politely.
No trouble. No trouble.
The shopkeeper was quite happy. When he knocked on the door to explain, many students looked a little ugly, and their responses were lukewarm. It was probably because it disturbed their review. As the tribute exam approaches, it's normal to feel stressed. The shopkeeper can't afford to offend him, since everyone is a judge. And if the other party gets another tribute, then if he is offended, the business will not be easy to do. Even if there is someone behind his inn, the powerful people behind him don't value him at all. He is just an old shopkeeper, and he could be someone else. It is not worth offending a tribute for this. After the person left, Gu Shenhai began to think of a plan.
You have to prepare something. After Gu Shenhai thought about it for a while, he decided by something for self-defense. Swords are not very good, unless he buys decorations. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to use them on a large scale as an ordinary person. On the contrary, daggers are better.
In addition to daggers, just use some gunpowder. Explosions are art. I still have some artistic cells in me. Gu Shenhai thought that there was no problem in using a dagger to defend himself. But if something went wrong, the dagger would not be able to solve it. At that time, he could just blow the problem up into the sky and the problem would be solved. Follow up? Then again, since gunpowder really has to be used anyway, that is not a problem that Gu Shenhai can solve now. Of course, what he used was not the most basic gunpowder composed of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, but the newly improved black powder, and it was a condensed version. But he had to verify first whether gunpowder could explode in this illusory inheritance world. If it couldn't explode, then he would have to modify the plan. If the test is not carried out, and it cannot be exploded when the time comes, the consequences will be serious, and you may have to suffer from it.
The next step is to find out the name of black powder in this world. Go to the drugstore first.
Gu Shenhai made up his mind, got up and left the inn. Chapter 148. It's over. I'm the scapegoat. The fact that gunpowder can explode gave Gu Shenhai a lot of confidence. He quickly prepared high-explosive black powder and took corresponding protective measures. The sky had already darkened.
It's time to go to Yuju Pavilion.
Gu Shenhai tidied up briefly. He also knew the specific location of Yuju Pavilion and had inquired about it when he went out to buy materials. When he left the inn, he actually saw a lot of people, because he was not the only one who was invited. All the students who came to take the exam were invited, and there were a lot of them.
It seems that they are invited in batches, not all at the same time. That's right. If all these thousands of student candidates are to be invited together, Yuju Pavilion does not have such a large carrying capacity.
Not to mention anything else. There are nearly 50 candidates in the inn where Gu Shenhai is staying. He has also inquired about it. During this period, their food, clothing, housing and transportation are taken care of by the imperial court, and they do not need to pay for it themselves. This is a welfare benefit. In order to better control these students and candidates, these are selected talents. Unified management can also avoid various accidents. It is considered to be an emphasis on the imperial examination and candidates. The more important reason is that this is the emperor's feat. So the treatment is good. This treatment would not have been available in the previous provincial and municipal examinations. He also inquired about it. It was more like going to Yuzhu Pavilion for a meal to share feelings and relieve stress. The prince would not appear. For the prince, winning over was necessary. But if he showed up now, it would seem a bit condescending. Gu Shanhai didn't have any objections to this. If he didn't want to follow the crowd and find a cover, he wouldn't even want to go there, because it was too much of a waste of time. It was common for literati to look down on each other. When the time came, they would inevitably have to recite poems and write poems, which he didn't understand at all. When literati get together, they can still care about the country and the people without being romantic. This is inherently problematic. The Yuzhu Pavilion was not far away, and Gu Shanhai arrived quickly alone. Ding Shida and other fellow villagers came together, and they were in a group. One thing can be determined from this. That is, the relationship between the character he replaced and his fellow villagers is not very good. Otherwise, if they set off, they will ask him to set off together, not one after the other. The previous chat was probably due to chance encounters rather than intentional conversation. After entering the Yuzhu Pavilion, servants were quickly arranging the arrangements. After Gu Shan's name was written on the poster, he was arranged to a slightly cornered place.
Is there a directory?
Sure enough. Reputation is important wherever you go.
The arrangement of the Yuzhu Pavilion is actually very normal. You, a nobody, want to occupy a good seat. It is simply too beautiful.
It's just that this approach is inappropriate.
Gu Shanhai sighed inwardly. The face of a student candidate sitting next to him seemed calm at first glance. But unfortunately his micro-expression also revealed his displeasure. The scholar Ho Weiji. This was the hint that Gu Shanhai got. He discovered an interesting thing. That is, not everyone will have relevant hints. For example, his fellow villagers will have hints. Or the famous student sitting in the front row will also have hints. Or the person sitting next to him. And like the servants of Yuzhu Pavilion, some people who are unlikely to interact with each other at all. There is no corresponding reminder. So Gu Shanhai boldly guessed that it was probably because the big boss didn't know these people. In other words, the person with the hint is likely to be some key. Or it may just be a simple NPC. The Yuzhu Hall quickly became lively. And the students at the front were also very popular. They were obviously good at dancing. After announcing their names, everyone began to compliment each other. But these compliments fell into disrepute. In Gu Shanhai's ears, there was a bit of the smell of needles hidden in cotton wool. As the atmosphere became more intense, many students and candidates sitting in the back row began to talk. First, they started cheering and reciting poems. And then they planned to use those people's reputations to rise to the top. Gu Shanhai remained motionless, watching this development with cold eyes, while Ho Weiji, who was sitting next to him, became more proactive, getting up frequently and walking around with a wine glass in hand, quite like a madman. For a moment, Gu Shanhai didn't quite understand how things were developing. He knew there was danger here. But where exactly was the danger? It had been all afternoon, and he hadn't encountered anything. So that was nothing. At least give him a hint or something. Otherwise he will be confused, and can only go to the Ministry of Etiquette to steal the test questions later as planned. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai thinks that there may be relevant circumstances in this Yuzhu Pavilion. Otherwise it would be impossible to let him come here without any reason. Maybe the original owner's past experience can be included in the illusion. So there must be something wrong. The banquet became more and more lively, and he even saw that all his fellow villagers had gone up, leaving only a few students, who might have been withdrawn, but still did not move. At this time, Gu Shanhai was also thinking about getting up to inquire about something, when he suddenly heard a scream. Everyone was also shocked. Dead? Gong Sheng is dead.
Then, a student was heard shouting. A scholar named Geng died. And Gu Shanhai was also a little curious about it. He had an impression that the man was called Geng Wu. And the prompt also had the word, student, in front of his name like Ho Weiji. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai also squeezed in, and saw the other party lying on the ground bleeding from all his orifices, and no longer breathing. For a moment, the Yuzhu Pavilion became chaotic. The soldiers who heard the commotion outside the door also rushed in, and began to maintain the scene. After Gu Shanhai took a look, He sat back down again. I thought in my heart that danger might be coming. He didn't know what happened. Now that he was mortal, he naturally didn't know what happened just now. But it looked like he was probably poisoned. The scene was quickly settled. The government office, the city government, etc. all sent people here. Under normal circumstances, there would not be such a big fight for the dead. The main reason was that they died in Yuzhu Pavilion, and they were about to take the exam. This situation definitely alarmed the prince and even the current emperor. Therefore, a small matter becomes a big deal. Not to mention the suspicion of poisoning. All the candidates and students present were feeling uneasy. After all, everyone just ate the same food, and they were afraid that they might also be poisoned. Gu Shanhai also followed the trend and pretended to have a similar expression. The investigation process was quickly carried out, with a large number of officials involved and the students having to be searched. Gu Shanhai also felt a little bit in his heart. He had 3 tubes of black powder hidden in his arms. It would be troublesome if they were found. When he was thinking about how to deal with it, he reached out and touched it, and his expression froze. Not for anything else. Just because he didn't know when he had an extra bag of things in his arms. Just a small bag. He was certain that before he came to Yuzhu Pavilion, he had nothing on his body except black gunpowder.
Damn it! Is this being framed? No. With their little ability, how could they possibly frame me?
Gu Shanhai's first thought was that someone had poisoned him and framed him. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this thing was put together with black powder, and his pocket was not the original pocket. In order to facilitate himself, he sewed it again. It's been a while. If the person who framed him was really capable, there would be no need to poison him. So now Gu Shanhai has good news and bad news. The good news is that he doesn't have to go to the Ministry of Rights to steal test questions, and he doesn't have to think about the tribute exam. The bad news is that he may face jail time and beheaded by his queen. The reason is very simple. The person who poisoned is probably him. His original body. This is one of the inheritance tests. The other party has done this before, and it is an inevitable historical development. Even if he doesn't do it, the whole world will help him do it. As for why he killed Gongwu, Gu Shanhai guessed that he might have killed the wrong person. The person he wanted to kill should be Ding Jida. For no other reason than because the person who had a drinking and poetry fight with Gongwu just now was Ding Jida. And his reminder, the most special thing is that all the other students from the same town are just so-and-so students from the same town. Only Ding Jida said, come with him to participate in the tribute examination 10 days later. Therefore, the two may have had some grudges before. Or it may be that he was unilaterally jealous, which makes him angry just thinking about it. It doesn't matter whether Gu Shanhai takes action or not. What matters is that everything will develop according to history. If he doesn't find a way to break the situation, he will not be able to escape death. What? Can he break the situation? But Gu Shanhai is not him. And if he doesn't save himself, he will be in trouble. But even if he saves himself, he seems to be forced back to the right path. So Gu Shanhai planned to give it a try to see if the inheritance mechanism was flexible. If it was flexible, he would be able to do more operations. If it was not flexible, then he would have to fight head-on. He took out the bag of poison without leaving a trace. And the reminder came to mind as expected. Jiuxue powder is colorless and odorless. Those who take it will bleed to death.
Sure enough, it is this thing,
Gu Shanhai complained, and then stuffed it into the seam of his coat at a very fast speed. This seam was also newly sewn by him. It was originally intended to be used to put the dagger. It was very good. It's obscure. At least from the outside. You can't see any problems or protrusions. Unless he is the person who sews it himself. It will definitely be impossible to find it. After putting it in, it closes again. Even if the opponent picks it up and throws it, he can't notice it. As for the 3 tubes of black powder in his hand, there is no need to worry about it. The reason is very simple. He can push this thing directly onto the peace charm. After taking this thing, it will not look like bleeding to death from the 7 orifices. Now we can only choose the lesser of 2 harms. Of course, if he were to be killed in a plot, he would have no choice but to escape with the help of black powder. The inspection came to him quickly. After a lot of trouble, the package of Jiuxue powder was not found. Then he also asked about his 3 tubes of black powder. After Gu Shanhai answered the questions, he then verified it and found that it was not poison. Drinking too much ink can kill you. Could it be that the ink is poison? After returning the things to him, he went to check on the others. Other candidates and students are also whispering that once the Yuju Pavilion case comes out, the next tribute examination may have to be postponed.
Is it possible that the other party hasn't been caught after he killed him? Gu Shanhai was thinking about this. An unexpected development occurred as a result of the inevitable. So if the dead appear next, it means that not only was he not caught, but he also dared to commit crimes many times.
It's not like you want to kill your competitors first, right? This torment lasted most of the night, and most of the students and candidates were released, except for some people who were left to continue interrogation. These people were all suspects. The most unlucky one was Deng Jida. As a follower of Gungwu, people who engage in drinking fights are naturally the most suspect.
The original situation should be the same. He killed the wrong person and used a borrowed knife to kill. Not only did he kill the famous Gungwu, but he also dealt with Deng Jida, who had a grudge against him.
Next, the other party will definitely not be able to participate in the tribute examination. Even whether he can participate in the future is one thing, and his future will be ruined immediately. If the murderer is not found in the future, he will be the scapegoat. Forget about fame and other things. Just wait for death. If you kill people in other places, you may be able to save your life by removing your honorary title. But if you kill people in the Yuju Pavilion of the Crown Prince and Crown Prince, it will not only slap someone in the face, but also the prince, the government office, the city government, etc. Everyone's face. On the way back, the candidates and students were also protected by soldiers. They were really worried that something would go wrong again. It would be such a big deal if one of them died. If another one died, Long Yen would be furious tomorrow morning. Gu Shanhai went back smoothly. Many candidates and students on the way were very silent. It was not clear whether they were frightened or did not dare to say anything. Anyway, Gu Shanhai was thinking in his heart.
In this case, don't even think about stealing papers. There will definitely be martial law in the near future. Gu Shanhai was quite helpless. If he had known better, he would not have taken the risk to prepare the black powder. Fortunately, he did not bring a dagger with him this time. Otherwise, it might have been more troublesome.
I hate puzzle books.
At this point, he finally understood. This was definitely a puzzle book, and it was also a very difficult one. If he hadn't been superior in skills, he would have failed before.
This boss was a highly intelligent criminal in the early days. He had methods and a heart, and his attacks were ruthless. But he didn't know where the turning point was.
Gu Shanhai is not good at solving puzzles at all, especially in this situation where he has no memory, which makes him even more passive. Unless puzzle players come over, they not only have the digital assistance of
the first era,
as well as the skills of the corresponding system. It is definitely not like him just entering with a blank slate. Gu Shanhai has experienced a similar situation in his previous life, and his skills were only temporarily sealed. But all kinds of digitization are still there, and he can gradually unlock skills by completing tasks and collecting clues. Because of the interference of
first era,
it is naturally more if we already favor the players. Is it possible that we should also favor the colonized world? The player is his biological son and an employee of Volume 990 SIXS Takeoff, while the colonial world is just material and has different status. Gu Shanhai doesn't have this kind of treatment. Temporary workers should stop thinking nonsense and be down to earth. Chapter 149, If you don't follow the plot, then become an outlaw. Gu Shanhai felt that this was too arrogant. He threw the murder weapon directly on the table without even hiding it. Looking at the bloody long all on the table, everyone else felt a little numb. Last time, he kept the packet of Jiuxue powder in his pocket. But now it's better. I'm afraid he can survive today safely.
Gone, there are also fingerprints. That's too much.
Gu Shanhai observed carefully and found that the long all had fingerprints from his hand, and even blood stains on it. It was obvious, as long as it was compared. You can definitely see it.
No, we can't go on like this. Otherwise we will be killed by this thing sooner or later.
Gu Shanhai's face turned dark. He was completely biased. He could escape once or twice, but as long as he failed once, something would happen. Then looking at the 3 tubes of black powder, he decided not to let the inevitability of development drag him forward, but to find a way to solve it. It's too troublesome to rely on your brain. Just explode. I picked up the black powder, then got up and left the inn. It was early in the morning, and most people were already up, either warming up their books or having breakfast. There were 2 soldiers standing at the door, obviously sent because of the death at Yuju Pavilion last night. Gu Shanhai quickly found the load-bearing wall of the inn, and when no one was paying attention, he placed the 3 tubes of gunpowder in the calculated direction and angle, and also disguised himself to ensure that no one would notice. After doing this, he left the inn. The scheduled explosion time was 10 minutes later, so the small timing device was not a big problem for him. Naturally, he left the inn to continue to borrow some black powder materials. The inn could not be blown up without blowing up, and there was still a corpse there. Because it was early in the morning, everyone just assumed that the deceased had not gotten up yet. He would definitely be discovered after a long time. So he planned to destroy the body and eliminate traces. As for making some more black powder, it's very simple. He no longer plans to be a tribute. He wants to be an outlaw. From the Yuzhu Pavilion to the Ministry of Rights, and even the East Palace, he wanted to blow it all up. There was no need for inheritance or anything like that. Life was more important. When he got out, he could just get the source of the spiritual energy. If we continue to be led by the nose, this quagmire will get deeper and deeper. Boom! The explosion sounded, and Gu Shanhai felt a slight vibration on the ground. He was far away, so he was not greatly affected. The riots centered around the inn were also spreading bit by bit. Gu Shanhai couldn't care too much at this time. He borrowed a large amount of black powder raw materials from the store he bought last time and took advantage of the chaos. He quickly disappeared into the sea of people. At this time, he quietly came to a hidden alley and started making black powder. The chaos outside became more and more obvious. Gu Shanhai also heard the arrival of the government office, the city secretary, and even the imperial army. Mainly because of this behavior was simply too terrifying. Gu Shanhai raised his head and glanced at the sky. At some point, a slight crack appeared in the sky. Even if most people saw it, they would only regard it as an illusion and not pay too much attention to it. But he knew that there was something wrong with the inheritance. The so-called inheritance world itself is an illusory existence. There is a threshold for internal evolution and development. Gu Shanhai directly exploded the original development, causing the nodes to be lost, and directly forced the whole body to approach this threshold. Taking the plot as an example, Gu Shanhai directly sent away the victim, who was supposed to die tonight or tomorrow. It was determined that there was a problem, and the inheritance began to be recalculated. But Gu Shanhai was also taking action. Before you knew it, it was already noon. Although the chaos outside had calmed down, the matter was not over yet. A large number of people were digging into the inn, trying to rescue the people underneath. At this time, Gu Shanhai had finished making all the black powder. There are hundreds of tubes in Lin Lin, which can't be put in his pocket at all. But he didn't even think about hiding them. He was so embarrassed that he kept a low profile with the other party. It's really arrogant in broad daylight, Gu Shanhai complained. He planned to do it at night. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that there wasn't much difference between day and night. He just had to do it anyway. Then he pulled up the black gunpowder and headed towards the Yuzhu Pavilion. Hey! Hey! The Yuzhu Pavilion is closed today. As he approached, the gatekeeper stopped him and said, Why? What happened? Gu Shanhai asked, pretending to be confused. The gatekeeper did not hide it, but sighed. There was a death last night, and today the Yuzhu Pavilion is closed. Who is so bold? He actually dares to do something in Yuzhu Pavilion. It's so hateful. Gu Shanhai followed the other person's words, and then handed over his hand. In that case, I won't enter. After saying that, Gu Shanhai left alone. He had no intention of letting Yuzhu Pavilion go. Instead, he went around and took out the burning version of black gunpowder, which reduced the power of the explosion, but increased the burning ability. The overall structure of Yuzhu Pavilion is made of wood, in order to be elegant and match the word Yuzhu. There are also a large number of bamboo products, not to mention how flammable they are. As long as you throw in a few more tubes, they can be burned without exploding. He changed 5 directions in a row and threw 15 tubes in total. It didn't matter whether the tubes could be burned or not, because the quantity he expected had already been reached. And if he threw more tubes, it would not be enough for follow-up. A few minutes after he left, the Yuzhu Pavilion was filled with flames and shouts. It was obvious that a fire had been discovered. In the sky, the mysterious cracks are constantly expanding. Gu Shanhai didn't pay attention to these at this time. He walked all the way and didn't miss the inn for candidates and students, the Ministry of Rights, the East Palace, the Tian Lao, etc. At this time, he had touched the palace. Are the guards so tight? Gu Shanhai looked at the heavily armed soldiers, feeling a little helpless.
I thought that such a huge chaos would also spread to the palace. Well, it did spread. However, it did not cause chaos. Instead, it aroused alert, so that most of the personnel who were supposed to support were left here to guard at this time. Royal Palace? They were probably worried that the explosions and fires outside would spread. No matter how stupid the emperor is, when he sees this situation, he will know that someone is doing it deliberately. And now he is hunting Gu Shanhai all over the city. Gu Shanhai raised his head and took another look at the sky. The entire sky had already cracked. As long as he blew up the palace again, it would probably collapse. And then he could leave here. He doesn't care about inheritance or anything.
What do you do?
A soldier came over and asked after seeing Gu Shanhai.
It's not such a mess everywhere. Come and take a break near the palace. If it's okay, I'll just stand here.
Gu Shanhai smiled bitterly at first, and then explained. When the soldier heard this, Gu Shanhai could clearly see that the soldier breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression softened a lot.
Go! 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 Wander around the palace. Worry about being arrested.
The other party rushed Gu Shanhai away, obviously not wanting to cause any further trouble. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai had a bitter look on his face and hurriedly said,
Master, do a good job. I will stand here and never move. You don't know what happened just now. First the building collapsed and then there was a fire. This is simply too much.
It's terrible. Go away. If you don't leave, I'll put you in a prison.
The other party scolded him.
The prison collapsed not long ago.
Gu Shanhai also reminded the other party. When the other party heard this, he didn't know what to say at this time. He only knew that there were explosions everywhere. Naturally, he didn't know the specific situation, because he was transferred here to defend the palace as soon as something happened.
Don't give me a toast, and you'll be punished with a drink.
The other party's tone became obviously stern. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai could only leave angrily.
It's a pity that the world is false. Otherwise, I could have let you live, Gu Shanhai said silently in his heart. While chatting with the other party, Gu Shanhai quietly placed a small tube of delayed explosion black powder on the other party, which was a mini size. For about 5 minutes, Gu Shanhai had also gone far away at this time. The palace was indeed not that easy to enter. It was really just 10 steps. 1 post. 5 steps and 1 post. This is just the outside. The inside must be more strict. Therefore, Gu Shanhai could only find a way to ask the other party to help attract attention. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the explosion sounded again. Now it was at the entrance of the palace, which naturally attracted the attention of a large number of guards. In just an instant, a large gap was formed. Without hesitation, Gu Shanhai climbed into the palace with the help of the prepared stepping stones.
I said, this was an accident. Do you believe it?
Gu Shanhai swallowed and looked at a group of imperial guards who were watching him.
Capture this man.
The leading general did not believe Gu Shanhai's lies. But Gu Shanhai didn't sit still and waited for death. He threw a tube of black powder and ran away. The people behind subconsciously hid, but they didn't expect that the black gunpowder exploded directly. Everyone in the group of imperial guards was injured, and those who were closer were even left with incomplete corpses by the explosion. This movement must have aroused the vigilance of various defense forces in the palace.
Almost!
Gu Shanhai gritted his teeth and ran all the way, setting fire to the situation. Behind him were the imperial guards chasing him, and he felt a fire burning in his chest. The body he replaced was just an ordinary person, and his body had its limits. Being able to throw black powder and walk the imperial guard at the same time was already very impressive. Fatigue gradually came over, but Gu Shanhai forced himself to cheer up. At this time, the palace was also in chaos. Gu Shanhai was actually a little unbelievable. He didn't even expect that he could really succeed.
The Golden Palace is already on fire. If you don't put out the fire, it will be too late.
Gu Shanhai turned around and shouted. Then half of the imperial guardsmen went to check. It wasn't that they believed Gu Shanhai, but they had to go. Now the situation was unbelievably bad. Of course, it was Gu Shanhai who deceived him. With the collapse of the entire inheritance, Gu Shanhai's power was returning bit by bit. The first thing to return was naturally his various sixth senses. So he was keenly aware that he was in great danger, and the ominous omen was gradually approaching. If he couldn't defeat the inheritance before it counterattacked, he would be in trouble. The appearance of the imperial guard behind him also began to appear distorted, as if a mosaic had been bent. If he wasn't still wearing armor, Gu Shanhai might not have recognized it. The world is becoming distorted little by little. And this is the final counterattack.
Even the black gunpowder is like this. I don't know if it can still be used.
Gu Shenhai couldn't help but complain as he looked at the black gunpowder in his hand that was gradually changing. Then he threw it towards the dormitory not far away without hesitation. Gu Shenhai didn't know whether the Jinluan palace was burned or not. But the emperor was definitely in this distorted palace. Don't ask him why he knew it. It could only be said to be intuition. Regarding his own intuition, Gu Shenhai could only choose to believe it at this time. Mainly because there was no way out if he didn't believe it. The harsh sound erupted. Not the normal explosion of black powder, but like some kind of sharp sound, obviously caused by distortion. A large number of mosaics collapsed, and Gu Shenhai was also severely impacted. Broken and twisted things continued to flow out, looking like some kind of slime. In an instant, everything collapsed. Gu Shenhai opened his eyes in an instant, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured into his mouth and nose.
Damn it! It's out! This thing is really a trap!
After opening the magic domain, Gu Shenhai rubbed his temples and felt the severe pain in his mind. His consciousness had just been pulled into the inheritance. If he really died inside, others would also die. Under normal circumstances, you can only leave after completing the inheritance. However, Gu Shenhai's operation was rather arrogant, and he directly disrupted the inheritance from the inside. Now, there is a 90% chance that the inheritance will be useless, and the remaining 10% chance is still usable. It is estimated that there will be a lot of bugs.
The level of this thing is too different from mine. I didn't even react before my consciousness was pulled into the inheritance.
Gu Shenhai had nothing to do about it. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if he was there are protective measures. But if you have a high level and high attributes, no matter how passive you are, you will still be crushed.
The highly concentrated source of liquefied spiritual energy makes a lot of money.
Gu Shenhai is certain that this is the source of spiritual energy for the entire world. In the darkness, Gu Shenhai saw something flashing past in the distance, emitting some kind of light. This light came towards him at an extremely fast speed. Before Gu Shenhai could react, the light disappeared between his eyebrows.
Hey! Did I pass the inheritance?
Gu Shenhai looked at the inheritance in his mind with some confusion. He didn't expect it at all. It was probably because the inheritance was abolished, and he had no choice but to choose him. Otherwise, even if there was a bug, he would not be given such a loser.
It is indeed chance. Good fortune and misfortune depend on each other.
Gu Shenhai couldn't help but sigh at this, and then planned to read through it to see what this inheritance that could be called chance was. However, after seeing the inherited name, Gu Shenhai's face became distorted, as if he was wearing a mask of pain.
Jiu Juezi deserves to be dismembered. Damn your inner alchemy. How come you two are everywhere?
Gu Shenhai's whole body was not feeling well. Chapter 150 The Nine Masters of All Realms. Inheriting the Inner Alchemy Technique. Jiu Juezi, a person who practiced inner alchemy, died of an unknown cause. It is said that he was minced into mincemeat and thrown away. It is not known who did it. It was probably promoted before the appearance of
the First Era.
Extraordinary environments can appear in many worlds, thanks to the work of Jiu Juezi. Of course, the reason is not because of Jiu Juezi himself, but because of the inner alchemy. This inheritance is not some evil inheritance or demonic method, but a serious inheritance. Even when Gu Shenhai was at his peak in his previous life, this inner alchemy inheritance was the top inheritance. Zhongjing it's peaceful, has a bright future, and points directly to the realm of a saint. Once you get it, you basically won't have to change your skills for the rest of your life. However, this is not something that humans can practice at all. The inner alchemy has 3 levels and 9 levels. Gu Shenhai also practiced it in his previous life. Wherever there is Jiu Juezi Xiangzi, there is inheritance. So it is actually relatively easy to obtain under normal circumstances. But he only got to the first level of Zhongguan, and then he couldn't get up to it. It was too difficult. The kind that was ridiculously difficult. What's more important is that after his death, his mana will feed back to the world, causing spiritual energy to revive. This world is precisely because it has a part of Jiu Juezi. So the phenomenon of spiritual energy appears. Moreover, this piece of poison came from a very long time ago, and it has been leaked once before. That is, it created the existence of the true martial arts immortal, and then fell into silence for a period of time. In these years, it was pried open by the whole world again, allowing the spiritual energy to be revived.
My heart is so tired. I've suffered a big loss.
Gu Shenhai was about to cry,
but had no tears. This thing could indeed be regarded as an opportunity. And it was a huge opportunity. But he couldn't bear it. You must know that Jiu Juezi has only cultivated to the first level of Shengguan. As a result, part of his body after death can radiate and affect an unknown number of worlds. This is enough to prove the power of his inner alchemy. Even when Gu Shanhai was cultivating the world in his previous life, he would select a lot of people to specialize in practicing inner alchemy, and then kill them as fertilizer for the world after they were successful in their practice. Such people are really useful. Forget it. Get it when you get it. And change it when the time comes. Gu Shanhai could only say that he would be content with it as he came. He did not discriminate against inner alchemy. Except that after death, mana would be fed back to the heaven and earth to form spiritual energy. Except for phenomena such as resuscitation and the extremely difficulty of cultivation, it does not have much impact. In his previous life, the Jiu Juezi inheritance trial that Gu Shanhai participated in was not a tribute test, but was when Jiu Juezi had already entered the immortal path. The difficulty was actually not that great. Of course, at that time, Gu Shanhai had the first era, assisted. It is naturally easier. Forget about the inner alchemy. Let's switch to the outer alchemy when the time comes. After Gu Shanhai briefly glanced at the situation of the inner alchemy, he thought about changing it. His drug-taking flow, a branch of the Krypton gold flow, is a brand new skill that was improved after the inner alchemy technique failed to progress. He did not expect that the reason for the revival of the two worlds of rivers and lakes would be a bone of Jiu Juezi. Otherwise, where would he be? If he comes here to investigate, he will blow it up immediately. No wonder he couldn't figure it out. Even if Jiu Juezi died, it was not something that a weakling like him could figure out. As for why it was said to be bones, he could tell that the unknown metal on the outside was his outer layer of bone tissue, and the inside was filled with pus, and should be a liquid formed by spiritual energy. These are being absorbed bit by the two rivers and lakes world, and then enter the cycle to form a spiritual environment. As for Tianqing, it is in the upper reaches of the spiritual energy cycle. Even though it was closed before, there is still a slight amount of spiritual energy circulating forward, but it has all been intercepted by the martial arts immortals. After meeting an old acquaintance like Jiu Juezi Xiangzi, Gu Shanhai's task of solving the source of spiritual energy immediately changed from difficulty to easy difficulty. You only need to reverse its internal structure to change the spiritual energy from liquid to solid, and then burn it. Yes, it's that simple. It's just a bone of Jiu Juezi. Besides the spiritual energy, the most valuable thing is the inner alchemy. Now that the inner alchemy has been taken away by him, the rest has no threat at all. In fact, Gu Shanhai also wondered whether someone was secretly spreading this inner alchemy technique. The reason was very simple. Every piece of semen on Jiu Juezi's body carried a piece of the inheritance of the inner alchemy technique, which was still intact. According to normal circumstances, Jiu Juezi's death was most likely not caused by him. With his character, it was unlikely that he would do these things. Instead, the person who killed him took advantage of this to spread the news. If people with insufficient means and lack of character practice inner alchemy, they are unlikely to succeed in their practice. Instead, they will only be used as fertilizer and given to the world as a supply to promote the improvement of the world. Then the people behind the scenes are harvesting the world to form a very complete harvesting process. Forget it. Forget about it. It's over anyway. Gu Shanhai climbed out of the bone, looking a little tired. Although the next step is easy to handle, it will take a lot of time. At least he has to study the reversal process. In the previous life, it was easy because of his strength. In this life, he has no relevant memories and has to start from scratch. Fortunately, with the inner alchemy at hand, there is no need to worry about not being able to do it. If he couldn't do what he could do in his previous life, then his rebirth would be in vain. Essentially, it is a special energy source that mutates due to being separated from the original body and being affected by external factors for a long time. So I can make it into a Waidan by simply blending it. Gu Shanhai continued to modify the content of the first level of the inner alchemy, and gradually developed the ability to take bait and medicine. As long as you obtain this outer elixir, you can also obtain an extra large amount of mana as a reserve. And if you refine it slowly, you can also increase your longevity and increase your vitality and strength. At that time, even if I face all the true immortals of martial arts, with the support of Waidan, I can hang them up one by one and bleed them. The corresponding plan was quickly completed, and the most difficult problem left was how to compress the outer elixir.
because this piece of Jiujuezi's bone is really too big. As big as an underground palace. Even if the junk is removed, but the essence remains, the size will not be small.
Let's turn it from liquid to solid first.
After having the prototype of the external alchemy technique, Gu Shenhai's next action is very simple. The reversal process is essentially the same as alchemy. And alchemy is equivalent to cooking for Gu Shenhai. So he just needs to turn on the fire and add the seasonings.
Okay. Now there is no need to even open the fire. Gu Shenhai can just add the condiments. The condiment is naturally Gu Shenhai's magic power. Otherwise, what else can be used? The technique is indeed a bit rough. But it doesn't matter. As long as it works, it will be improved gradually in the future. After the external alchemy is fully formed and becomes the 5th level of the
Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality,
it will be basically completed. His mana also possesses the mana related to the prototype of Waidan. Naturally, his original mana does not have this ability. As he progressed, the liquid spiritual energy condensed inside began to condense. Whether it was the effect or the data, under Gu Shenhai's monitoring, it completely met his expectations.
There is no existence similar to fate or heaven in the world of Jianghu. So it is relatively simple for me to do this. If I really encounter a world with such existence, I am afraid that there will be a bloody disaster by now.
Gu Shenhai's behavior was tantamount to grabbing food from the tiger's mouth. This was the source of the world's energy level improvement. He immediately dug it for others. Gu Shenhai would not let it go. This kind of thing happened in Gu Shenhai's previous life. He experienced earthquakes, tsunamis, wind, rain and lightning. These are all basic. His luck would drop to the extreme, almost like the god of death. More importantly, he would be hunted down. You will inexplicably offend the powerful people in the world for various reasons. Sometimes,
just by looking at you, the other party can hack you to death. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Gu Shenhai would not touch Jiujuezi's stinky food. Eating mutton would cause a bad smell all over his body. He would only take action unless it was a world like Liangmai Jianghu without a will to the world. If this world existed, he would have suffered disasters on the way here. And even if he started to do it now, an earthquake would be coming. Not coming now is enough to prove that you can do it boldly. Besides, the protagonist is also on his side. If it doesn't work then, just give this Waidan to Huang Yanshan for safekeeping. And then go to find him when he has to leave. It's not too late to get it. If something really happens, it's okay to give up. For him, the purpose of this time was to solve the source of spiritual energy. Whether it was inner elixir or outer elixir, it was an unexpected surprise. With or without it, he would have made money. Gu Shenhai's real purpose is to regenerate the body of a certain martial arts true immortal. If he really gives up his roots and pursues the end, he will be in a big loss. The outer elixir can be refined at any time. If he misses this rebirth, he doesn't know when he will meet him again. The refining process of the outer elixir was very smooth, and the solidification process was very fast. Gu Shenhai even took out a piece of high-concentration spiritual energy crystal and tried to swallow it.
It has no taste. Even worse than boiled water.
After smashing it into his mouth, Gu Shenhai commented on it. As soon as this thing entered his stomach, he digested it, and finally formed mana and was broken down into vitality and lifespan by Gu Shenhai as a supplement. For his part, his lifespan was increased by 5 months, which seemed a little less. But compared with the overall situation, this was just a drop in the bucket. It was estimated that his lifespan would be at least hundreds of thousands of years. Next, Gu Shenhai can spend his life a little more freely, instead of having to dig and search as before.
With these lifespans, we won't have to resort to evil ways to gamble on dogs for a while. And we won't have any accidents.
Gu Shenhai thought for a while. If it weren't for the lack of lifespan, there would be a few more people who would gamble their lives and just spend the money. Isn't it bad that life is like running water? Not only is there no risk, but it can occasionally improve your perception. Unfortunately, a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years seems like a lot. But in fact it is not much if it is really consumed. He verified that the rebirth puzzle of the martial arts true immortal has a lifespan of 50,000 years. If he continues to predict and divine some secret things in the future, the more lifespan will be consumed. Of course, he spent more because the objects he chose were more unusual. And secondly, Gu Shenhai's requirements were more detailed. Unlike the aboriginals, the results they obtained were all vague or meaningful. A penny just 1 cent.
This progress? It is estimated that it will take 10 days and a half to completely solidify. Gu Shanhai estimated the time. And then a large number of spiritual roots grew on his body, and continued to take root in the soil. Anyway, others are in the soil, so it might as well grow some roots to absorb some nutrients. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to perfect his external alchemy technique. External alchemy, also known as alchemy and golden elixir, relies on a golden elixir entering the abdomen. My destiny is determined by me, and not by God. The golden elixir here means that one can directly become an immortal by taking the golden elixir. It is a one-step process to achieve immortality. Gu Shanhai does not yet have the ability to refine the corresponding golden elixir. It's a pity. I mainly use herbal elixirs now. If I take a sip of the serious golden elixir, I will really have problems. The golden elixirs in the 8 classics are all made from lead, mercury, gold and jade. As the saying goes, eating gold is like gold and eating jade is like jade. These heavy metals are really used as medicine. Let's see if he can eat it after his body and bones are stronger and his spiritual plant develops. In the past, his drug-taking abortion was not through external alchemy, but through his own spiritual plant as the main method. Now that he has a better method, of course he can only let the spiritual plant assist. Don't worry about the alchemy furnace. The blue dragon can be used as a substitute. This thing is just useful. He summoned Qinglong casually, and then took out the roots of various medicinal materials that Gu Shanhai had cut from himself, using the ginseng of the king of herbs as the main material. After coiling the green dragon into a ball, mana poured out, and he took a piece of high-concentration spiritual energy crystal as fuel, and started making elixirs directly. To perfect the external alchemy technique, you naturally have to get started, and you can't just rely on your brain. Anyway, he has plenty of materials. If something is produced and sold by himself, it will be destroyed if it is destroyed. Time passed by, and the first batch of elixirs was successfully produced. Gu Shanhai took out one, threw it into his mouth and chewed it. It's not bad, but the potency of the medicine is not fully exerted. As expected, it is easier to stew it. Gu Shanhai felt that his lifespan had been increased by about 3 months. This itself was used to extend his life. But his prediction, I estimate it should be 5 months. Gu Shanhai had actually always wanted to make elixirs by stewing meatballs. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough to support such a saucy operation. The Qinglong can be improved so that it can cook automatically like a rice cooker. After I fully exert the power of this level 1 life-enhancing pill, I can edit the program and just put in the raw materials, and the Qinglong can be automatically refined. Gu Shanhai took out the remaining level 1 life-enhancing pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. This stuff is resistant. If you eat too much, the effect will become worse. You need to wait for a while before the resistance disappears before you can continue to eat. Fortunately, the resistance of level 1, 2, and 3 longevity-enhancing elixirs does not overlap, and each has its own effect. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai was too lazy to name them. So he named all the elixirs that can increase lifespan as longevity-enhancing pills. In fact, the above types are not different. Chapter 151 The Leader of the Righteous Path. Wrong. I am from the Chaos Camp. By the time Gu Shanhai returned to the surface, it was already 6 months later. The main reason for the delay was the further optimization of the compression process of the 9G Weidan and the continuous supplementation of the Weidan technique. Just 6 months after coming out, Gu Shanhai found that the whole world seemed to have changed. First of all, the imperial court is gone. Yes, it is gone. It was Huang Yanshan who did it, and he didn't know what the situation was. He acted like this when he asked about it. It is said that he did it in the capital. The entire capital was torn to pieces. The heads of the royal family were hung in a neat row at the entrance of the palace. The second is the Tianzong demon sect. These 2 major forces are now closed, and they seem to have suffered some serious damage. Fortunately, the Tianzong is relatively strict in managing its disciples, so there are no more Tianzong disciples in the world. But the demon sect is different. It is difficult to grasp the character of each individual, and they are also pretentious. After the demon sect closes the door, they remain. The demon cubs in the arena became more and more arrogant. This has nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He just wants to know what happened to Huang Yanshan, and why he is now so strong that he can tear the entire capital to pieces. Pure belief and extreme emotions. These 2 affect the changes in Huang Yanshan's strength. So something must have stimulated him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed so much simply when he was in danger. Gu Shanhai understood very well that if the gods were chasing Huang Yanshan from the lower realms, even if Huang Yanshan couldn't defeat him, it would still be normal. At most, there would be rumors that the opponent was being chased and escaped, rather than being a deadbeat. On the contrary, only some mental stimulation to him can cause him to develop this kind of mutation. Could it be that Lord Gun Gun in the court dug up the graves of his entire family to threaten Huang Yanshan into handing over the purple mysterious thunder technique? After thinking about it, in addition to the heavenly beings in Tianqing, the person who took action may also be the imperial court coveting Huang Yanshan's martial arts skills. This possibility is very high. Otherwise Huang Yanshan would not be so crazy. Naturally, it is impossible for the princes in the court to say that they are really determined to be dogs for Tianqing. They themselves are already extremely human ministers, after enjoying the taste of power, who can do it without making any money while kneeling. And if they obtain the purple mystic thunder technique, they will not only be able to rejuvenate and become immortal, but they can even gain powerful strength. The previous magical secrets did not have these abilities, so they will naturally lose interest. In addition, Gu Shanhai disappeared for these days, making the court think that they had seized the opportunity, as long as they got the skills first, and then compensated Gu Shanhai some when the work was done. Everyone would be fine with me in the future. But they didn't expect it. Huang Yanshan's strength is so outrageous. The first priority is to find Huang Yanshan. He has the spiritual plant I need. Gu Shanhai's face also looked a little ugly. He had only not appeared for half a year, but people in the world felt that he no longer had any deterrent power. Sure enough, the world of martial arts is just like traffic. If you haven't come out to show your face for a long time, it will be said that your martial arts skills are useless. And it can even be said that you have been defeated by someone. You really will do anything for fame and fortune. Chivalry, righteousness and courage are not the world, but human nature and interests are the world. Hey, isn't this Grandmaster Lu? I heard that Grandmaster Lu lost all his power in refining the 9 grass pills, and even allowed his son and nephew to massacre the capital. Shouldn't you wait for an explanation when you come here today? A voice suddenly said this. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he felt a black line at one end. He had cerebral palsy. He really thought he could kill someone by hiding in the dark and shouting such a sentence. Oh, it seems to work. Some people seem to have asked for help. After someone started, and a few more people came to warm up the show, the situation and public opinion arose. Then the main envoy naturally left quietly, preparing to watch the fire from the other side of the bank in the distance. The so-called loss of all skills was of course made up by him casually. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Lu was in his prime, he would really think that these Jianghu people would not dare to speak. Okay, make way. I have something else to do. Gu Shanhai rubbed his temples, not intending to argue with this group of people. He planned to find the person behind the scenes and ask why. However, Gu Shanhai's behavior seemed to reinforce the rumors that he had lost all his powers, and everyone seemed to want to tear a piece of flesh from him. All the big hats have been slapped down. Anyway, it is as outrageous as it is. Gu Shanhai was a little helpless. Why could such a little trick succeed? Oh, it's profit. In addition, Gu Shanhai is a righteous person, so the law does not punish everyone who dares to be so arrogant if he switches to the devil's way. Okay, if you don't leave, I will send you away. Gu Shanhai could only smile and take action with tears in his eyes. With a little click in his hand, the group healing technique fell. One by one, they all turned into mummies. In an instant, they fell into a large area, which made the originally noisy voice quiet down. Hiccup. There was only one voice left in the quiet street, and the expressions of some of the forces paying attention from afar also changed. Good people should be bullied. But if this is a bad person pretending to be a good person and being very ruthless, the initiator should be afraid. If you run away again, I will tell you not to move for the rest of your life. Come back to me honestly. Gu Shanhai's voice was not loud, but it fell on the ears of the people who should hear it. Some people came here honestly, but some people didn't believe in evil, got up and started practicing Qigong and planned to leave. As soon as he jumped onto the roof, everyone saw in their horrified looks that his body was completely dry from the chest down, as if he had lost all moisture in an instant. Then he fell down, with the feeling of being unable to breathe and the chaos in his body. He felt that death was approaching. Gu Shanhai didn't even look at the other party. He had already said that he could still survive if he came to explain. If he didn't come, don't blame him for being cruel. Tell me what's going on. Gu Shanhai looked at the person walking over and asked calmly. He was targeted as soon as he came out, and he was definitely not a small force. Grandmaster Lu, This matter has nothing to do with us. It was the demon sect, the Red Bone King of the demon sect, who deceived us. He really deserves death. He dared to plot against a righteous leader like you, Master Lu.
A person quickly revealed the mastermind behind the scenes. Then the rest of the people responded, saying that they were all just little white flowers and had all been deceived.
Oh, who is the Red Bone King? Come out and meet him,
Gu Shanhai said jokingly, and then wrote down the sex and backgrounds of these people.
The Red Bone King deserved his crime, and he has bowed his head now,
someone said, pointing to the lifeless corpse with wide eyes. Gu Shanhai took a look and saw that he was one of those people who didn't believe in evil. He was obviously extremely confident in his Qin Gong. But unfortunately, that was all.
Then, what does the Red Bone King want to do with you? He can't just say he wants to kill me. So you just agreed. He must have promised benefits. If not, I also want to know how much it will cost to do so. You have been deceived,
Gu Shanhai said with a smile. The mastermind? No one in their right mind would believe that a group of people from the righteous sect would be commanded by the Red Bone King of the demonic sect. And they would be used more as scapegoats.
Grandmaster Lu is joking. Good and evil cannot coexist. We, the righteous people, are naturally trying our best to survive. How can we join in evil with the devil?
Someone said righteously. It means they forfeit the benefits.
Okay. What a model of righteousness.
Gu Shanhai cheered repeatedly and applauded them to show encouragement. Then he said,
Now I have become a demon. Since you don't tell me, then we are incompatible with good and evil. I'll kill you to establish my authority.
Time's in. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone was shameless, and used a fig leaf of righteousness to cover their actions. How dare you say such a thing?
Master Lu, don't be joking. You are the leader of the righteous path,
someone said angrily.
If you don't tell me, I will kill you first and then massacre the whole town. Then I will say that you colluded with the demon sect to massacre the town. And I can kill your whole family to gain a fortune. Besides, you said that I am the leader of the righteous path. That's it?
The head of Tianzong disagrees, Gu Shanhai said jokingly. The righteous path and the devilish path were just a thought of his. And everyone stepped on his face. They just killed the whole family and the whole sect. But Gu Shanhai was embarrassed. Why couldn't the other party think about Gu Shanhai? Gu Shanhai is much more skilled than them at playing double standards. The people present still wanted to play with Gu Shanhai for fame and fortune by relying on their worldly connections. But Gu Shanhai no longer had so much free time, and instead went directly to search for souls.
It's not the Tianzong demon sect, but the Imperial Court?
That's right. The capital city was shattered. But that doesn't mean that the Imperial Court is gone. Each place is now independent in its own affairs. And those feudal kings are naturally eyeing me. The vassal kings formed a martial alliance as an alternative to the Imperial Court and took over all the inheritance. Now they have a large amount of power and resources, and secretly annexed a large number of sections. It seems that they intend to abandon the original Imperial Court model and re-establish it as the Imperial Court. The sect serves as the basis to form a community of interests.
These people are naturally the sects under the Martial Alliance. But now the Martial Alliance is still in the dark, and it will take a long way to truly stand on the stage. At least the Tianzong demon sect is the two behemoths they can't avoid. When other sects want to develop, they have the same experience as the Martial Alliance, which is why the Martial Alliance can succeed. It's just that the Martial Alliance is also full of troubles, and all kinds of struggles for power have never stopped. The vassal kings themselves are good players, and the sects also have their own merits. Listening to what these people said, Gu Shanhai felt a little uninterested. There was nothing new except using righteousness, using big names, and moral kidnapping and double standards.
Oh, I gave you a chance.
Gu Shanhai also kept his word. As long as one person said it, Gu Shanhai would let them go. But these people relied on their own identities and seemed to think that Gu Shanhai was really not able to do anything.
Wait, you know me.
When someone saw that Gu Shanhai was about to take action, they immediately prepared to tell the story of who So and So and his family was. But before he could say anything, the mummy was lying on the floor.
Let's just say that we can tell you who my father and teacher are earlier, instead of waiting until I'm about to take action.
Gu Shanhai just said that they were too trusting in this behavior, and they all started fighting. It doesn't matter who is in your family, not to mention the leader of such and such. Even the king of such and such can't stop him.
What are we going to do with the remaining survivors?
At this time, Gu Shanhai's chaotic side came out. He was able to be capricious in the righteous path and the evil path. So it was naturally easier to kill people and silence them.
I can't practice the longevity elixir. I haven't learned the evil ways yet. But the blood barrier pill can be used. It looks great when it explodes.
Blood barrier pill. A special pill that specifically corrodes human blood. Does not need to be taken. It can be used by just crushing it and throwing it into the crowd. The elixir developed by Gu Shanhai using his flesh and blood technology. The raw materials are relatively difficult to extract. Now is the time. Isn't there a group of people who have offended him?
Originally, I planned to leave directly to find Huang Yinshan. But in the end, they forced me to stay for 2 more days. These people are so hateful.
Gu Shanhai took out the 9 Juwaidan with some cursing, and then began to extract mana and arrange it. The area is too big, and it would be too troublesome to use Qinglong as an alchemy furnace. It is better to spend some mana,
since that is what this thing is used for anyway. So he decided to change his method of refining. And if he could make an elixir, it would be okay.
First, use healing techniques to purify the entire town. Once the purity is high, the extraction of raw materials will be much simpler.
In an instant, terrifying vitality swept through the entire town. This vitality was formed by Gu Shanhai by transforming the magic power in the 9 Juwaidan. And it was extremely corrosive. You will feel refreshed at the beginning. And then your flesh and blood will continue to change towards Gu Shanhai's appearance. Because Gu Shanhai's vitality is gradually replacing their vitality. The replaced life force was expelled from the body, still carrying its own blood, and was finally taken in by Gu Shanhai and refined into the blood barrier pill. The next step is naturally to recover the vitality left in their bodies by looking back at the mountains and seas. You can't leave your vitality in the body of medicine residue. This is a pure waste. Chaotic neutral. Evil players. Gu Shanhai has good intentions. But these good intentions are never based on friendship, but more on interests. Players are inherently virtuous. Even players who are lawful good or neutral good treat the Aborigines as NPCs. Players who follow the plot have never had much feelings for the Aborigines on the background board. There may be outliers, but they don't live long. There is nothing difficult to overcome. It's just a lack of strength. If you have enough strength, whether it is resurrection from the dead or reincarnation from the dirt, it is not a matter of words. Balls of blood-colored aura gathered in Gu Shanhai's hand and continued to solidify, finally turning into a blood pill.
The blood barrier pill is done. The next step is to find a way to throw it into the Tianqing.
Gu Shanhai put away the blood barrier pill with his backhand. He was very satisfied with this pill, because the poison of the blood barrier pill is very pure. It can be said to be a 100% effect. Chapter 152, When Danger Turns into Good Fortune. The protagonist is treated differently.
Finally I found it, and it actually sank to the bottom of the water.
In Huang Yinshan's confusion, he only heard a familiar voice, and then suddenly felt some kind of force forcibly lifting him up. The chaos in his mind was instantly expelled, and his consciousness gradually returned.
Uncle, why am I here?
Huang Yinshan only felt the tearing pain in his mind. Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes when he heard this.
I still want to know. As soon as I came out, I heard that you tore the entire capital into a mess.
Gu Shanhai had been renewing his healing spells for nearly a dozen times. And then, he was able to wake him up from the brink of death. But even so, the other party's body was still not optimistic. He only changed from near death to serious injury. And his injuries were also serious. A little bit of deterioration. The opponent's body cells have suffered severe wear and tear. And their genes are constantly collapsing. If it weren't for Huang Yinshan's good luck, the place he was in happened to be in a special magnetic field, which formed a special balance with the rotating force of the magnetic field in his body. This was how his life was suspended. It can only be said that the protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist.
I remembered. Forget it. The matter is over. Uncle, I threw away the medicinal materials you asked for.
Huang Yinshan also recalled it at this time, and roughly guessed his physical condition, and wanted to say something what? In the end, I could only sigh and say nothing.
If you lose it, just throw it away. It's not a big deal.
What else could Gu Shanhai say to this? Huang Yinshan almost lost his life, because he still cares about what medicinal materials are used for.
Your health is very serious, and I'm not sure it can be cured.
Gu Shanhai continued. Huang Yinshan's situation is very special. He forcibly used power that exceeded his physical strength. This can be classified as an explosion. But he was exploding with his life. If Huang Yinshan usually fights at 1 and his limit is 3, Then the power he used this time is a full 100. If he can withstand this, he won't have to wait for Gu Shanhai to save him.
Are you not sure? Then there is no way to save him.
Huang Yanshan was already prepared in his heart at this time. And then said,
As long as revenge is not delayed, my life and death are of no importance. I have lived for more than 60 years, and I am worthy enough.
Huang Yanshan never gave up from the beginning, but ran all the way in the direction of hatred. Whether it was his own changes or growth, he kept moving forward for revenge.
Dot!
Gu Shanhai was speechless. What was this?
I'm just not sure. I'm going to take a trip to Tianqing. Maybe I'll gain something.
Gu Shanhai said calmly.
Tianqing?
Huang Yanshan was a little curious about the name of this place. He only knew Tianzong. Then Gu Shanhai explained the affairs of Wuge, Tianqing and Tianren to Huang Yanshan. And then Huang Yanshan suddenly realized.
Because I failed to get the medicinal materials, my uncle had to change his plan. Right.
Huang Yanshan quickly equated the two things.
No. I have to leave sooner or later. Maybe Tianqing can find a way to cure you. You also know your situation. Cells, magnetic fields, electromagnetic forces, and true energy have formed a special balance. Once you leave here, Yu's body will collapse and die. Unless you can reach the 25th level of the magnetic field rotation and reach the star-breaking realm to defeat your fate, you can have a chance of recovery.
Gu Shanhai's words are half true and half false. The first half is true, but the second half is false. Not to mention the copycat version of
Purple Shin Thunder Technique.
He deduced only has 10 levels of content. The so-called star breaking he also made up the realm, mainly to stabilize Huang Yanshan. The protagonist generally won't die. But that doesn't mean he will never die. The grandson of the former protagonist, Huang Yanshan, is dead. Not to mention that this was done by Huang Yanshan himself. Under normal circumstances, someone would come to the rescue, and most of the time it would be women. But obviously Huang Yanshan didn't have this kind of treatment. So he had to ask Gu Shanhai to come to the rescue. But the injury was really serious, and Gu Shanhai was also in trouble. So I fooled around for a while, and then went to Tianqing to harvest a wave of heavenly beings using the blood barrier pill to see if I could use a lot of vitality to help Huang Yanshan heal. He does have the 9-Ju Huaidan in his hand, but it has been refined by him. It is full of mana and can be converted into life force. What can be converted is Gu Shanhai's life force. If he really wants to pour it into Huang Yanshan's body, something will happen. For example, using the healing technique to perform a small amount of suicide is okay. This is equivalent to Gu Shanhai cutting some meat for him to eat. It is not absorbed directly, but through digestion and absorption. There are no sequelae. Instead, he uses Jiu-Ju Huaidan to stand straight. Instilling life force is almost like tampering with the opponent's genes. He doesn't know what will happen.
No chance. I have just turned the magnetic field to the 2nd and 25th heavens. Even uncle, you haven't deduced it yet.
Huang Yanshan is still a little self-aware. The current situation has made him gradually return to normalcy. Not as bloated anymore.
Yes, it's just an estimate. But it's also an expectation. I had a premonition that something might happen to you before. I thought of it when you swelled to the point of being severely beaten. So I kept an eye on you. You should study this.
Emperor's Classic.
During this period,
Gu Shanhai said, taking out a book and handing it to the other party. Huang Yanshan took it with some difficulty, then opened it and took a look at it. He really couldn't understand the magnetic poles of the magnet, the resistance and voltage. It was like a heavenly book. Yes, this is a bound book that collects all the physics knowledge in junior high and high schools.
This is, after learning it, the things that will allow you to go further are the supplements to the
Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique.
Dot!
Gu Shanhai answered in advance.
Study carefully. The content is relatively simple.
In fact, Gu Shanhai also knows that it is actually very difficult for Huang Yanshan to study physics. After all, he is more like a liberal arts student studying science. So he feels a little numb at first glance. But with his study ability and talent, if you put your mind down and study seriously, it will not be difficult. He has no way to perfect the follow-up of
Purple Mystic Thunder Technique.
So he can only rely on himself. With his understanding, he can definitely continue to develop his own magnetic field rotation.
Okay, I will study hard.
Huang Yanshan knew that he would most likely have to stay here. He was just a burden and couldn't leave. After Gu Shanhai explained a few more words to him, he was ready to find a better placement for him. Otherwise it would be difficult to leave.
The first step is to build a house. After testing that the magnetic field will not change, the construction begins. If you don't ask for anything else, at least it can protect you from the wind and rain. Any more would be a bit of a luxury. Huang Yanshan is already very good at reading books now. Don't even think about going to the field. Just stay there. There is also the issue of life safety. He can trust the protagonist's luck. But this luck can easily go wrong. Don't wait for Gu Shanhai to come back. Huang Yanshan and the others will not know where they are. It's just that he doesn't have any good means now. In fact, the best way is to keep Qilong, which has enough combat power. But it was very dangerous for him to go to Tianqing. Even with the 9 Ju Waidan, he had no way to guarantee that he would escape unscathed. The 9 Ju Waidan only guarantees his combat effectiveness, not his survival rate. When the time comes to take action, he will not face the siege of one martial arts true immortal, but several martial arts true immortals. Only by bringing Qilong with him can he escape unscathed and even kidnap the target. It's impossible to hide. If you take action, you will definitely be discovered. Not to mention that his blood barrier pill itself is very noisy. After some final thought, I chose Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's fighting ability is very strong, but his running ability is even stronger. His brain is much better than Qilong's. Qilong is almost like an artificial retard. It can answer questions 1 and 2. It's okay to use it as a tool, but not for protection. It's so okay. The other one is that Gu Shanhai has gone there on this trip. Xiao Bai can't help him, and it's a bit dangerous to go there, so he might as well stay. After finishing this matter, Gu Shanhai left. There is no need to worry about not being able to find Xiao Bai later. He has a spiritual connection on Xiao Bai's body, and even 4 eyes are hung on Xiao Bai's horns. He can also detect remotely through his field of vision. Let Xiao Bai take care of me for the time being. Will everything be okay? Huang Yanshan hesitantly looked at Xiao Bai, who had an extremely outrageous physique. He always wanted to think that this body type should be called Dabai. But even if he said it, Gu Shanhai would not agree, because calling him Dabai might cause unnecessary disputes. Because there is already a fat robot named Dabai. Even though I call him Xiao Bai, there is also a dog with that name, one with a greater reputation than Dabai. No, as long as you don't let it jump, basically nothing will happen. Gu Shanhai was very confident at first, but when he thought about Xiao Bai's liking for jumping, he finally reminded him, if this tonnage jumps up, coupled with trample and a series of derived trample abilities, the movement will definitely be huge. Xiao Bai still has this hobby. Huang Yanshan looked at Xiao Bai strangely. He always thought that Xiao Bai was quite stable. At least, he had no problems with being a mount for Gu Shanhai. So it was hard to imagine that Xiao Bai would jump. Wow. And it's such a big jumper. Yes. It's been there since I was a kid. And I can't change it. Gu Shanhai sighed, and his character stabilized a little. But only a little. Because he had the ability to mount a horse. He didn't move too much on weekdays. But if Gu Shanhai leaves, no one will take care of him. Who knows how much fun Xiao Bai will have. Gu Shanhai can actually give Xiao Bai a holiday. I know. I will watch it. Huang Yanshan obviously misunderstood what Gu Shanhai meant. No. What I mean is that if Xiao Bai jumps, you let him jump further away. Otherwise the house will collapse. And you can't watch Xiao Bai. Gu Shanhai said that you are like this, he looks hemiplegic. So it's better to stay calm. Xiao Bai can not only trample, but also charge. If Huang Yanshan is given a charging headbutt, he will be unconscious for 3 to 5 days even if he doesn't die. Xiao Bai is so skinny. Uncle, how do you discipline him on weekdays? Huang Yanshan was also speechless. When the co-author is in danger, Xiao Bai is his safe support. But when there is no danger, Xiao Bai is the biggest danger. Usually, it's called Chong Dui. So naturally you can't smile playfully. Now it's called Xiao Mu. Do you understand? Gu Shanhai reminded him very kindly. Understood. I will try my best to survive Xiao Bai's deer hooves before Uncle comes back. Huang Yanshan also joked. And he seemed to be in a much better mood. I don't know if it's real or fake. You should be able to survive. But that may not be the case around you. Gu Shanhai also responded. After Jiu Juezi's poison was made into a foreign elixir, the spiritual energy recovery that was going on in the entire world came to an abrupt halt. Even the spiritual energy concentration that had been gradually rising was gradually declining until it finally disappeared completely. After that, he will fall back to the low level of martial arts, and may even become worse than he was at the beginning. Before this, when the world of Two Rivers Jianghu was first opened,
It was probably at the level of Tianlongbabu. Now it is estimated that it will fall to the level of swordsman Jianghu, or even Jing Zuijian. And it should not fall any further. However, things are not so absolute. If Wang Yanshan's
purple mysterious thunder technique
continues to be perfected, it may ignore the aura environment and rely on the world environment itself to form a new system. It's probably similar to iron-blooded Utopia. Although that world doesn't have any energy environment, superpowers have still developed extraordinary systems. Nothing is so absolute. Hey, Xiaobai outside the house said. How can it ensure safety if it can't enter the house?
Don't go in the house if you have nothing to do. If you have something to do, just come in. What are you doing here?
Gu Shanhai complained. When he built the house, he didn't consider Xiaobai at all. So with Xiaobai's size, it was indeed a good idea to enter the house. Not coming. It doesn't matter if you can't get in. It's just, okay, as long as it's responsible for ensuring safety. With its perception and ability, the enemy will be killed by it before it gets close. In addition, it also shares Gu Shanhai's legal domain increase. So there is no need to worry about its own safety.
Huh?
Xiaobai said that there would be no problem.
No. With the current situation, it's unlikely that someone will come to cause trouble. Besides, even if someone comes to cause trouble, it's just,
okay,
if you just charge out and plow out a bloody line.
With the strength of the Jianghu people in this world, how could it be possible to compare with Xiaobai? Now Xiaobai keeps asking. And it is also a little panicked. It is the first time that it has left Gu Shanhai's side. In the past, Gu Shanhai always took it with him wherever he went. Whether it was in the portable laboratory or in the pocket of the magic pet. Leave Gu Shanhai. This time I really didn't follow him. Which made him really panic. Xiaobai has received training in Xinqing. But the experience is still insufficient. He is more like a stable big child. Now that his parents are leaving, can he not be nervous? Otherwise, he would not be able to say so much. Gu Shanhai also noticed this. So he kept comforting Xiaobai, treating it as a training for Xiaobai, so as to avoid what to do if something happens in the future. Chapter 153 Entering the Heavenly Gate and Seeing the Heavenly City.
Coming in. It seems that Tianmen's identification is a bit difficult.
After Gu Shanhai settled Huang Yanshan and Xiaobai, he quietly passed through the Tianmen and entered the Tianqing. Then he hibernated again and observed for nearly 10 days. During this period, Tianqing's spiritual energy level dropped a lot, and it seemed that the trapped spiritual energy circulation was gradually insufficient. Due to the decline in spiritual energy levels, the heavenly beings also experienced many problems, similar to altitude sickness.
Everyone in the entire celestial city practices martial arts. Without the support of the aura environment, the daily consumption of resources would be simply huge.
That's why the energy environment is needed to assist in order to reduce resource consumption. Gu Shanhai actually follows this path. He relies on the aura environment formed by spiritual plants to reduce his own intake of various nutrients. Otherwise, he now needs all the nutrients he needs every day. Food consumed is estimated in tons. This is still under his normal state. If he switches to a strong state or extreme state, he will consume a lot, and he will need to take in even more. In the celestial city, there are at least hundreds of thousands of warriors, and there is an energy environment, so they can be self-sufficient. But if this environment really disappears, then the martial arts true immortal will not let go of these heavenly beings at the first time.
I have to say that martial arts immortals are really not suitable for management. And the same is true for heavenly beings. There are loopholes in identity monitoring.
Gu Shanhai got an identity. He didn't forge or impersonate, but went directly to the martial arts pavilion to register. The reason was that the identity certificate was lost. And then, the other party made one for him, which directly gave Gu Shanhai a legitimate identity. This made Gu Shanhai dumbfounded for a moment. He thought it would be very troublesome. But after thinking about it carefully, the heavenly people never thought that anyone could pass through the heavenly gate and enter the heavenly city. Therefore, those who can be in the heavenly city are heavenly beings. There is no need to doubt them at all.
The original management system didn't have much of a problem. The real problem was the people.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh. He inquired about a lot of things. Over the years, the interior of the martial arts pavilion has become more and more corrupt. The martial arts immortals ignore these things. As long as their own interests are not damaged, they will not care about any changes in the martial arts pavilion.
If it hadn't been for the large-scale wealth formed by the spiritual energy cycle, this would probably have been the scene at the end of the dynasty.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but complain. Entering the martial arts pavilion, Gu Shanhai looked around a lot. Wuge is not an attic, but a large building complex located in the center of Tianqing. Everything from the political center, the medical center, and even the library are located here. Gu Shanhai was a more honest person, so he went directly to the library.
Third-class heavenly beings can only read the martial arts secrets on the first and second floors.
The staff at the door of the library checked Gu Shanhai's identity certificate and waved his hand with an unlucky look, signaling to get out. Heavenly beings are divided into 3 levels. The lowest third-level heavenly beings are similar to common people, while the second-level heavenly beings are people with a certain social status. The first-class heavenly beings are different, and are second only to the existences below the martial arts true immortals. Has extremely high rights. The elders and deacons of Wuge are composed of first-class heavenly beings. They claim that they have immortal blood flowing in their bodies.
I thought it was heaven and earth, but it turns out there is still oppression.
As a disciple of the martial arts elder, Bifan is naturally a first-class heavenly being. Gu Shanhai also wanted to apply for the identity certificate of a first-class heavenly being before. Unfortunately, this first-class status requires relevant documents from the martial arts pavilion and the elder or deacon of the martial arts pavilion. You can only handle it if you come to accompany them. Usually either a disciple or a son or daughter. Otherwise, how could those high-ranking elders and deacons condescend to come over? Although the identity proof of a second-class heavenly being is not as troublesome as that of a first-class heavenly being, it does require paying a large amount of sky coins and showing proof of industry. The so-called sky coins are currency. Gu Shanhai's third-class heavenly beings proved the simplest. People just passed by and it was okay. They didn't even bother to accept money, because in the eyes of these people, the heavenly coins of third-class heavenly beings were full of filth. Gu Shanhai could only agree to this idea. Otherwise, he would have to find the sky coins somewhere else. For example, the staff of this library are second-class heavenly beings. Otherwise, how would they be qualified to work in the Wuge? Even if they are just gatekeepers or cleaners, it is enough to prove their identity. They flatter and flatter the first-class heavenly beings, and treat the second-class heavenly beings as equals. Naturally, the third-class heavenly beings are full of bad luck and dissatisfaction. They even feel that the third-class heavenly beings are just like mortals, and should not live in this world. In the world.
It's just that they don't seem to think it's oppression.
After Gu Shanhai entered, he turned back and glanced at this second-class heavenly being. The other person's joyful feeling seemed to indicate that this situation had become deeply rooted in people's hearts. After entering, Gu Shanhai began to look through the books. He found that the entire library was filled with martial arts secrets. There were no historical materials or other things, as if these things did not exist. In the past 10 days, he also wanted to find some historical materials to check the development of Wuqing. As a result, let alone these, there may not even be records. And even if there are, they are only martial arts secrets. The development of the entire Wuqing is very abnormal. Nothing else has ever been considered. It is all for the sake of martial arts. To be honest, Gu Shanhai was surprised that this could develop in such a stable manner.
These martial arts are really good. It seems that the development of martial arts is all controlled by the martial arts pavilion.
Any martial arts secret book here could cause a bloody storm if it spread to the mortal world. But in Tianqing, there are just such random ones. And there are many of them. There are 4 floors in the library pavilion. Third-class heavenly beings can only view the first and second floors. Second-class heavenly beings can go to the 3rd floor. Naturally, first-class heavenly beings can enter the 4th floor.
It's a pity that these techniques have been eliminated.
Gu Shanhai knew that even if these skills were spread, people in the world would not be able to practice them because they would have no spiritual energy. Soon, he found the skills of the Tianzong demon sect and put them on the shelf. He couldn't help but smile. Is this the magical secret book that people in the world are flocking to? After reading through it, I felt a little bored, but it was still somewhat useful to Gu Shanhai. At least, his
Tiangang Boy Kung Fu
can also learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses through these techniques, even if these techniques are about to be eliminated due to the energy environment. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. There are also days and nights in the celestial city, but there are no stars. Gu Shanhai actually guessed a little bit about the origin of Tianqing. It is very likely that it was because the crack formed in this world when Jiu Juezi's bone was smashed into it. It was washed away by spiritual energy for a long time and could not be healed. Later, it was destroyed by the martial arts. The immortals found it and further transformed it, and it became the celestial city. It belongs to a different space type, so it is divided into day and night. But the sun, moon and stars cannot be detected through the different space.
The martial arts pavilion is about to close. Why are you still here? Get out!
A second-class heavenly man came over, looked at Gu Shanhai with contempt, and then scolded him with disgust in his tone.
Okay.
Gu Shanhai put down the book and decisively turned around and left. He knew that third-class heavenly beings could not stay in the Wuga, and could only come in during the day. Second-class heavenly beings were different from first-class heavenly beings in that they had special privileges. So Gu Shanhai's idea was to watch the martial arts on the first and second floors during the day, and the martial arts on the third and fourth floors at night. There is no need to worry about being discovered, because no one will check your identity on the third and fourth floors. After countless generations of ideological transformation, the gods are quite conscious in this regard. After leaving, he circled around and quietly went up to the fourth floor of the martial arts pavilion. There were only about a dozen people on the fourth floor. Not all of them were reading the secret books, but some were still practicing on the spot. Compared with the first and second floors, as the place where people stay, the fourth floor has very complete facilities, and even a large number of natural materials and treasures for their use. Gu Shanhai, on the other hand, didn't even look at any of this, and started to randomly choose books to read. He also saw the
Jiuji Tianchen Gong,
practiced by Bifan.
It is indeed much more sophisticated than the first and second floors. Unfortunately, the problem seems to be bigger.
Gu Shanhai finished flipping through a book called
The Supreme Magic of Golden K.
The content was very awesome and pointed directly at the true immortals of martial arts. The actual situation is that in this world that is gradually losing its aura. It is no different from bragging. Putting the book back, Gu Shanhai casually found a place to sit down. Now he had learned about the martial arts skills roughly. He mainly wanted to explore the differences between the martial arts skills in the Celestial City and the mortal world. After finding it, use it as a resource to learn from each other's strengths in
Tiangang Boy Gong.
Now that it's done, it's time to move on. Now he has two choices. The first choice is to find a good place to place the blood barrier pill, and then just wait for the blood barrier to show up. He pays more attention to the top of the main hall of the martial arts pavilion, because the main hall of Wuga is the tallest building in the entire Tianqing, and it is also the most luxurious building. It is also the center of power after all, and it cannot be too stretched. The second step is to sneak into the medicine garden to look for medicinal materials that are treasures from heaven and earth. They may not be as good as those unique flowers and plants, but they have grown up in this aura environment and are much better than ordinary medicinal materials. Wang Yanshan failed to get the medicinal materials he needed due to an accident, so he just made it up at this time.
Children only make choices. Adults must want them all.
Gu Shanhai thought silently in his heart. This can all be done in order. First, go to the main hall of the Wuga to place the blood barrier pill and activate it to take effect. Then Gu Shanhai will find a way to sneak into the medicine garden openly. Things like this kind of rough work that are far away from the martial arts pavilion are basically done by third-class heavenly beings. It was probably relatively easy for Gu Shanhai to apply for the job in the past.
It will take at least a month for the blood barrier pill to take effect. The scope of Tianqing is too large, and it also needs to rely on the air circulation and artificial spread of Tianqing itself to be effective. In addition, warriors are physically strong, even if they suffer from illnesses caused by the decrease in spiritual energy concentration. They are stronger than ordinary people.
Gu Shanhai is actually not too worried that the blood barrier pill will be discovered by others, whether it is heavenly beings or martial arts true immortals. What they are facing now is more serious than the blood barrier pill issue. Heavenly beings may not be aware of it. In dormant martial arts, it is possible that the true immortal will notice the decrease in spiritual energy concentration. Maybe everyone is hiding each other, and they really have to wait until they are united. Or at least a big problem has arisen before they get together. After leaving the library pavilion, Gu Shanhai headed to the main hall in a swaggering manner. He could see that the martial arts pavilion buildings that were closer to the main hall became more luxurious and luxurious. And they were all brightly lit. The further away from Wuga, the poorer the place.
It's really fun.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, the first-class heavenly beings live in the martial arts pavilion. The more noble the heavenly beings, the bigger and better the house they live in.
It's just that they are a little too confident. It's because all the people are warriors, so there are no patrolling guards or soldiers at all. Oh, maybe it's just a model that rejects the imperial court and prefers the Jianghu model? It just looks a bit like a Stitch monster at first glance. Although it looks like a river and lake. Li Zi's rule and power are more like the Gong Gong princes in the imperial court. The elders and deacons of the martial arts pavilion are the Gongnan princes, and the true martial arts immortals are naturally the emperors. However, most of the time, the court only has one emperor, while the real ruler of Tiancheng is more than one person. Gu Shanhai passed through the bustling city and soon came to the main hall of Wuge. The first thought he gave to Gu Shanhai was that it was huge, and then it was that it was really rich and really troublesome. Such a large building requires not only meticulous craftsmanship, but also a lot of investment. I don't know how many third-class geniuses died to build such a building. This had nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He jumped to the top of the main hall lightly. His figure gradually disappeared, and then he quietly replaced the blood barrier pill with a decorative ruby. The blood barrier pill is completely red, so it is naturally the most suitable disguise. Then he quickly activated the blood barrier pill, and a strange fragrance began to decompose and finally merged into the flowing air, permeating the entire Tiancheng. Then the fragrance disappears, becoming colorless and odorless. But it can invigorate people's spirits. Even those heavenly beings who have become ill due to decreased spiritual energy can appear to have recovered to a certain extent after inhaling the air containing the blood barrier. This is actually true. The retroactive appearance caused by forcibly overdrafting the body. Done! Gu Shanhai jumped up and gradually disappeared into the night. After leaving, Gu Shanhai was actually thinking about one thing. Where do those martial arts immortals live? The martial arts pavilion is occupied by those first-class heavenly beings. So as true immortals of martial arts, they cannot live in the wilderness. So the greater possibility is that they may be sleeping in some special gaps in this different space, in order to resist damage caused to them by insufficient spiritual energy. If they did not go into hibernation, their daily consumption would be an unacceptable expense for them. Even the martial arts immortal, who suspected that Huang Yanshan had a rebirth, was probably half asleep and half awake. Chapter 154, Planning. The cave at the border. Gu Shanhai just expressed boredom about the fact that the Tiancheng was full of mourners. He wanted to see blood flowing like a river. Well, this is unlikely, mainly because he can't see it even if he wants to. The blood barrier caused by the blood barrier pill sucks the blood of all heavenly beings, like an invisible bloodthirsty person. Yawn, today is another boring day. Gu Shanhai sat bored at the door of the medicine garden and looked at the gate. He successfully joined the medicine garden, but it was a little different from what he imagined. He thought he was going to be a drug farmer, but in fact, he was going to be a security guard. This time he avoided at least 40 years of detours. As for the various medicinal materials in the medicine garden, Gu Shanhai abandoned them after looking at them twice. He finally discovered that these medicinal materials were withering now, and they were not as valuable as he imagined. It is purely a matter of accumulating energy. If he wants to refine and cultivate it as a spiritual plant, he must first expel the spiritual energy in its body. In this way, it is not much different from ordinary medicinal materials. It's not like those exotic flowers and plants, natural materials, and earthly treasures that are uniquely endowed with special abilities. So he gave up. For ordinary people in the world, these so-called treasures of heaven and earth are contaminated with spiritual energy, and are the result of ingesting spiritual energy to form true energy after taking them, rather than really being good treasures that were born and raised. It looks like a cucumber painted green. This caused Gu Shanhai to lose interest, but he had already joined the job, so he just put it aside and watched. I don't know how many people will die before the true martial arts immortal is alarmed. Gu Shanhai counted the time with his fingers. It has been a month and a half here. The blood barrier pill took effect half a month ago. The effect was so powerful that Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smell it. You can feel the sweet air, and your lifespan can be extended by 1 second if you take 2 puffs. However, the air is not evenly distributed, so sometimes you can inhale it, and sometimes you can't. The main reason is that his medicine garden is too far away from the city center, almost outside the 10th ring, so there are relatively few people floating over. But it doesn't matter. What's his is his. No one can take it away. To others, the aura emanating from the blood barrier pill is no different than the poison produced after taking a large amount of tiger wolf medicine. But to Gu Shanhai, the blood energy formed is a great tonic. And the pill, he refined himself, of course, it has to be customized for you. The principle is probably that it is first inhaled into the body, and then converted into the nutrients he needs by the spiritual plant. If he absorbs it directly, the medicinal effect will be there, but the effect will not be as well absorbed as the secondary processing. Calculating time. It is estimated that 20% to 30% of the population has died now. If we kill people, the effect of the blood barrier pill will still be a little slow. I should have known that a highly infectious poison had been put into the water source.
Gu Shenhai was a little regretful about this. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was mainly because he hadn't studied it before. During the days when he was working as a security guard in Yaoyuan, he also figured out a lot of unexperienced things while perfecting them.
Tiangang Boy Gong.
Experimental mass extinction elixir. It's not that he has a dark heart. It's mainly that a group of celestial dragons come over and boss him around every day, which makes him very upset. And he wants to kill them when he gets upset. So these things are born. Fortunately, he was sensible enough and did not actually throw these things into the water source. These things have not undergone further experiments. He does not know how effective they are. It may cause people to die suddenly on the spot, or it may cause sequelae, which may easily affect the blood barrier. The effect of Dan. The reason why devas come so often is naturally because the mortality rate requires the mobilization of medicinal materials, which are mainly needed by first-class devas. Second and third-class devas are not noble enough to come to the medicine garden to pick them directly. It's a pity that in the face of death, heavenly beings are not divided into first, second and third.
Speaking of which, I seem to have seen a big problem with Tianqing's geology recently.
Gu Shenhai looked at the slightly raised mounds in the medicine garden. These mounds were not made by Gu Shenhai, but rose up little by little on their own, as if there were invisible pushers squeezing them from the outside inward. This made Gu Shenhai think of one thing. That is, the alien space formed by this gap seemed to be healing itself. This itself was a wound in the world, without the spiritual energy circulation to counteract it. Recovery was normal. Gu Shenhai quickly made a calculation to verify his guess, and the result was naturally self-evident.
I just don't know if the martial arts immortals are dead in their sleep. Don't even close them up by then, and they won't wake up. No, I have to help them.
Gu Shenhai is a man who is eager for justice and righteous, so he is nicknamed Xiao by others. Timely rain brings death. When he thought of this, he became energetic. Without the different dimension of Tianqing, these martial arts immortals would be like paper tigers, and they would never dare to fight him. Anyone who dares to take action is tantamount to throwing himself into magma and roasting him alive.
So find them and help them get up.
Gu Shenhai's idea was also more serious. He put a high explosive mana halo under each bed to ensure that he could get up smoothly. Therefore, the main problem now is how to find these true martial arts immortals. Gu Shenhai had tried searching before, but could not find any corresponding information. He even tried searching for the souls of elders, deacons, etc., but still found nothing. The martial arts true immortal and the martial arts pavilion have always been in one-way communication. The other party does not come forward when contacting, but uses remote sound transmission. It can only be said that the communication is deep enough. It is estimated that the reborn martial arts true immortal followed Go Daolu, the most popular school nowadays. Thinking of this, Gu Shenhai also hesitated. What to do if his car overturned? Oh, no. The other party is still not stubborn enough. Because a really stubborn person will not take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore, the purity is not enough. When his purity is not enough, it means that he is not strict enough. And there is no need to worry that the other party will suddenly explode. For this reason, he also performed a divination and asked about his strength. As a result, such a question cost him 3,000 years of life, which is the price of the King of Herbs. The result is naturally the same as other martial arts true immortals. Their strength is suppressed, and they cannot take action at will. This made Gu Shenhai feel relieved. If the opponent really hit his strength, then Gu Shenhai's actions would be much more ruthless, and he would directly blow up Tianqing.
If I do it, the hexagram will be very bad. I thought it would be bad.
After calculating what he could do, it was natural to try to divine whether his behavior was dangerous. The results were unexpected but reasonable. If it was serious, Gu Shenhai would rush forward. Now it was serious, which made him hesitate. The death rate has increased sharply. He can run, but it doesn't count as a narrow escape. The origin of the great evil hexagram must be that he will be besieged by the martial arts true immortal.
Isn't it a serious disaster? It's not like I haven't experienced it before. Misfortune lies where blessings depend, and fortune lies where misfortune lies.
Something that can bring people back to life is worth the gamble. Anyway, there is a way out. Even if he is really defeated, he can still run away with his rough-skinned appearance. As long as he returns to the first era, the other party guarantees that there will be no way to hunt him down. As for Huang Yanshan, won't it be okay when he comes in again? It's not impossible to come back after leaving. In the high-level world, as long as you are willing to pay your life as a ticket, there will be no problem in jumping sideways repeatedly. It can be regarded as a different kind of invincibility. Means, the next step is to use prophecy and divination to find the weakest martial arts immortal and see if it can be kidnapped or soul-searched. In the end, it has to be killed. Gu Shanhai wanted to know who the main messenger was. He couldn't bear the cost of direct divination predictions. A lifespan of 100,000 years was just the beginning. This act was not only locating the true martial arts immortal, but also locating the item. The thing of rebirth involves time. Even if he does not have the ability to block the secret of heaven, it is not something he can peek into now. As far as Gu Shanhai is concerned, in his previous life, he found the time scale he needed for rebirth, which consumed 99% of his lifespan. At that time, he was actually immortal and immortal. But the massive amount of lifespan extracted it almost cost him his life. He also thought about getting that scale again in this life. But he just thought about it. The scale had probably disappeared. The scale was very high level and unique. It was the only one in the entire timeline that was consumed by him. It will naturally disappear in the long river of time. Otherwise, how could he bet on the rebirth thing in the hands of the rebirth person? I found it. The lifespan of 20,000 years has been consumed so much. There is something wrong with the lifespan consumption. Gu Shanhai felt that the lifespan that disappeared from his body did not match the number of lifespans he had originally estimated. In Gu Shanhai's budget, it was only about 5,000 years at most. After all, the martial arts true immortal he calculated did not involve any reborn people or related things. So it was impossible to exceed 10,000. Now it has actually quadrupled. Is it because this martial arts true immortal is related to the reborn martial arts true immortal? Or are all martial arts true immortals related to this reborn person? At this time, Gu Shanhai made a lot of guesses. But soon, he suppressed all these guesses. No matter how many guesses he made, it would be better to start asking. After getting up and leaving his position, he quietly set off to the location predicted by his divination. Moving forward all the way, we finally arrived at the border of Tianqing. The Celestials would never have imagined that the martial arts immortals they enshrined do not live in the center of the city at all, but in the cracks of the outermost areas of the Celestial City. Gu Shanhai looked at the border of chaos with a very calm expression. The next step is to find a way to open the gap so that you can enter it. It is becoming more and more active. It is estimated that the martial arts immortals will be able to detect the changes in Tianqing in the near future even without my help. Gu Shanhai was keenly aware that the chaotic appearance of this boundary was changing. At this time, Gu Shanhai didn't pay too much attention to it, but was ready to forcefully break the boundary in front of him. This! The attack landed on the boundary, and there was no reaction, which was a bit embarrassing. I'm not strong enough. I have to use all my strength to wait. I'll try the natural channel and see if it works. When Gu Shanhai was about to use the extreme state, he suddenly remembered that he still had such a talent, which he had used before. It was used once to absorb the energy of the Holy Grail. It is not like the talent of accelerated evolution that Gu Shanhai has been using to assist in cultivating spiritual plants. So he thought about whether he could open a passage through the natural passage. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a loss to use it in the extreme state. Not to mention, the effect was quite good. Gu Shanhai quickly discovered the clues through the natural passage. And during the continuous adjustment process, he captured a brand new small alien space crack. If Tianqing is a large city, then the place he captured is a small cave. After constantly parsing the secret key, the match was soon successful, and Gu Shanhai successfully opened the channel. A majestic spiritual energy surged out, and then was shrunk back. This energy concentration is at least 10,000 times that of Tianqing. Gu Shanhai sneaked into it quietly, and couldn't help but sigh. Then he explored the situation of the cave, and couldn't help but praise. What an ingenious design! The Celestial City is used as a large-scale energy gathering and transportation device to ensure the spiritual energy of the cave. Even the heavenly beings in the Celestial City are absorbing their own essence, energy, spirit, etc. as a part of the supplement at all times, from birth and old age to illness and death. The reason why martial arts is taught to heavenly beings to make them stronger is to extract better spiritual energy. Don't even worry about security. Even if the heavenly beings find these caves, they can't enter. With their low spiritual energy quality, if they really want to enter this spiritual energy environment, they will only end up dying violently. There is no possibility of dealing with them. The martial arts immortals pose a threat. Mortals are even less looked down upon by the true immortals of martial arts. Not to mention that mortals cannot enter the heavenly gate and reach the heavenly city. Let alone those superficial skills that cannot reach the threshold of entry. Players are not looked down upon by them either. They are just true martial arts immortals. Just strangers. They can just survive in the mortal world. But can they go to heaven? Of course. In order to avoid accidents, there is a Tianmen that isolates the celestial city from the mortal world, making the last variables disappear. Unless there are necessary things like exterminating Huang Yinshan's family. It is basically just with the Imperial Court and the Tianzong demon sect. Communicate within a fixed period of time. However, even this kind of communication is actually done remotely. Gu Shanhai originally thought that the gods were food, but he didn't expect them to be fuel. The former was eaten at once, but the latter was squeezed and burned all the time, both in life and death.
You really can't underestimate anyone.
After seeing this method, Gu Shanhai became more and more vigilant. He carefully went deep into the cave. The cave was said to be small, but compared to the city of Tianqing, the actual area was not small at all. It was probably artificially widened. They were able to stabilize Tianqing and build such a city. It would not be too difficult to expand the cave. As he moved forward, Gu Shanhai also entered the core area. A core area blocked by a special martial arts. He could hear the powerful heartbeat and breathing. But no matter which sound it was, it seemed long and soothing. Obviously due to a special state formed by a certain dormant technique. Chapter 155 12 True Immortals. Taking over the sky and returning spiritual energy. Gu Shanhai saw the old man wearing luxurious armor. He was lying on a big bed without any defense, breathing very evenly. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai took action without hesitation. As the other party was in a deep state of dormancy, he started to hold the opponent down. The old man opened his eyes suddenly, feeling stressed. The other party is just asleep, not dead in sleep.
Are you?
The other party instinctively opened his mouth to question. But who is Gu Shanhai? The first thing he did was hit the opponent's face with a huge blow. In his extreme state, he directly slapped most of his teeth out. However, the true immortal of martial arts is the true immortal of martial arts. He has a really hard face. He may have also practiced some horizontal exercises. His hands are shaking a little when he holds this big bag. Fortunately, this preemptive move was very effective. This person was the weakest among the martial arts immortals, so he was stunned in the first move. However, the other party was only stunned for a moment, and then reacted in an instant and moved towards Gu Shanhai. Bang! Gu Shanhai punched the opponent with his backhand and exchanged punches with each other. Boom! The cave exploded directly due to the fight between the two, forming a huge blank area.
Oh! You can barely take a punch from me. So how much life do you have to waste it like this?
The old man said with a slight irritation in his tone. These words were naturally mocking Gu Shanhai for not knowing how to live or die, and actually using his lifespan to challenge him. Strength.
Maybe. A lot?
After Gu Shanhai said this, he launched a sneak attack, but was easily defended by the opponent.
I didn't have to use this method when I was young.
The old man was a little disdainful after guarding against Gu Shanhai's sneak attack. Just when he was about to fight back and teach Gu Shanhai a lesson, he suddenly noticed a terrifying electric current. It penetrated directly through his body. Even if he was as powerful as a true martial arts immortal, he was caught off guard.
Xunlei Spring Thunder Burst.
Gu Shanhai drew out the green dragon in his hand and continued the combo.
The sky spins and thunders. Xunlei Hell. Winter Thunder and Thunderbolt. Crazy Thunder.
He only had time to hit 4 more moves in this combo, and he used Qilong to hit the old man with injuries all over his body. When he hit the 5th move, the opponent quickly pulled away and even preferred to pay for his injuries.
Okay. I never thought that there are so many talented people in the world. But now there is a genius like you born.
The old man's tone was gloomy, and he was indeed complimenting him. But the other person looked like he wanted to hack Gu Shanhai to death. The main reason was that the other party was in a bad state just after waking up, so he was beaten there as soon as they met. If he was at his peak, he would definitely not end up like this.
You're welcome. You're welcome,
Gu Shanhai responded. But in fact, he carried the Qilong and launched another sneak attack. Although he was defended again, the opponent was obviously a good player at this. But after experiencing the previous lesson, he was able to defend against Gu Shanhai's subsequent thunderous power. It's just that Gu Shanhai didn't have only one move, So he directly came close and used the butterfly piercing flower move.
How is this possible?
The old man failed to defend himself. And Gu Shanhai penetrated his chest, and even his heart was pinched.
Don't move. The martial arts immortal may not die if he loses his heart. But trying to get one again is tantamount to fantasy in this era.
Gu Shanhai said in a low voice.
Even if you kill me, it's just a dying struggle.
The old man's eyes showed a fierce light. He has experienced a lot. And he naturally understands a sentence. It is better to be broken than to be destroyed. If he was really going to be held hostage by Gu Shanhai, that would be the real end. So he didn't care about his heart being manipulated, and slapped Gu Shanhai's head directly with both hands. The next moment, Gu Shanhai pulled out the other person's heart and crushed it directly. And the old man also smashed his head in an instant. At first glance, the two seemed to have switched homes. But in fact, there was no other way. As long as the face was broken, Gu Shanhai couldn't move away, because the old man forcibly clamped Gu Shanhai's hand with a wound on his chest. This was how he fought for his life. When Gu Shanhai drew out, he naturally couldn't avoid the opponent's attack.
I can live without a heart. How can you live without a head?
The old man looked at the crushed heart and headless corpse in Gu Shanhai's hands, and his tone was full of ridicule when he sneered. Click! A blue dragon instantly penetrated the old man's throat. And then he saw the flesh and bones squirming around the neck of Gu Shanhai's headless corpse. In just an instant, a brand new head grew out.
Of course I can survive. I travel in the world all because I am a copper pea that cannot be steamed, boiled, beaten, fried, or exploded.
Gu Shanhai pulled out the Qilong. This thing is really easy to use. As expected, it is a companion spiritual creature formed from the Green Knight's Plant Series talents. After infusing a large amount of vitality blessing, the sharpness is still enough. The old man covered his throat and took 3 steps back, with an expression of disbelief. He could barely do such a thing as decapitating his head and regenerating it. But it had to be done at his peak. And the other party was so casual. It just grew out. This is outrageous.
In the eyes of others, splitting up is a metaphor. But here, we can really split up.
Gu Shanhai looked at the other party seriously. The move just now vented the opponent's energy, causing the opponent's strength to continue to drain away in a weak state. The broken heart and the hole in the throat were severely damaged, and the other party was almost unable to control his true energy. The martial arts true immortals are tainted with the word immortal. But they are not real immortals. The energy level of this world is just like that, compared with those truly powerful worlds. They just belong to the ordinary ranks. What's more, it was formed by the magic power of Jiao Juezi feeding back to the world. If the entire Jiao Juezi died here, Gu Shanhai would be so scared that he would immediately turn around and leave. Unfortunately, only a small part of it would do so. Therefore, even the energy level of the world at its peak was not even comparable to the existence of Iron-Blooded Utopia. Iron-Blooded Utopia was still a universe. Boundless.
Ha ha. Do you think that killing me will solve the problem? As long as I die, the great formation for seizing the heavens and returning spirits will be missing a corner. And then others will be forced to wake up. Can you win a true martial arts immortal? And what else can you do? Should we deal with the remaining 11 true martial arts immortals at the same time?
The old man laughed heartily. At this point, life and death no longer matter.
Oh, I see. You are also part of the balance, and can also be used as a monitoring and alarm for vital signs.
When Gu Shanhai heard this, he briefly summarized it, and then took action immediately. Looking at that tough look, he would definitely refuse to tell me anything, so he had no choice but to do it himself. To deal with such old monster-level psychological tactics, it is impossible to break down the opponent's defense line, unless the ultimate insult is carried out. There is a high probability that it is impossible to say otherwise. However, there are not enough people for the ultimate insult. If 4 big guys are found, Gu Shanhai doesn't mind burning his eyes for 3 months. Now it can only be solved by violent means.
The first step is to destroy your Jinqi. Jinqi is such a wonderful thing.
Gu Shanhai's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately disabled the opponent's martial arts. A large amount of Jinqi escaped and filled the air. The entire area. Gu Shanhai shook his hand and shattered these rootless duckweed-like Jinqi. The old man seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and immediately wanted to commit suicide to avoid being humiliated by Gu Shanhai. It's a pity that Gu Shanhai noticed the other person's thoughts first and reached out his hand to directly inject a large amount of life force. This life force did not heal the old man. Instead,
It was like some strange thing entrenched in the other party's body, constantly eroding his various organs. It was already weak due to severe injuries, and now it was even filled with foreign matter in the body. The second step is to release your consciousness. Gu Shanhai knew that as long as the other party still had his own consciousness, he would continue to resist. Tenacity of will always be an obstacle to him revealing the other party's memory. To be able to rely on oneself to cultivate to this point, and even become one of the few strong men in the entire world. The psychological quality and will are absolutely strong. It can be seen from how cruel the other party is to him, that he is not relying on nepotism or a pig in the limelight formed by the accumulation of various resources, but a real cruel person. Wait, you're not targeting me. The old man also understood the situation at this time. He was probably just an innocent disaster, and the other party wanted to know something from him. Guessed it right. But unfortunately there is no reward. Gu Shanhai's tone was calm, and then mana poured out, penetrating the other person's consciousness and spirit. The old man's mind was in chaos, and that hazy feeling filled his consciousness, making him completely unable to be himself for a while. And Gu Shanhai also began to extract the other party's memory. This old man's name is Lu Ruju, and he was one of the 12 true immortals under the command of Emperor Wu. Gu Shanhai instantly identified the key figure, the martial ancestor who trained the 12 martial arts true immortals. Naturally, this martial ancestor was not someone who collected ancestral talismans, but the founder of martial arts in this world. The martial ancestor, whose name is Dugu Tianxing, rose from the wilderness, overcame obstacles, and opened up the path of martial arts, and even had the insight to recognize heroes, and cultivated their 12 martial arts true immortals. Even the heaven seizing and spirit returning formation was created by martial ancestor, which can be said to be the power of heaven and earth. He also anticipated the retreat of the spiritual energy tide in advance, and made various preparations in advance. Sure enough, it was the martial ancestor Dugu Tiansheng who attacked Huang Yanshan's family. Gu Shanhai grinned. The 12 martial arts true immortals opened a cave at the border of Tianqing, and as the supreme martial ancestor, he was naturally in the center of the heaven seizing and soul returning formation. That is the direction of the martial arts pavilion. Of course, Dugu Tiansheng was not in the martial pavilion, but used the martial pavilion as a node to form a larger cave as a retreat. And the person who has been controlling the martial arts pavilion is Dugu Tiansheng. From Lu Ruju's memory, Gu Shanhai could know that the other party was actually in the process of dormancy, and there was no interference from any force outside the cave. Therefore, only Dugu Tiansheng, the martial ancestor, has such power. Dugu's natural strength is unfathomable, but similarly, the constraints on him are even greater. Dugu is born half asleep and half awake, and has greater flexibility. But accordingly, the aura environment he needs is higher. So unless they reach the point of despair, the other party will definitely not come out of seclusion. Okay, then let's kill the remaining 11 martial arts immortals first. It's up to you, the martial ancestor. Wait a minute. Why do I have to fight against these thugs? If we fight, I have to fight them tooth and nail. At this time, Gu Shanhai realized something. There was no direct conflict between the martial arts true immortal and him. As long as Lu Ruju did not die, the heaven seizing and soul returning array would not collapse. So he just had to find a way to maintain his vital signs first, and ensure that he would not die. When something bad happens, Gu Shanhai goes directly to fight the boss. You don't even need to fight the boss. You can simply take the opponent's rebirth object and run away, and the opponent can still make trouble with you. As for Huang Yanshan, there is also a solution. Take him to Healingyun. With his future vision and the ability to pass the exam 100%, Huang Yanshan's collapse can definitely be cured. There is no need to worry about the process. The large amount of life force collected through the blood barrier pill is enough to keep him alive. If he really can't stand it, the Jiuju White M plus Gu Shanhai will at least allow Huang Yanshan to survive for a while after leaving the balanced environment. A year and a half would last until Gu Shanhai found Healingyun. So when I think about it, many things become clear. The martial arts true immortal's perception of the outside world was not as strong as he imagined. Instead, his ears and eyes were covered, and he looked more like a tool born by Dugu. Now that he was sure, Gu Shanhai naturally put Lu Ruju back in, and then treated him. A large amount of vitality eroded into his body. The crushed heart grew back, and the throat pierced by the green dragon also sprouted granulation and began to recover. However, because the other party absorbed a large amount of Gu Shanhai's life force, Gu Shanhai took control of his body.
He forcibly shut down most of his body's functions, causing it to fall into deep sleep and low energy mode. It wasn't that Gu Shanhai did this on purpose, but because the opponent's martial arts had been disabled by Gu Shanhai and he didn't have enough qi to survive. So there was no way to reproduce the original pattern. In up to 5 days, they will die due to lack of nutrients. After being disabled in martial arts, Lu Rouge's body was like a big sieve, constantly leaking out energy and spirit. What's more, the opponent's physical fitness was too strong and his daily consumption was ridiculous. There was true energy before, which could be transformed. External spiritual energy is replenished, and special martial arts can continue to consume less. Nowadays, these are gone, so naturally there is no way to maintain them. You have to go through the process of eating. Otherwise it is unrealistic to be full just by smelling and looking at a large table of delicacies from the mountains and seas in front of you. 5 days is still Gu Shanhai's maximum estimate. The lower limit may be death tomorrow. Gu Shanhai is not sure about this kind of thing. He didn't know what the energy consumption of the martial arts true immortal was, and he had to have enough data to deduce it. As for predicting the lifespan for him to predict, that was impossible. Gu Shanhai didn't need him to delay for long. 1 day was enough for him to find martial ancestor Dugu Tiansheng and even get what he needed. Chapter 156, The General Trend of Mountains and Seas. Martial ancestor gods and demons. The blood barrier pill needs to be sped up. After leaving Lu Rouge's cave, Gu Shanhai knew that it was unrealistic for him to open Dugu Tiansheng's cave, as the other party's strength was probably far superior to his. So he needs some means to stimulate people. For example, the gods and humans are extinct. Another thing is that he can't wait for the blood barrier pill to slowly collect vitality. If he doesn't finish these things within a day, he may have to face 11 martial arts true immortals and a martial ancestor. In fact, he didn't know whether Dugu Tiansheng had the ability to directly unblock other martial arts immortals. But at this time, he had to take a gamble. If you don't gamble, you'll lose. Gu Shanhai walked through the air. He had always known the skill of flying. He used his magic power to offset gravity and form updrafts. Yes, he is not very good at cultivating immortality and magic. But if he can fly, it is okay. He has been struggling for so long and has not found a method or escape technique that can fly. He does have Qigong, but he dislikes learning it because it is too troublesome. How could a third-class heavenly being dare to approach the main hall of the martial pavilion? This time, Gu Shanhai was upright and did not hide his figure at all, glancing at the celestial being whose face was rosy due to the stimulation of the blood barrier pill. Gu Shanhai didn't take it seriously at all. He went to the main hall and took out the blood-red pill. Several heavenly beings were so stunned when they saw Gu Shanhai's behavior. To them, Gu Shanhai was insulting them, and he was also insulting them mentally. Therefore, he naturally rushed towards Gu Shanhai without hesitation. But before they arrived, they smelled a strange fragrance pouring into their nostrils. At that moment, they felt as comfortable as ascending to immortality, and when they regained consciousness, they fell into the clouds. Maybe this was their fantasy, but in reality, their bodies instantly turned into mummies. Their Qigong skills stopped abruptly, and their bodies fell down in midair and shattered into pieces. A large amount of blood-colored aura continued to spread toward the entire Tiansheng with Wuge as the center. Like a poison, corpses littered the ground wherever it passed, and mummies lay on the ground everywhere. It was simply a purgatory on earth. Aren't you coming out yet? If you don't come out, everyone will die. Gu Shanhai looked at the sky with a calm tone. He was waiting for martial ancestor Dugu Tiansheng to come out of his cave. As the blood cloud continued to disperse, Gu Shanhai took a deep breath. If the other party was determined to be a coward and play with his impure Taoism, then Gu Shanhai could only continue to stimulate the other party. Time passed by minute by second, and there was no one alive in the entire celestial city, and deathly silence filled the entire celestial city. As soon as he reached out and pinched it, the blood cloud began to shrink, and it collapsed into Gu Shanhai's hand and forced it into the blood barrier pill. After everything is perfected, this blood barrier pill will no longer be a blood barrier, but can be called a great restoration pill. After all the blood barrier poisons and poisons in it are released, a large amount of vitality will be filled. It is truly a great tonic. With a great returning pill in his belly, Gu Shanhai can live for thousands of years and gain a lot of vitality. For him, these are just trivial matters. It is a bit of a loss for a city of heavenly beings to gain so much. If he slowly allowed the blood barrier pills to be collected, he would have gained more lifespan and vitality. But in this way, It will take at least half a year to slowly recover. Gu Shanhai just made a quick profit. This kind of opportunity will never happen again.
Are you so bearable? I've done so much and still refuse to come out. It's not like he's really a spiritual master. It's just that this behavior is not much different from slow death.
Without the heavenly being, the heaven seizing and spirit returning array would have no energy. And with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the other party would not be able to survive for long. When Gu Shanhai was thinking about how to continue stimulating the other party, he saw a huge crack constantly hitting the sky above Qiancheng. It was as if someone was smashing the wall crazily.
Wait, it couldn't be that the other party kept opening the door. But the door lock was too tight and couldn't be opened,
Gu Shanhai complained. Interfering with external remote control does not necessarily mean going out. And the same is true for using communication. Click. The next moment, the sky fell. The sky truly collapsed in the physical sense. A large number of debris fell from the sky and crashed directly into the city.
You must be so angry that you must be so angry. I'll just tell you.
Before Gu Shanhai could finish his words, he felt an invisible force falling on him. The terrifying force knocked him away and penetrated countless buildings in a row. After that, he stopped.
And, are you worthy?
A handsome young man wearing white clothes had deep eyes and anger in his expression. It looks like this. A proper protagonist. But it's a pity that it's a fake. Gu Shanhai looked at the big hole in his chest and smiled.
Why don't you deserve it? You, a reborn person, can deceive the world and steal your reputation. Why don't I deserve it?
Gu Shanhai swallowed the 9-Ju Huaidan under his tongue. And the next moment, the wound healed instantly. The legal domain spreads. And a large number of halo visions erupt. The pupils in Dugu Tianqing's eyes shrank. He had no idea that his secret would be exposed by a stranger like this. Murderous intent burst out in his eyes. This person must die.
Those who know too much will not live long.
Dugu Tiansheng made a move in an instant, moving toward Gu Shanhai with an ordinary long fist. However, Gu Shanhai was like a prophet who could predict the future, easily dodging the opponent's attack, using his backhand to cover him with magic, and directly crushing him.
I know a lot.
Gu Shanhai looked at Dugu Tiansheng, who was caught off guard and restrained by the law, and showed a ferocious smile. With the continuous mana and vitality obtained from the 9 ultimate outer pills, all the prophecy spells in his body were fully activated. Even the legal domain has power beyond the powerful level. The opponent is a martial ancestor, but his overall strength is still only at the level of a martial arts true immortal. It does not exceed much, but his condition is relatively good. Lu Ruju, the 12 martial arts true immortals, are in a weak state, while Dugu Tiansheng is in his peak state. So he is so powerful that Gu Shanhai must use the 9-Ju Huaidan. Even though he looks relaxed, it actually puts a huge burden on him, because he not only uses the external power of the 9-Ju Huaidan to enhance his strength, but also drives it to the limit. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the weight of the Jiu-Ju Huaidan under normal conditions. Awesome power. It was the overdraft power formed by the Extreme State plus 9-Ju Huaidan plus Legal Realm plus Qingdi Immortality Sutra that suppressed Dugu Tiansheng for the first time. If the level and attributes are not enough, then you can only make up for it by cheating. Gu Shanhai is also quite melancholy about this. I'm afraid he will have to spend a lot of time repairing after this time.
How is this possible? This is impossible!
Dugu Tiansheng roared. He didn't expect that he would actually be suppressed. Curses, holy light, flames, corrosion and other negative states continued to erupt on him. Even if the first time, I used my true energy to suppress and expel it, but it regenerated the next moment. In addition, he can also feel various oppressions and weakenings on himself. Whether it is strength or physical body, Gu Shanhai still has the legendary marks of growth, vitality, peace, tranquility, decay, and desolation on his body. This is the legendary Mark Force field of the Mark Druid, and also part of the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. Naturally, it is affected by 9 kinds of magic, like the prophecy spell, the blessing of Zhuai Dan.
Break it for me!
Dugu Tiansheng let out an angry roar, and powerful energy burst out from his body, actually breaking through Gu Shanhai's suppression.
Dot!
Gu Shanhai was speechless. If this is possible, then let me know if he can achieve this effect.
I practice the peerless magical skill,
Chaos Gods and Demons Hongming Gong.
It is the #1 magical skill in the world. You are worthy of competing with me. The true form of the gods and demons. Open!
Gu Shanhai watched with his own eyes as Dugu Tiansheng exploded with even more terrifying power.
a phantom of a god and demon emerged, forcibly suppressing Gu Shanhai's legal domain and legendary mark. Although Gu Shanhai wanted to complain about the name of these ancient fantasy skills, the name of this magical skill plus the name of Long Altian, who was reborn and became stronger, was indeed worthy of the protagonist. Why? Of course it's with my eldest nephew. At this time, Gu Shanhai collected the magic domain and legendary mark, and the power of thunder burst out from his body. Bagua Thunder Magnetic Field Rotation 10 Heavens. Gu Shanhai looked crazy. Purple Thunder Sword Technique. Raging Thunder tears the heaven and earth. The essence of this move is the air sword. The energy of the sword is astonishing, and its powerful force makes the blade look like a thunder ball. Gu Shanhai didn't have a sword, let alone sword energy, but he used Qinglong and directly replaced it with Bagua Shenlei. The body turned into a thunder ball and smashed it directly. The thunder exploded and directly tore apart Dugu's natural shadow of gods and demons. Nephew, please lend me some luck. Gu Shanhai's behavior was the same as praying to God while bathing and changing clothes before drawing cards. The difference is that Gu Shanhai is a Tenjiryu and has a relationship with Huang Yinshan, so he can really rely on his luck secretly. But bathing and changing clothes and praying to gods before drawing cards is more of a psychological comfort, because it is really Xian Bugai life. After tearing apart Dugu's natural shadow of gods and demons, the opponent was obviously severely injured. The next moment, Gu Shanhai naturally pursued the victory. Purple Thunder Sword Technique. Strike with thunder and slay the true dragon. I'm sending you on your way. Unprecedented thunder exploded with unimaginable magic power. Countless thunder balls swarmed in to form a surrounding net. It was Gu Shanhai's full blow. The entire celestial city was torn apart and shattered by his move. As the center of the core, Dugu Tiansheng was constantly bombarded by thunderballs. It's just that the opponent did not die, but once again used Hongning Qi to construct extremely powerful defense measures. Every time he faced the bombardment of the thunderball, his face could be clearly seen getting paler. Gu Shanhai's face became more and more ferocious. He was about to reach his limit. The thunder from the sky and the killing of the true dragon were already his full blow. If he couldn't beat him anymore, he would have to run away. However, the opponent's situation doesn't seem to be very good. Now he has two options: continue to kill the opponent, or turn around and run away. You've already come. How can you just leave like this? I don't believe you are still alive. Gu Shanhai followed the thunder ball and killed him. When you are desperate, you should be serious about your desperate efforts. You will only get nothing at both ends. Have you ever seen a blue dragon exploring the sea? Gu Shanhai used the blue dragon to break through Dugu's natural defense. And now the two were truly face to face. It's a pity that the two of them were not in good condition. The moment the other party saw Gu Shanhai, he also took action boldly, and the godlike phantom came towards Gu Shanhai. A green dragon emerged from Gu Shanhai's sleeve and immediately shattered the opponent's attack. In an instant, Gu Shanhai's hands were agile, like butterflies dancing among flowers, and landed on the opponent's chest. Following this, all Gu Shanhai's senses were beating, whether it was danger, intuition, whim, or even seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Opportunity. These hints all form the same meaning. That is, he has touched some mystery of rebirth in Dugu Tiansheng. The oracles I gave him a second of vision into the future. He saw himself pulling out a covered object from Dugu Tiansheng's chest, and Dugu Tiansheng smashed most of his body into pieces. The two belong to each other again. However, there is no death, whether it is Gu Shanhai or Dugu Tiansheng. The vitality and true energy of this body can guarantee that they will not die and be reborn. In this case, Gu Shanhai naturally took action without hesitation. He deceived himself and gave up all defenses and statuses, raising his attack power to the highest level. When Dugu Tiansheng saw this, his expression was also shocked, but he also burst out with an aura of life and death and blasted towards Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai penetrated the opponent's chest and forcibly tore out a page of gold foil like a book, while the opponent also smashed most of his body into pieces. But the next moment, the green dragon swept over, taking with it a large number of Gu Shanhai's remaining limbs and broken arms, soaring into the sky, smashing the Tianmen and leaving the Tiansheng. No! Dugu Tiansheng's face turned pale, and he wanted to pursue him. But after taking 3 steps, he collapsed to the ground helplessly. His physical condition was actually not good at all. Even though he had broken Gu Shanhai had also severely injured him. The huge blood hole in his chest had been eroded by mana and Gu Shanhai's vitality. It was completely unable to expel it. And even his true energy could not be expelled. Must be used with caution. Therefore, he had no way to pursue Qinglong, who left with Gu Shanhai. Qinglong was infused with a lot of vitality by Gu Shanhai and even used the 9 Juwaidan to charge it to speed up, making it ridiculously fast. How could Dugu Tiansheng drag his seriously injured body to catch up? If he dared to chase, Gu Shanhai would dare to ask Qinglong to stop and fight for his life again. Gu Shanhai dared to bet, but Dugu Tiansheng did not. This person is really hateful. But how on earth did he know that this page of history will be in my heart? Dugu Tiansheng's expression was gloomy. And then he looked at the 12 martial arts immortals in the heaven seizing and soul returning formation. It doesn't matter whether it is yes or no. I have to recover as soon as possible and then take back this page of history. Dugu Tiansheng knew that if he wanted to recover, he could only use the chi of his disciples. Chapter 157, page from the history book. Don't move around. It will be difficult to fight if you hit my parts. Gu Shanhai glanced at Huang Yanshan, who was about to speak, and then sewed up the wound for himself, and also tore off a bloody ginseng. He just threw it to him and said, "Come here. Let's see if you're weak. I'll give you some nourishment and give you a taste." Uncle, I can understand that there are all kinds of bits and pieces in your body. After all, I also have these things. But what are these flowers? Plants and trees? Huang Yanshan watched as Gu Shanhai quickly took out a stone-like thing inside his body. When the thing comes, you can tell at a glance that it is a tree that has sprouted but been squashed. Gu Shanhai carefully identified the hazelnuts, which were hazelnuts, regardless of whether they were ripe or not. He just stuffed them into his mouth and chewed them. The taste was actually quite good. Oh, some insignificant little improvements. If it weren't for these flowers and plants, I wouldn't be able to come back. Gu Shanhai said vaguely and continued to sew himself. When Qinglong brought Gu Shanhai back, Huang Yanshan was almost frightened to death. At that time, Gu Shanhai's measurement unit could not be used as a unit, but as a tool or a beach. There was no human form at all. Huang Yanshan thought that Gu Shanhai was dead. Finally, when he saw Gu Shanhai's 2 mutilated arms tremblingly rising to sew himself up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, that martial ancestor is very outrageous. If I hadn't been superior and could run faster, I would have assigned more parts over there, Gu Shanhai said melancholy. His head was all newly grown later. It's not that he doesn't want to regenerate them all, but that he doesn't have enough vitality. Dugu's natural strength is extremely powerful. When he attacks, it not only touches his body, but also his soul. Fortunately, his soul can also regenerate. With Xuqiang, likewise, as long as he can't be killed, Gu Shanhai will be able to continue to be active after a while. Small means such as healing spells are actually of no use against such enemies. Gu Shanhai couldn't heal himself even if he used healing spells on himself. The main reason is that healing spells themselves are a derivative of vitality. His vitality is now overdrawn, and there is nothing left to use, and even his own recovery is not enough. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys haven't grown yet. The blood has not flowed for so long, which makes me feel like cold icy rain is randomly hitting my face. Gu Shanhai sighed. He now relies on everything to survive. Qinglong and Xiaobai were alone, and then looked at Huang Yanshan, who was holding the spiritual plant, the king of herbs, with some doubts in his heart. Eat it. It will get cold later if you don't, Gu Shanhai reminded him kindly. Huang Yanshan's eyes twitched, and then he said, Uncle, do you think it's you who needs mending more? Not me. He was really helpless to complain. And then he saw Gu Shanhai swallow the hazelnut, and then he took it out from the esophagus. Very complete. Guess I've lost my heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Oh, and my teeth haven't grown yet. What should I use to supplement them? The prerequisite for kidney supplements is that I have a stomach for digestion, intestines for absorption, and an organ like a kidney. Gu Shanhai held his head up. The bones had not yet fully developed, so they were still cartilage and would become crooked from time to time. Seeing this scene, Huang Yanshan was frightened. It was a bit outrageous that he didn't die. However, he thought that he didn't die after using the magnetic field rotation to explode such terrifying power. His end was a little better than Gu Shanhai's. Now he is still hanging. After I was killed, I felt a lot more normal. Regarding Gu Shanhai's situation, he could only say that it was not a case of one family not being able to enter the same house,
but that both of them were outrageous.
Oh, that makes sense.
Huang Yanshan felt that what Gu Shenhai said was very reasonable, and he nibbled on the ginseng on his hand. The taste was not that good. The blood was thick with a ginseng smell, which was a bit difficult to swallow.
By the way, we have all the ginseng. I also have half a piece of Tianshan snow lotus. You should chew it together while it's hot. If you had found all those medicinal ingredients for me, you could make 3 dishes and 1 soup by yourself tonight.
Gu Shenhai searched for a while and found the half of the Tianshan snow lotus. Fortunately, it was the upper half. It would be really hard to eat the lower half.
So, Uncle, don't you feel uncomfortable when you plant flowers and plants in your body like this?
Huang Yanshan didn't catch the half of the Tianshan snow lotus and hit him on the forehead, mainly because Gu Shenhai used too much force. Huang Yanshan himself was also a useless person. I can't afford arms that high. The two of them are evenly matched. That is to say, Huang Yanshan is more complete than Gu Shenhai. In terms of real strength, Gu Shenhai can smash him to death with his head.
It was really hard to get used to it at first. As you know, it's really uncomfortable to have this thing stuck in the flesh and bones. But I got used to it later.
Gu Shenhai took out another small half of the Zhou Tianting, and the thing was also dead. I can wait until he recovers to regenerate. After cleaning for more than half an hour, the two of them just joked and joked. Huang Yanshan became more and more in awe of Gu Shenhai's behavior. After all, thinking about the things Gu Shenhai had done made his scalp numb. No wonder Gu Shenhai didn't give him
Tian Gang Boy Kung Fu.
Co-authoring this technique was so perverted. After comparison, although the
Zixuan Thunder Kung Fu
is not as powerful as Gu Shenhai's, it has a high upper limit. Especially after Gu Shenhai used one of the secrets of the Purple Thunder Sword technique to strike a thunder and kill a true dragon in one day. He felt that this technique the upper limit is higher.
Uncle, can we really defeat Martial Ancestor?
Huang Yanshan finally asked.
I don't know if I can beat him. You haven't seen me like this.
Gu Shenhai rolled his eyes. He must be looking for the wrong person to comfort him. He asked him when the others almost died. But that's right, he said.
Give you 10 years, and you can torture him completely.
It is not possible to give Gu Shenhai 10 years. At this stage, no matter how fast he cheats, there is an upper limit. But Huang Yanshan is different. He is the protagonist and has no upper limit at all.
I appreciate your compliments, Uncle. But the premise is that we can live for 10 years, and I can escape from this half-death situation tomorrow.
Huang Yanshan also complained about this. This assumption must at least spring of the premise is that Gu Shenhai can still recover. He felt that he had no hope after reading
The Emperor's Classic. It's possible. What if a peerless strongman suddenly pops up tomorrow and teaches you Kung Fu? By then you'll be able to punch the martial ancestor and kick the true immortal.
Gu Shenhai said that anything is possible. All the treasure delivery boys have failed. So I guess I have to hire another Gao Ming. What? De Huan Dan. This thing disappeared along with Gu Shenhai's body after it was shattered. Even the Jiuju Waidan has many cracks. It is estimated that it can only be used for about 2 times in a battle of this intensity. Gu Shenhai relies on this thing to hang his life. Otherwise, how could Qin Long maintain his life?
Come on! How can there be any peerless strongman in this wilderness? Uncle, you are so peerless that you have become like this. Is there anyone in the world who is more peerless than you?
Huang Yanshan is not stupid. He is probably the only one born in this world who is the martial ancestor Dugu. He is on the same level as Gu Shenhai. Fortunately, the prophecy spell on Gu Shenhai was temporarily disabled. Otherwise, he would definitely have to spit in his face. He had to work hard to achieve this effect. If he was not careful, he would have to return to the temporary room in
the first era.
Yes, it is precisely because he has a way out that he dares to fight. How can he dare to fight without a way out?
There should be.
Gu Shenhai is actually quite hesitant. He doesn't know if there are any secrets hidden in this world. There are ancient green knights like AMT Green Forest in the Sun Never Sets dynasty. There might be old monsters more powerful than martial ancestor hidden in the rivers and lakes. Well, there is probably no one who is born stronger than Dugu. His strength is indeed outrageous. If environmental factors had not blocked his way to continue to become stronger, it is estimated that only Huang Yanshan, a martial arts master in his previous life, could have won the opponent. At that time, Huang Yanshan would have been evenly matched. The main reason was that he had a poor start. All the martial arts he could acquire were developed later. If he had used the
Purple Mysterious Thunder technique
given to him by Gu Shenhai plus the junior high school and high school physics book.
Wang Ji Jingshi.
After 10 years of true cultivation, he might be able to deduce the rotation of the magnetic field for 25 heavens. Not to mention too much.
You hesitated, didn't you?
Huang Yanshan complained. He didn't even have confidence in himself. So how could he have the idea to fool him? Gu Shanhai on the side had finally sutured and cleaned himself up. Except that most of the organs, flesh and blood had not regenerated. He estimated that he would have to recuperate for at least a month. These injuries were not a problem. The real problem was the overdraft of vitality. As long as the vitality was restored, the instant regeneration of these organs, flesh and blood would not be a problem.
Yeah. So what? Not only did I hesitate, I also lost.
Gu Shanhai said it was none of your business. Then he quickly groped for the page that looked like gold foil. This thing was called the page of the history of time. Don't ask him how he knew it. There was a certain style on this page that people could tell by just touching it. What the heck is coming? I don't know where the complete history book is.
What is this?
Huang Yanshan asked curiously.
It was pulled out of Dugu Tianqing's chest. I don't know for sure. I guess it was used for his rebirth.
Gu Shanhai didn't say it clearly. He planned to study it first.
Hey, uncle, why don't you go back and practice the
Purple Mystic Thunder Kung Fu
to perfection, and then carry out the ultimate insult to Dugu Tianqing?
Huang Yanshan said that his uncle depends entirely on you. Gu Shanhai has a dark streak. He has only been reborn a few years ago. What is he going to do now? Besides, even if he goes back, he can't save Huang Yanshan. Your whole family will be dead after the opening of First Era.
Can you regain the bookish spirit you had when you were in the Hanlin Academy, or the unruly spirit you had when you were the king of beasts in the world? I'm a little uncomfortable with you being so skinny.
Gu Shanhai felt that Huang Yanshan had a feeling of self-destruction, which was probably me. It was useless. So I chose to show off and let an uncle like Gu Shanhai fight for the illusion.
It doesn't work. The bookishness is gone. If you are unruly, you can give it a try. But I suspect that if I become really unruly later, uncle, you may have to come up with some flowers and plants to hit me with.
Huang Yanshan expressed his love. He didn't care what happened to the ground.
Okay, then just be quiet, and I'll study how to use this thing.
Gu Shanhai was a little helpless about this. Then I quickly started studying this page of the history book.
There seems to be something wrong with the rebirth function? Gu Shanhai originally thought that this thing was for rebirth. But he found that it was not the kind of rebirth he imagined, but that it sent his memories back to the past. It was not like he was going back against the long river of time. The kind of trick. And it's not just traveling to a parallel world. It's really changing this timeline. At first glance, doing so can calm all kinds of tensions. But the reality is that the ever-changing timeline will cause unpredictable damage to the world. And there seems to be a problem with this function, which cannot be used continuously, and can only be used once at most. If used for the third time, the page will collapse. In other words, the world was changed once by Dugu Tianqing. And it was precisely in this way that he was able to kill Huang Yanshan's grandson, the future protagonist. What's more important is that the identity of the other party is not obtained through serious efforts. This thing can actually change the identity. For example, he can see from the pages of this historical book that he is a gangster. Gu Shanhai, no such person found. And it can only be used by himself, and cannot be used by others. Then he tried to change his identity to martial ancestor. The moment he started to do it, he stopped hastily and felt a certain kind of heart palpitations. As long as he dared to write, I dared to explode myself.
Is it because there are too many variables?
Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and then changed it to the uncle of Suinggu, Minhu Village, Shiwen County, Idong City, Kenningshu. Don't say it. It's actually written down. Suinggu was Huang Yanshan's wife. And then the information became that people from Minhu Village also had the suffix number 1 in the world, which was probably an independent evolution.
Don, have you really become his uncle? Gu Shanhai was a little bit confused, and he quickly made a divination secretly, and found that he had really changed. The history books of these years can actually give him a legal identity to a certain extent, and he can independently evolve a corresponding identity. This identity is not very stable at the moment, and seems to be changing. In other words, if he can change his identity to martial ancestor before Dugu Tianqing becomes martial ancestor, he can replace Dugu Tianqing and become martial ancestor. But he is not omnipotent. For example, Suinggu's uncle has little influence. Gu Shanhai can easily generate such an identity. But if he were replaced by Huang Yanshan or Dugu Tianqing, he would not be able to succeed. Similar to the higher the status, the more difficult it is to generate. And there is also extremely powerful backlash. Gu Shanhai could become Su Yinggu's uncle so easily, thanks to Huang Yanshan's recognition of this identity. After all, Minhu village has been wiped out, so he has no identity at all. Not to mention that Minhu village is only a small place. Chapter 158, a one-page comeback. After Gu Shanhai tinkered with the pages of the history of time for a while, he didn't gain much, apart from being able to change his identity. The only thing left was to influence the timeline through the rebirth of his consciousness. This seems a bit useless. After all, there is only one chance for consciousness to be reborn, and it is of no use to Gu Shanhai. Even if he is reborn as a child, the start will not be better than now. As for saying that he would come back and pick up the page from the history of time to continue Matryoshka, that was impossible. He could be sure that this page from the history of time was the only item. If he took it away, it would be gone when he came back. Most time items are unique. There is only one item in the entire time, no matter which time and space it is in. Unless another item is created, it will only be bound with the greatest causal connection. It is currently bound to Gu Shanhai's hand.
For my own use, there is really no way to maximize the benefits. And it's unlikely that this thing is for me.
Gu Shanhai glanced vaguely at Huang Yanshan, who was reading the
Emperor's Classic.
He suspected that he had become a treasure delivery boy again. If Huang Yanshan was reborn and brought back the
Purple Shin Thunder technique
and
Emperor Ji Jingshi
and developed it for 10 years before taking action, he would really be able to defeat Degu Tiansheng. However, Gu Shanhai couldn't bear to part with it. It was really too precious. Rebirth could be used as a trump card to save his life. Once he encountered something that couldn't be solved, he could start all over again. So he hesitated whether to give it or not. This matter has been mulling over in his mind. Reason tells him that not giving it is the best. But his intuition keeps beating.
I need a reason to convince myself.
Gu Shanhai's words were not a cover-up, but a warning to his own intuition. Intuition itself was mysterious, easy to use, and at the same time easily deceived by all kinds of weird things.
Opportunity?
Gu Shanhai succumbed instantly. At that moment, he not only used his intuition, but also used his ability of divination and prophecy. Intuition, sixth sense, etc. can't understand words. They are originally a reaction of the body. So Gu Shanhai can only explore it by himself. What I got was the word opportunity.
I don't believe it. What kind of opportunity can make me give up this thing? Gu Shanhai expressed his disbelief in evil. Of course, there is no problem in giving it to Huang Yanshan. Apart from the little trouble of being reluctant to part with it, everything else is fine. He didn't want to bet on whether Huang Yanshan would return the pages of the history book to him after his rebirth. Because if he really wanted to practice the
Purple Mystic Thunder technique
for 60 years after his rebirth, he might be able to create a magnetic field that rotates 50 heavens. In the realm of anti-gravity, when the physical body travels across the universe, cell reorganization and other powerful forces appear. He is fooling around. You may not be able to escape even if you run. Arcturus may not be able to win even if he comes. It is estimated that only He Lingyun, a god on earth with powers such as being in the same position, seeing the past and future, and passing the exam with 100% accuracy, can win for sure. Others can only say just wait to die. If it even reaches the point where the magnetic field rotates 75 times and atoms are split, then you really have to become a lunatic. Antimatter and recombinant matter are probably at your fingertips. Don't underestimate a top student who can control electromagnetic force. So if you really give it to the other party, you might be cheated.
Eldest nephew, what are you going to do if you are reincarnated?
Gu Shanhai asked tentatively. Huang Yanshan on the side was also stunned, and then said,
What should I do when I go back? Uncle should go back alone.
Huang Yanshan's idea was to let Gu Shanhai be reborn, and then punch and kick the real immortal. In his opinion, Gu Shanhai was far superior to him in terms of talent and understanding. Otherwise, he could create such a mysterious technique. Come!
I'm asking you, not for you to ask back.
Gu Shanhai had a black line on his head.
Oh, I'm going back. Then let's punch Wu Zu and kick Jinqian as planned.
Huang Yanshan thought to himself. This is the process for anyone who is reborn anyway.
Gu
Shanhai said that this idea was very good, but it was of no use.
So, Uncle, are you going to let me be reborn?
Huang Yanshan asked in surprise. I have this idea, but I'm worried that it will wipe me out.
Gu Shanhai sighed.
No more brushes? What do you mean?
Huang Yanshan became more and more confused.
That's the literal meaning. Let me think about it.
Gu Shanhai was becoming more and more hesitant at this time. Another hexagram came up. And this time, he went straight to the extreme, spending 10,000 years of his life in order to find an answer. This time it was quite good. Although it was an opportunity again. It came with a big word. Big opportunity. Unfortunately, because I am too weak, I cannot give enough feedback and peek into the pages of the history book. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took the gamble. You have risked your life. But you still have one page left in the history book? Tenjiryu's emphasis on the protagonist is to treat others with sincerity. And it's not like he has never done this before.
I'll give you this chance to be reborn.
Gu Shanhai gritted his teeth and said. When he spoke sincerely, he would naturally spit on his words. But when he was not sincere, it was another matter.
Uncle, look at the reluctance on your face. Otherwise you'd better come.
Huang Yanshan was speechless, looking at Gu Shanhai gnashing his teeth. He didn't have to be reborn. For him, going back by himself might cause bad things.
No, just you. If you say anything, it will throw water away.
Gu Shanhai said immediately. This time it was Huang Yanshan's turn to be speechless, looking at Gu Shanhai's expression of reluctance. How could he say this?
After you use it, you have to return this thing to me. You only have one chance to be reborn. Once you use it, it's gone. I still have to study the rest.
Gu Shanhai could only say one thing.
Okay. But uncle, don't you really want to use it yourself?
Huang Yanshan hesitated for a moment, then asked again.
Come on. But you can't just go back.
Gu Shanhai still made up his mind, and then said,
When I have almost recovered, I will try to collect for you various general trends in the past 60 years. Adventures and some information that will help you grow. Just remember that you can only use this information as a reference and not as a reliance. Because as your rebirth changes, many things will change. For example, if you save someone who should have died, then this person's existence will affect many things. Do you understand?
Huang Yanshan listened to Gu Shanhai's instructions and nodded.
I understand. But uncle, your injury doesn't matter.
Gu Shanhai had recovered about 30% of his strength while studying the pages of the history book. At least his organs, flesh and blood had all grown back, and his bones were no longer soft. As long as you don't meet Dugu Tiansheng, it's basically enough. Of course, there is no need to worry about Dugu Tiansheng. The other party is also seriously injured, and the injury is probably more serious than him. Coupled with the influence of the environment, the recovery efficiency is much worse. If he really had to meet him, Gu Shanhai's beating would be as close to beating his son as to beating his grandson. If not to him, even after the fight, he may have to return to the previous state where the parts are not complete. And Dugu Tiansheng's end will definitely not be much better than him. There is a high probability that he will not be killed. The opponent's strength is far superior to Gu Shanhai's. He can defeat monsters by leapfrogging but cannot kill by force.
Small problem. I can give you both hands and feet, and I can hit you 100 times.
Gu Shanhai said that he could hit you 100 times without taking a breath even if you were lying on the bed.
Uncle, you are really good at joking. You can play casually if you add 2 extra zeros.
Huang Yanshan also complained. He is a disabled person who can even raise his hands to shake. The purity of 100 is too low.
Have you noticed that since you became paralyzed, you have been talking more and more nonsense?
Gu Shanhai felt that Huang Yanshan was really messed up. What? Did he say look away? No. Huang Yanshan asked Gu Shanhai to fight and help him get revenge. If you look at it, he has let go. Not only did Huang Yanshan not let go, his hatred continued to rise. If his hatred could be quantified, if so, at least it has exceeded the limit of full value. It's just because he can't do anything now, but there is still hope. So he is more optimistic. If it hadn't been for Gu Shanhai, he would have turned dark by now. Hatred and optimism are not in conflict. Doesn't an optimistic person hate?
In life, crying and waiting for your enemy to die and smiling and waiting for your enemy to die are 2 different mentalities. So why don't I wait with a smile?
Huang Yanshan said with a smile. After hearing this, Gu Shanhai was silent for a moment, and then said,
Okay, your mentality is quite good. You can live a few more years if you are happy.
Huang Yanshan always felt that Gu Shanhai was trying to blame him, but he couldn't find any evidence. He was about to be reborn. So how could he live for a few more years?
Come to think of it, Uncle, you seem to want to be reborn and go back. Why do you want me to go back?
Huang Yanshan asked curiously. After all, he had also seen the reluctance and hesitation on Gu Shanhai's expression before.
No reason. Just because you are more suitable,
Gu Shanhai said truthfully. Of course, Huang Yanshan has to break the game. Although Gu Shanhai's qualifications have already reached the level of genius, he is still far behind Huang Yanshan. Huang Yanshan achieved magnetic field rotation by practicing
Zixuan Thunder Technique
in a month. The realm of the first level was so outrageous that he was speechless.
You are much more talented than me. You are the most outrageous person I have ever met. If you practice the
Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique
since childhood and cooperate with the
Emperor's Classic
and develop steadily for 20 years, Dugu Tiansheng will definitely not be your opponent.
Gu Shanhai looked at Huang Yanshan and said, he actually has a bit of Huang Yanshan's talent. If he had such talent, many things would be much easier. I rely on experience. But the other person is a real genius.
Am I such a genius?
Gu Shanhai said that Huang Yanshan was a little doubtful about life. Looking back on his life, he found that he was indeed a winner in life. He became the top scorer in high school at the age of 20, while other literati were still trying to become a scholar. When he failed the exam, he had already entered the Hanlin Academy. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed outrageous.
Oh, I am indeed a bit of a genius.
After Huang Yanshan recalled it, he said that Gu Shanhai was right. Gu Shanhai's eyes twitched. Okay, you just entered the Lantern of Life, didn't you?
I won't bullshit you anymore. I have to leave for a while. Xiao Bai, please stay here and take care of you. It's not good to take Xiao Bai out. I have such a great reputation as Master Lu that I can easily get into trouble.
Gu Shanhai still has no intention of taking Xiao Bai away this time, which is really showing off. So just staying here and letting it play with Huang Yanshan is okay. And Gu Shanhai taking Qinglong there by himself is okay.
Uncle, please be careful along the way,
Huang Yanshan also asked worriedly. Then, after Gu Shanhai packed up his things, he put on some disguise, such as changing his face, height, weight, breath, etc. before triggering it. He directly disguised himself as an unknown person from the Jianghu. He was very poor, but carried a sword. He was one of those hard bones that looked lifeless at first sight. If he took a bite of it, he would not only lose his teeth, but not gain anything. Even the robbers would look at him. Everyone has to say, hero, please, rather than being stopped and robbed. The main information Gu Shanhai collected was about major events. Unfortunately, the capital city was torn to pieces by Huang Yanshan. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the largest institution in the imperial court to find it. In terms of intelligence, Tianzong Demon Sect is still slightly inferior. They do have many disciples, but they are still far behind in this aspect. However, the imperial court was gone, and Gu Shanhai still found a lot of information in the Wu League, the force that succeeded the imperial court. The disadvantage was that he did not find anything related to the massacre of Huang Yanshan's family and Minhu village. For the Martial Alliance, this is just a small matter. There are many cases of people being wiped out in the world. Not to mention that everyone who was involved in this incident was silenced. And there is no relevant legacy. It took Gu Shanhai nearly 3 months to collect intelligence. During this period, he recovered nearly 80% of his injuries, and even the spiritual plants in his body grew back. This is something that is expected. Although he is taking action, it does not delay his recovery. Along the way, he also inquired about Tianqing. The Tianzong Demon Sect was integrated and replaced by a force called Tianmin. No need to think about it. He knew that it was Dugu Tianqing who did it. Tianqing has now healed. And because of the loss of spiritual energy, Dugu Tiansheng couldn't stay in the celestial city. So he had to go down to the lower world.
Is your back ready?
Gu Shanhai looked at Huang Yanshan solemnly and asked.
I'll miss every word.
Huang Yanshan also looked serious. Then Gu Shanhai gave the pages of the history book to Huang Yanshan and warned him again.
Remember, don't be dazzled by hatred. Develop in a low-key manner, and wait until you are strong enough to give them a fatal blow. There is only one chance. Once all your efforts are wasted, it's over. As long as I can get revenge. I have endured it for more than 10 years, and will not have any problems because of this.
Huang Yanshan remembered Gu Shanhai's words in his heart, and then activated this page of the history book to let his consciousness return into the past. Chapter 159. If the mountain is not mine, I will go to the mountain.
What the H.L.?
After Huang Yanshan returned,
Gu Shanhai suddenly discovered that some strange changes had occurred in the entire world. He is still here, but he is keenly aware of the unstoppable fragmentation and reorganization of the surrounding environment. He instinctively wants to peek, but finds that it is like a layer of frosted glass that cannot be peeked directly. When everything came to a halt, Gu Shanhai suddenly found that people were surrounding him, and the original wooden house had disappeared. Long time no see. Uncle, I really wiped you out. I can only wait until 65 years to find you again. Huang Yanshan's voice came again. But this time it was not the feeling of weakness before, but it is full of energy. F***CK? What the H.L. did you do? Gu Shanhai looked at Huang Yanshan standing next to him, wearing a mighty imperial robe and a terrifying aura emanating from him. Of course it's a new beginning, Huang Yanshan said, taking out the pages of the history book and handing them to Gu Shanhai. It can be considered as returning to its original owner. Gu Shanhai took it and asked, Okay, you are strong enough. But how is Dugu Tiansheng? Let's talk as we go. I've already held a banquet to honor your uncle, Huang Yanshan said with a smile. On the way, Gu Shanhai listened to Huang Yanshan's situation after his rebirth and could only say that it was outrageous. Huang Yanshan was reborn and returned to the moment he was just born. He immediately began to practice the Purple Shin Thunder Kung Fu and lay dormant for 20 years. During these 20 years, he followed the plan he made with Gu Shanhai, married a wife, had children, and took the imperial examination, secretly developed forces, and practiced martial arts. It took him 2 years to practice the Purple Mysterious Thunder technique to the 10th level of the magnetic field rotation, mastered the 7 strikes of purple thunder and 2 secret moves, and even cultivated a series of techniques such as the Immortal Destruction Body, the Purple Thunder Electric Body, etc. supporting capabilities. In the next 18 years, he perfected the Zixuan Thunder technique through the Emperor's Classic, and successfully advanced it to the 25th level of magnetic field rotation, and even broke through the star-breaking realm mentioned by Gu Shanhaiku. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai also felt a bit embarrassed. After reaching the 25th heaven, he felt the existence of Tianqiang, but he did not take action. Instead, he continued to grow stronger. It was not until later that he reached the power of the 30th heaven and possessed the ability of telepathy, which enabled some people to understand the truth deeply. After that, he directly launched a campaign to first destroy the imperial court and establish himself as king, and then eliminate the Tianzong demon sect, killing the entire world. At that time, Huang Yanshan was already 30 years old. With a strong body, he relied on the magnetic field to drag down Tianqing, which was in a different space, and the entire heaven seizing and soul returning formation. Then he gave Dugu Tiansheng the ultimate insult in public, causing him to collapse. Now he is not dead yet, and is stuffed into a semi-healed alien space in the shape of dried meat. The end of the 12 martial arts true immortals was not very good either. Although they were not subjected to the ultimate insult, they were drained and stuffed into a different space. The heavenly beings were fused into deformed flesh and blood by him, and were also locked in a different space. And he forcibly locked these people with the heavenly gate. Gu Shanhai could only express that he was shocked, and asked if the ultimate insult was spicy. Huang Yanshan said it was spicy because his original plan was for 3 years. But in the end, Dugu Tiansheng was played to the point of collapse within 3 months. No matter how much stimulation he tried, it was useless. So he had to give up. It was precisely because of this that he lost interest in the true immortal of martial arts. In the following time, Huang Yanshan began his long reign. During this period, his grandson was also born, the original protagonist, and he also deduced the rotation of his magnetic field to the 50 heavens. It has reached the state of anti-gravity mentioned by Gu Shanhai. The strength has also expanded to the extreme, and it is incomparably powerful. This is probably what I have been doing all these years. It is thanks to you, uncle, that I can make up for my regrets. Huang Yanshan is no longer crazy. His wife and children are not dead. He still has a successful career and can be called a winner in life. Uncle, you can now retire and enjoy a happy life. How about the benefits of retiring with the country? Huang Yanshan joked. I have an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. If I agree, will you throw a glass of wine as a sign of honor later and come out with 800 axes to chop me into a pulp? Gu Shanhai complained. These words made the minister accompanying him change his expression, feeling that Gu Shanhai was too rude. Gone, their expressions have changed. You don't really plan to do this, do you? Gu Shanhai was a little bit embarrassed at this time.
Huang Yanshan had a black line on his face.
Uncle, don't be ridiculous. If I want to kill you, I have to ambush a swordsman. With the power of my magnetic field that rotates 50 heavens, you can beat me. Oh, that makes sense. Then what do they look like? Maybe I took the wrong medicine.
Huang Yanshan covered them up calmly, then glanced at the ministers and said that there would be no next time, and he would kill them if there was a next time.
Okay, as long as you are happy.
Gu Shenhai is not worried that Huang Yanshan will attack him. He even returned the pages of the history book to him. If he really wants to attack, he will not bring people with him in a big way. Soon, the two of them were arranged to a palace with a large number of strong magnetic fields. Huang Yanshan built a palace directly in the place where they hid.
Uncle, I have been looking for you all these years. How did you disappear without a trace? Ingu has an impression of you, and even traces of you living there. But I haven't been able to find you inch by inch. And your memory seems to still be at the time when you sent me away.
Huang Yanshan asked curiously.
How do I know?
Gu Shenhai really knew, because he was a temporary worker player. Although he was a temporary worker, he still belonged to the player category. Huang Yanshan's rebirth this time is actually not the same as his previous rebirth. Gu Shenhai's rebirth is a rollback, while Huang Yanshan's rebirth is a version update. It is also true that Huang Yanshan did not see the players during his comeback, because the players had already left long ago, so it was impossible to appear again. This is equivalent to saying that the pages of the history book have an effect on this world, rather than
the first age.
Only things that belong to this world will be renewed, just like Gu Shenhai's Jiuju Whitehan, because it is not a part of him. It has now been broken and turned back into the bone marrow of Jiujuezi, the king of herbs and the two refined spiritual plants, Tianshan Snow Lotus, are still there because they are part of Gu Shenhai, but they have also been reborn accordingly. In other words, Gu Shenhai can still find it again when he goes to Maobei and Shueshan. But since he already had it, there was no need to make another trip. This led to the fact that Gu Shenhai did not exist in the past, but only existed in this time point in the pages of Huang Yanshan's history book. In addition, Gu Shenhai had used the pages of the history book to modify his identity before, forming the idea that there was such a person in Minhu village. Ingu and even Huang Yanshan also knew that there was such an uncle. As a result, he could not find the person and could only wait until time. Gu Shenhai will show up only after arriving. This is the case for all players, but it is unclear whether there are any players other than Gu Shenhai in the world of Two Rivers.
Well, the history books are indeed wonderful.
Huang Yanshan did not pursue too much, but clapped his hands, and the palace people waiting outside strolled in, each holding some plants in their hands.
Uncle, you asked me to find exotic flowers and herbs for you before. I missed the promise before. Now I will make up for you. In addition to the Night Immortals, I have also prepared some for you that you may need, such as Broken Heart Grass. There are also those like Seven Star Begonia and Mandala of the western regions.
In the hands of those palace servants, there were 21 items in their hands, ranging from medicinal materials to plants, all of which were the most cherished things.
You're interested? I just need it.
Gu Shenhai took a look and found that there weren't many that could be used. 7 or 8 of them belonged to Zakeo and medicinal stones. The former belonged to fungi, and the latter belonged to mineral metals. He couldn't grow them. Therefore, I am actually a little disappointed. Is this a great opportunity? Just some spiritual plants cannot be called big.
I know my uncle may not be satisfied. When you asked for these things, it was just a plan. Just give them to your uncle for you to play with. I found some good things from Dudu Tianqing's cave.
Huang Yanshan had someone take out a simple bamboo slip. This bamboo slip is not light. In this world, there is paper, so the bamboo slip has long been eliminated, which makes Gu Shenhai a little curious.
What is recorded here seems to be some kind of alchemy method. Unfortunately, the text is obscure and difficult to understand. No one has been able to decipher it completely over the years. My uncle is a scholar of heaven and earth, so maybe he can study it.
Gu Shenhai took the bamboo slip, and his pupils shrank when he saw it for the first time. It's normal that they can't understand it, because it's not a word from this world at all, but from another world. Yinzhenjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone.
Is it that Yinzhenjuan?
Gu Shenhai was also shocked. He was a Taixing true lord from the world of classical mythology, but upon closer inspection, he found that something was wrong. It was written by a certain Tuoqin Changsheng.
The 5 phases of gold and blue.
The former is the elixir of medicinal stone, and the latter is the inner elixir of life. The two are completely different and reflect each other. Gu Shenhai doesn't know which one is stronger between
Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone,
and
5 phases of gold and blue.
Gu Shenhai doesn't know. Anyway, he hasn't read the latter, and he's only read the former. Beginning. Now it seems that this should be a great opportunity. This method is enough to complete the 4th level of the outer elixir of Gu Shenhai's
Qingdi Sutra of Immortality. It seems that uncle has gained something,
Huang Yanshan said.
I gained a lot, so I accepted the things. This is probably the source of alchemy. But I remember that Dugu Tiansheng was practicing something like
the Wujigong of Chaos Gods and Demons.
How could he have this book?
Gu Shenhai asked curiously. The source of elixirs in this world should have started from this. Dugu Tiansheng should have learned a little bit from it at the beginning, which created the current situation of elixirs. Unfortunately, he only learned a bit from it, which resulted in the elixir having limited effect. Otherwise, how could there be a pill like Tianqin pill that does not meet the world's energy level?
Yes, he did practice this technique, but this technique was obtained from history books and has now been lost,
Huang Yanshan explained. Because there were outsiders, they didn't mention the matter of rebirth. But Gu Shenhai still understood that it was the benefit that this thing only had to be reborn for the first time.
Then you didn't ask him? Asked. This method is different from ordinary methods. What came out of his mouth was not the general method,
but some obscure and sharp nonsense, like the terrifying tone imparted by something that cannot be spoken. I also tried to get him to write it down, but what he wrote was not words, but all kinds of strange lines and confusing characters that were incomprehensible. It was completely incomprehensible. In the end, I had no choice but to give up on this book.
The Wuji Kung Fu of Chaos Gods and Demons.
From this point of view, it really fits the name of this technique.
Huang Yanshan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Gu Shenhai was a little surprised when he heard this.
This book, the Wujigong of Chaos Gods and Demons,
obviously did not come from the same source as
Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone.
So how did these two things come together? In this way, the history books seem to be a little less serious.
Don't worry about him. Everything is over. Heavenly beings, martial arts immortals, and martial ancestors are all in the past now.
Gu Shenhai never thought about getting the
Chaos Gods and Demons Wuji Kung Fu.
This thing sounds like it's a bit strange, but the elixir method of
Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone
is very useful. Most of the exercises in classical mythology are very heaven-defying. The golden elixir enters the abdomen and lifts the clouds to soar.
But then again, why didn't you kill them? Keeping them would be a disaster.
Gu Shenhai asked curiously.
It would be a pity to kill them. As long as I don't die for a day, they will have to suffer for a day. And now that I am at the 50th level of the
Purple Mysterious Thunder Technique,
immortality is nothing more than a trivial matter.
Huang Yanshan is still very confident about this. Gu Shenhai agreed with Huang Yanshan's confidence. Just don't overturn it. As for not killing him and torturing him, Gu Shenhai didn't interrupt to express his disapproval. It's normal to vent. If the other party kills his whole family and chases him, and then he happens to have the strength, killing him directly will not relieve his anger. Torturing the other party for a lifetime is the real pleasure.
I originally planned to let you vent my anger, uncle, but unfortunately I couldn't find you, so I had to take action for you first.
Huang Yanshan said that it was not because he didn't wait for Gu Shenhai on purpose, but mainly because Gu Shenhai was late for too long. It was a full 65 years late, and there was nothing he could do. When you have a good opportunity, you should take action. Don't let it go to waste.
I'm a big-hearted person. How could I care about such a trivial matter? You've already avenged me. What else can I say?
Gu Shenhai is a man who can afford to take things up and let them go. The main reason is that Dugu was born in such a miserable state. He was too embarrassed to continue to attack. Otherwise, how could he be so broad-minded? It was because the other party had paid the price. If he had not paid the price, Gu Shenhai would be the one who would definitely take revenge. Chapter 160 Intermediate Area Sansheng Town.
I'm back. I've made a lot of money this time.
Gu Shenhai returned to the temporary space of
the First Era.
Seeing that these two rivers and lakes have now become the Great Shu Dynasty, it should be caused by the update of Huang Yanshan's version. After finishing the meal, Gu Shenhai became the kind of person who became the royal Zongjing and received the title of Duke of the country. He retired with the country. Anyway, he was the kind of person who received generous benefits. Gu Shenhai also continued to hang out for nearly 5 years before coming back. During this period, he used Dendrobium nobile, 120-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, Poria cocos, Rutana cistange, Coptidus 5-split, Golden body angelica, Tianmu fritillaria, crane-shaped atractylodes, Branchococcus sinensis, 7-star begonia, and western regions, Datura, poinsettia, and a series of herbs or poisons have all turned into spiritual plants. It can be said that he is now covered in poison, especially the poisonous aura, which has become more and more terrifying. In addition, his immunity to various toxins has become increasingly powerful. These harvests are actually secondary. Through these poisonous plants, a series of subsequent halos such as Bleeding Halo, Chaotic Halo, and so on were developed. Of course, the biggest gain is the 5th level of the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality, the Outer Elixir. After passing the elixir method, Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone, Gu Shanhai became more and more skilled in elixir techniques. Elixirs are not only refined by water and fire, but also have many refining methods. Combined with self-produced and self-sold methods, Gu Shanhai stored a large amount of elixirs on his body. It's a pity that he still failed to fully exert the full effect of Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone. This is not a herbal medicine, but a golden elixir method that uses medicinal stones as the mainstream, using mercury and cinnabar. If you swallow it, it should be absorbed. But I'm not sure what it's absorbed. But it's not without its benefits, allowing him to form a brand new technique based on the principles of the 5 elements, heaven and earth. Naturally, Gu Shanhai did not follow what was written, but extracted what he needed by removing the essentials. It was a pity that Gu Shanhai still did not refine the 9 ultimate outer pill in the end. But after reading the pages of the history books, it was considered equal. In fact, he was planning to sacrifice this thing before, and he never expected that Huang Yanshan would return it to him. He threw a level 3 longevity pill into his mouth and chewed it. He usually chewed the pill like jelly beans, and even developed a net longevity pill to reduce drug resistance accordingly. There were about 3 longevity pills. With a Jingshou Dan, although it cannot completely eliminate drug resistance, it can eliminate it faster. The main reason is that there is no way to keep eating. Otherwise Gu Shanhai can continue to rise. This time, I really became a passive monster. Gu Shanhai looked satisfied. The poisonous spiritual plant he obtained later was just one of the effects. There were also various effects such as strengthening the body, nourishing yin and nourishing yang, etc., covering various areas such as recovery, immunity, spirit, soul, etc. Now if he faced off against Dugu Tianshan again, even without the 9 Juwaidan, he would be able to defeat both sides by relying on his extreme state and taking drugs. It looks like both sides will suffer miserably. But in fact Jiu Juwaidan is a large energy weapon. He relied on this weapon to defeat the opponent like this before. But now, he can compete with the opponent without using this weapon. Naturally, he is winning. Don't even think about being beaten. In the past 5 years, Gu Shanhai has spent most of his nearly 5 years studying Yin Shinjuan's 5 phases of metal and stone, and deducing the 5th level of the outer alchemy of Qingdi Sutra of Immortality. I spend most of my time in deductions, and the improvement of my own strength depends entirely on hanging up. For example, his spiritual root ability is now D level. It was really developed over time. Gu Shanhai couldn't help complaining that this thing is too time-consuming. In fact, he also wanted to refine Jiu Juezi's poisonous seeds into Jiu Juwaidan. But then Huang Yanshan gave him a big gift called the Magnetic Field Heavenly Sword. If you cut this thing with a knife, Dugu Tianshan will lose it. This thing is much easier to use than the 9 Juwaidan. When Gu Shanhai brought the Jiu Juwaidan to fight Dugu Tianshan, he had to go to the limit and fight, and the Jiu Juwaidan could only be used 2 or 3 times at most. On the contrary, this magnetic field sword can be charged independently and used multiple times. One sword strike is 999. Guaranteed. It's much easier to use than the 9 Juwaidan. He lacks longevity, but he doesn't lack these things either. After getting the magnetic field sword, he stopped very decisively and did not go to get Jiu Juezi's poison. Next, are you looking for a world to cultivate immortality? Gu Shanhai's eyes wandered through a large number of worlds, trying to find a suitable world. Just taking a closer look, it seems that there are not many suitable worlds. The energy levels of these worlds are either too high or too low, which is really inappropriate. It wasn't that there was no way out. He could use a blank invitation letter to get in. But after thinking about it again and again, it didn't work in the end.
It's not that he doesn't want to, but he estimated the time. And a relatively special world of cultivating immortals quickly emerged in his mind. But it hasn't appeared yet, and it will probably take about 3 months to be conquered by the first era, capture and appear. His rebirth did have a butterfly effect, but this effect was not too big. The player base is very large, and first era is even bigger. How could it be possible that such a small thing like this has affected the entire strategic situation? He has not yet such a big face. The reborder does not have many cards in the first era, and he is not the only one. I came back early. I was careless. Gu Shanhai sighed. It was normal to come back. There was not enough profit. So why stay there?
If that doesn't work, how about opening a mid-level area and trying to mess around?
Gu Shanhai was thinking about going to the high-level world. He would definitely not be able to come back after a few years, and he would definitely have to miss it again. Instead, a mid-level area would be more suitable. You can't say that after entering the high-level world, he will come back as soon as possible. This is not appropriate. For him, he must get the value he deserves after entering, and he cannot give up halfway.
Then go to the mid-level area. After all, idleness is idle. If you stay here, you will have to spend double your lifespan.
It is true that Gu Shanhai has a long lifespan now. But as for his lifespan, even if he squandered it on prophecy and divination, he would not leave it to
the first era
to deduct it. In the previous world, he did not complete the main plot and deducted 2 years of his lifespan. Go. Let him feel so distressed. 2 years of life is enough for him to peek into a lot of things. After making the decision, Gu Shanhai had a new worry. That is, he still carried the cause and effect of the cause and effect world where the Xianwei sect was located. If he entered this time, there was a high possibility that he would enter that world again. He is not worried about the hot weapons and magic weapons in that world. He is much more advanced in this skill than in now. What he really needs to worry about is the cause and effect. Good will be rewarded with good. Evil will be rewarded with evil. And the cycle of cause and effect will bring unfavorable consequences. He didn't plant any good karma. So if he really wanted to go in, he wouldn't get any good results.
Forget it. If you really want to go in, let's solve this hidden danger.
Gu Shanhai's expression was slightly sinister. If he really wanted to go in, he would just do it for him. And First Era will definitely send him to a certain key area without hesitation, so that he can strike more ruthlessly. This will be done regardless of whether that world has been captured by the First Age. If it is captured and becomes a colony, then Gu Shanhai needs to deal with this remnant. If it has not been captured yet, wouldn't it be better to let Gu Shanhai face the cause and effect of that world to deepen the anchor and further capture it? Correspondingly, as the difficulty increases, there will definitely be more benefits. After choosing without hesitation, I felt a pain in the back of my head. Intermediate area, Sanshun Town. Task, not activated.
Damn it! What the H.L. is this mission? What is it if it's not activated?
Gu Shanhai touched the back of his head and felt the phantom pain gradually disappear, and finally recovered.
Hey! We have met.
A voice came, catching Gu Shanhai off guard. Looking back, his face turned dark. The person who came was none other than the Oxhorse summoner Tianxian Quangzui. Meeting this guy meant that he had truly arrived in this world of cause and effect.
The ticket is yours. Right.
Gu Shanhai complained.
Yes. We haven't seen each other for several years. Right.
Tianxian Quangzui asked curiously.
Then why do you still remember me so clearly? It's not because you have a crush on me.
Gu Shanhai complained. He could remember Tianxian Quangzui purely because he was a bastard and had relatively few players. So only then did I remember.
How is that possible? The main reason is that your skills are too weird. I have never seen anyone weirder than you in these years.
Tianxian Quangzui also complained.
Is this your teammate?
Gu Shanhai asked curiously. There was a woman standing next to her, with an ID on her head that Baiyun crushed.
Oh, my wife,
Tianxian said drunkenly.
It's a good match. It's also embarrassing for your wife. After all, I must have been issued a lot of good guy cards over the years.
Gu Shanhai's expression matched his tone, and he was very unsatisfied. In his previous life, he had never heard of a drunken god. He has a wife, probably because of his influence. After all, there are really many good people.
Tianxian
Quangzui feels that this guy has not improved at all over the years, and is still so out of tune.
By the way, my mission shows that it is not activated. What about you?
Gu Shenhai asked curiously.
Same. They are all inactive.
Tianxian Guangzui responded. His mission was the same. And then added,
It's probably my fault. Over the years, my missions have been of this type.
Tianxian Guangzui seems to be a player who has always focused on the mid-level area. There are many players of this type. The disadvantage is that they are not free enough. But the advantage is that they can improve their own system more easily.
Oh, it was indeed your fault. What information do you have about Sansheng Town?
Gu Shenhai asked directly. Since it was his invitation letter, it meant that there must be something left over from the previous copy.
There are some. Do you still remember Fontai Village back then?
Tianxian said drunkenly.
Remember? Is there any connection?
Gu Shenhai asked.
Yes. It's a mission chain. Starting from Fontai Village. My middle-level areas have been drifting in this mission chain. The ancestral land of Qian's Fontai Village is this Sansheng Town. When the ancestors of the Qian family left this ancestral land, they took something with them, which caused problems in Sansheng Town.
Tianxian Guangzui also spoke directly and told the brief information. It's good to have this information. He has always been confined to a certain area. It's not like Gu Shenhai can break through the air wall after the mission is completed. He will only be teleported back.
Oh, so the main mission requires you to activate it. Right.
Gu Shenhai asked, and then glanced at Bai Yun crushing. He always felt that there was something weird about this woman. Of course, it's not because there is something wrong with the other party, but because there may be something wrong with the other party's skill system.
Why are you staring at my wife when you have nothing to do?
Tianxian complained drunkenly.
Oh, I always feel something is weird. I have the illusion that your wife and someone else are looking at me.
Gu Shenhai's perception was very keen, and he noticed that there seemed to be other lives in the other person's body. It's just that Gu Shenhai's words made Tianxian Guangzui feel a little weird. How could there be someone else in his wife? It seems like there really is.
Ahem. It's because of my wife's talent and skill system.
Tianxian Guangzui didn't say it directly. Nowadays, games can already affect reality. So many people's awareness of confidentiality has naturally increased. Most people can't keep their own name attributes, skills, talents, professions, etc. Especially for Sanren such as Tianxian Guangzui and Bai Yun crushed. Those big forces will also want to announce part of their traffic and fame. Naturally, Sanren players will not say anything.
Oh, I won't ask any more. Please tell them not to look around. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Gu Shenhai reminded him. As a teammate, this time is a reminder. The next time is a warning. And the third time. Don't blame me. Gu Shenhai was cruel and took action directly. They are just teammates. They can be 1 or 2 but not 3. Fortunately, the reminder was still effective. And those eyes staring at him had disappeared.
Dragon? Gu Shenhai noticed a trace of aura similar to that of a dragon. But it was very reserved. If he had not been in contact with a giant dragon in the Sun Never Sets dynasty, he might not be able to distinguish it at the moment. But it's definitely not the dragon from the Sun Never Sets dynasty, but some dragon from other worlds. But he had never heard that giant dragons could inhabit or host people. And there was more than one giant dragon, but different types of dragons, which made him particularly puzzled.
Okay, I have restrained these little guys,
Bai Yun said with a broken voice. This was the first time she encountered this situation. Previous players had no feeling.
Okay, let's go into the village next. What do you think?
Tianxian Guangzui looked at Bai Yun and crushed it into pieces. Then asked Gu Shenhai. The two of them naturally have a tacit understanding. What kind of tacit understanding can an outsider like Gu Shenhai have?
No, I am still an assistant. But now I am good at supporting all departments.
Gu Shenhai said seriously.
I understand. You can throw bombs with any attribute.
Right. Tianxian Guangzui perfectly understood the so-called support from Gu Shenhai.